Really? It's good to break up with Lin Jiao. She's almost 30 and I'm tired of her. Isn't it good for me to break up with her and find a young and pretty one again? There's no such thing as a pretty girl at the end of the world. At the barbecue stand, beside the wooden table, Lu Ming held the bottle of wine and smiled at his brother Qin Yong. Qin Yong raised his eyebrows. Really? Really? I wanted to split up. Not split up cannot. You do not know. In order to get married, my parents go to borrow money. Go to the old home of the building sold to rent a room. Plus I saved for 5 years. Only just enough to her mother wants $1 million down payment. 300,000 yuan of cars. 200,000 dowry. But also after the wedding a butt of debt. This day sounds like a no hope. This marriage to it for what? What's the point of getting married? Lu Ming said. Now she ran away with someone else. Go and let that ingrate pay for a car and a house. No need for me to waste my money. I can still have more than $1 million for myself to pick up chicks. How much better and happier. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yong looked at the 5 bottles of wine that Lu Ming drank up, and then looked at the kebabs and rice noodles that he hadn't touched in one bite, and silently sighed. Then you can just think about it. Come on, let's not talk about her. Buddy came out today to drink and eat a late night snack with you. I'm not hungry, so listen to me a little longer. Lu Ming interrupted Qin Yong and laughed. Do you know how I found out that Lin Jiao cheated on me? I don't know. Qin Yong was silent. Lu Ming drinking the whole face is red. Eyes also red. But still he laughs. I went to pick her up this evening. The buddy happened to send her downstairs. The pro out of the elevator. The two also do not forget to kiss 2 mouths. The doorway dozens of people watched him kissing my girlfriend. Ha ha ha, it's really funny. Qin Yong couldn't stop laughing. Lu Ming said, these 2 people were seen by me. And not embarrassed, but also greeted me. I was a little bit blinded. Did not pay attention to Lin Jiao. Light focus on looking at that buddy. You do not say. He is quite handsome. Said to be Zhang's group's son Zhang Yun, a suit Armani at least more than 100,000. Wristwatch is estimated to have hundreds of thousands. The door also parked a Ferrari. Is also his. The car alone. Against 100 of my I'm telling you. I'm old in the city of Qingcheng put together 5 years to save up 300,000. But I found out that actually cannot afford to buy his attire. Asterisk. If I were a female, I'd like him too. When that dude saw me, he was quite polite and greeted me saying you're Mr. Lu, right? I really wanted to say back to him I'm your father, but I didn't at that time because I couldn't say anything and just stared blankly at Lin Jiao. The dude told me thank you for taking care of Jiao Jiao. And then Lin Jiao told me you shouldn't think about getting married now that you've seen it. We're scattered. We were together for 6 years and broke up in 4 words. Speaking of which, Lu Ming shrugged his nose fiercely and took a deep breath before saying, what a loss. I should have at least asked for more thanks from her. Qin Yong, who had been silent all this time, reached out and patted Lu Ming. Come on, drink. Let her make up for this thanks later. Lu Ming snorted. There's no need to make up for it. I don't want to see that woman for the rest of my life. Qin Yong hummed, silently poured the wine and nodded. Good. Lu Ming took the cup. 1 cup down. Another glass down. After a few drinks, Lu Ming, who had been acting as if nothing had happened, finally managed to slump, his face full of drunken red. Yongzi, why do you think I don't have any money? Why is it that after I buy a car and a house, I only have $200,000 left in my hand? And then this 200,000 even had to be handed over as a dowry? Oh, why can't this 200,000 be 2 billion? 200 trillion? Do you think it's because I'm too poor that Lin Jiao wants to leave? Listening to Lu Ming muttering and asking a series of rhetorical questions, Qin Yong patted Lu Ming's shoulder. It's not your fault. It's that she's too greedy. Listening to Qin Yong comforting words, has been broken. Lu Ming suddenly felt a string in the heart clicked completely broken. Finally cried tears. Yongzi, 6 years, 6 years, what she wants, what I give her. The old man in the end where is not good. Hundreds of dollars of skin care products. 7 or 8,000 Apple 13. Tens of thousands of dollars of bags. Even the new car that I bought myself. Only for her to drive. I'm so good to her. Why should she do this to me? 6 years. I didn't touch her a bit. She drove off to a hotel with Cheng in front of me. The person I love with all my heart and soul. Just like this one by one. All my love stepped out. Old man, this cuckold were hard. Kala. In the silent and dark room, the door was suddenly opened. A sliver of light seeped in along the cracks in the wall. And the person who pushed the door was Lu Ming. After parting with Qin Yong, Lu Ming returned to the rental house alone, opened the door and turned on the lights, and seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Ming was silent. In the living room, which at the moment was decorated with roses and balloons, a diamond ring sat in the middle of the living room. After meeting Lin Jiao's parents, Lu Ming had planned to propose today, and according to the plan, he would hand over the bride price to Lin Xiao's mother at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and set a wedding date. Originally, marriage is inevitable. The proposal ceremony is optional, but Lu Ming felt that this as Lin Xiao has been dreaming of the scene. He must meet Lin Xiao, to give Lin Xiao a big surprise. As a result, Lin Xiao sent Lu Ming an even bigger surprise first. Lu Ming was silent for a long time before all the things were thrown away, and after throwing them away, instead of feeling comfortable, Lu Ming's heart was even more difficult. Going to get the car keys and house keys back tomorrow. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He had bought both a new car and a new house. Only he didn't live in the new house because he rented a house close to work. And again he didn't need to drive. So the keys to both were with Lin Xiao. Lu Ming didn't feel anything before. But now that the other party had betrayed himself, there was no way he was going to let the other party live in his house and drive his car to get away with it. By the time the drunken Lu Ming was lying on his bed, a few messages were popping up on his cell phone. Ding. There is 1 day left until the repayment date, and a total of $1,699.37 will be automatically deducted in the early morning hours of the repayment date. So please make sure your repayment card balance is sufficient a day in advance. Automatically pay off $2,498.36 on balance, savings card, etc. On June 9th, available at account has an outstanding June 2nd bill, $29.87 has been paid, leaving $1,992.66 outstanding. Please pay on time. Lu Ming looked at the reminder message and thought of the extra money his parents had borrowed for him after selling the house in his hometown. He took a deep breath and his brain was a bit swollen. Let's bring the dowry money to pay off the debt first, and then turn around and transfer the money to mom and dad. He was beyond grateful now. Luckily, the dowry money hadn't been transferred to Lin Xiao's mother yet, or else he and his parents would really be at the end of their rope right now. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart ached slightly. He had sworn to his parents that he would be with Lin Xiao for the rest of his life, and that's why mom and dad sold the house. But now, how was he going to tell mom and dad the truth? Forget it for a moment. Lu Ming sighed, turned off the lights, and fell asleep in a daze in a pitch-black night. In his sleep, Lu Ming only felt a splitting headache, and his mind went back and forth with the image of Lin Xiao and Jiang Yun kissing in front of the company, and his eyes were wide open. But he didn't realize that reality was quietly changing. Until morning, Lu Ming, who was asleep, did not realize that several news items he had never seen before popped up on his cell phone. Shocked. Yesterday, the new property in Xincheng opened for sale. Even need to reach the sky price of 65,000 cents per square foot, but it still managed to trigger a buying frenzy. Are property prices not yet at their peak? How many rich people are there in the Dragon Kingdom? The rich and famous list is updated. The current Forbes richest man in the world, the top millionaire Bezos is worth $12,000. But according to Bezos, the richest man in the world is someone else, and even he doesn't know the identity of the other person. So who is the real identity of the so far unheard of and unseen invisible rich man? I would like to know. Please leave a message in the comments section below. With the bell ding-dong ringing one after another, Lu Ming was woken up. Sunlight spilled by the window as he struggled to get up and grabbed his cell phone. What time is it? Taking a look at the time, it was only 7 in the morning. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that a hangover would cause him to miss work and deduct his full attendance. That's the way it is with working people. Even though they've just experienced the pain of being betrayed by their girlfriend of 6 years, they still worry about whether they'll have any repercussions at work the next day. But after confirming the time, Lu Ming scanned the news, which instantly made him wonder if he was still drunk and unconscious. $65,000 for the price of a house? $12,000 for the richest man? Are you kidding me? $12,000 billion. What are these outrageous stories of the year? The price of the house is clearly $65,000. How did it become a corner? The richest man in the world has a fortune of $12,000. And even if he calls it $12,000, he still calls it $1 million household? Lu Ming can't help but laugh out loud when he reads it. The level of self-promotion in this term is really getting worse. A $10,000 household is the richest? Then wouldn't you be going against the grain if you had $200,000? Chapter 2, A Villa for $1. After watching the news, Lu Ming opened his circle of friends and found that Lin Xiao had sent a new circle of friends. It takes meeting the right person to realize that past relationships were all wrong. The accompanying picture is of Lin Xiao and Jiang Yun's watch-wearing hands, and it's clear that the two were photographed in a hotel room. At this moment, Lu Ming's pupils instantly shrunk into a needle shape. His hands suddenly clenched tightly, his veins rippled, and violent anger and humiliation filled his chest. Lu Ming had thought that his anger would be extinguished a lot after one night, but in this instant, his urge to kill this pair of dogs was a million times stronger than last night. What do you mean by wrong feelings? What does it mean to be the right person again? He gave so much to Lin Jiao, and was ultimately dismissed with a single word? But after a long time, he put down his cell phone again despondently and silently got up to wash. Even if you're angry. So what? He's the son of Zhang's group. He can be killed with money alone. What's he? A poor guy? He, Lu Ming, couldn't afford to buy a single tire from someone after earning for several years. So he was indeed the wrong person for Lin Jiao. Thinking of this, Lu Ming could only sit on the sofa for a small amount of time, holding back his anger before changing his clothes and going downstairs to buy breakfast. Boss, I'll have a sausage noodle, and I'll return the cash. Lu Ming arrived at the breakfast stand. Okay, the owner said without looking up. Lu Ming felt into his pocket and took out $10. It's hard to have changed these days. This money or Lu Ming picked up on the side of the road last night. Qin Yong also said that this is a good sign that Lin Jiao is gone and luck is on his side, letting Lu Ming have a bitter laugh. Who knows? When Lu Ming took out the money, he noticed a few things were wrong. Lu Ming rubbed the banknote, and found that the touch on it was smoother, and there were even more densely woven golden silk threads on the portrait. What's going on here? Is it a new coin to pick up? Lu Ming muttered, then handed out the money. Boss, pay it back. Lu Ming had thought that the boss would take it painfully, but to Lu Ming's surprise, the boss who was making intestinal noodles froze when he saw his money. The boss's eyes looked as if they had grown nails, looking dead at the money in his hand, while his body trembled and he involuntarily took 2 steps backwards. Boss? What's wrong? Lu Ming looked at him half a day without collecting the money and asked in consternation. The boss's face, however, went from dumbfounded to incredulous, and finally, under Lu Ming's eyes, it turned into anger. The next moment, the boss actually slammed the table and angrily asked, "You're deliberately looking for a fight, aren't you?" Lu Ming froze. What did you say? When did I try to pick a fight? The owner snarled. Aren't you looking for a fight when you give fake money? I'm warning you. I'm giving you the chance to leave now or I'll call the sheriff's department to come and arrest you? Lu Ming dumbfounded. He never thought. He pulled out a $10 bill. The other side even want to call the police? What kind of world is this? He blew a gasket. Boss, you're sick. Where is this counterfeit money? It's as good as real. The boss was even more enraged than Lu Ming and roared. What a nifty coin. You're a guy who used fake money and you're still trying to weasel out of me after I exposed you? Let me tell you. I've only seen $10 bills on TV in my life. You're so poor. How could you possibly have real money? I'm saying you're using fake money. Got a problem with that? Lu Ming froze. His first reaction was that this boss had tricked him. What do you mean? A $10 bill that you've only seen on TV? You're kidding. Aren't all your sausage balls here $10 apiece? The boss glared. Kid, are you out of your mind? My intestinal noodles are made of gold? How can I sell it for so much? Who doesn't know that $10 is a billion cents? And then I sell an order of sausage noodles for $10? Am I robbing? Take a good look at my menu. The boss threw the menu directly in front of Lu Ming. Hearing the boss's words, Lu Ming was instantly stunned, and then looking at the prices on the menu, he was even more instantly wide-eyed. Just see the menu, egg and meat sausage, 10 cents a serving. Lu Ming suspected that his eyes had made a mistake. How could it be 10 cents? Isn't it $10? This is too cheap. Young man, are you reading stupid? I'll tell you once more. 100 million dimes is only equal to $1. 1 billion dimes is only equal to $10. $10 is not cheap. $10 can buy the neighborhood behind you, you know? The owner was completely speechless. He suspected that Lu Ming was out of a mental institution. Lu Ming suspected his ears were wrong this time. Boss, what did you say? $1 equals 100 million dimes? And then $10 buys a neighborhood? The boss was disgruntled. Right. Look at your cell phone yourself and check if I'm right. Is this common sense something you don't have? What's wrong with young people these days? What's wrong with young people nowadays? Don't even know how much a dollar is worth? Lu Ming hurriedly opened his cell phone and glanced at the shopping software. This time he was completely stunned. An Apple cell phone. 10,000 cents. A Ferrari. 5 million horns. A top luxury villa in Xinjiang. Seeing the price, Lu Ming's eyes instantly exploded. It's only $1. Really? He wasn't wrong. It's only $1. The boss was right. 1 literally equals 100 million. What's going on here? How can you go to sleep and wake up and the prices of the world have changed? Just then, a message suddenly popped up on Lu Ming's cell phone. Ding! Honored Black Gold user of the banking union. The Pocket Money wallet has applied for an automatic debit of $16.99.37 at 7/12. And your current account balance is $211,436,999,830,063. At this moment, Lu Ming completely opened his mouth wide and was too scared to speak. His hands were shaking. He realized the fact that the prices of the whole world had changed, but his money had not. He still has 200,000. Now, if he wanted to, he could instantly buy 200,000 luxury villas, 4 million Ferraris, and 2 billion Apple cell phones? At this moment, Lu Ming had only one thought in his mind. Holy, turns out I really do have more money than the richest man on the planet. Turns out I'm really going against the grain. Moreover, Lu Ming used his cell phone to scan the code to return the money, and found that the cell phone payment interface had likewise changed, and the unit was no longer yuan, but angle. Young man, why don't you talk now? Did you realize that you couldn't tease me with $10 of fake money and you don't dare to speak? After watching Lu Ming being exposed by himself, the boss said smugly, "Boss, you're right. Thanks." Lu Ming looked at his boss and held back his ecstatic laughter as he laughed. Now that he knew the true value of the $10, he naturally didn't have to prove to the boss that his $10 was real, in case it was missed by other people passing by. Learn from me. I'm, well, smart. Seeing Lu Ming concede, the boss raised an eyebrow and didn't care about Lu Ming's intention to take the fake coins just now. Afterwards, Lu Ming bought breakfast and planned to go home. Who knew this? Not far away suddenly a woman came down from an Audi that had been parked. An extremely beautiful woman. To be precise, she was dressed in an OL uniform, with a pair of watery charming eyes that seduced the soul, and a sharp and pretty face that was as delicate as a ripe peach. In particular, her delicate body wrapped in her uniform was even more concave and convex, and her beautiful legs wrapped in her suit pants could still be seen in a perfect leg shape even through a layer of fabric. Her appearance caused the temperature of the entire originally silent cell entrance to instantly rise several degrees. The eyes of the surrounding passers-by all blazed and greedily rested on its body, and Lu Ming likewise straightened his sight slightly because of her appearance. He works as a trainer in a gym and has seen many women with perfect bodies, but such a good-looking one is indeed too rare. Enough to surprise him, but what surprised him more was yet to come. I only saw the woman get off the car, but she went straight to Lu Ming, and opened her mouth and said softly, "Good day, sir. My name is Win Rongrong. I'm sorry, can I delay you for 2 minutes?" Her appearance with nervousness, talking is even lowering her head, only dared to quietly raise her eyes after finishing, constrained to look at Lu Ming. Seems to be a little shy. Chapter 3 Requests. After Win Rongrong finished speaking, the entire entrance to the neighborhood was apparently silent for a split second. In the next moment, Lu Ming could obviously feel the envious and jealous gazes cast by the passers-by beside him, about to kill him. Especially the owner of the breakfast stand, who couldn't believe that a man with $10 in counterfeit money who couldn't even distinguish between common sense economics could be accosted by such a beautiful woman. It's not a fair world. Lu Ming was also a bit shocked. He had never met a woman who was so good looking and drove a luxury car. Who took the initiative to talk to him? MS. Win. Hello, my name is Lu Ming. May I ask what you want? Lu Ming followed her lead and introduced himself before asking. Win Rongrong was just about to open her mouth, when her afterglow swept over to see that the others were still paying attention to this side. She stopped her words and said, "This side is not very convenient. How about we change to a quieter place?" After she finished speaking, her eyes flicked to the Starbucks in the distance, basically intending to go there with Lu Ming to chat, but Lu Ming subconsciously said, "How about going to my house? I'm the only one at home and it's very quiet." He actually saw Win Rongrong's gaze, but he wanted to save money. What a waste of money to go to Starbucks. 2 cups or 10s. Lu Ming, who had been saving money to get married, could not change this habit for a while now, even though he knew he was getting rich. Win Rongrong froze, and then bit her red lips, revealing hesitation, and finally agreed only after struggling. "Yes, then I'm grateful to you for leading the way." After saying that, Win Rongrong clearly felt her heartbeat a few beats faster. It was the first time she had ever been to another man's house, and it scared her more than a little. After all, with her knowledge of her own charms, it wasn't out of the question if Lu Ming was so horny that he wanted to do something to her at home. But she didn't want to and couldn't let go of this last straw. Lu Ming laughed. "It's fine. Then you come with me." After saying that, Lu Ming turned around and walked into the neighborhood with Win Rongrong. Looking at the 3 words to take a beautiful woman home. Lu Ming, behind the road people have gone crazy. This kid early in the morning went peach blossom. Is that kid wrapped up? Such a beautiful woman. Come to harbor me. I'm willing. Thinking of Win Rongrong's swing and delicate body, the group of people were so jealous that their stomachs were filled with sour water. How come they don't get this kind of good thing? Lu Ming didn't know about the comments of the people in the back. After he and Win Rongrong entered the elevator, neither of them spoke in the confined space. Lu Ming sniffing near the side of the Win Rongrong body coming from the fragrance. The rest of the light glanced at the neckline of her clothes, at the snow-white delicate collarbone, as well as the unfathomable touch of white after. Suddenly the heartbeat is fast up. He took a deep breath to suppress his agitation. To the house. Open the door. Sorry, my house is a bit of a mess. Looking at the messy room, Lu Ming said with some embarrassment. It's okay. Wen Rongrong revealed a few light smiles as she looked up and down at Lu Ming's room with some surprise. How could Lu Ming live in such a humble room? This is not too bad. She remembered that the servants at home seemed to live dozens of times more than this. Did he really look away? Lu Ming is actually really poor? And so on. Wen Rongrong's eyes suddenly dead fixed on the shoe cabinet, followed by an incredulous look. Exquisite pretty face covered with horror. Only to see, on the shoe cabinet, are scattered a dozen dollar coins, one even covered by a sock. She couldn't believe her eyes. That's a dollar bill. You know, a dollar coin is a top quality rare currency, and each coin's inlay is made of 1,000-foot gold, so a single coin can buy a big luxury villa in Xinjiang. Coins have a unique exclusive number, and even have a chip specially planted by the banking union. Therefore, its manufacturing difficulty is extremely high, coupled with its own economic value. Under the influence of the two, the value of each coin can be said to be extremely rare. In the world do not know whether there are 100. But now, a dozen $1 coins were placed so casually in Lu Ming's house and covered with socks? Winning is no more than an unseen breakfast stand owner. With her eyesight, she could tell at a glance that the coins were all real. It was for this reason that she was half speechless with shock. Miss Win, please sit down. Miss Win? At this time, Lu Ming was hastily packing up the sofa, and when he vacated the floor, he found Wen Rongrong staring blankly at the shoe cabinet, and hurriedly shouted. Wen Rongrong didn't come back to her senses until Lu Ming shouted, and said in a panic, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. Her breathing was a little short, and her pretty face was a little hot and red. She was really shocked by Lu Ming's handiwork. Sorry to startle you. I'm used to living alone and being scattered. Lu Ming thought it was because he was too unkempt to scare the other party, hurriedly stepped forward to throw away the socks, and then casually gathered up those scattered coins, subconsciously embarrassed to explain. These coins, at first I wanted to find a deposit box to clean up, but then brought home too much, and I forgot. I didn't think that I would let you see the joke. Lu Ming home near the supermarket with the dollar coins to unlock the shopping cart, but Lu Ming time and again did not bring coins, can only be changed with the supermarket, and over time to the home is full of coins. He explains this bit as actually trying to make an excuse for his sloppiness, but who knows? After Wen Rongrong heard it, her beautiful eyes were even more like seeing a ghost, staring at him in shock. Is this human language? What do you mean you have too many coins and are too lazy to clean up? Wen suddenly felt a rush of blood to her brain and some dizziness. I've seen rich people, not this rich. She remembered that even though her own grandfather was so rich, he had to order someone to take a safe to put it in when he was confronted with a dollar coin. But Lu Ming actually just wanted to use the deposit box for a bit, and actually forgot about it later? Where are you from, dirtbag? No, it's fine, Mr. Lu, I don't mind. In the end, Wen Rongrong could only laugh dryly. She suddenly felt that it was normal for people to feel strange about themselves when they lived in a Spartan room, because Lu Ming has been rich to the realm that mortals like her can't understand. Resident's simple point, and what's the harm? Some rich people realm is so high, like the simple life. Lu Ming is oblivious to the fact that, just for a moment, he has become a rich man with a very high state of mind in the heart of this great beauty. Wen Rongrong. He coughed dryly. Come on, let's sit down. Ms. Wen. Can you tell me now what it is you're looking for from me? Only then did Wen Rongrong detach herself from the shock, and after taking a deep breath, she looked straight at Lu Ming and opened the door. It's like this, Mr. Lu, I hope that I have the opportunity to work with you. Chapter 4, Wen Rongrong's shock. Cooperation? Cooperation for what? Lu Ming asked. Wen Rongrong pursed her lips and said, Mr. Lu, truth be told, I'm actually the president of the Qinghe sub-branch of the Jiaonong Bank. And I've just seen you take out a huge amount of $10 at the breakfast store. That's why I wish to invite you to make a deposit at our bank. She did not intend to hide it from Lu Ming, because she knew that covering up would disgust a rich man of Lu Ming's caliber, and it was easier to gain favor by being open and honest. Lu Ming suddenly realized, oh, so it turns out you want me to make a deposit in your bank, right? It was only now that he reacted to the fact that Wen Rongrong would be staring at him solely because of the fact that he had pulled out $10. People's breakfast stand owners don't recognize the authenticity of the money, and the bank branch president must have found out that his money was real, and that's why he came to the door for the deposit. Right, Wen Rongrong gushed. If you are willing to cooperate with our bank, I will strive for the most favorable treatment for you, such as the huge sum of $10 that you have just shown, and if you do not have a high demand for liquidity, I will strive for a 10% interest rate for a 3-year fixed term. as well as a large number of value-added services, including my own financial services that can be provided to you 24 hours a day. She wanted to grab Lu Ming as a lifesaver too much. If she can't fulfill her performance to the family's requirements, she'll have to be the family's marriage tool. But Lu Ming suddenly interrupted her. Governor Win, I have a question. Go ahead. Winnie stopped immediately. I had already deposited money with your bank. Do I still have such a favorable deal to deposit again? Lu Ming asked. He could remember that his $200,000 had just been stored in the Qinghe branch where Win Rongrong was located. When did you make a deposit with our bank? Win Rongrong froze. If a bigwig of Lu Ming's level had saved money, she would definitely know about it. Yes, it was deposited a long time ago. Look at my bank card. Lu Ming turned around and pulled out the bank card he kept in his wallet. Seeing the bank card, Win Rongrong instantly opened his red lips in shock, only to see that a magnetic card with a black and purple body was being presented in front of Win Rongrong. On the surface of the black card, there was a hidden gilt-pale dragon, with the help of the reflection of the daylight outside the window, bursting out a shocking and horrible momentum. In addition to the Cthulhu, there are two lines in the lower left corner. Line 1, World Bank Coalition. Second line, VIP line, 159x times x times x times x times x. What's this? World Bank Coalition? Personal assistant? Lu Ming froze. He wondered if he had taken the wrong card, but he remembered that there was only one bank card and one ID card in his wallet. It was impossible to take the wrong. Just then, Win Rongrong couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out in disbelief. Is this the black gold dragon card of the banking union? Oh my god. Is Grandpa telling the truth? A black and gold dragon card? What's this? Lu Ming froze. Win Rongrong subconsciously explained, Legend Black Gold Dragon Card is a card specially issued by the banking union for the world's top tycoons. Other cards have value-added services and bank concessions. This card has all of them. In addition, they are dedicated to your one-way contact with a secret account manager, the ability to mobilize funds from all banks worldwide, and so on. Moreover, the biggest feature of this card is that the degree of information security is the first in the world. The information of the card owner can't even be inquired by the insiders of the banking alliance. Only the sole administrator of the banking alliance knows who the card owner is. So no one in the world so far knows how many people actually own the Black Gold Dragon card. I used to wonder how such bank cards could possibly exist. Wouldn't they cause tons of trouble for bank management? I didn't expect to see it in your place. After hearing what Win Rongrong said, Lu Ming was shocked. When did he ever run this such a powerful card? With that, he reacted. It must have been a big change in the world. And with it, his bank card. Just then, Win Rongrong suddenly got up in a panic, bent over at 90 degrees and bowed, and said with a strong sense of fear, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, it's Rongrong who has sold out. You own this card, so how could you not know the services that this card possesses? It's because I've been talking too much. She had just spoken out of turn because she was so shocked. She now realized that her last words could easily make Lu Ming feel that the property was deposited with her and would be managed at her whim. Then if Lu Ming gets angry about it and calls the World Bank Alliance directly, she'll really be in trouble. Seeing that Win Rongrong apologized so loudly, Lu Ming waved his hand. It's fine. You sit down first. I really don't understand. I'm clearer after listening to your explanation. As he spoke, Lu Ming suddenly realized that Win Rongrong's neckline was wide open due to her bending over, and his eyes subconsciously slipped into the two towering masses. His eyes suddenly widened and a rush of blood banged into the top of his head. Nice guy. Now that's what I call a deep city. He looked twice before taking advantage of the fact that Win Rongrong didn't notice and hurriedly withdrew his eyes and sat upright. Thank you, Mr. Lu. And Win Rongrong heard. Then straighten up. Sit back on the sofa. The heart also surged a few points of warmth. In her thoughts, how could Lu Ming, as the owner of the Black Gold Dragon card, not know what its services were? It must have been Lu Ming playing dumb to give himself a leg up. It's really worthy of being one of the top tycoons that can stand on top of the world. This bosom made her ashamed of herself. It's fine. No need to be polite. Lu Ming said politely. Win Rongrong thanked her and after thinking and hesitating, she sighed and said, then since it's like this, Rongrong won't bother you here. But Lu Ming revealed his puzzlement. Aren't you going to let me open a card for deposit? How come you're leaving? You haven't even opened the card. And they're gone? Win Rongrong froze. You have the Black Gold Dragon card. Do you still need a card from our bank? If Lu Ming's card was from another bank, Win Rongrong was still confident that she could offer tempting conditions to get Lu Ming to run a card. But the Black Gold Dragon card had the world's top banking services. And she, a small branch, even if she was more powerful, couldn't give Lu Ming any more tempting conditions, so she could only choose to leave. Of course I need it. I can't carry this card around with me every day. Lu Ming smiled. Knowing that he had the black gold dragon card, Lu Ming decided to open another card so that it would be convenient when he went out to use it. It would be troublesome if one day he used the black gold dragon card and was seen by some people who knew what they were doing and was missed. Win Rongrong's originally bleak eyes instantly lit up with surprise and joy. Are you telling the truth? Of course. Lu Ming smiled, but then added, but first things first, I can open a card at any bank in Qingcheng, not just yours, so I won't do it if your conditions can't be more favorable than the others. Although Win Rongrong looked as charming as a scourge, he was not someone who thought by the lower half of his body. He wouldn't have deposited his money if the other guy couldn't even make a better offer than the others. No problem, Mr. Lu, I can't compete with the banking union, but compared to the other banks in Qingcheng, I'm confident that I can impress you. Win Rongrong smiled confidently. Yes, Lu Ming nodded. Just then, Kala, the doorknob of the gate was suddenly turned and the door opened. Lu Ming and Win Rongrong were startled and hurriedly turned back. When he saw the visitor, Lu Ming's face instantly became ugly. Lin Jiao, why are you here? Chapter 5, You ruined my brother. At the main door, there stood a long-legged beauty who was none other than Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao was wearing a fitted wraparound dress, long wavy hair, heavy makeup, and a hot, bumpy body. Lin Jiao wasn't terribly stunning to look at, but her body was superb. In college, Lu Ming, who was with her, did not know how many people's jealousy and envy he had harvested, and now he was even more so because of his figure, which had been seen by someone like Zhang Yun, who had read countless women. At the moment, she was standing in the doorway with the key to her room in her hand, her face full of ice. Lu Ming hadn't had time to get the key back before she had the chance to open the door. When Lu Ming saw her, he remembered the friend circle she had posted, and his fire came up as he coldly said, "What are you doing here? Lu Ming, don't think I'm happy to come to your house." Lin Jiao revealed a few moments of sarcasm and threw the key on Lu Ming's shoe cabinet like a piece of trash. Sneering, "I'm here to ask you to apologize." Lu Ming was shocked. She cheated and she wanted to apologize herself? Does she know what she's talking about? At this time, a woman walked out behind Lin Jiao. She was wearing a black silk dress, the dress clothing material close to the body, will be its exquisite curves outlined to the fullest, long and slender legs and feet wrapped in thin as cicada wings of black silk stockings. Looks extremely moving. At this moment, after she appeared, she immediately shouted at Lu Ming. Yes, Lu Ming, you quickly apologized to Jiao Jiao. Wei Xiner, why are you here too? Lu Ming frowned. Wei Xiner is not only Lin Jiao's best friend in college, but also Lu Ming's classmate in college. And Lu Ming has been listening to Lin Jiao and her classmates discussing Wei Xiner since before. She works out all year round, has an extremely good body, very good at dressing up, and has been the goddess of many boys since she joined the school, but she has never been in love, because Wei Xiner is extremely gold-digging, and in her heart, only a very rich male son of the kind in Longdu is worthy of her. Because of this, when Lu Ming and Lin Jiao were in a relationship, they were despised and mocked by Wei Xiner all the time. Wei Xiner revealed a sneer. Of course I'm here to back up Jiao Jiao. What if you want to bully her? Bullying? Lu Ming laughed in anger. Wei Xiner, do you know what she did? Of course Wei Xiner knew that Lu Ming was talking about Lin Jiao's cheating and teased. We are all adults. What we want to do before we get married is free. What's more, the one who greened you is Zhang Yun Jiang Shao. You poor bastard have to feel honored. You. Lu Ming's eyes were wide open. Win Rongrong, who was behind Lu Ming, was shocked by these remarks and looked up at Wei Xiner, rather speechless. Calling a rich man like Lu Ming, who held a black and gold dragon card and threw away $1 coins like garbage, a pauper? Does this man know what he's talking about? However, when Rongrong quickly reacted that she was afraid that Lu Ming was pretending to be poor to be in a relationship with Lin Jiao, and that was why he was mistaken for a poor man. That's normal, too. Many rich people like to do this to test their partner's loyalty. And while Win Rongrong was thinking, she caught Wei Xiner's attention. When Wei Xiner saw Win Rongrong, her eyes widened and flashed with amazement. Bright eyes, red lips, tight body, stunning face. This woman is so beautiful too. But the next second, she fiercely poo-pooed it. There's a woman in the house early in the morning? Oh, Lu Ming, you rolled in bed with this woman last night? Scum, you just broke up yesterday, and today you're bringing home another woman? And so good-looking? Lu Ming looks honest, but turns out to be a seamless deadbeat scumbag. Lin Jiao's face turned not so good when she saw Win Rongrong. Lu Ming, weren't you playing Deep Love downstairs in my company yesterday? It turns out that you can find a new woman in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming should always like herself even if it was something she didn't want. She wouldn't allow another woman to take it. What's more, it's a woman like Win Rongrong who has completely crushed her in terms of temperament, appearance and body shape. Don't be a bloodhound. She has nothing to do with me. Lu Ming didn't want to involve Win Rongrong. Seeing this, Win Rongrong, who had wanted to explain, stood silently behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming could explain it any way he wanted. It didn't matter to her. In fact, even if it is really misunderstood as Lu Ming's one-night stand object, Win Rongrong also does not mind. So maybe it can also make Lu Ming feel guilty, so as to save a little more money to complete the family goal. It's not like it really cost her her virginity anyway. But Lin Jiao didn't listen to Lu Ming's explanation and only believed what she wanted to believe. Sneering, a man and a woman, staying together early in the morning. You're fine. Who believes it? Lu Ming. Originally, I still felt a little bit sorry for you, but now it seems that I don't need to hold much guilt for you. All of a sudden, she felt that her move of cheating and greening Lu Ming was just too right to be true. Otherwise, she felt sure that Lu Ming would have cheated on Win Rongrong before her. Wei Xin said helpfully, Jia Jiao, this kind of poor and scummy man, leaving early is a good thing for you. Lu Ming gasped and laughed. He was too lazy to explain to these two double-standard people anymore. What exactly do you two want to do in my house? If you're just here to reverse right and wrong, get the hell out. Will you? You. Wei Xin'er was furious. You dare to tell us to get out? Xin'er, don't get angry with this kind of person. Lin Jiao stopped her and said to Lu Ming, Lu Ming, I won't bother with you about your cheating, but you must apologize to me. This time, not only Lu Ming, even Win Rongrong can't help but gasp and laugh. How did Lin Jiao manage to make such a justifiable slur, without even evidence? He directly stood on the moral high ground and accused Lu Ming. Apologize? Apologize for what? Blaming me for going downstairs to your company and crashing you as a Panyanlian? Lu Ming sneered. Lin Jiao's face changed. Show some respect in your speech. I'm asking you to apologize. I'm asking you to talk to my mother. To my brother. What? Lu Ming froze. Who am I to apologize to your mother and your brother? Just because you didn't put $200,000 in my mom's card on time this morning. Lin Jiao gritted her teeth. Do you know that you didn't call over the dowry money, causing my brother to have no money? And the woman didn't agree to the engagement. Do you know that? Lu Ming originally intended to give Lin Jiao 200,000 dowry, was used by the Lin family for Lin Jiao's brother's wedding money. Now that Lu Ming didn't give it to them, making it impossible for them to get engaged, Lin Jiao naturally came to Lu Ming's door to find trouble. Lu Ming was caught off guard by Lin Jiao's accusation, and he wondered if there was something wrong with his ears or the world. What are you talking about? The fact that you cheated on me means that our engagement has been automatically cancelled. And now you want me to pay you a dowry? Is your brain kicked by a donkey? Ah! Lu Ming roared out in anger. And at the end of his words, he laughed in anger. I've been with you for 6 years. How come I've never realized that you can actually be so shameless? Behind Lu Ming, Win Rongrong is even more shocked and wide-eyed. How on earth did Lu Ming, a godly tycoon who could throw dollar coins around, see this kind of woman? Is it possible that the tastes of the divinely rich are all so unique? She couldn't help the thought that flashed through her head. If a commodity like Lin Jiao can get engaged to Lu Ming, then, it seems like she can. Thinking of this, Win Rongrong's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and she poo-pooed herself in her heart. What's wrong with you? How come I have these strange thoughts in my head? Facing Lu Ming's accusation, Lin Jiao nonetheless did not show half a bit of weakness. On the contrary, more justified. I derailed to my derailment. It is you before first with my mother about this morning to play money over. My mother will promise the woman to play money today. Now, how are you going to be responsible for ruining my brother's marriage by not keeping your word first? Chapter 6. What is all this crap? Lu Ming looked at Lin Jiao's righteous appearance and didn't speak. He wondered what kind of evil he had gotten into in the previous 6 years to become obsessed with this woman. Are you going to be a scoundrel? Lu Ming, hurry up and transfer the money. What are you waiting for? At this time, Wei Xin'er took a long stride, walked to Lu Ming, and fiercely reached out and pushed him. Awkwardly, Lu Ming stood firm, and she couldn't push Lu Ming, who was a fitness instructor, at all. I'm an old scoundrel? Wei Xin'er, are you crazy? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes showing a fierce light. The anger in him could no longer be contained. Wei Xin'er was a bit scared, but started to accuse Lu Ming again. You're the one who's crazy. You said you were going to call Auntie with the money and you didn't do it. That means you didn't keep your word. You're the one who owes the money. Owes the money, or what do you know? It's the old scoundrel. You're a scoundrel. Lin Jiao is even borrowing her girlfriends to start messing around, yelling, old scoundrels, pay back the money. After listening to Wei Xin'er's loud accusations, the neighbors outside the door had already begun to have people pointing and even whispering, really believing that Lu Ming was an old scoundrel. The anger in Lu Ming's heart had already reached the extreme. Lin Jiao is thinking of screwing him over and tarnishing his reputation after she's wronged him. Thinking about this, and then thinking about Lin Jiao's ruthless attitude yesterday, and Zhang Yun's kiss downstairs at the company. Lu Ming was enraged and roared, "Shut the hell up!" The words fell. The two men were startled in unison, looking at Lu Ming, whose pupils were bloodshot and whose muscles bulged all over his body, emitting an amazing aura. The two men were instinctively afraid, but the two quickly calmed down again and resumed their toes. They didn't believe that Lu Ming dared to hit a woman. If Lu Ming dared to make a move, they would definitely make him pay a heavy price. "I'll just say this. You cheated on me. There's no way the dowry will be paid. And if you guys make any more trouble, I'll call the sheriff's department." Lu Ming poo-pooed it. Lin Jiao, however, is anxious. Without Lu Ming's 200,000, then his brother Lin Yanglong's marriage will fall through. Then who will she ask for the money then? There was no way she could go and ask Zhang Yun for it. Lu Ming is an honest man. No power. No power. Good to cheat and pit. Of course, take it with him. If he were to take money from Zhang Yun, let alone take money, I am afraid that Zhang Yun would be scared away immediately. Seeing this, Lin Jiao finally made a killing move. "Lu Ming, even if I cheated, so what? Even if you and I can't get married, so what? I've been with you for 6 years. How much face have I given you? Don't I have to pay for my youth loss? If you don't give it, I'm going to go to your parents' hometown and make a scene. Make your parents sick because you're an ungrateful son, go to your gym, and make you lose your face and your job." Hearing these words, Lu Ming's brain roared, and all of his qi and blood surged up to the top of his head. Filled with rage, and biting hatred flowed out of his eyes. Lin Jiao ruined his hopes for love, and now she's planning to ruin his parents, his job, and even his life? Behind the scenes Wen Rongrong is really angry this time. What kind of heart does this woman have? And Lu Ming didn't get angry anymore. Instead he calmed down. "So you mean, you want to get $200,000 of youth loss from me, right?" "That's right." Seeing Lu Ming like this, Lin Jiao showed a smug look to Wei Xin. With this look, Lu Ming seems to be scared and might actually be stupid enough to give them the money. "Okay, just wait. I'll get my cell phone and transfer it to you now." Lu Ming revealed an icy look and turned around to walk in. "Gee whiz, talk a big game, but you're still going to be a good boy and give us the money?" Wei Xin skimmed her mouth, revealing a strong disdain. Thought how tough Lu Ming could be? It seems honest people are so easy to bully. "I'm exhausted. Can't you give me the money earlier? I had to come here in person." "What a? He's just as disgusting as his countryside parents. Why don't you get out of Qingchen?" Lin Jiao muttered under her breath. Then, as if she had come to her own home, she sat on Lu Ming's sofa as if no one else was there, sitting in a casual manner. At the same time, she also glanced at Wen Rongrong, who had been standing still, skimming her lips with some jealousy. "Hey, you're so pretty. Why do you have to do such a lowly job? What a disgrace to us women." "Exactly." Wei Xiner chimed in with a look of contempt. She thought that Wen Rongrong was a technician that Lu Ming had gotten from whichever club he had gone to. She didn't believe that Lu Ming could find such a beautiful girl with his own abilities. When Wen Rongrong heard this, she didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled. "Miss Lin, to give up Mr. Lu for a mere Zhang Yun, I think it will be a lifetime of regret for you. She will not count with people like Lin Jiao, who is as shallow as a frog in the bottom of a well, and she will only sympathize with the woman who can treat Zhang Yun as a treasure and give up Lu Ming." How could a Jiang family that was only capable of wielding power in Qingcheng be compared to a world tycoon like Lu Ming? When Rongrong really feels sad for Lin Jiao, she never knows what she's missing. Ha ha ha, who knows? When Rongrong's words drew even louder jeers from the two women. Wei Xin covered her mouth and laughed nonstop. "This young lady, yesterday Lu Ming was giving you how much ecstasy? You have to be clear in your own heart. The money he gave you only included the labor fee in bed, but didn't let you get out of bed and still have to brag about him." Lin Jiao eyes revealed a thick resentment. Sneered. "Still regret? Then I also tell you, you sleep with Lu Ming is your biggest regret. Originally, with your posture, you can go to the high society as a socialite, and in your line of work, the most you want is definitely to climb into the bed of a rich man. But don't worry, in the future, I will take the identity of Mrs. Jiang, and advertise you well in the high society. At that time, I'd like to know that you, a person who has been poor man's played with rotten goods, which rich man will want it?" However, when Wen Rongrong heard this, she couldn't help but lose her smile. "Then I'll work hard for Miss Lin to publicize for me." Seeing Wen Rongrong being threatened by herself or being so calm and elegant, Lin Jiao is finally not calm anymore. She gritted her teeth in jealousy. Why wasn't this woman panicking? Isn't she afraid? Just then, "Here, I'll give you the youth loss you want." Lu Ming walked out. Lin Jiao and Wei Xin immediately averted their eyes. Lin Jiao showed her excitement. It wasn't Lu Ming's transfer that responded to her, but the suitcase she had left behind earlier. Bang! Lu Ming threw the suitcase in front of Lin Jiao and sneered. Here, take it. Your youth loss fee. Lin Jiao froze. How do you pay back cash? She hastily opened her suitcase, and what met her eyes was not the 200,000 horns she had been longing for. Instead, it's a pile of raggedy clothes and a couple of cheap hand-me-downs. Aromatherapy. Seeing this, Lin Jiao was immediately furious. What is all this garbage? Where's the money? Lu Ming laughed out loud. Don't you remember what these are? Lin Jiao. This garbage. But you send me a gift every year. When you send me, but told me that it contains your heart for me. It's worth a lot of money. What? Did you forget all about it? When these words came out, Lin Jiao immediately froze. Chapter 7, Transferring $200,000. She didn't realize that all this junk that the dogs didn't want was a gift from herself. Looking at the frozen Lin Jiao, Lu Ming sneered. His heart saddened to the core. He sent Lin Jiao's gift. The accumulation is about to have more than 100,000. Every dollar is not day and night to earn. The most expensive gift Lin Jiao gave him was surprisingly a $20 scented candle bought on Taobao. And now, Lin Jiao actually did not even remember to send their own gifts. But even every piece is like a treasure. I don't care. These things don't matter now. I want you to hurry up and give me the money. Then, Lin Jiao became irritated and raised her finger in anger. Wei Xin yelled back. Hurry up and pay, or call your parents right away. Fine. You guys fight. I want to see who dies first. But Lu Ming wasn't afraid of their threats at all, revealing a sneer. As long as you guys dare to mess with my parents. Lin Jiao. I'll talk to your brother's fiancé about how your brother knocked up a girl from a middle school before, and lost $30,000 to get rid of it. You? What did you say? Lin Jiao's face immediately turned green as she panicked. You dare to threaten my brother? She never expected that Lu Ming, who had always been gentle and honest, would use such tactics. Some time ago, Lin Yonglong behind the back of his fiancée Fong Lu, a girl's belly. The other parents approached Lin Yonglong. To be responsible for Lin Yonglong spent a lot of effort to suppress the matter, did not let the family and fiancé know. As for why Lu Ming knows so well, because, Lin Yonglong compensation for the girl's 30,000. Is Lin Jiao asked Lu Ming for Lin Yonglong out. When Lu Ming did not want to come out, Lin Jiao also cried and forced Lu Ming. Said Lu Ming if not out of the money, she has to break up with Lu Ming. Because of this, Lu Ming ended up offering that 30,000. It was foolish to think about it. You call this a threat? Oh, Lin Jiao. I'm telling you, you'd better get out of here right now, or else the chat logs of you begging me to help your brother with the money. I'll give them all to your brother's fiancé. Lu Ming sneered. At the same time, he laughed to himself in his heart. For 6 years, he had never once deleted his chat records with Lin Jiao, in order to record his lifelong relationship with Lin Jiao. As a result, this chat log simply doesn't go on for a lifetime, and the only time it actually plays a role is to protect himself from being hurt by Lin Jiao. When these words came out, Lin Jiao's face turned completely pale, her body trembled and she couldn't speak. You take your stuff and get out right now, and if anything happens on my parents' end, I'll be done with you. Got it? Lu Ming poo-pooed it. Lin Jiao faced this situation, where she dared to force Lu Ming to take 200,000 again, but she was very reluctant, gritted her teeth and said, then I'm leaving now. Can you delete the chat records first? How dare you try to bargain? Get out! Lu Ming shouted angrily. Wei Xin'er grayly pulled Lin Jiao, who still wanted to open her mouth, away. Bang! The door to the room closed and the whole world was finally quiet. I'm sorry, Ms. Win, for making you laugh. After Lin Jiao left, Lu Ming turned his head to Win Rongrong and apologized. He felt a little humiliated. It's okay, Mr. Lu, it's not your fault. Winning Rongrong, on the contrary, after experiencing this farce of Lin Jiao, had developed a few good feelings towards Lu Ming in his heart. A person who has misplaced a deep love will always attract sympathy, especially since this man is a top billionaire. Let's get back to what we just deposited. Ms. Win. Lu Ming sighed and said, okay, Mr. Lu, here's the deal. The offer I've decided to make you is. Win Rongrong was just about to introduce it. Who knows? Lu Ming waved his hand. It's fine. You don't need to say anything. Just open the card for me directly and I'll deposit the money. Why? Win Rongrong was staggered. She did not expect that Lu Ming, who just now had to compare and contrast, is now actually so quick to. You've just suffered an unearned disaster because of me. This is my apology. I hope you don't take it personally. Lu Ming heard Lin Jiao and Wei Xian'er sneering at Win Rongrong as he was packing up his things in his room. Putting himself in Lu Ming's shoes, he felt that if he had been slandered because of someone else's innocence, he would definitely be very angry. But Win Rongrong didn't get angry at all. and even spoke up for himself and sympathized with him. Just for that, Lu Ming felt it was right to open a card. Upon hearing this, the stunned Wen Rongrong finally came to a clear understanding, and sighed after. Mr. Lu, you really have a broad mind. The one who cursed was Lin Jiao, but in order to feel good in his heart, Lu Ming decided to compensate himself. I'm flattered. Lu Ming shook his head, and at that moment, Wen Rongrong said, however, Mr. Lu, I will still definitely offer you the most generous conditions in all of Qingcheng, so just wait to receive your card at that time. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. At this time, Wen Rongrong pursed her lips and smiled. There's one more thing that I think you'll want to hear. What is it? Lu Ming froze. The Zhang family is recently taking a loan of a few $dozen from the provincial bank. I've inquired that this loan is very important to their capital chain. If it's not approved, their capital chain will break. Wen Rongrong laughed. I heard that the process is already underway now, but if you need it, Mr. Lu, in your capacity, to say hello, I think, if the Zhang family doesn't want to go down in flames, they should have to get on their knees and beg you to let them go. After she knew that Lu Ming's enemy was Zhang Yun, she immediately remembered the matter of the Zhang family borrowing money in the provincial city, and planned to take this matter out and sell it. The words fell. Lu Ming was immediately surprised. Really? You're so good yourself? You can trap the Chang family in a situation of no return just by saying hello? Then who's this hello to? Of course it's true. With your position in the banking union, you'll be able to do it with a word. When Wen Rongrong said this, she paused and said, or if it's inconvenient for you, I can do it for you and talk to the people at the provincial bank. Then I'll trouble Miss Wen. Lu Ming thought about it and immediately agreed. Wen Rongrong revealed a smile. Mr. Lu is polite. She leapt a little inside, because she felt that to screw the Zhang family, Lu Ming only needed to make a phone call, but now she was willing to leave it to herself to do it. Surely it was because she was one step closer to herself, being able to have a tendency to have a close relationship with a godly tycoon in a short period of time. Wen Rongrong was very happy, but where did Wen Rongrong know that Lu Ming would choose to let her do the work for him, purely just because he didn't know where to go to make a phone call to screw over the Zhang family? At this time, Lu Ming felt that he couldn't let Wen Rongrong be an officer for nothing, and after considering it for a while, he said, then in that case, Ms. Wen, I'll deposit $1,000 in your bank. Do you think that's enough? Wen Rongrong smiled and said, of course it is enough. What did you say? In the first half of the sentence, Wen Rongrong was still smiling. She felt that Lu Ming's first deposit, at the top of the day, deposited a few tens of millions or even $1. No matter how much, she was acceptable. Cooperation needs to be fine-tuned. So, she immediately balked. But when the promise was made, she realized with a jolt that something was wrong. 1,000. Fast? $1,000. What? Too little? Lu Ming froze and touched his nose, a little embarrassed. In fact, his perceptions were still stuck before the devaluation of prices, and $1,000, though a lot, would always make him feel a little underpowered when it came out of his mouth. After all, in the past, if you went to the counter to deposit $1,000, you would have to be despised by the people at the counter. But Wen Rongrong waved her hand violently. Her face surged with a few dainty blushes, and she began to stutter in her speech. Mr. Lu, you're joking. 1,000. It's just too much. She was so stunned by this that her whole brain was still buzzing now. Is that how exciting it is to save money for God? It's not 1,000 horns. It's $1,000. 1,000 villas thrown out of your mouth? After sorting out the concept of this figure, the stimulated Wen Rongrong felt that her qi and blood were surging upward, and her entire body temperature had risen quite a bit at this moment. Oh, that's fine. I'll transfer the money in when you get the card done. Seeing that Wen Rongrong wasn't too little, Lu Ming calmly waved his hand. It's just a fraction. You don't have to feel too much. $1,000 is just a fraction of what he has. When Wen Rongrong left Lu Ming's home, her pretty face was flushed, her walk was weak, her eyes were in a trance, and she felt that the whole world was a little less real. $1,000 just deposited? Even if the winners were to move a huge amount of $1,000 in a hurry, it would have to go through a full meeting and half a day of bickering. And Lu Ming says one word, opens his mouth, and $1,000 is transferred? Is this the world of the rich? She doesn't get it. She doesn't understand. The words are split. After Lin Jiao and Wei Xiner left Lu Ming's house, the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Xiner? No, I can't bear this breath. What gives him the right to treat me like this? And, why are you pulling me away? You let me scold him properly. Lin Jiao sat in the car Lu Ming bought for her, yelling hysterically and slapping the steering wheel uncontrollably with both hands. as if she was venting as if the steering wheel were Lu Ming. I'm pulling you away because I'm afraid you'll yell at him. What if he gets angry and makes all the chat logs public? Wei Xin complained. I'm doing this for your own good. Why are you blaming me instead? You're just too much of a coward. You don't realize that he wouldn't dare make the chat logs public. Lin Zhao said. His gym boss is under Jiang Xiao. One word from Jiang Xiao and he'll lose his job. Do you think he dares to go public? He's just scaring me. Lin Zhao had just been bluffed by Lu Ming. Now that she thought about it, Jiang Yun could pinch Lu Ming to death with a single word. So how could Lu Ming dare to resist? Upon hearing this, Wei Xin put her heart down and followed with hatred. Then in that case, we'll have to think of another way to get 200,000 from him so that he can intimidate us. Yeah, I'm going to get the $200,000 back from him that was supposed to be mine. Lin Zhao's eyes shed angry grudges. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Right, this guy before in order to show loyalty, said to me what I want to spend money when I can spend. Put his payment app account password, including the payment password are all told me. Then I am not now able to go on his number to transfer money? Really? Wei Xin was immediately surprised. In that case, won't Lin Zhao get all the money she wants? Really? Don't believe you see. We just broke up yesterday. This guy must not have had time to change the password. Let's hurry up and transfer the money. Lin Zhao took out her cell phone and quickly entered the account password. Wei Xin fixed her eyes and they lit up. Really logged on. Chapter 8, Lin Zhao's Killer. Are there really such stupid people these days? Wei Xin smiled cheekily. She didn't think it was actually true that there were people who told their partners all their account passwords and didn't change them even when they broke up. It was hopelessly stupid. Told you. He's not in his right mind. Just cokes in hand over everything. Lin Zhao hummed. That's why Lin Zhao was so angry this time when she was faced with Lu Ming's failure to pay. Because, in the past, when she wanted something, Lu Ming would immediately give it to her with his ass on the line. But she didn't expect that this time Lu Ming would dare to resist, which was really infuriating. Or you know how to hold people. If you hadn't conditioned Lu Ming so well, there's no way you could have been able to log into his account. Wei Xin said. Then in that case, you quickly transfer the money. He must be smooching with that chicken right now and not looking at his cell phone. He won't find out if you transfer the money now. The chicken she was talking about was Win Rong Rong. Yes, Lin Zhao directly transferred Lu Ming's $200,000 to her account. After the transfer, Lin Zhao had planned to exit Lu Ming's account. But Wei Xin suddenly said, just turn a little more. He just dared to threaten you. You have to teach him a little lesson. She wants Lin Zhao to transfer all of Lu Ming's money. In that case, wouldn't Lu Ming obediently kneel in front of them at that time and beg them to return the money to him? Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. Yeah, let him threaten me and I'll transfer all his money. However, Lin Zhao suddenly remembered something. But he may not have the money now in order to get married. If you don't have money, you can still try. Who knows if he'll hide money behind your back. He dared to go to a prostitute last night and threatened you today. Do you really think this man is as honest as he seems? Wei Xin bristled. Men like Lu Ming, who are not what they appear to be, are the most annoying? Lin Zhao agreed with Wei Xin's words and immediately took Lu Ming's account number and transferred money again. She didn't dare turn too much, though. She felt in her heart that Lu Ming was broke. Transfer successful, 10,000 cents. Seeing that it actually did transfer money successfully, Lin Zhao's anger instantly rose. This guy really lied to me. Asshole. Still saying he doesn't have any money? Keep trying and lose more. Wei Xin flung out. It's only 10,000 cents. What's that? Lin Zhao enters 100,000 horns. It was a breeze and the transfer was successful. This time, Wei Xin and Lin Zhao's faces all changed. How does he still have so much money? This guy tricked me so hard. Jiao, directly transfer $1 million. Maybe he's still secretly saving it. Wei Xin said. Yes. Lin Zhao immediately entered 1 million horns. In fact, she didn't believe that Lu Ming really had it. She felt that even if Lu Ming had hidden his personal money from her, but with Lu Ming's poor appearance, it was impossible that he still had that much money. But the truth hit her hard in the face. $1 million. The transfer was successful. Hiss. How does he still have so much money? Wei Xin froze. Before and after. They've made $11 million. Can't it be that Lu Ming is actually a hidden tycoon? Wei Xin told Lin Zhao about this idea. This guy, how can he be rich? Lin Zhao said. But how can you have so much money if you're not rich? Wei Xin urged. Lin Zhao frowned, but immediately realized again. I know. It must be him hiding it from me. What did he hide from you? He said his parents sold the house to give me a down payment. Maybe the house sold for millions. Only he lied to me and only said it sold for a little bit. Lin Zhao gritted her teeth and was filled with anger. This bastard. How dare he hide this from me like this? Damn you. Then since this is the case, we have now taken all of his money. When the time comes, let him write a letter of apology, as well as to your brother to make amends for 500,000. We will then forgive him, so that it also seems that we are magnanimous. Do you think it is good? Wei Xin'er gave Lin Jiao an idea. Good. Ha! I'd like to see now if he can still be so tough with me when he doesn't have a penny left. Lin Jiao sneered. She was not afraid that Lu Ming would dare to use other means to get the money back, because she had Jiang Yun behind her, and she was not afraid of Lu Ming at all. For Lin Jiao, she was now going to punish Lu Ming. That's right. I'll make him kneel in front of our Lin family and apologize. Lin Jiao spoke and logged out of Lu Ming's account. In her opinion, now that they had gotten their hands on all of Lu Ming's property, it would still be a breeze to pin down Lu Ming? But how does she know that the more than $1 million she transferred away is completely a 9 cow and a hare to Lu Ming? She couldn't even see how much money Lu Ming's bank card balance actually had. Lu Ming's house. Lu Ming waited for the house to be completely empty. He slapped his head with exasperation. I forgot to bring back the car keys and house keys. His new house and car are still in Lin Jiao's hands, and he just forgot to take the keys. Thinking of this, Lu Ming opened his cell phone, intending to notify Lin Jiao to get the key ready, and he would stop by to pick it up on his way to work. Who knows? Just turn on your cell phone. Lu Ming's pupils immediately shrunk. Only a few transfer messages came into view. Your account was logged in on another device at 08:35. Bank card information, 10,000, 0 cents transferred. Your current account balance is transferred 1,000,000, 0 cents. Your current account balance, with the transfer of 1,000,000, 0 cents. Your current account balance is $211,436.99, 987, 20,063 cents. Lu Ming's eyes changed drastically, and then when he saw that his account had been logged away and the money had all been transferred to Lin Jiao's account, his anger rose uncontrollably. Lin Jiao, this woman, who couldn't get the money in person, secretly logged into his account and transferred the money away. Lu Ming stood up in a flash and punched the phone out. Lin Jiao, what gives you the right to do this? On what grounds? Ha! Lu Ming, haven't I made myself clear enough? I'm telling you, I'm just getting back the $200,000 I deserve. And the other money, I'm using it to punish you. Lin Jiao said on the other end of the phone, if you don't come to the Lin family, apologize on your knees, and beg for my forgiveness, I will never pay you back this money. You're stealing. You think you're going to be okay? Lu Ming revealed a cold smile. Oh, theft The account number was given to me by you of your own accord. And you yourself have said that how much money you want to ask me to transfer by myself. And I just do what you tell me to do. Can this be called theft? Lin Jiao sneered, her tone full of sarcasm at the deep love Lu Ming had once given. Lu Ming's fists clenched instantly, and the pupils of his eyes were even flushed red. Why was I so stupid in the first place? Fine. Then in that case, don't blame me. I'll send the chat logs to Lin Yanglong's fiancé right now. Lu Ming poo-pooed it. If you dare to send it, I dare to make you lose your job. And also make Jiang Xiao block you in Xinjiang, so you won't be able to find a single job. Lin Jiao smugly threw out the killer. She knew how much money Lu Ming owed. She dared to guarantee 100% that Lu Ming would absolutely bow down. But the facts made her miscalculate. Chapter 9 Gym Expulsion. Lu Ming didn't even bow his head as he expected. Fine. Go ahead and say it. I'll send out the chat now and I'll see who dies first. Lu Ming sneered. Unemployed? He's 20 times richer than the richest man in the world. And he's scared less of unemployment. You're not afraid? Lin Jiao panicked. She did not expect Lu Ming not only did not intend to come to kneel down and pray for forgiveness, but also actually intend to really fish to death. Lu Ming didn't answer her. Instead he warned, I'll limit you to transfer the money back in half an hour. In addition, my car keys and house keys, I'm going to go and get them back from you. You'd better prepare them for me as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to keep your brother's marriage, but even yourself, you won't be able to keep it, and I can visit you in jail later. The words fell. Lin Jiao blew up. Lu Ming, I'm telling you, you still don't realize how serious things are. Tick-tock. Lu Ming pressed on, not intending to hear her out, and directly hung up the phone. Look at the card missing over 1 million horns. Though for him now, this is very little money, at best, just to buy a Mercedes or make a down payment. But, he was still angry. Lin Jiao's bottomless behavior over and over again was like slapping him one after the other. Fan that obsessive. Obsessive him. Lu Ming looked at the suitcase that Lin Jiao hadn't even taken in the end and squeezed his fists to death. If I'd known, I should have been nicer to mom and dad, and nicer to myself. Since this bastard dares to tear his face off from me, I want him dead. You go home first, I'll go find Jiang Xiao. Downstairs, Lin Jiao was so angry that her teeth were clenched. Yes, Wei Xin nodded her head, and then skimmed her mouth. However, this Lu Ming is also really stingy, but it's just $1 million or so. As to do this kind of thing? To young Jiang, $1 million or so is just a day's pocket money. Lin Jiao is just taking some money, and Lu Ming wants to send Lin Jiao in? The man is so careful. This kind of person usually looks honest. In fact, must have a belly full of bad water. Fortunately, I broke up with him a long time ago. Lin Jiao sneered. She then kicked the gas and sent Wei Xin'er back. Zhang's group. Zhang Yun's office. Lin Jiao knocked on the door of the inner office. Come in. At that moment, Zhang Yun's voice came. Lin Jiao walked to Zhang Yun's side. His eyes actually became red at an unimaginable speed. Jiang Xiao. Jia Jiao. What's wrong? When Zhang Yun saw Lin Jiao crying, he froze and took over Lin Jiao's slender waist. His big hands skillfully covered Lin Jiao's legs and rubbed them. Lin Jiao immediately fell into Zhang Yun's arms and cried. Lu Ming threatened my mom, saying that because I was with you, he was going to retaliate against our Lin family, saying that if the Lin family didn't give him $500,000, he was going to find someone to beat up my younger brother, and he was also going to slander me and send me to jail. Zhang Yun stared at Lin Jiao. He really said that? Lin Jiao was a bit vain, but she still acted on, nodding her head in a pitiful manner. He's got a lot of guts. Yesterday when I spoke to him in a nice manner, he didn't even call me a respectful young Jiang, and today he dares to go and threaten your family? Looks like he doesn't want to live a peaceful life. Zhang Yun let out a snort and dialed the phone. Go get the owner of the 7 Positive Gym to fire Lu Ming. As long as he fires Lu Ming, I'll agree to loan him the money, and have that boss tell Lu Ming that Lu Ming can only forgive him and grant him a way out if he comes to me. Zhang Yun, and kneels down in front of me and apologizes to the Lin family. Yes, the 7 Positive Gym is the gym that Lu Ming is in. Zhang Yun sneered. Lu Ming owes a lot of money. Without a job, he will die soon. If Lu Ming didn't want to kneel down and went straight to a different job, he would use the Zhang family's energy to block Lu Ming industry-wide in Xincheng. Watching Zhang Yun decide Lu Ming's life and death with a single sentence, Lin Jiao was secretly happy inside. Luckily, I made the right choice. If she hadn't followed Zhang Yun, where would she have seen her current life? Lu Ming Lu Ming. Now, I would like to see how you, who threatened me with a stiff upper lip, turn over. Well, Jiao, I've already taken care of things for you, so just wait for him to come and apologize on his knees. Zhang Yun laughed. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Lin Jiao thanked, then she gave Zhang Yun a watery look. Now then, it's my turn to thank young Jiang. How would you like to be thanked? Looking at Lin Jiao's enchanting appearance, Zhang Yun revealed a few moments of fire. Lin Jiao shy and charming, lightly biting her red lips, then suddenly squatted under Zhang Yun, followed by Rusty began to use the skills just learned. When Lin Jiao finished thanking her, Zhang Yun looked at her back as she left with a twist, revealing a few moments of teasing. Lu Ming, you're not completely useless, at least you left me a chick, as a thank you gift to Lu Ming. Zhang Yun decided to return Lin Jiao to Lu Ming's after he got tired of playing with her. If Lu Ming didn't agree, he would let Lu Ming know what it meant to be the power of the Zhang family. When the time comes, he'll also make Lu Ming thank himself for teaching Lin Jiao in front of his family and friends at the wedding. That kind of image made Zhang Yun feel good just thinking about it. 7 Positive Gyms. After Lu Ming hung up the phone with Lin Jiao, he went straight to the gym. It's not that he's in such a hurry to get to work. Instead, a call came in from his boss telling him to get his ass over there. That's pretty efficient. Lu Ming sneered. He knew that this must be Zhang Yun telling his boss to fire him. One to the gym. The one who came face to face was Qin Yong. Lu, what's wrong? Qin Yong's face was full of gravity. He and Lu Ming are university classmates. After coming out, we went together to the 7 Positive Gym as a fitness instructor. The relationship is very iron. Today, Qin Yong thought Lu Ming had fallen out of love and wouldn't come to work, but just as he passed by the office, he heard his boss angrily calling Lu Ming to come over, and Qin Yong immediately realized that something was wrong. It's okay, Yongjia, you're busy. Your trainee is coming over for class, right? Lu Ming didn't want Qin Yong to worry. It wasn't a big deal anyway, and smiled as he pulled away from the topic. Off. Tell me what happened. Qin Yong said angrily. He had no father or mother and grew up in an orphanage, with only a few brothers being the most ironic, and Lu Ming was one of them. Now that Lu Ming had a look at the arrival of misfortune, it was impossible for him to stay out of it. Nothing, but Lu Ming still shook his head and laughed afterward. Anyway, don't worry, just wait at ease. You, Qin Yong's eyes glared. Lu Ming, so you're here? That's fine. I'll officially inform you of 2 things. At this time, the boss seemed to have noticed Lu Ming's arrival and walked straight out of the office. First, go kneel down and apologize to Mr. Jiang. Second, don't come back to work for a while. And when Mr. Jiang forgives you, then you can roll back. The words fell. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked up. As expected, he was just about to speak. Who knows? Just then, Qin Yang was furious and pointed at his boss's nose. Surname Yang, do you know what Jiang Yun did? What gives you the right to treat old Lu like this? Are you still human? Chapter 10, Repayment of Money. Qin Yang was furious. When Yang Qizheng created this gym, he and Lu Ming were the ones who contributed the most, not only to sell classes, but also to publicize and do publicity, and Lu Ming was desperate to help. As a result, now with Jiang Yun's words, Yang Qizheng actually didn't even ask and directly told Lu Ming to get lost? How could he bear it? How dare you? Is Young John's name something you can call out directly? Who knows that Yang Qizheng didn't care what Jiang Yun did to Lu Ming? Instead, he yelled, "Shut the hell up! Or do you believe that even you and I will be expelled together?" To him, Lu Ming and Qin Yang were tool people. These two people are willing to add bricks and mortar to his luxury villa, helping out day and night. He thinks it's what these two people who receive a salary and a commission should do, and he even thinks that these two people haven't done enough. Or else, why hasn't he, Yang Qizheng, become as rich as John's family by now? Qin Yang was incredulous. What did you say? He really didn't expect Yang Qizheng to actually lick the Jiang family so much. Lu Ming stepped forward, blocking Qin Yang behind himself as he eyed Yang Qizheng. What did Jiang Yun give you? Why do you need to do this to your two old employees for him? Save it, and old employees? Lu Ming, you and Qin Yang are nothing more than two dogs I raised. Yang Qizheng bristled, his face full of impatience. I told you to go kneel down and apologize to Jiang Yun, and it's only because the two of you are usually loyal that I'm giving you a clear path. Otherwise, who do you think would want to waste time for two dogs in this society nowadays? Qin Yang's gaze instantly became vicious as he roared. Yang Qizheng. Lu Ming stopped Qin Yang, signaling him to be at ease, and then smiled faintly. Yang Qizheng, if I'm not mistaken, the Jiang family should be willing to lend you money to fill in the holes. That's why you're licking him so much, right? For a few $100,000, kneeling down Jiang Yun in the air. I have to be convinced that it's still you who are great at licking. Lu Ming gave Yang Qizheng a thumbs up. He has contributed a lot to the gym. Naturally he knows that recently Yang Qizheng's debt has expired, and he is frantically raising money, tearing down the east wall to mend the west wall. And now he must have heard that John's family was able to borrow money, and that's why he immediately fired himself. Hearing Lu Ming's ridicule, Yang Qizheng was not the least bit angry. Instead he laughed. Lu Ming, so what if I licked Jiang Shao? Anyway, money is father. If he is willing to give me money and help me through my difficulties, he is my father. I'm telling you, if you had the money to come to my rescue, I'd lick the soles of your shoes just the same. But, you, a dead poor man not to mention money. Even your girlfriend was snatched away by Jiang Shao with a hook of his finger. And you were blocked by Jiang Shao with a single word in the whole industry in Xinjiang. So what are you going to let me lick you with? Ha 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 ha. Yang Qizheng, who practiced that money was a master, was laughing at the moment, his mouth exposed. Qin Yang's eyes were red, gritting his teeth, his fists clenched to death. He wanted to fight Yang Qizheng, but he knew that he and Lu Ming were too weak to fight. In the end, Qin Yang could only compromise and turned his head to call out, "Old Lu, let's go. I'll accompany you to apologize to Jiang Yun." Since he can't help Lu Ming to take out Jiang Yun, at least, he can accompany Lu Ming to resign and apologize together. If Jiang Yun didn't accept their apology and insisted that they kneel, then the big deal was to live in a different city. But Lu Ming laughed. "Yongzi, don't be in a hurry. I am definitely going to look for Jiang Yun, but at least we have to wait until Yang Qizheng finishes shouting for his father before we leave." Qin Yang froze. What did that mean? How could Yang Qizheng willingly bow down? Lu Ming, are you crazy? You don't even have any money and you want to hear me call out to my father? Yang Qizheng was instantly happy. What's this guy dreaming about? He's probably crazy from all the excitement. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly came outside the door. "Old son, what brings you here?" Seeing the visitor, Yang Qizheng's face immediately changed. His debtors. He thought the other man had come early in the morning to demand money. Who knows? Let him never expect it is that in the past every time he came to the gym stinks a face. Hate Yang Qizheng dead a car of parents' old son. At this moment, but smiled as if the old chrysanthemums bloomed. He laughed out loud. "Yang Qizheng, you're in the presence of a nobleman." Ha! Yang Qizheng froze. Afterwards, old son unexpectedly took out two pieces of paper and turned around to hand them to Lu Ming. "Here, Mr. Lu, this will be yours from now on. Tough run." Lu Ming smiled slightly. It's fine. I'm happy to do this kind of thing. Ha ha ha, I'll take my leave then. Who knows? The old son laughed, all relaxed and excited, and walked out of the gym. Seeing this scene, Yang Qizheng was completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? What did old son hand over? He could not help but look forward. This look, Yang Qizheng silly. He knew why old son was so happy and relaxed. Because, what Lao Sun handed Lu Ming was his own note. In other words, Lu Ming spent the money and took the IOUs from Lao Sun. You paid me back? Yang Qizheng froze and asked. Lu Ming didn't say anything. Qin Yong, on the other hand, was confused. Old Lu, why are you helping him? He wanted to ask something else, but a group of people came afterward, directly interrupting Qin Yong's words, only to see, the bank people came, the gym partners came to collect the debt of Yang Qizheng's friends and brothers came. Every single person here, Lu Ming had helped Yang Qizheng to block, so Lu Ming had all the contact information, and just now he easily contacted them and obtained the IOUs in their hands. One by one, they came in with smiles on their faces and handed Lu Ming the IOUs. Subsequently, after the people had come and gone, Lu Ming was already clutching a bunch of IOUs in his hand. The amount totals, no more, no less, exactly $1 million. Looking at the note, Qin Yong froze. Old Lu, what exactly are you trying to do? Besides, aren't you already broke? He knew that Lu Ming must have spent money to pay off Yang Qizheng's debt for him, but he didn't know what Lu Ming was doing that for? Is it really because Yang Qizheng licked the soles of your shoes if he had money that he spent so much money? I have money now. Don't worry. I'll explain it to you later. Lu Ming smiled, then looked at Yang Qizheng. Boss Yang, now is this pile of IOUs enough for you to call me father? Enough for you to lick the soles of my shoes? Yang Qizheng muttered. You're awesome. Call dad. Qin Yong snapped. Yang Qizheng stopped talking. His face turned green. Looking at Yang Qizheng's look as if he had eaten, Qin Yong felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. But Qin Yong does not know is that Yang Qi is looking ugly face. But in fact, at the moment, his heart is laughing crazy. He knew that it must have been Lu Ming who was so stimulated by him that he went crazy, pouring out his family's money to help him pay back the money in order to make himself willingly call out to his father. This Lu Ming, really cerebral palsy, even for the sake of a moment of anger to achieve such a point. Simply stupid. As long as there's money to be had, what's the big deal about calling out to your dad? It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat anyway. On the contrary, Lu Ming, after today, still have to beg himself to give him a job. Otherwise, we'll have to go to sweep the streets as a beggar. Pay it back. These IOUs are all due and I'm limiting you to half an hour to get me all the money. At that moment, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked up into a smile as he faintly said. Chapter 11, The Pit. Yang Qizheng wasn't not expecting Lu Ming to collect the debt from him, and immediately started to renege on the debt. It's not like you don't know. I don't have a penny right now. You don't have any money if you want money, but you want a life. If you have to ask me to pay back the money right now, take my life and go. He was able to rely on the accounts of so many people, but he couldn't rely on just one Lu Ming? Seeing Yang Qizheng in this scoundrelly manner, Qin Yong immediately hated his teeth. People like that. So cheap. However, Lu Ming laughed. Are you really sure you don't have any money? The equipment and venue of this gym looks good to me, so let's transfer it all to me for $1 million. When these words came out, Yang Qizheng's face changed. What kind of bull asterisk are you putting on? I invested $2 million to make such a big gym. You want to take it away with $1 million? He's finally reacting now. Lu Ming gave him the money back. Where was he gambling? It's clearly an attempt at robbery. Lu Ming was very calm, taking these things against the money. I think it's just right. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you don't intend to give the gym to me, I'll make you regret it. He thought very clearly that paying back Yang Qizheng was to take advantage of the fire. This gym had poured his and Qin Yong's heart and soul into it from the very beginning. And since Yang Qizheng was planning to fire him, he was going to turn the tables and kick Yang Qizheng out of this gym, and then hand the gym over to Qin Yong to manage, which could be considered a gift to his brother. Regret? I'll regret it if I give it to you. Yang Qi was yelling. Half of my equipment is enough to cover $1 million. You still want all of it? Why don't you go to hell? Alright, since you're obsessed then don't blame me. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth finally lifted up in a cold arc. You foreign worker with no connections and no background. I'd like to see what tricks you can pull. Yang Qizheng does not scare Lu Ming at all. Even if Lu Ming goes to sue himself, he can still delay for a long time to pay back the money. What's more, after offending the Jiang family, Lu Ming would have to die sooner or later, and he even felt that he must not be able to pay back the money. In case he finished paying back the money and Lu Ming was screwed up, wouldn't he be at a loss? At this point, outside the door suddenly walked in 3 people, when the head of a person wearing a leather jacket. with a big slanting yellow bangs, shouted toward Lu Ming, "Brother Lu, good morning." Seeing the visitor, Yang Qizhang's face instantly changed drastically. "Black Dog, why are you guys here?" The three who came were the junior members of the Black Tiger Club, a lending organization in Qingcheng. Yang Qizhang once borrowed from the Black Tiger Club's loan sharks. Originally Yang Qizhang thought that he could drag the Black Tiger Club as much as he dragged other people's accounts. Who knows that he just dragged that time for a day, directly beaten into the hospital, and was warned that the next time, he would directly break his arms and legs. Therefore, after that time, Yang Qizhang no longer dared to have any involvement with the Black Tiger Society for fear of being cut. Now that he saw these debt collectors again, Yang Qizhang was as scared as if he had seen a ghost. "You think I'm here for you? I'm here for Lu," Black Dog bantered, then handed out a cigarette to Lu Ming. He had come to 7 Positive Gym a few times before to collect debts. Yang Qizhang always avoided to see. It was Lu Ming who helped to block it. At first, Black Dog looked at Lu Ming with displeasure, but Lu Ming had invited them to dinner and karaoke again. Plus he also knew that Lu Ming was just helping Yang Qizhang to block the gun. They're all juniors. Why should juniors make things difficult for juniors? After a while, the relationship became familiar instead. Lu Ming took the cigarette, looked at it and smiled. "Huazi, got rich? Tiger Total recently won the lottery. Rich and numb. On this Huazi, I tell you, yesterday a truck pulled over to send." Black Dog playfully smiled. "Smoking a night Huazi, I tell you, I now smoke anything else cough." Lu Mingquan took him to be blowing off steam and laughed. "Let's not talk about this. I called you guys over because I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "You Pong," Black Dog said. "Is your Black Tiger Society a debt collector? I have a $1 million bar here that I can't collect, so I'll sell it to you for $500,000 at the half price you set." Lu Ming went in single-handedly. When these words came out, before Black Dog could speak, Yang Qizhang's face instantly turned pale. Lu Ming, what the are you doing?" He finally understood now. So Lu Ming's reliance was this. If he refused to sell the gym cheaply to Lu Ming would simply put up a hard fight and lose $500,000, but also let the Black Tiger Society come and collect the debt. By then, if he can't pay back the money, his hands and feet will be gone immediately. "I gave you a chance." The corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked and he directly handed the IOU to Black Dog. "This IOU is all Yang Qizhang's." Black Dog glanced at Yang Qizhang and hemmed and hawed. "All right, Brother Lu, the brothers will block his door tonight." "No, Lu Ming, don't be like this. We have something to discuss." Yang Qizhang was horrified. Seeing the Black Dog showing a bloodthirsty gaze at himself, Yang Qizhang pants were about to pee. Last time he had his arms and legs broken. This time he couldn't imagine the pain if they were cut off. "Give or take the gym? You have one last chance," Lu Ming sneered. Yang Qi is struggling. "Lu, give me the note and I'll go up and stay at his house tonight." Black Dog hemmed and hawed, pulling out a butterfly knife in his hand and swishing and flipping it around. Yang Qizhang is completely devastated. Outside the gym, hard work on the brothers coming over for the play. Lu Ming smiled and pulled out a cigarette and sent it to Black Dog. "It's fine. Brother Lu usually takes such good care of us. It's only right that we help out with the acting." Black Dog grinned and said, "But when the brothers come here to work out afterward, you don't want to rip us off too hard." "Don't worry, I'm sure I'll arrange the most expensive one for you." Asterisk 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 Q. Lu Ming laughed out loud. When he sent Black Dog away, Lu Ming looked at Qin Yong and Yang Qi who were going to do the formalities, revealing a few moments of pleasure. His purpose of joining forces with Black Dog to put on a show had been achieved, and he could just leave the gym to Qin Yong to take care of afterward. After a few moments, "Old Lu, where the hell did you get the money?" After Yang Qizhang went home in a state of disorientation, Qin Yong walked over to Lu Ming and asked suspiciously. He didn't remember Lu Ming having so much money in his hands. "This is a long story, but, would you believe me if I said I won the lottery?" Lu Ming blinked. "I can believe. Anyway, as long as you have money and don't do anything illegal, then I'm happy for you." Qin Yong punched Lu Ming's shoulder and said with a smile, "Just trust me when I tell you that the money is coming in absolutely clean." Lu Ming smiled and said, "That'll do." Qin Yong nodded, then suddenly revealed a smile. "I suddenly wonder how wonderful Lin Zhao's face would look if she knew how rich you've become." At the mention of Lin Zhao, Lu Ming's face instantly turned cold. "I forgot if you didn't say it. I still have to go over to look for her." Now a few hours have passed and Lin Zhao has yet to transfer back the stolen $1 million, much less take the initiative to contact herself to return the house and the car. "It looks like you'll have to make the trip yourself." Chapter 12, Surname Chang? Surname Lu. After Lu Ming left the gym, he took the subway to Zhang's group. When I opened my cell phone, there was a news message about Zhang's group. Recently, it is said that Zhang's group suspected that due to a shortage of funds, unable to renew the lease of the largest Huanqiu office building in Xinjiang. In this regard, Zhang's group claimed that do not make something out of nothing. The group's capital chain is very healthy. As for the renewal of the lease is still under negotiation. Seeing this message, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked up. It seemed that Wen Rongrong hadn't lied to him. Jiang doesn't have enough money. Lu Ming looked at the message and then continued to scroll down, only to find that the price of the Huanqiu office building was still attached to the end of the news. The Huanqiu office building where Zhang's group is located is the most luxurious grade A office building in Xinjiang, with a monthly rent of 160 cents per square meter. Its selling price is a whopping $100. Seeing this figure, Lu Ming's eyes instantly glazed over. $100? Holy, that's too cheap. The words came out. The people inside the carriage were instantly startled, subconsciously turning their heads and looking at Lu Ming. Where did the rich people come from? When they saw Lu Ming in a cheap dress, one of them skimmed their mouths again, showing contempt, and turned their heads back. Someone couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "Nuts, $100 can buy a few neighborhoods, and it's still cheap? Where's the stupidity?" Lu Ming was stunned before he came back to his senses again. Oh yeah, again, he forgets that prices are devalued. $100 is the equivalent of $10 billion before. However, Lu Ming's heart was a little pounding as he looked at this number. In the past, Lu Ming would dare to look at the price of the office building, but now, looking at the figure of $100, Lu Ming some faint. There can be multiple 100s on your own property. You can own an office building with the click of your own fingers? Wouldn't that mean that he would be able to kick Zhang Yun and Lin Jiao out immediately? Zhang's group will even become the joke of the town immediately. Of course, evicting a group without reaching the end of the lease term is surely going to result in a large liquidated damages payment, even if he buys the office building and becomes the new owner. But how could he possibly care about that? Now he can make more than $1 a day just by earning interest. What's there to be afraid of if he pays out a little bit of money for breach of contract? By then, Lu Ming could imagine the wretched appearance of these two people when they were driven out of the office building by themselves. Thinking of this, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked up and he immediately sent a message to Wen Rongrong, asking her to help him buy the building. He doesn't know how to do all this paperwork and spends the money anyway. And on the side of a few passers-by, originally because Lu Ming has just spoken out of turn in the moment to pay attention to Lu Ming's movements, and now inadvertently glimpsed that he actually sent a message to someone else to say that the Huanqiu office building to buy down. But also one by one began to hold back their laughter. They were afraid they wouldn't be able to hold back their laughter. Where did this little cutie come from? After leaving the subway station, Lu Ming received the payment code sent back by Wen Rongrong, black and gold encrusted, with a black and gold dragon card exclusive attached. Puzzled, Lu Ming typed, "What is this? Mr. Lu, this is the exclusive payment interface provided by the banking union specifically for you, and it can be unlimited. Paying a lump sum of $100 is not something you can get your hands on at a moment's notice, but the payment channels provided by the World Bank Alliance can be solved immediately." So it is. Lu Ming found a deserted place, swept the code, and then after the special confidential verification method, the payment of 100 yuan was successful. At this moment, he has become the holder of the world's office building, universal office building with paved parking lot. Looking at the car he had bought that was being parked in the parking space he had rented specifically for Lin Jiao, Lu Ming took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He knew he didn't need to be angry anymore, but he still couldn't help the hate that rose up when he saw something familiar. "Lin Jiao, I'm in the parking lot right now. You bring the car keys and house keys over to me right away. And also, the 1 million that I asked you to return, you transfer it back to me right away." Lu Ming dialed the phone and grunted coldly. "Lu Ming, you still want to trouble me at the end of your life? Mr. Zhang has already sent word for you to lose your job, you know?" Lin Jiao yelled shrilly. She didn't expect Lu Ming, who was having trouble protecting himself, to have time to find her to pay back the money. Lu Ming didn't bother to tell her that he had made Yang Qizhem willingly hand over the gym. He coldly said, "Oh, what do you care if I die? All you need to do is come over and pay back the money." After saying that, Lu Ming ignored Lin Jiao, who was furiously cursing herself on the other end of the phone, and hung up directly. A few moments later, "People are coming." Lu Ming, who had waited impatiently, turned his eyes to look, and his eyes narrowed at once. He had expected Lin Jiao to come alone, but the people who came, not only Lin Jiao, but also a few tall security guards, as well as Jiang Yun, Young Jiang. "Hurry up and help me drive him away. He said that if I don't return the car to him, he's going to make me lose face in front of the whole company." Lin Jiao pear blossom with rain, full of tears, do not know also thought that Lu Ming more bully her like. "Lu Ming, it seems like you really have a lot of guts, and you still dare to come over to get the car?" Jiang Yun said faintly. "The car is mine." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. How dare you? I asked you to come over and kneel down and apologize. I've already given you ample opportunity, and you shamelessly tried to take the car and try to threaten Jiao Jiao? Jiang Yun looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a mole cricket. It seems like you're really tired of living in Qingcheng. In order to give you a long memory, choose for yourself whether you want your left hand or your right hand. When Jiang Yun opened his mouth, he was trying to waste Lu Ming's hand. The other party's lofty stance made Lu Ming completely gloomy. Jiang Yun, you're too arrogant. Do you think Qingqing's surname is Jiang? He looked behind Jiang Yun. The several tall security guards were already coming up with their sticks. Qingqing doesn't have Jiang's last name, but at least this building does. Jiang Yun laughed disdainfully. Who knows? Just then, a neutral voice suddenly interrupted him. Who said this building's surname is Jiang? His surname is clearly Lu. Not far away. A voice rang out. This was met with a lot of sideways glances. Chapter 13, 3 words to make the richest man work for me. Not far away. A middle-aged man was getting down from a Rolls-Royce and striding towards Lu Ming. He was wearing a decent suit, gray sideburns, beard trimmed neatly, hair is a meticulous, walking between their own majesty, especially at the moment his gloomy face, more let this majesty played to the extreme. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Yun's face immediately changed drastically, and Lu Ming looks sideways and raises an eyebrow. Just then, what are you farting about? This building is owned by Jiang's group. Why isn't it surnamed Jiang? And what about the surname Lu? Are you trying to say that this building belongs to Lu Ming? Are you out of your mind? Are you an actor hired by Lu Ming? Lin Jiao suddenly pointed at the visitor and yelled. She felt that the person who came was invited by Lu Ming to cheer. Otherwise, it would not be possible to say this building's last name is Lu for no reason. So she immediately struck out with a heavy blow. Oh, Jiang Yun, so I'm an actor? When the middle-aged man saw Lin Jiao's accusation, he laughed instead of being angry, revealing teasing. Then I would like to know, in the whole of Qing City, who can afford to hire me to act? Don't you brag, just you and no one can invite? You. Ah. When Lin Jiao saw the middle-aged man open his mouth, he became even more disdainful and was about to continue sneering. Who knew this? Jiang Yun turned around and suddenly slapped her violently. Lin Jiao was immediately slapped and screamed miserably. Jiang Xiao, why are you hitting me? But Jiang Yun didn't give her an explanation. Instead, he was sweating and trembling in shock as he said to the middle-aged man, Zhong, Uncle Zhong, she doesn't know any better. Please forgive her. Young Jiang, I can't afford to be your uncle. After all, this building is now surnamed Jiang. The middle-aged man revealed a few sneers. Uncle Zhong, you're joking. Just now I only mouthed off in the face of an outsider. Jiang Yun was as if he had eaten. His full face turned green. This building is yours. The whole of Qingcheng knows it. Once these words came out, Lin Jiao, who was still angry and wanted Jiang Yun to give an explanation, was instantly like being poured a head of cold water, like falling into an ice cellar. She never expected that the visitor would be the owner of the Huanqiu building. Doesn't that mean that this person is none other than the richest man in Qingcheng, Zhang Er? And she just pointed her nose at the richest man in Qingcheng? At this moment, Lin Jiao was like falling into an ice cellar, too terrified to move. Mouthing off? Oh, Zhang Er sneered, speaking softly, worthy of being Jiang Shengwan's son. The kung fu of minimizing big issues is awesome. Let me tell you, Jiang Yun, you dare to have this attitude. This is called mouthing off? I think you call this not knowing how to die. At the end of the sentence, Zhang Er's stern color has been revealed. His voice is not big but as heavy as thunder. Jiang Yun was instantly terrified by the might of Qingqing's richest man. He became even more terrified. Zhong, Uncle Zhong, I'm still young. Please forgive me for the sake of me not knowing the heights of heaven. He felt sure that Zhong Er must have burst into a rage because he had taken the liberty of saying that the building's last name was Zhang. Make me forgive? Zhong Er snorted, then said, I'm not the one you've offended. You should ask for a forgiveness from Mr. Lu. What? Jiang Yun immediately froze. Mr. Lu? Who? How dare you ask who it is? Are you blind? He's standing right in front of you and you dare to ignore it now? Zhang Er thundered. When these words came out, Jiang Yun's face changed drastically, along with Lin Jiao who was beside him in shock. He was also dumbfounded. These two people had never thought at all that the Mr. Lu in Zhong Er's mouth and the Lu Ming in front of them were the same person. To Jiang Yun, Lu Ming was just a piece of trash who had been robbed of his girlfriend and lost his job by his casual remark. How can such a person be called Mr. Lu by Zhong Er? No, it can't be. Uncle Zhong, he's such a small person. What's wrong with me scolding him? Jiang Yun still said. Shut up. Zhong Er couldn't bear it anymore completely, and he didn't bother to make Jiang Yun open his mouth again to avoid the situation getting even worse. He then turned to look at Lu Ming. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, Jiang Yun doesn't know any better. It doesn't represent my Zhong's attitude. Please forgive me. It's okay. Lu Ming, who hadn't said anything, waved his hand to show that he didn't care. If you're free, I'll show you around the Huanqiu building now, so that when you officially take over this building afterward, you can have a clear idea in your mind? Bellairs rejoined. The words came out. Zhang Yun and Lin Jiao froze. Taking over the building? What do you mean? At this point, Zhang Yun was finally creeped out. He remembered. Just when Zhong'er came, the mouth said, but this building surnamed Lua. Can it be that this Lu refers to Lu Ming's Lu? Yes. Lu Ming didn't care. His heart was only thinking about revenge right now, so he revealed a subtle smile. However, before that, I don't want to see Zhang Yun and Lin Jiao in the building. Okay. Zhong'er nodded and turned his head to the bodyguard behind him. Take them both out. Understand? Zhang Yun was offended first, and he disposed of it in such a way that he was not at all afraid that the Zhang family would have a problem with it. Got it. Zhong'er's bodyguards immediately rushed up to take Lin Jiao and Zhang Yun out. As for the security guards brought by Zhang Yun, they were no match for Zhong'er's well-trained bodyguards and couldn't stop them. No, you can't do this. We're the Zhang group of the Huanqiu building. Lin Jiao pointedly yelled. With so many people coming and going at the door, she would really lose her face if she and Zhang Yun were thrown out. She couldn't understand it. She doesn't understand. Why? His own ex-boyfriend was clearly a poor man that Zhang Yun was able to crush with one finger. Now how did you change into a big shot who can order the richest man in Qingcheng with just 3 words? In here, is something wrong? Chapter 14, to give or not to give a car? What about Chang's group? Zhong'er snorted. Uncle Zhong, give us a chance to at least walk out on our own. Zhang Yun was terrified and prayed. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, he could not lose face. Moreover, if he was thrown out, it would be an announcement to all of Qingcheng that the cooperation between the Zhang family and the Huanqiu building had completely broken down. What this represents behind the scenes is that the stock price will plummet and the Chang family will suffer huge losses. I just gave you a chance. You're the one who didn't take it. Once again, Bel Earl refused to respond. He had asked Zhang Yun to beg Lu Ming for forgiveness, but it was a pity that Zhang Yun had no eyes, so he was not polite. Zhong'er's response made Zhang Yun's heart instantly turn to dust. But just then, slow down. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Stop. Seeing Lu Ming give the word, Zhong'er immediately ordered. The bodyguards put the two down. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yun's heart is even more terrified. How in the world did Lu Ming, this poor guy, manage to make the richest man in Qingcheng listen to his orders immediately with just one sentence? Mr. Lu, how do you want to arrange them? Bellairs said. I didn't come over here just to throw them out. They owe me a car and a suite and $1 million and I'm here to get this from them. Lu Ming said. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhong'er suddenly realized. I see. Then in that case, let them return it. As soon as these words came out, Lin Jiao's face immediately changed. Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense. Those are the ones you voluntarily gave me. Lu Ming was too lazy to argue with Lin Jiao, a woman with a questionable outlook on 3 things, and pointed his spear at Zhang Yun, saying, you take care of her, or I'll take care of you. Zhang Yun looked at Lu Ming's lofty appearance, as if he had just been himself, and immediately gritted his teeth, but in the face of Zhong'er's eyes, he still had to compromise. Lin Jiao, hand over the key and transfer the money back. I don't. Bel Earl's brow furrowed. At this moment, Zhang Yun panicked, and the last of his patience with Lin Jiao disappeared. Asterisk 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 you, turn back to me right now, or else I'll kill you, believe it or not. Zhang Yun jumped to his feet in anger and roared furiously. Under this attitude of Zhang Yun, Lin Jiao was directly frightened and cried, tears streaming down her face. Okay, I'll take it out. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's face was expressionless, but his heart was full of mixed feelings. If anyone dared to yell at Lin Jiao in front of him before that incident yesterday, he would have defended it to the death. But now, he'll just look on coldly. This person, no longer the girl he held in his heart. Watching Lu Ming get the keys to the house and car, as well as receiving the full amount of money back from Lin Jiao, Zhang Yun revealed a few pleasing-like smiles and asked, so can you let us go now? Pay for a car. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ha? Zhang Yun was confused and didn't hear clearly. Told you to pay for a car. Zhang Yel repeated impatiently. On what grounds? Zhang Yun suddenly changed color, revealing consternation. He didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly start blackmailing him. On what grounds? Lu Ming teasingly repeated. After which he said, you just said that this building's surname is Zhang, and you dared to break my hand. So now this building's surname is Lu. Yet I only charge you a car, which is already good enough for you. He wastes half a day here and just ends up getting back what's rightfully his. Then Lu Ming won't do it. He more or less had to make Zhang Yun bleed a little, like taking his Ferrari that drove Lin Jiao to the hotel. No, it can't be. I won't give it to you. And it's robbery for you to take it by force. Jong Yun yelled. His ride cost over $10 million. A limited edition specially shipped from Europe. And if he gave it to Lu Ming like that, he would definitely faint. Throw them out. Lu Ming immediately turned around and waved his hand. In addition, John's group will move out of the Huanqiu building within 3 days, and I'll pay the liquidated damages no matter how much it is. Zhong Yi heard words, pupils shrinking. The contract is stated in a few dozen dollars of liquidated damages. On this also do not care? After so many years of being the richest man in Qingcheng, it was the first time that he had met someone who could pretend even more than him. But in his heart he actually felt that Lu Ming wouldn't really be willing to spend tens of dollars just to take a breath. Zhong Yi turned his head to Zhang Yun and said, "Do you hear me? Give the car or roll." What? Zhang Yun had not yet recovered from the shock of having his beloved car taken away from him, and when he heard the terrible news, his entire body was stunned. Tear-stained Lin Jiao looked up at Lu Ming in disbelief. This person who decided the life and death of Zhang Group with a single sentence. Was he really the punk boyfriend she once had? Zhang Yun trembled. Lu Ming, do you really have to do such a desperate thing? There's a lot of liquidated damages. You can't afford to lose. Lu Ming didn't care about the liquidated damages in Zhang Yun's mouth and coldly said, "Give the car or not?" Chapter 15, Lu Ming can't be rich. From the moment the other party snatched Lin Jiao and tried to make himself unable to live in Qingcheng, even to the point of trying to cut off his own hand, he had only wanted to screw Zhang Yun in the same way. Here, I'll give. Zhang Yun looked at Lu Ming's face, thought of his father Zhang Shenwan, thought of the Zhang Group, and finally could only compromise. When he handed over the keys to his Ferrari, Zhang Yun's heart trembled and his face was ashen. Lu Ming took the keys, walked over to Zhang Yun's Ferrari and nodded. Nice car. Zhang Yun didn't say anything, but his heart was dripping blood. He knew that Lu Ming was definitely going to drive his Ferrari next and go out to pick up girls and race. Who knows? Lu Ming didn't even touch the car and directly turned around and said, "Smash it." The words came out. Everyone was stunned. Why did you smash the car? Are you okay? This car is worth $10 million. Zhang Yun roared in horror. Are you crazy? Lu Ming. Lin Jiao yelled. Zhong Yi was also shocked, staring at Lu Ming incredulously. First, they don't care about liquidated damages that start in dollars, and then they're smashing millions of luxury cars. Is there such a rich hierarchy of young pretenders nowadays? So what if it's $10 million? Lu Ming laughed, eyeing Zhang Yun, a sharp coldness crossing his eyes. Zhang Yun, you like to wear the worn-out shoes I've worn, but I'm not interested in driving the worn-out car you've driven. Mr. Zhong, please have your men smash the car for me. The bodyguards immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes showing shock. Holy, are you serious? They thought Lu Ming was just talking. Thinking of this, they could only look at Belair with an inviting gaze. Really? Zhong Yi said expressionlessly. Smash. The bodyguards could only do as they were told, picking up Zhang Yun's security guard stick and smashing it straight up. Don't. Zhang Yun rushed up in desperation, but it was immediately kicked away. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, in Zhang Yun's despairing gaze, his most cherished car directly into a splinter. After shooing Zhang Yun away, Lu Ming and Zhong Yi went upstairs and after visiting for a while, they entered the office. The first moment he entered the office, he apologized to Zhong Yi. Mr. Zhong, I'm very sorry for causing you trouble and making you do so much for me. In humiliating Zhang Yun, being overcome with anger, he was too much like ordering Zhong Yi to do something, which was not polite in Lu Ming's perception. Mr. Lu takes care of my business. How can I call it adding to the trouble when I'm playing for you? Mr. Lu is out of line. Zhong Yi smiled and said, not at all having the stance of a big shot. However, he really didn't dare to belittle Lu Ming in his heart. Mr. Zhong is joking. By the way, what you did to Zhang Yun today, if the Zhang family finds you in trouble, just have them come to me. Lu Ming mused. Zhong Yi waved his hand. Zhang Wanqing doesn't have the guts to come after me yet. That's good. Lu Ming wasn't sure how big the gap was between Zhang's family and Zhong Yi's, but let's give it the benefit of the doubt. By the way, may I ask where Mr. Lu is from? At this time, Zhong Yi brewed a cup of tea for Lu Ming and asked with a smile afterward. I'm from Rinzhou. Lu Ming answered honestly. Oh, Rinzhou. What a place. Zhong Yi froze, then said meaningfully. Yeah. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. Afterward, the two of them chatted about the handover date, as well as the subsequent formalities. Lu Ming left the Huanqiu mansion. I did something for him, but I didn't think this kid would still refuse to give away any of his bottom. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Lu Ming drive away in his own car, Zhong Yi muttered. He had checked Lu Ming on his way here. On the surface Lu Ming was from Rin City, a poor countryside, But he knew in his heart that the person who could make the winning family use such a large capital flow to buy the Wancho building, how could he be from Rin City? Zhong Er looked out of the window and frowned and thought. A few thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Ming, what is it about you that is so outstanding that you can make the winning family and winning Rongrong look at you? And although the winning family inexplicably bought the Wancho building, which relieved my financial pressure, does the winning family have plans to encroach on Qingqing's territory again? Conundrum. That's right. In Zhong Er's opinion, Lu Ming can't be that rich. Chapter 16 When Rongrong's thoughts. Because he had never heard of any big family surnamed Lu in the Dragon Kingdom. Plus, Lu Ming transferred money to Win Rongrong first, causing him to see that the account that gave him the lump sum payment was Win Rongrong's personal account. That was why he thought that Lu Ming must have relied on the winner in order to buy the building. However, he did not feel that Lu Ming was a soft eater because of this, nor would he look down on him, because the people who can eat the soft rice of the winning family, that are all people among the Dragon and Phoenix. There must be something outstanding. Only, in the short contact process now, he really did not see where Lu Ming's superiority is. Can only say that the winners have their own winner's vision, certainly more keen than his. Lu Ming didn't realize that after he left the Wancho building, Zhong Er was thinking around himself in all 360 degrees. If he had known, he would have shown Zhong Er that he was really just plain and simple. At this time, Lu Ming just arrived at the Qinghe branch of the Bank of Recruitment and Agriculture. Win Rongrong's office. Mr. Lu, the card you asked for is ready. Win Rongrong handed the bank card to Lu Ming, while there was still some residual redness on her delicate pointed face. It's busy. After she returned to the bank, she was busy and dizzy just to get the card for Lu Ming as well as purchase the Wancho building. Thanks. Lu Ming accepted the purple bank card. Seeing that Lu Ming had been repeatedly looking at the card after he got it, Win Rongrong said, Mr. Lu, in order to avoid confusion with your black gold dragon card, I purposely had the purple card brought out. This is the top VIP card. Although it's not as good as your black gold dragon card, but it still has a large credit limit, as well as the other value-added services that I had mentioned to you. Trouble Governor Win to worry about my card. Lu Ming smiled and said, It's okay, I should be the one thanking you. Compared to the morning, the current Win Rongrong looked slightly more formal. It was mainly Lu Ming's act of buying a building with a casual remark that gave her a more intuitive experience of Lu Ming's financial power. In the family, none of those who were rich and powerful and spent money like water would spend it like Lu Ming did. A whole $100. It was just casually transferred out. And Lu Ming didn't even care if the QR code she sent for payment was real or not, nor did he confirm it. Almost as soon as she sent the QR code, Lu Ming arrived in seconds. This let Win Rongrong know that Lu Ming wasn't pretending not to care, but he really didn't care how much money he transferred out. This attitude of not caring as if the $100 spent was not $100 that would buy the building, but $100 that would only buy 2 pounds of beef. Lu Ming slipped the card into his pocket and smiled. Trouble you. As for the $1,000, I've just transferred it in. I've confirmed it. Win Rongrong nodded her head. There was uncontrollable excitement in the bottom of her eyes. As soon as the money arrived, it meant that the performance she ordered for the family at the beginning of the year had been accomplished more than dozens of times, and now she was a free agent. Okay, then I have something to do, so I'll go ahead. Lu Ming got up. Good. You take care. Seeing that Lu Ming was in such a hurry, Win Rongrong didn't stay and sent him out directly. When Lu Ming left, Win Rongrong kept staring at Lu Ming's back and side. Since she was a child, she had seen countless rich people, and every single one of them was money-hungry, lustful and power-hungry. And even if they were superficially flamboyant, their hearts were definitely similar to others. This is the disadvantage brought about by the big family. If the people in the family were dissatisfied with their brains thinking about making money, they would have long been weeded out by the family into the fringe. And apart from these types of people, it's the dude who has fun all day long. Only Lu Ming is not quite the same. He was rich to a degree that even she, the eldest miss of the winning family, could find extremely outrageous, but acted in a way that was completely indistinguishable from ordinary people. Thrifty, plain, the body stays in excellent shape with no signs of bad habits, and he's also very infatuated. Chapter 17, Shopping for Mom and Dad. After coming out of Lu Ming's house, Win Rongrong used her own resources to check Lu Ming's debt relationships, relatives, and so on, only to realize that the other party had been in a long love affair with Ling Zhao in the past. If I hadn't bumped into the other party cheating with Zhang Yun downstairs at Zhang's group yesterday, I'm afraid I'd still be kept in the dark now. Such a rich man, and so infatuated. In return for the end of betrayal, Win Rongrong looked at Lu Ming's back and couldn't help but sigh. Deep love is indeed the most worthless thing of all. And that's when, at the side, the personal female bodyguard, who grew up with Win Rongrong since childhood, watched as Win Rongrong kept staring at Lu Ming's faraway back and said, "My missy, if you have your eye on him, you should either chase after him and keep him for lunch." At these words, Win Rongrong woke up, followed by the pretty face suddenly red, surged a few points of panic, turned his head and pouted. "What are you babbling about? I'm just thinking that he's too pitiful." "What lies? You look like you're clearly going with him," the female bodyguard flirted. Winning Rongrong's pair of watery, charming eyes did resemble a qualified lookout stone as she stared intently at Lu Ming's back. It was no wonder the female bodyguard misunderstood. Asterisk 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 you. "I don't think like that." Win Rongrong denied it vigorously. Women are all strong admirers, especially when it comes to a man like Lu Ming, who has a robust and wealthy appearance. It's easier to attract women. Win Rongrong was naturally no exception. Originally, she hadn't had any thoughts about Lu Ming, but she, who had been frank in her heart, suddenly began to have some different thoughts after the words of the female bodyguard. If the person who is engaged to himself is not that person from the Su family, but Lu Ming, it seems to be quite good. The bank came out. Lu Ming got into the car. Frankly speaking, in fact, he didn't have much to do, staying in the bank for a while longer, sharing a room with Win Rongrong, and seeing more of each other's pretty and absolutely beautiful face as well as her slender figure was also a kind of enjoyment. But the current Lu Ming didn't have this mood. He was inexplicably depressed. "It's been like this since we got out of the Huanqiu building." This was because the image of Lin Jiao just being yelled at and cried by Jiang Yun kept recurring in his mind. To say it was heartbreaking would be an understatement. He felt that it was Lin Jiao who deserved it, and there was even some pleasure in his heart. But that was also the girl he had held in his heart for 6 whole years, for more than 2,000 days and nights. It's hard to really say it's cool to watch her get hurt and talk about it. He just feels complicated in his heart right now. What a ing. Lu Ming poo-pooed himself. Now that he's so rich, he should go to a bar and find 10 or 8 women, have a great time, sleep with him for 3 days and 3 nights, and put his 28 centimeters to good use. Think of a cocky Lin Jiao. Lu Ming blasted down on the gas and drove in the direction of the city center. He didn't choose to go to the bar in the end. He passed by Century Gateway, the largest commercial center in Qingcheng, and suddenly stopped. He remembered that Lin Jiao liked to come here for shopping before, but all that's sold here is luxury. How could Lu Ming, who was trying to get married and hated to dig money out of his teeth, spend money here? So, Lu Ming comes here every time and doesn't spend a penny. And every time Lin Jiao leaves angry. Lu Ming looked up and looked at the atmosphere of the magnificent, glorious huge wall, and then looked at the display of luxury goods, dazzling facade. Eyes showed a few impulses. Him, wanting to spend money. Lu Ming felt that his current mentality said that he was a poor man who had become rich at first sight, or that he was spending with a vengeance. Anyway, he wanted to splurge. He desperately needed a vent now, to release all the complex emotions in his heart. At the same time, he also wanted to experience what exactly was a paper drunk that could make Lin Jiao betray her 6-year relationship for that. Sure, splurging doesn't mean buying stuff indiscriminately. He's going to buy stuff for mom and dad to make up for his guilt. These 6 years, the money they earn, did not give the two old man filial piety, has been to Lin Jiao body smash. Now that he's become so rich, he'd really be an asshole if he didn't honor his mom and dad. Walk into Century Gateway. In the afternoon time, the crowd was not that big and sparse. Lu Ming walked in and was greeted by the flagship massage chair store. When he brought his parents to Qingcheng for shopping in the past, Lu Ming had taken them to sit in a shared massage chair. Mom and dad have always worked hard. The muscles and bones have long been hard and stiff, but they themselves are very frugal. Will not go to the special find someone to soothe. At most, the two people massage each other a bit even if. After Lu Ming took them to sit in the massage chair that time, even though the effect wasn't particularly strong, they still felt comfortable all over. From that time, Lu Ming wanted to buy them massage chairs. He had checked online that he could buy a cheap one for over $1,000, but his parents still turned him down and said to save the money for a gift for Lin Jiao. And at that time it was Lin Jiao's birthday. Lu Ming unexpectedly also stupidly identified with mom and dad. Even more than $1,000 did not give them out. Thinking of this, Lu Ming only wanted to slap himself hard. It's really. Lu Ming then walked into the massage chair store. The storefront is deserted and almost empty, with only a few sample massage chairs nestled grumpily in the corner. What can I do for you, sir? Wearing a black uniform, exposed white legs of the salesman saw Lu Ming came in, immediately piled up a smiling face to go forward. At the same time the eyes of the fine imperceptible scanning Lu Ming's wear, and then the bottom of the eyes welled up a few points of helplessness. Gotta. Another one that won't buy anything. Waste of time. Chapter 18, Meeting Wei Xiner. Lu Ming got right to the point. What's the most expensive chair in your brand? The most expensive? It's this KG008 capsule fully automatic multifunction luxury model. The salesman was stunned. Although he knew in his heart that Lu Ming couldn't possibly buy it, he still took out the display picture and showed it to Lu Ming. This one doesn't have any samples in our place. We can only look at the picture. 390,000? Lu Ming looked at the price and his eyes lit up. So expensive. It's always the most comprehensive, safest and stable. The pursuit of buying things for mom and dad is not the ultimate experience, but it must be safe and stable, so that mom and dad, who will not fiddle with these devices, can feel at ease using them. That's right, sir. The salesman smiled politely while mentally saying everyone is a laborer. Don't ask if you can't afford it. Yes. Lu Ming nodded, then frowned. But why gold? It's too high profile. Is there a color that looks cheap? This luxury model is solid earthy gold and looks like it could brighten someone's eyes. He thought the chair would have to be moved home, and mom and dad would know it was expensive and might not approve of him buying it. The sales clerk was confused by Lu Ming's question, and after opening her red lips, she reluctantly smiled and said, Sir, our designers don't have this kind of chic design concept. What chic design concept is actually saying that Lu Ming has a brain problem. The salesman was helpless in his mind. He hadn't run into a psychopath. Had he? Where does someone buy something that costs so much and specifically pick a cheap color? She was now more and more convinced that Lu Ming wouldn't buy anything and was just here to use her as a pastime. Just then, oh, this black low luxury model is nice. It doesn't look too expensive, and it's only $350,000, so I'll take this one. Lu Ming flipped another page and found a new massage chair, nodded and directly pulled out his card to the other party. What? The salesman was confused. What? Is this serious? Swipe your card. Here's the address, and you can arrange delivery for me directly. Lu Ming said. The saleswoman finally reacted this time, but when she did, she was stunned. What kind of person is this? Don't you need to think about buying something that costs over $300? 000? How do you decide to swipe a card just by looking at a picture? Got money for paper? You, sir, won't you think about it and shop around? Lu Ming said. It's not necessary. Salesman? Is that what rich people do when they pretend to be rich? Drop. $300,000 or so swiped. After swiping his card, Lu Ming went to a men's clothing store, a women's clothing store, and even a trip to the home appliances. In each one, he picks the expensive ones, not the right ones. Every salesman reacted the same way as the salesman at the massage chair store. First disdain, then shock, then stupefaction. Because Lu Ming's approach to spending is too ho-hum. Specialize in the kind of items that look cheap but actually sell for a lot of money. Everyone's wondering what the fetish is. Do rich people like to pretend to be poor? After a few moments, the entire mall knew that a superstar had arrived. A horrible big spender who came in for 5 minutes and spent $5 million. Then the whole mall went crazy. And the store managers with working brains knew one thing for sure. This is a client that they have to keep. Immediately afterward, dozens and dozens of phone calls were made collectively to their corresponding headquarters. Please pick up Mr. Chen. Century Gateway came a big customer. Can the headquarters open a privilege? Put the big discount first. I will open a Supreme membership card for him. Please Mr. Wang pick up. Can you send someone over? There is a big customer. We fought for 10 years to not have to open a store. Please pick up Mr. Lin. Our store's luxury goods have a super rich big customer who didn't look at it at all. Is there a problem with our inventory? Please urgently transfer a batch of goods over. I want to impress him. They had to fight for the conditions that would maximize their ability to keep Lu Ming in the shortest possible time. At this time, Lu Ming did not know that he had made a huge storm by spending money for his mom and dad. And at this time, Lu Ming, from the 5th floor, walked to the gold store on the 1st floor. Buy mom a gold set. Lu Ming muttered. When Lu Ming's mom and dad got married, Lu Ming's dad gave Lu Ming's mom a set of gold jewelry, earrings, necklaces, jade pendants, bracelets, and more. Originally, mom was thinking of treasuring it for the rest of her life. However, in order to buy a house for Lu Ming, mom sold the gold set which she treasured. Mom, I'll get you a better and newer set now. Lu Ming walked into the gold store. He just walked in. Just as immediately someone came towards him. Hello sir, what can I do for you? I want a set of 1,000-foot gold. Not right. What good gold, mascot and so on do you have in your store? Give me a set of all of them. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before saying, he's going to match mom and dad all at once. But just after he finished, the man, however, suddenly said coldly, okay, then wait, Lu Ming? How is it you? Hearing this voice, Lu Ming, who was originally thinking, had his thoughts interrupted and turned his head to look, his eyes turning cold all of a sudden. The other party exquisite heavy makeup. A black suit. The lower body above the knee 3 cm close-fitting wraparound skirt. Exquisite curves such as fine sculpture. In the tight long legs wrapped in thin black stockings like cicada wings. It's none other than Wei Shiner. Chapter 19, I am the rich young man. Why can't it be me? Lu Ming's face didn't look too good when he saw Wei Xiner, and he secretly cried out for bad luck. He then remembered that Lin Zhao had spoken to him earlier. In order to create a chance for herself to marry into a wealthy family, Wei Xiner specifically went to work in such luxury stores or Goldwa stores. And even though she was able to work as a white-collar worker that was a bit more glamorous with her education, she refused to do so, to have ready access to those with money. But Wei Xiner couldn't figure out one thing. Even if she was seen by a rich man, with her current occupation, the rich man wouldn't agree to her marrying into a rich family. How dare you ask? Shouldn't you go kneel down and apologize to Zhao Jiao now? Wei Shiner sneered. She knew that Zhang Yun had made Lu Ming unemployed, and now that the money had been transferred, Lu Ming, who had lost his job, was at the end of his tether, and should have gone to Lin Zhao's door to cry and weep. So how could he still have the time to come to the gold store to buy something? Lu Ming revealed a sneer. Making me kneel and apologize? I'm still waiting for you and her to come kneel and apologize to me. These two sneakily stole his own money. It's only light enough for him to ask one to take a knee. But Wei Xiner was furious. What did you say? You didn't keep your word and defaulted on the dowry, causing Lin Zhao's brother to be unable to get married. And an old scoundrel like you wants me to kneel down and apologize to you? Do you want a face? The words came out. The staff of the surrounding gold stores looked at Lu Ming with changed eyes. Contemptuous. This guy turned out to be scum. I can't believe I've done so many assholes. Hearing Wei Xiner speak slanderously about herself as if it were the truth, Lu Ming was exasperated and laughed. Lin Zhao left me for money. It's only natural that I don't pay the dowry. You're really good at turning black and white upside down. Bah! What do you mean by turning black and white upside down? It's all true. You scum! Wei Shiner despised it, and then didn't want to face Lu Ming's face again. She was afraid that Lu Ming's poor aura would get to her. What if the rich people came to buy something later and disliked her for having spoken to Lu Ming? She turned her head to look at the security guard not far away. Wang Yu, this person is harassing me. Get him out of here immediately. Seeing this, no one from the gold store staff stopped it. Lu Ming wasn't a rich man at first glance, and with Wei Xiner saying that he had such a bad character, they were happy for Lu Ming to be kicked out. Wang Yu, the bald security guard standing guard, heard Wei Shiner shouting and immediately rushed over. Wang Yu looked at Lu Ming, then looked at Wei Xiner's neatly dressed and aggressive appearance. He couldn't help but hesitate. Manager Wei, this seems to be out of order. Doesn't the store say that you can't just kick people out? He didn't see that Lu Ming was harassing Wei Xiner. Instead it seemed like Wei Xiner was being disruptive. What's this? Hurry up and kick people out, or I'll fire you right away. Seeing that the bald security guard actually disobeyed orders, Wei Xiner immediately fumed. When these words came out, Wang Yu's face changed and pleaded. Manager Wei, don't be so hasty, let me think of something. With no education, he had managed to find this job, which was much cleaner than the assembly line, and allowed him time to work part-time and visit his hospitalized mother, and now if he was fired, he'd be in deep. That's more like it. Wei Xiner sneered, then looked at Lu Ming with a haughty face. See, how can a poor guy like you be worthy of Zhaojiao and me? A casual word from us can decide a person's fate. She felt that this feeling of being able to decide the fate of someone's life or death with a single word was too comfortable. No wonder Lin Zhao betrayed Lu Ming to be with Zhang Yun, just because Zhang Yun could decide the fate of tens of thousands of people with a single word. And, how could Lu Ming possibly compare to their kind? Lu Ming didn't say anything and just looked at Wei Shiner with a cold face. Sir, excuse me. And Wang Yu was already looking at Lu Ming with an apologetic face. He knew that Lu Ming was definitely right, but he had no choice but to invite Lu Ming out for the sake of his mother and himself. It's okay. Lu Ming shook his head and stepped out of the gold store. After seeing Wei Xiner, he hadn't planned to buy gold here, lest he also bring Wei Xiner performance. Plus he didn't want to victimize a security guard for the sake of a moment, so he just left. Sorry. Seeing this, Wang Yu's inner guilt deepened, but Wei Xiner was laughing extremely happily. That's right. Just as Lu Ming walked to the door, a middle-aged man with a serious face and a competent dress walked in. Manager Wei, Manager Zhou, do you know that Century Gateway has come with a big customer? Store Manager Lin. What big client? Wei Shiner froze. Just now I received a call from the mall manager, saying that Century Gateway has come with a young, handsome, money-spinning tycoon who has spent more than 10 million angstroms in just 1 hour, and has extremely strong financial resources. Store manager Lin Chen's face was grave as he said, if our store can secure him, it would be a horrible performance. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. That's over $10 million of pure spending in 1 hour. It's not investing, speculating, or doing business. This rich man's family runs a money printing press? Wei Xiner was even more shocked by the news, full of stupefaction. How rich should this big client be? And young and handsome? Is it possible that he's the young master from Longdu? Thinking of this, the stagnant Wei Xiner suddenly excited. Pretty face surged a few points of bright red. A heart immediately fluttering jumped non-stop. Then, in that case, the peach blossom that I've been keeping myself safe and waiting for more than 10 years has finally come? Manager Wei, I'm now going to ask you to check the CCTV to see who this big customer is. We need to find him quickly. In case he leaves Century Gateway, then we're really going to regret it for the rest of our lives. Lin Chen immediately commanded. Yes, store manager, I'll check right away. Wei Xin was also frightened. In case the rich young man ran away, she was afraid that she would never have another chance. Thinking of this, she could no longer hold down the heart that wanted to meet this rich young man and planned to rush out to check the surveillance. Who knows? Just then, Lu Ming's voice suddenly rang out. There's no need to check. I'm the rich young man you're looking for. And let me tell you, I won't be spending money in your place. As soon as these words came out, Wei Xiner, who had originally rushed to the door, immediately froze, exuding an incredulous expression. All eyes in the entire store focused on him in unison. Chapter 20, They're coming. Lu Ming is the rich young man who spends his money? The crowd froze in disbelief. How is that possible? Next moment, Wei Xiner laughed her ass off. Lu Ming, what are you kidding? I've known you for 6 years. How come I've never heard of you being so rich? What? Have you been acting and pretending to be poor before? When these words came out, the crowd instantly let out jeers. This guy turned out to be bragging. Also right. If he were really a young tycoon, would the gold-digging Wei Xiner have known him for 6 years and not knelt to him? Lu Ming wasn't annoyed and said calmly, I'm not joking with you. I'm just warning you. Don't come looking for me even after checking the CCTV. There's no way I'm spending money with you. In fact, Lu Ming did not want to expose his identity, but he thought that if they wanted to check the surveillance, they would definitely be able to find themselves later. So he might as well openly show that he would definitely not spend money here. Wei Xiner sneered and chided. Do you think I care about a few $100s from a poor man like you? You'd better get as far away from me as you can. Alright, Manager Wei, go check the surveillance. Don't delay. At this moment, Lin Chen, who was watching Wei Xiner drive Lu Ming away, frowned. Wei Xiner violated the store rules and drove Lu Ming away. He should have cared, but seeing as Lu Ming didn't look like a rich man, he didn't bother. It's only right that we find the rich young man as a matter of urgency. As for Lu Ming's claim that he was a young tycoon, he didn't give it a second thought. It was just bragging. I'm on my way. Wei Xiner panicked, while furiously cursing Lu Ming in her heart. Blame it on the poor guy. If he hadn't delayed himself, he would have found out by now. Watching Wei Xiner still insist on checking the surveillance, Lu Ming planned to leave. Otherwise, when they find out the truth later, this group of people will surely be pestering themselves to spend money. Just then, boom boom boom, a group of scantily clad men and women suddenly poured out of the elevator. Each of their faces was agitated and their eyes looked around. When they saw Lu Ming standing at the entrance of the gold store, their eyes instantly glowed with exuberance. There he is. Go go go. They immediately went crazy and surged towards Lu Ming. Seeing so many people coming over, the people in the gold store were instantly intimidated. What's the situation? Lin Chen's face turned blue. This guy isn't going to get into any trouble, is he? Wei Xiner was even more florid. She thinks Lu Ming probably stole something up there, and now these people are coming to arrest Lu Ming. Thinking of this, Wei Xiner and Lin Chen immediately took a few steps back for fear of being implicated by Lu Ming. What if he's mistaken for Lu Ming's accomplice? Only one you unconsciously blocked Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming did get into trouble, he wanted to protect Lu Ming based on the guilt he felt for having just kicked him out, so that he wouldn't get hurt. Seeing this, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked up slightly. In a flash, the crowd rushed to Lu Ming. They came panting, before they could open their mouths. Lin Chen then spoke. Everyone, this gentleman has nothing to do with our gold store at all. Please don't block our entrance. He noticed some shoppers in the mall looking this way. What if they misunderstand that Lu Ming, who caused the trouble, is related to their gold store and it affects their reputation? That's right. Please move elsewhere to take care of this. Wei Xiner helped out. But something weird happened. Just after the two finished, the crowd looked at them with a little cute eyes at them. Lin Chen, I think you've drifted off as a store manager. Someone sneered. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen's pupils shrank. His heart suddenly felt unsettled, And he said, "What do you mean? How come things are a little out of his control?" No one explained it to him, because they're not in the mood to care about him right now. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in unison. The person closest to Lu Ming piled up a smile and said, "Mr. Lu, GUCC Dalong District has made a special tulip VIP card for you. This card is a limited edition card this year. You can use this card." Mr. Lu, you listen to me first. Our headquarters in Dalong District has specially approved a $1 million discount amount. You can reduce the threshold without. Mr. Lu, listen to me. The group instantly bickered. With the economy in a downward spiral, they've all put in their blood for the big Buddha that is Lu Ming. At this moment, the whole gold store was noisy and boisterous, and some people even had their hair gripped, their heels dropped, and even their pants pulled down because they were trying to say a word to Lu Ming. In extreme contrast to dead silence in the gold store, as well as the earthy-faced Lin Chen and Wei Xin. At this moment, even the little cutie all knew that Lu Ming was the young tycoon who was waving his money around. But Westenel couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Her face was pale and bloodless. How did Lu Ming, who was poor to the bone, become like this in a flash? Wei Xin, I want an explanation. At that moment, Lin Chen roared in fury and glared deathly at Wei Xin. He did not expect, by any means, that the tycoon he was anxiously looking for was right in front of him. At this time, he finally realized why someone had just said he was floating. Because he's drawing a line in the sand with Lu Ming. That's killing yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but regret it in his heart. And the culprit for all of this was because of Wei Xin. And the whole gold store is even showing hatred to Wei Xin. They lost a big client because of Wei Xin. Chapter 21, Meeting an Old Schoolmate. The store manager. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Wei Xin was scared to death and panicked, intending to defend herself. But her brain had already been washed blank by Lu Ming's true identity. So how could she still have words to say? Shut the up. From now on, you're fired. Lin Chen roared angrily. He decided to take remedial measures in a hurry. Maybe there was a chance to redeem Lu Ming now. Store manager. No, don't. Give me another chance. Wei Xin was completely devastated. She didn't think that she would lose her job just because of 2 words mocking Lu Ming, but Lin Chen will still give her a chance to speak. After he finished, he immediately walked towards Lu Ming, intending to explain, "Mr. Lu, there is some misunderstanding about what just happened. This Wei Xin has actually long since not been our employee." But Lu Ming only had one thing to say. "Stay away from me or I'll make you lose your job too." Lu Ming knew that Lin Chen had driven Wei Xin away, but he was already determined not to spend money here. Faced with this situation, Lin Chen could only come back trembling. He knew that with Lu Ming's financial power coupled with his silent behavior just now, Lu Ming only had to go and greet his superiors and he would definitely lose his job. Therefore, he could only concede and turn his head to vent all his anger on Wei Xin. After spending a while, Lu Ming barely managed to collect a few membership cards. As for Wei Xin's follow-up, he ignored it. He was too lazy to pay attention to what happened to such people. On the contrary, Wang Yu, he let the other party leave the gold store, went to another store as a security guard. More relaxed. The salary also rose a lot because of Lu Ming. It is also a kind expression of Lu Ming's good intentions. After leaving the gold store, Lu Ming walked out of Century Gateway and followed a middle-aged man to the Hanyuan Huafu sales center next door. This middle-aged man, the regional president of Qingzhou Hanyuan Huafu, was called Sun Luo. Just now, when the crowd at Century Gateway surrounded Lu Ming, Sun Luo followed suit, intending to befriend Lu Ming. Sun Luo, as the regional president of Hanyuan Huafu, especially in a rich place like Qingzhou, had strong financial power and high status, and he was able to chat with Zhong. He didn't have to go around pulling people to buy houses like other sales, but there was no way Lu Ming's demonstrated financial power was too strong, and anyone who squandered so much money with his hands was either a top tycoon or a top tycoon's loser. Both the former and the latter, Sun Luo wanted to recognize. However, what surprised Sun Luo was that he only held the intention of friendship and looked for Lu Ming, but after opening his mouth, he got Lu Ming's reply that he wanted to buy a house. This news made Sun Ra happy. When this kind of rich person makes a move, he mustn't just buy back a villa with hundreds of millions of dollars. Mr. Lu, our sales office is just ahead. Sun Luo was full of excitement. Good. Lu Ming nodded. The reason why he agreed to Sun Luo to come over was because he thought that his mom and dad were still renting a house, and that he would be able to help his mom and dad improve their living conditions by buying another suite. Moreover, he had heard of the project Hanyuan Huafu. It was said that Hanyuan Huafu not only advertised everywhere in Xincheng, but also expanded greatly in other cities in Qingzhou, And there was also Han Yuan Huafu's presence in Lu Ming's hometown Rincheng. In Qingcheng, Han Yuan Dahua Mansion even has top villas for sale. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart stirred. In that case, let's buy mom and dad a house at home and a villa here. And when we turn around, let the two old men come over for a vacation and forget about it. He knew that it was a no-brainer to ask his mom and dad, who were used to living in their hometown all their lives and surrounded by relatives and friends, to move to Qingcheng to live. So he definitely needed to buy a house in Rincheng. But as a son, it was just a matter of not having any money. And now that he had so much money, he wanted his mom and dad to experience the joys of the villa. When Lu Ming walked into Han Yuan Huafu, son Luo then smiled. Mr. Lu, what kind of house do you want to see first? Looking at the villas in Qingcheng first? Show me the information on Rinzhou first. Other things will come later. Lu Ming said. Yes. Son Luo knew that Lu Ming wanted to buy a house for his parents and was not surprised, and immediately walked to his men's office to get the information. He didn't support his men to get it, but ran there himself as a sign of respect for Lu Ming. A regional president running errands for you is enough to give you face, enough to make you look good, right? He knows that many rich people like to have face, but Lu Ming didn't even know that Son Luo was being facetious to him. He thought that it was just that Son Luo was more hands-on and unwilling to order others around, so he even praised Son Luo in his heart. Seeing that Son Luo had left, Lu Ming could only wander around, looking at the digital sandbox of Han Yuan Huafu and checking out the real estate information. Just then, Lu Ming? Is that you? A voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming twisted his head to see that a young woman of his age was standing not far away. The woman had wavy curly hair, fluttering eyes on her googly-eyed face, pale pink cheeks, red lips as if peach moisturized, and a light blue OL uniform wraparound skirt that set off her figure beautifully. All in blue. A name immediately flashed through Lu Ming's heart. His brow furrowed in hesitation. Blue Lulu? He wasn't so sure, because the blue Lulu he remembered didn't seem to look like this. Not this good looking. It's really you. What brings you here? After confirming that it was really Lu Ming, a subtle smile suddenly appeared on the face of Blue Lulu. Slightly teasing. Chapter 22, The Active Blue Lulu. I came to hang out. Lu Ming was full of vigilance. He didn't want to reveal too much to Lan Lulu. When he was in college, Lan Lulu had once chased after him like crazy when she saw how handsome he was. Even though he has Lin Jiao, Lan Lulu is still unforgiving. Even on one mid-autumn festival night, after all of Lu Ming's roommates had gone home, he rushed to the boys' dormitory and lay naked on his bed with the intention of seducing him. That time, in the empty dormitory, Lu Ming was almost scared out of his wits. It was also after that time that Lu Ming deeply realized that even though he was poor, he was still a charming and handsome man who couldn't exude his charms unscrupulously. Now, facing the crazy Blue Lulu again, Lu Ming didn't dare to reveal half of the information about himself for fear of something happening. So it's just hanging out. I thought you were planning on buying a second suite. Blue Lulu smiled. You know I bought a house? Lu Ming sniffed and sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. This guy, he clearly didn't tell her himself. I know. Wouldn't it be nice to look it up? Blue Lulu covered her mouth, her eyes flowing as she gave him a shy and timid look. Lu Ming almost didn't piss himself. Why is this guy still thinking about himself? Even though Blue Lulu had become very good looking now, he didn't want to have anything to do with this kind of woman. Just then, Lan Lulu came close to Lu Ming and lightly bit her red lips. How is it? Haven't seen you for so long. Did you find that I've become very good looking? After saying her words, Lan Lulu stared at Lu Ming with a flirtatious face, her hot breath almost about to hit Lu Ming's face. She caught the flash of amazement and surprise in Lu Ming's eyes just now. At this moment, Lan Lulu heart not to mention how happy. She suffered for several years, just for this moment to stun him, but Lu Ming didn't dare to move in the face of Lan Lulu's stirring flirtation. Instead he revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Laughing dryly, he said, yeah, did you go for plastic surgery? If it had been any other woman, he would have been happy to make contact. Who wouldn't want to look at a beautiful woman? But forget about Blue Lulu. Asterisk 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 Q. Lan Lulu gave him a blank look. I went on a weight loss diet, found I don't know how many courses, and ate papaya to enlarge my breasts before I turned myself into this. Oh, so that's how it is. Ha ha. Lu Ming said awkwardly. Yeah, by the way, I remember someone saying that you became a fitness instructor, right? Blue Lulu asked. Yeah. Lu Ming nodded with a fake smile while being speechless in his heart. Who the hell did she ask? Well, in that case, can I sign up for your class in the future? And you instruct me close, please? Lan Lulu laughed delicately and extended her fingers, unconsciously tracing across Lu Ming's chest, bringing tingling. The ones you can't get at a young age will be remembered for the rest of your life. Lu Ming was the person that Lan Lulu had remembered for the rest of her life. These techniques of seducing men, she practiced countless times in front of the mirror, just to charm Lu Ming one day, so that Lu Ming would likewise fall head over heels for herself, and she wanted Lu Ming to cheat on her even if she had Lin Jiao to pursue her. What's more, she just learned this morning that Lu Ming has been dumped. Now Lu Ming has no money and no girlfriend. Is not she at her mercy, and perhaps, will regret not being with herself in the first place? But what Blue Lulu didn't expect was this. In the face of her seduction, Lu Ming unexpectedly shrank back in fear and said with a harumph, "What a pity, I quit my job. I'm not an employee of the gym now." "You lie." Blue Lulu immediately frowned. Lu Ming is so poor now, how dare he resign? She felt that Lu Ming was deliberately talking nonsense just to get rid of her. Really? I'm not lying. Lu Ming really didn't lie. He's the boss now, not an employee. So, then do you want to come to work at Hainyuan Huafu? I can take you. Blue Lulu had a flash of inspiration and changed her mind again. As she said that, she also took the opportunity of chatting with Lu Ming to take a few more steps closer. No need. Lu Ming swished and stepped back. Now he would rather Lan Lulu taunt him like Wei Xaner and Lin Jiao, than to have her keep teasing him plausibly like this. Don't resist me so much. Seeing this, Lan Lulu's heart was in a big hurry, and her mouth pouted. It's rare that I haven't seen you for so long. Don't you want to miss me? Do you realize that I haven't had a boyfriend until now for you? Now that you and Lin Jiao have broken up, the debt situation must be bad. I've been earning over $1 million a year for the past 2 years, which is more than enough to help you pay off your mortgage. Are you really not going to consider me? Chapter 23, Sun Luo's Kindness. Lulu Blue has made a lot of money over the years by selling houses. At those words, Lu Ming's eyes widened. Nice guy. Now how did this Blue Lulu manage to work out and lose weight while making $1 million a year? Iron Man? Looking at Lu Ming's shocked appearance, Lan Lulu was inwardly pleased. She felt that Lu Ming must have been very shocked because he heard that she was earning millions of dollars a year, and was probably already regretting that he hadn't been with a rich woman like herself in the first place. Well, aren't you moved? I'm rich, obedient and good-looking. Don't you really want to have me? Lan Lulu blinked her peach blossom eyes and discharged electricity at Lu Ming, her gesture active to the extreme. Lu Ming revealed a bitter face. Lulu, I have money. I don't need your help. No need to pretend. I've seen through your bravado. Just follow me. Blue Lulu said with a smirk. She decided that after buying the house, Lu Ming, who had taken on a lot of debt, would definitely have no money. Lu Ming's bitter face became even more bitter. It was not good for him to use force when he faced Lan Lulu, but if he didn't use force, this woman would definitely haunt him. Seeing this, Lan Lulu was delighted in her heart. She knew she must have poked at Lu Ming's sadness. It's okay, let her soothe Lu Ming's broken heart. Just then, Mr. Lu, I've brought the information you asked for. Please take a look. Sun Luo walked up to Lu Ming and bent down to bow. Seeing the visitor, the face of Lan Lulu, who was originally bound to Lu Ming, immediately froze. Mr. Sun, you. Sun Luo was the regional president of Hanyuan Huafu in Qingzhou, with a very high status, so how could he personally get information for someone? And bow? This is too much. At this moment, Lan Lulu's brain was a little confused, and her gaze toward Lu Ming became suspicious and uncertain. Lu Ming was equally surprised. Mr. Sun, you're too polite. Just now Sun Luo was not so respectful to him. How come he changed in the time it took to get a piece of information? Only Sun Ra himself knew why. The reason why he took so long to take an information is because when he went to get the information, he made a phone call to ask Zhong Er to inquire about Lu Ming in the end which way is the character. And the result is to learn that Lu Ming is actually the new owner of the Huanqiu building. Since it was Zhong Er's guess that Lu Ming would marry Wen Rongrong, Zhong Er didn't tell Sun Luo. But the identity of the new owner of the Huanqiu building alone was enough to make Sun Luo horrified and shocked. At this moment, Sun Luo was shocked to realize that Lu Ming was a big shot, and that he had to be entertained respectfully. No, it should. Sun Luo laughed and waited for Lu Ming to receive the information before getting up. It was then that Sun Luo realized that Blue Lulu was here. Superintendent Blue, you're here too? Sun Ra asked. Yes, Mr. Lu is my classmate, so I came over to receive by way of catching up. Blue Lulu forced a smile. Her brain is still mushy to this day. She couldn't figure out why President Sun. Why was he so respectful to Lu Ming? Is Lu Ming really rich? Sun Luo was surprised. You two are still classmates? Yes. Lu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. That's quite a coincidence. Sun Luo sighed with emotion. Looking at Lu Ming and Lan Lulu's extremely close proximity, his eyebrows slightly raised, revealing an ambiguous smile. Then in that case, Mr. Lu will be received by you. Mr. Lu wants to purchase a villa in Xincheng as well as a house in Rinqing. Director Lan, You remembered to make a good introduction. Since we're old classmates, it's definitely easier to talk. Sun Luo immediately handed over the responsibility to Blue Lulu. The words fell. Blue Lulu was shocked. Really? Her focus was all on the villa in Xincheng. When did Lu Ming get so rich? Did he not just lie to himself? And as for Lu Ming, his eyes instantly widened. Don't, Mr. Sun. Holy, Sun Ra. You're not human. You can't send me into the tiger's mouth. He had just thought that he could escape with his life when Sun Luo came, but it turned out that this guy actually sold himself out backhandedly? Sun Luo, however, thought Lu Ming was being reserved. A lot of rich people like to pretend to be reserved and look like they don't want anything, but they do want everything. So, at this point, he had to make it difficult for the other person to accept his good intentions. Mr. Lu, truth be told, I still have things to do. Superintendent Lan is our most professional person here. You can rest assured. After saying his words, Sun Luo left with confidence and boldness. As he turned to leave, Sun Luo's back carried no drag, while silently saying in his heart, Mr. Lu, you don't have to thank me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you hear me out? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. When Sun Luo left, the two were quiet for a moment. Lan Lulu looked hesitant and slightly shocked. Lu Ming, when exactly did you become so rich? Chapter 24, Private Use of Public Weapons. After Sun Luo's appearance, she had been completely convinced that Lu Ming had the financial resources to purchase the villa, and it was because of this that she was so shocked. The Qingcheng villas of Haiyu and Huafu are at least tens of millions of dollars for a set, and hundreds of millions for a larger area. Lu Ming can even buy it? Long story, I recently won the lottery. Lu Ming casually made up a reason. Really? Blue Lulu was stunned. Lu Ming had never had much money, and now that he was suddenly rich, there was really only winning the lottery to explain it. But Qingzhou Regional President Sun Luo's heartfelt respect for Lu Ming didn't look like something a lottery winner could get. Why don't you introduce me to a house first? I'm going to buy my parents a suite in their hometown, and then a villa in Xincheng that's suitable for a vacation with a view. Lu Ming pulled away and didn't dwell on the topic any longer. He couldn't possibly tell Blue Lulu that world prices had suddenly depreciated. Okay, then I'll introduce you to. Only then did Blue Lulu not pursue the matter any further, saying, however, the current Blue Lulu didn't have the extremely proactive look she had just had. Originally, she thought that she had the money and could eat Lu Ming, but now the situation had taken a sharp turn for her, and instead, it made her a lot more restrained. Seeing Blue Lulu's gesture, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that being rich does more than attract women. It rejects them. Money really is everything. Afterwards, Lan Lulu quickly picked out a house in Rin City for Lu Ming, with the perfect choice of house type and size. Lu Ming is too lazy to go to the field inspection. Directly painful full payment. If there is a problem, he will find Han Yuan Huafu's trouble on the line. This handwriting makes Blue Lulu surprised. Obviously the mortgage is more cost effective. But Lu Ming preferred to choose full payment. Just how rich can you be to not even blink when spending out millions of dollars? Because of this, Lan Lulu couldn't help but grow quite a bit more admiration in her heart. Women are all Muqiang. So is Win Rongrong. So is Lan Lulu. Especially Lu Ming was also the man that Lan Lulu had been chasing for several years. Now, Lan Lulu's heart began to firm up one more thought. She must take advantage of the fact that Lu Ming is now breaking up with Lin Jiao to take Lu Ming down. Okay, let's buy the villa next. Lu Ming said after swiping his card. He pointed to a villa on the sandbox and was tempted to buy it outright. To have money is to be capricious. It's just ho-hum. But Lan Lulu stopped him. Don't be so anxious. I will take you to the field to see it. You should always see more touch. By Villa Prudent a little better. Anyway, the villa is not far from here. Blue Lulu blinked her eyes and looked at Lu Ming, looking serious, but Lu Ming was frowning. Why did he feel that there was something in Lan Lulu's words? Come on, I'm doing you a favor. When Lan Lulu finished speaking, she went up to hold Lu Ming. Lu Ming skillfully dodged away. That's fine, let's go, he said in his heart. This still craves her body. This flexible movement made Blue Lulu so angry that she stomped her feet. Is this man's heart made of stone? In Lu Ming's opinion, it didn't matter if he bought a house with Lan Lulu, but the extra contact was even. Even if Blue Lulu hadn't done anything out of the ordinary except scare him once, he'd still be wary. Lu Ming got into Lan Lulu's car. Blue Lulu insisted that she knew the shortcut and would just let her drive. Lu Ming had to follow her. How long does it take to drive to Everest House from here? Lu Ming asked as soon as he got into the car. He wanted to look at the villa and hurry to buy it, and afterwards set aside his relationship with Blue Lulu. But Lan Lulu could see what he was thinking and preferred not to give him what he wanted. Instead, while turning the steering wheel, she complained, Lu Ming, Don't you feel sorry for me? I've been busy all morning, and I haven't had lunch until now? Lu Ming, is that why you insist on driving? This woman was totally trying to pick herself up in the name of looking at villas. Private use of public instruments. Vile. Chapter 25, Blue Lulu's Mind. Do you remember if you've had dinner with me before? The restaurant. Blue Lulu asked with a smile after ordering. There were a few moments of heartfelt happiness in her eyes. Even though Lu Ming's attitude was tinged with detachment, just such a little thing could satisfy her heart. Blue Lulu had just acted very strong before she learned about Lu Ming's property, but in reality, even she herself had to admit that she had just planted herself on Lu Ming. Remember, that's the one that made you like me. Lu Ming replied. He was impressed. He and Lan Lulu were in the same student organization, and since Lan Lulu was ordinary looking and fat at first, no one paid attention to her, and only Lu Ming took the initiative to talk to her so that she wouldn't be too embarrassed. After that time, Lan Lulu's feelings toward Lu Ming changed. I was wondering if you liked me, otherwise why would you want to initiate a conversation with me? Blue Lulu said. Lu Ming was helpless. You're overthinking it, but don't you boys do the same thing? A good-looking girl reaches out to talk to you, and you think she likes you. Lu Ming. Blue Lulu does have a good point. Afterward, Lu Ming coughed dryly. Anyway, I'm not don't talk nonsense. Lan Lulu suddenly said coldly. I know. Lin Jiao took the initiative to look for you to chat with you because she liked you in the first place. It was Lin Jiao who first initiated contact with Lu Ming in the first place. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming's hand flipping through the menu froze, his eyes drooping slightly before he'd scared and laughed. Right. Looking at Lu Ming's fleshly downturn in this instant, Lan Lulu slightly gritted her teeth. Damn Lin Jiao. What gives you the right to do this to a man I can't have? After a moment of silence, Blue Lulu suddenly said, I want to explain something to you. What is it? Lu Ming looked up. That Mid-Autumn Festival. I didn't mean to go that far. I was going to wait for you in your dorm room, but your comforter smelled so good that I wanted to go up and take a look. And then I accidentally fell asleep. And then in my sleep I was feeling hot again, so I took off my clothes. Blue Lulu's eyes averted a bit. I know it sounds far-fetched, but you believe me. Since that Mid-Autumn Festival, Lu Ming pulled the black, only in the meeting, can chat a few words, but also never gave her the opportunity to chat alone, so that she has never had the opportunity to explain. She cried for this for a long time. In the hearts of young boys and girls, there is nothing sadder than being loathed by the one you like. Lu Ming was a bit surprised. So you didn't do it on purpose? A blush of shame surged violently on Lan Lulu's face as she glared at him. Even if I liked you more, I wouldn't go this far. Also, Lu Ming took a deep breath, recalling Lan Lulu's actions over the years. Even if he inquired about it, it was secretly, after which he scratched his head. I'm sorry then, I misunderstood you. Seeing Lu Ming painfully apologizing, Lan Lulu's eyes suddenly reddened for no reason. The aggravation of being misunderstood for several years finally had an outlet. Hey, don't cry. Lu Ming got up on his hands and knees and handed the other man a tissue. Only after Lan Lulu finished crying did Lu Ming sit back down and said, then in that case, we're still friends. He lifted his glass of water and tried to walk one with Blue Lulu. Lan Lulu wanted to say that she wasn't willing to just be Lu Ming's friend, but when the words came out of her mouth, she wimped out and nodded her head and vaguely said, good. Earlier when she was rejected by Lu Ming, she was able to tease him fearlessly. Now that Lu Ming was willing to be friends, she cowered instead. Because she was afraid of losing Lu Ming's hard-won friendship, the two men raised their glasses and then resumed eating. It was only after dinner that the two of them rushed over to the villa area of Hangyu and Huafu. In the meantime, Chang's family. Dad, what exactly is Lu Ming's identity? Jiang Yun returned to the villa, his face full of violence and anger. Lu Ming smashed his car in the morning and made him lose face. This revenge, he would remember it for the rest of his life. He wanted Lu Ming to pay. Chapter 26, Dragon Capital Su Family. Winning family. But Jiang Yun knew that making Lu Ming pay was not something to be done recklessly. He had to figure out where Lu Ming got his backing to buy the Huanqiu building as well as make Zhong Air so respectful. So he asked his father, Jiang Shangwan, to inquire about. I just went to deliver a vase to your Uncle Cheng. Jiang Shangwan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a polo shirt and black pants with a straight body, and said lightly, he told me Lu Ming's identity. What? Jiang Yun couldn't wait to ask. Wen Rong has her eye on him. Jiang Shangwan said. Jiang Yun's face immediately changed, turning an iron blue. What? How is this possible? When the eldest miss of the Wen family, Wen Rong, came to Qingcheng, he had chased after her for half a year, but Winning Rong couldn't even look at him, and now she was even looking at Lu Ming? He was completely overwhelmed. Wasn't this saying that he, Jiang Yun, was inferior to Lu Ming? At this moment, The shame in Jiang Yun's heart reached an unparalleled level, and his anger was even thicker than in the parking lot in the morning. I don't think it's possible either. But the money to buy the Huanqiu building came out of Win Rongrong's account. Do you think that person called Lu Ming would have that much money to buy a building? Jiang Shengwan said again. So, this can only mean that Lu Ming is being looked at by Win Rongrong. Jiang Yun froze, then transformed into gnashing of teeth. That's right, then it must be the winning family that is behind Lu Ming's purchase of the building. Although we don't know why the winning family is looking at Lu Ming. I only know one thing. Our Jiang family can't afford to offend the winning family. Jiang Shengwan said. So Dad, are we really going to bow down with this punk? Jiang Yun was unconvinced. He couldn't accept it. Obviously. Yesterday Lu Ming was just an ant that he could crush with a single word. How could he force him to submit now? Bow your head? Why bow down? Who knows? Jiang Shengwan snorted. Bowing down to the winning family is acceptable to me. Bowing down to such a soft food eating waste. Do you think your father I've been doing this for nothing for so many years? When these words came out, Jiang Yun was immediately surprised. Dad, I've called winners and asked. Jiang Shengwan slowly said. Winning Rongrong's support for Lu Ming doesn't mean that the winning family approves of Lu Ming. I have always remembered that the winning family's most preferred candidate for a son-in-law is Su Shan of the Su family. The Su family is a banking giant in the Dragon Kingdom, and the winning family has always wanted to marry the Su family to obtain deeper cooperation. And Win Rongrong came to Qingcheng to become the president of the Recruitment Agricultural Bank in order not to marry Su Shan, and set an impossible task. Su Shan has long treated Win Rongrong as a forbidden domain, only waiting for him to marry Win Rongrong after she fails in her mission. But now that a Lu Ming has been killed out of nowhere, do you think Su Shan is willing? At those words, Jiang Yun's face changed slightly. It turned out that there was such a story behind Win Rongrong's arrival in Qingcheng. At the moment, he was secretly alarmed. Fortunately, the pursuit of Win Rongrong was unsuccessful at first. Otherwise, wouldn't the love rival be Su Shan? Then one must be dead for sure. But now, thinking of this, Jiang Yun felt a sense of gloating. Because the person who was going to face Su Shan directly is Lu Ming now. He now wanted to see how Lu Ming, this punk, would die. Go make a call. I got the phone number of Su Shan, the eldest son of the Su family. Call him and report the matter truthfully. Su Shan himself will decide whether Lu Ming lives or dies. Jiang Shengwan faintly said, daring to get his hands on Win Rongrong. Lu Ming has already committed a capital offense. Yes. Jiang Yun immediately got up excitedly and went out to make a call. As he walked, the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth slowly curved up into a sinister arc as he muttered to himself. Lu Ming, the energies of the Dragon Kingdom's Su family and the Dragon Kingdom's winning family can easily crush you, including your family. I'm looking forward to the moment when you kneel down and apologize to the Jiang family. Chapter 27, Lin Zhao's 3 Views. Of course, even if you kneel in front of my Jiang family's door, there's no way I'll forgive you. Jiang Yun sneered to himself. His mind was imagining Lu Ming crying and wailing, wanting their Jiang family to help raise his hand, but being ruthlessly rejected. It's soothing to think about. Cafe. The palm trees swayed, and the sunlight fell through the branches on the large tent, under which 2 women sat opposite each other at the black table. It was none other than Wei Xiner and Lin Zhao. At this time, Lin Zhao looked unsightly and her hair was disheveled. After Jiang Yun gets his Ferrari smashed by Lu Ming, he feels that Lin Zhao is to blame for everything. Therefore, Jiang Yun slapped Lin Zhao and drove her away, causing Lin Zhao to be disoriented until this moment. She was in immense pain. She didn't expect Jiang Yun to treat herself like this. You know, in the past, Lu Ming was treating himself as a treasure to care for. Even a little bit of rough work are not willing to let themselves do. The result is that Jiang Yun not only scolded himself, but also beat himself. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao's heart suddenly missed the time she spent with Lu Ming. Especially, Lu Ming now has money. If he bowed his head and admitted his mistake with Lu Ming, maybe Lu Ming would accept himself as easily as before. No, he can't have money. There's no way I'm bowing down. Lin Zhao suddenly woke up and dismissed all her thoughts. There's no way she's going to admit she's at fault, and getting her to voluntarily admit it is worse than killing her. It was only right that she wanted Lu Ming to come and apologize to herself. But Lu Ming now has such a beautiful woman by his side. How can he come to admit his mistake? Thinking of this, Lin Zhao couldn't help but grit her teeth. She felt that it was still Lu Ming who had wronged her. At this point, Wei Shiner finally spoke. Jia Jiao, what kind of big shot do you think Lu Ming is? He spent more than $10 million in one morning. And do you know the managers of the stores? Wei Xiner was filled with fear, and after being fired from the gold store, she rushed to find Lin Zhao. She was now going to inform Lin Zhao of everything that had happened at Century Gateway. How is that possible? After listening to Wei Xiner's narration, Lin Zhao's face was filled with stagnation and her whole body trembled. Spending $10 million on random things? One word to fire Weston L? And have CenturyLink store managers chasing after them like licking dogs? When she and Jiang Yun went to Century Gateway, the people of Century Gateway had never treated Jiang Yun so respectfully. Thinking back to today when Lu Ming bought the Wanqiu building and smashed the Ferrari, Lin Jiao fell into doubt. Was this really the Lu Ming she knew? How can it be better than the Chang family? Looking at Lin Jiao stagnant and not speaking, Wei Xiner said arduously, he really is a rich man pretending to be poor, isn't he? Jiao, should we find him and apologize? How about I accompany you? Wei Xiner now wants to think for herself and Lin Jiao and see if she can redeem herself. In case Lu Ming tried to take revenge on the two of them, they would really be dead. But Wei Xiner's kindness was like a flame that suddenly ignited all the remorse and anger that had accumulated in Lin Jiao's heart from the morning until now. Lin Jiao suddenly yelled, venting all her anger on Wei Xiner, shut up, there's no way a punk like him is rich. I don't need to go apologizing. I'm not wrong for abandoning him. She refuses to face reality until now. When the voice fell, the surrounding customers looked sideways. Where did this crazy person come from? Wei Xiner was yelled at and froze. After its pretty face surged with anger. You abandoned him yourself. What are you yelling at me for? I was kind enough to help you. You help me? You laugh at me, don't you? Are you laughing at me in your mind right now for having eyes? Lin Jiao started biting like a mad dog. Wei Xiner was completely dumbfounded. So angry that her petite body trembled and said, are you nuts? When did I mock you? If I had known, I shouldn't have helped you. I should have gone to help Lu Ming. Maybe if I had helped Lu Ming, I would have been the store manager of the gold store by now. Wei Xiner felt that she had pulled out her heart to treat Lin Jiao. So how could Lin Jiao do this to herself? Chapter 28, Phone Call from Longdu. You. Lin Jiao instantly widened her eyes, revealing resentment. I've known for a long time that you don't have good intentions. Tell me, did you have your eye on Lu Ming a long time ago? It's only that you dislike him for being poor, so you just let him go to me? Yes, I've had my eye on him for a long time. I've been trying to steal my best friend's boyfriend for a long time. Yes, it's all been said and done. Are you satisfied? Wei Xiner was furious. How could this person think of herself like this? When these words came out, Lin Jiao couldn't hold back any longer. She raised her hand and slapped Wei Xiner directly, cloaked in anger. You go find him. You get out of here. Slap down. Wei Xiner was completely frozen. Swelling was visible to the naked eye on her white cheeks. After a long time, her eyes suddenly reddened, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lin Jiao, count on me to see you clearly. She stopped arguing with Lin Jiao and got up to leave. Xiner, don't go. Lin Jiao finally came to her senses after the slap, but Wei Xiner had long since left without hesitation. When Wei Xiner left, Lin Jiao sat back disheveled. It's not like I really wanted to hit you. Why are you leaving? Can't you understand me? She felt aggrieved. Why can't Wei Xiner sympathize with the fact that she lost her mind because of Lu Ming? After thinking about it, she felt that it was all Lu Ming's responsibility. If Lu Ming hadn't suddenly gotten rich, she wouldn't have been beaten by Jiang Yun and wouldn't have driven Wei Xiner away. Not to mention that she wouldn't have been called by her mother as well as her younger brother Lin Yanglong from the morning until now, scolding her to get out of the Lin family if she couldn't bring back the dowry money. It was Lu Ming who caused her to have nothing. Damn Lu Ming. Just then, jingle bells. Lin Jiao's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the incoming call, Lin Jiao was surprised and happy. Picking up the phone, Yun, are you willing to find me? I've told you hundreds of times, don't call me by my first name, call me Jiang Xiao. Jiang Yun was impatient. Lin Jiao wasn't worthy of calling him by his name. Lin Jiao stiffened and her tone turned humble. Yes, Jiang Xiao, come to the usual place tonight and remember to wear the one I bought you last time. I want to get it out of my system. Jiang Yun sneered. Good. Hearing that the first thing Jiang Yun did when he called was to take it out on himself, Lin Jiao's face darkened, then hesitated. What about Lu Ming's matter? Ha! At this moment, Jiang Yun sneered. Him? Just a punk who pretends to be rich. Not enough to be afraid of. I contacted Dragon Capital. Someone has already come to deal with him. Just wait and see how he dies. Pretending to be rich? Hearing this sentence, Lin Jiao was instantly surprised. So Lu Ming didn't have any money? Doesn't that mean that the Jiang family can still easily crush Lu Ming? Doesn't it mean that you didn't do anything wrong by abandoning Lu Ming? And since that was the case, Wei Xiner had just been wrong to tell herself to apologize. Then it's okay to slap Wei Xiner himself. No fault at all. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao finally swept away the haze in her heart and straightened up. Her tone became even more relaxed. Good. I'll be sure to serve you well at night then. Aha! Remember to go over there half an hour early to shower and put on your makeup. Don't waste my time by making me wait over there. After saying that, Zhang Yun didn't bother to say anything more to Lin Jiao and directly hung up the phone. Who cares how an appliance feels? Lin Jiao, on the other hand, had a sweetheart. She felt that Zhang Yun had gone to Longdu to find someone to deal with Lu Ming for her sake. Then, in that case, he himself would have to be doubly pleasing to Zhang Yun. Only with time will she have a chance to marry into the Chang family. When the time came, she would make both Lu Ming and Wei Shiner regret it. Recruitment of agricultural banks. Winnie's cell phone received a call from Longdu. A voice furious to the core came from the other end. Win Rongrong, who is Lu Ming? What have you done? Chapter 29. Win multiplied the wind's fury. At those words, Win Rongrong immediately frowned. On the other end of the line, it was her father, winning the ride. Win Rongrong said, Dad, why are you angry? Lu Ming is just my client. She mentally cursed. How is it that just after meeting Lu Ming in the morning, the winner received the news in the afternoon? Who the hell is spying on you? She was thinking that she was afraid that the winners were just worried about her having a relationship with another man in Xinjiang and had been spying on her. Just like when she first came to Xinjiang and many rich kids pursued her. Her cell phone was busted every day. The winner's family has been instructed 1,000 times to keep the intact body for Su Shan. That made Win Rongrong want to laugh. Not to mention that she had no intention of going and having sex with that man. And even if she did, so what? Su Shan was a flirt in Longdu, living in hotel clubs almost every day. But turned around and ordered that he must maintain his innocence? What kind of bull asshole talk is that? Clients? Ha! I do know that you took huge sums of money from your account to buy the Wanqiu building for him. Where on earth did you get the money? Win multiplied the wind and laughed coldly. If you don't tell the truth clearly, I will now immediately send someone over to find Lu Ming. Win Rongrong's eyes turned cold. Dad, the money is Lu Ming's, not mine. He's a tycoon. Fart. Win Shifeng became furious. I haven't heard of any person surnamed Lu in the country who has so much money. Before he made the call, he had specifically asked someone to go to the bank to check if Lu Ming would be the big man. As it turned out, there was no such person to be found. This means that the money to buy the building could only have been secretly paid by Win Rongrong for Lu Ming. Dad, I can only keep Lu Ming's identity a secret from you. But I'm telling you, you can't offend him. If you offend him, something could happen to our entire winning family. Win Rongrong gritted her teeth. It was impossible for her to tell her father about Lu Ming being a black gold dragon card holder, as it involved confidentiality. She couldn't turn her back on Lu Ming if he trusted her and was willing to tell her. However, she knew that the energy of the holder of the black gold dragon card was very terrifying, and if her father thought that he could easily deal with Lu Ming, he would only bring great trouble to the winning family when the time came. But Win multiplied the wind and fell silent. After a long time, he sighed. Wrong. Dad knows that forcing you to marry Su Shan is condemning you, and Dad has always wanted to make it up to you. But that doesn't mean I'm going to watch my daughter go crazy. Do you realize what you're saying right now? You realize I had no more trouble crushing him than I did crushing an ant. Towards the end, Win Multiplier's words turned completely cold. Couldn't help but be angry. What has this daughter of yours been through in Xinjiang? Is she crazy? How dare you say that they, the Dragon Kingdom winners, can't afford to offend a gym trainer? This is a big joke. Dad. Knowing that Win Rongrong couldn't listen to him, she couldn't help but get anxious. You really don't want to make a move against him. Okay. Win multiplied the win to say 3 times in a row, only to forcefully suppress the impatience within him. He didn't want to vent to his daughter. After taking a deep breath, he said, I can promise you that the winning family will definitely not make a move against him. I know that too. There must be something about him that appeals to you, and I'm okay with you wanting to play around with a little white boy. But remember, don't ever say Lu Ming is a rich man in front of me again, or even in front of Su Shan. Understand? I know everything, including the fact that you bought him a building. In fact, so that he could teach his cheating girlfriend as well as Zhang Yun, who cuckolded him, a lesson that this kind of man who relies on women and eats soft food is destined to be a waste. I'll just give you one piece of advice. Just have fun, and then, wait for Su Shan to come over to you and receive him properly. Other than that, don't cross the line. There's no way the winning family is going to wipe their asses for a little person like Lu Ming again. After saying that, Win multiplied Wind no longer listened to Win Rongrong's defense and directly hung up the phone. He felt that he was already being the most merciful by not striking out at Lu Ming for the sake of his daughter. Listening to the phone busy tone, Win Rongrong was full of anxiety. Why don't you listen to me? She hastened to make a few more calls to her father, but unfortunately, Win multiplied the wind no longer answer. In the meantime, at this time, Zhang Er, who is in the 5th villa of Hangyuan Huafu, Received a phone call from Wind Multiplied Wind. Chapter 30 Zhang Yu's Disdain. Hanyuan Huafu Villa Area. Lu Ming and Lan Lulu arrived here after eating. Which one do you want to start looking at first? Blue Lulu asked as soon as she got out of the car. Start with the best view. Lu Ming said dryly. Bought for mom and dad's vacation. It definitely needs to be the most comforting and refreshing. Hearing this, Lan Lulu couldn't help but hesitate. But, the ones with good scenery are more expensive. Hanyuan Huafu Villa Area is built on Qingcheng Mountain, and villas 2 to 5 down the mountainside have the best view of the landscape, but they are also built in a very wide area, with a correspondingly higher price. Even the richest man in Qingcheng had only bought villa number 5, and the remaining villas were still unused until now. As for the one villa on the hillside of Qingcheng, it was even more unattended. This is because of the extremely odd requirements of Everest House, which only accepts full payment. In this case, those who can pay full price won't buy in Qingcheng and go directly to Longdu, while those who can't afford it, don't even think about it. How expensive is it? Does it cost 10 billion? $100? Lu Ming looked at Blue Lulu's hesitant appearance, and could not help but drum in his heart. In this world, could it be that there were still things that one could not afford? When these words came out, Lan Lulu froze, and waved her hand busily with anxiety. How is this possible? The most expensive villa number 1 is only $16. We can't sell a $100 villa in Qingcheng. Lu Ming said this. How could a 400 square feet villa be sold for $100? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and laughed afterward. It's only $16. What's up with that? It's cheap. Let him calculate that he can buy 10,000 buildings with his own financial resources. A little something. Ha! Lan Lulu was shocked to hear Lu Ming's relaxed tone. 6 billion in liquid assets. That's not much, is it? Even the richest man in Qingcheng wouldn't easily take $12 to buy a villa. How could Lu Ming say it so lightly? Just then. Oh, Blue Lulu. Are you feeling too idle at work and looking for someone to amuse me? The gate of the villa area opened and a young woman wearing a suit and a pair of black stockings with lace loops printed with a monogrammed pattern on her legs was stepping out with a sneer, carrying a Gucci bag in her hand, in which a couple of cards with a gold border on an orange background could still be seen. Lu Ming didn't know anything about bags either, so he thought that this person looked like he was rich. You-san, I'm not amusing you. When Lan Lulu saw the visitor, her face changed slightly and she bowed her head. Zhang Yu's gaze swept to Lu Ming. Suddenly vicious, you told me to bring customers to see the villa. I thought there really are some big customers to buy a house. After half a day, this big customer is actually just your college classmates? I can remember you telling me that this college friend of yours came from an average background, and now you have the audacity to say that a $16 villa is cheap? Oh, is it possible for such an arrogant person to buy a villa? You still say not to amuse me. The words fell. Lu Ming immediately frowned. Although he didn't know how this Zhang Yu knew that he was a classmate of Lan Lulu's university, he understood one thing. The other guy was despising himself. Lan Lulu's face instantly changed drastically. Sister you've misunderstood. Now Lu Ming is no longer poor. Please give us the room card. I'll take Lu Ming to have a look. No. Do you think the villa of Hanyuan Huafu is for cats and dogs to see whenever they want? Then if that's the case, I don't know how many netizen anchors in the whole Qingcheng are going to use the name of buying a house to come and get a card from me, and then shoot a video to rub it in and pull down our grade. Young Yu sneered. Hanyuan Huafu Villa seeks to build a brand of premium villas, and it is not possible to just let people look at the house casually. What if there are too many poor people coming in and upsetting the mood of the clients who have already moved in? Lu Ming's frown tightened. The guy's subtext was that if Lu Ming went into the villa, the grade of the villa would be brought down. Sis, listen to me. Lu Ming just bought a house in Rinching in full payment. Or Mr. Sun allowed me to bring him over to see the house. Blue Lulu was still trying to argue. Shut up. But Zhang Yu directly interrupted Lan Lulu. What is Rin Cheng? It's just a countryside. As for Mr. Sun's words, I don't approve either. Chapter 31, A Show of Financial Strength. Zhang Yu continued. Since you insist on wanting to go in and look at the villa, fine, do it according to the rules. I want a capital inspection. But don't blame me for warning you. If his assets aren't up to par and he doesn't have the ability to be able to pay the full amount, you and he are wasting my time. Then I want the two of you to record a video and post it on the internet to apologize to me. And it's also a warning to anyone else who wants to come and rub it in the face of Hanyuan Huafu. If you don't want both of you to lose face together, get the hell out of here right now. Go over to headquarters alone and apologize to me in public. And just give me your 3 big clients. When these words came out, Lan Lulu's face eventually became extremely ugly. Sister Yu, so you're trying to target me? She sort of understood. No wonder Zhang Yu is so tit for tat. She had thought that the other party was just upset that her time was being wasted, but it turned out that she was doing this because she was hitting on the idea of stealing her clients. And Zhang Yu looked down at Lan Lulu. The corner of her mouth finally hooked up a smug sneer. So what if it is? That was the effect she wanted. Blue Lulu sales results are excellent, making the city as the person in charge of the city of Qingzhengyu extremely embarrassed, but also a strong sense of crisis. Blue Lulu is likely to replace her. Now that it was so hard to catch Blue Lulu making a mistake, she definitely wanted to fall on her sword. Zheng Yu looked at Lu Ming and laughed in his heart. Lan Lulu, if you want to blame it on the fact that you shouldn't have brought a poorer than to see the villa. At this moment, she knew that Lu Ming would never be able to get that much money. He also knew that Lan Lulu, who had her heart set on Lu Ming, would definitely take the initiative to resist all responsibilities in order to prevent Lu Ming from losing face. At this moment, Lan Lulu took a deep breath and tried to speak. She felt that Lu Ming could not get that much money for a while, or else, it's better to bow down with Young Yul. At least it would prevent Lu Ming from being humiliated. Just then, you want to check your capital, right? Come on, check it. Lu Ming, who hadn't said anything, suddenly stepped forward and faintly said. The words fell. Zheng Yu raised his eyebrows. Are you sure you still want to check the capital? You're full of. It's 16 ING dollars. Who doesn't have it? Lu Ming didn't bother to bead with her and directly took out his wallet. Lu Ming, don't be impulsive. Blue Lulu was in a hurry. She knew Lu Ming. Lu Ming had a lot of self-respect, and it would be too humiliating to record a video. As for Zheng Yu, he laughed out loud. Okay, then I'd like to see where you got the money. If Blue Lulu recorded a video and posted it on the internet, then the headquarters would definitely feel ashamed and directly fire her. How do you look at it? It's all earned. But just then, Lu Ming, who was rummaging through his wallet, suddenly stopped. Blue Lulu was relieved to see this. She felt that Lu Ming must have come to his senses and stopped gambling. What's the matter? You don't have any money? If you don't have any money, get out of here right now. Zheng Yu saw Lu Ming does not turn over the wallet. Heart secretly pretend you continue to pretend is not pretending to go on? It's not that there's no money. It's that I forgot something. What is it? You get a benefit if I fail the capital test. So what do I get if I succeed in the test? Lu Ming suddenly sneered. Young Yu's face froze. You mean you want me to pay the price too? That's for sure. Lu Ming laughed. Tell you what, if I have $16, you'll also record a video for me and send it online to apologize, saying that I shouldn't be dog-eared. What did you say? Zhang Yu's face immediately changed drastically. She's the head of Qingcheng Hanyuan Huafu, second only to Sun Luo, and she's asked to record a video? Doesn't that mean she has to die? Blue Lulu is also stunned. She didn't realize that Lu Ming was not sober at all, but wanted to target Zheng Yu to death. Don't dare? If you don't dare, get out of my way. Lu Ming poo-pooed it. Zheng Yu sniffed, only feeling humiliated by Lu Ming, and sneered. Alright, I promise you. Then you bring me your 16 pieces right away. She was finally angry. Here, recognize the money? Lu Ming laughed coldly and directly took out $10 from his wallet as well as 6 coins and threw them on the ground. Scoffs, groans. Looking at the sunlight shining golden silk threads intertwined painted $10 bills as well as 6 coins, the whole world fell into silence. Really? $16? At this moment, Zheng Yu full of anger as if suddenly poured by a pot of cold water. Even in the warm sunshine but still like falling into the ice cellar. The body cold. Chapter 32, A Dog's Battle for Power. Lan Lulu's red lips were slightly open, her face full of shock. She hadn't expected that Lu Ming would have 16 pieces, much less that he would have 16 pieces with him. This is not taking money too seriously. Aren't you afraid of being robbed on the street? Zheng Yu is full of stagnation, only to feel the air so oppressive that it seems to be able to crush her. Make a video. What are you waiting for? Looking at Zheng Yu staying in place, motionless, Lu Ming scolded. The other party was bullying people and counting on Lan Lulu, which had long ignited the anger in Lu Ming's heart. No, it's fake. Who would carry such a rare currency around with them? Zheng Yu instantly went crazy and yelled when he heard Lu Ming's aggressive words. She didn't believe it. Where would anyone go out with so much money these days? Lu Ming laughed back in anger. What? I'm rich. I'm capricious. I love to carry it around. What's wrong with that? The $10 was what he hadn't spent on his morning trip to the breakfast stand. And as for the coins, he had taken them with him on his way out the door. No, I don't believe it. Young Yul lowers his head and grabs a coin, and his face instantly turns whiter than the face of the grandfather at the head of the village who has been dead for 5 days. She was even more flustered. Could it be that Lu Ming was really rich? And when Lan Lulu saw this expression on Zheng Yu's face, her heart instantly understood. The knowledgeable young Yul must have recognized the coin as genuine. Thinking of this, Lan Lulu's heart was horrified. She thinks the same way as Young Yu, that it's impossible for a normal person to go out with so much money. But now seeing Zhang Yu's look like this, her gaze toward Lu Ming has changed. Record the video. Don't make me make you, Lu Ming said indifferently. You. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and was filled with horror. She recognized that the coins were real, and because of that, she was now scared. And even more so, she didn't dare to resist Lu Ming. The people who could take this kind of coin and go out on the street casually, all of them were not big shots with a big name in the Dragon Kingdom, wanting to get a little person like her killed. A matter of words. Available at. Ask her to record a video. She really can't do it. That's a way to lose your job. Mr. Lu, just now I have eyes but no eyes. Can you be magnanimous and let me go? I can ask for your forgiveness with something else. Young Yu finally squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Record the video. Lu Ming said indifferently. The other party was clearly trying to drive Blue Lulu away, so it was impossible for him to show his magnanimity at a time like this. Mr. Lu, Young Yu cried out. Forget it, Lu Ming. Lan Lulu could see that Lu Ming was trying to take it out on himself and hesitantly pulled Lu Ming's sleeve. She didn't want to take things to the extreme. Lu Ming sniffed, frowned, and just wanted to speak. Just then, squeak, a Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be here. I just happened to be looking for you. A middle-aged man came down from the car and said with an indifferent face. Lu Ming, on the other hand, frowned and looked back in his heart. How is he? The person who got down from the car was the richest man in Qingcheng, Zhang Er, who had gone to help him face Jiang Yun today. Mr. Chung, what is it you want to see me about? Lu Ming asked suspiciously. Nothing much, just wanted to tell you not to be soft and hard, dogged and arrogant. Beliers said faintly. The words fell. Lu Ming's pupils shrunk, and his face instantly became gloomy, and the shivering Zhang Yu was like hearing heavenly music, revealing a look of surprise. He was saved? Blue Lulu's face changed drastically. She also knew that the visitor was the richest man. Zhang Er, Belier, I don't understand what you mean. At this moment, Lu Ming's tone had become cold, and he even called Zhang Er by his name. He paid for the other party's building, and although it was to slap Jiang Yun, it also relieved the other party's financial pressure. Only to have the other party turn around and say that he was a dog in the manger? There was no way he was going to give this old thing any more face. Looking for death. How dare you call Mr. Zhong by his name? Beside Zhong Er, a black-clothed bodyguard immediately became furious and wanted to go forward to teach Lu Ming a lesson. But Zhong Er raised his hand, revealing a faint smile. Don't be anxious. It's normal for young people to feel like they've climbed a big tree and become arrogant. Let me teach him what reality is. When these words came out, changes immediately appeared on Young Yu's face. Climb a big tree? What do you mean? Could it be that Lu Ming wasn't actually rich on his own, but relied on a certain big family to be so rich? Chapter 33 Zhong Er's attitude. Belier, what are you trying to say? Don't be shady and beat around the bush, Lu Ming coldly said. Lan Lulu was too scared to speak. She had never thought that Lu Ming would dare to talk to a big shot like that. Was this still the Lu Ming she knew? Lu Ming, you're very good. Just this boldness of yours alone is outstanding. No wonder you've been spotted by Miss Win. Zhong Er was saying the opposite. His tone was all morose coldness. I'm telling you, the winners have already called. I'll return the money from the Huanqiu building to them, because of the relationship between you and MS Win, and they don't recognize it. Also, you made me have conflicts with the Jiang family for no reason, and almost offended the Su family. Let me tell you, I will slowly settle the score with you for these things. Zhong Er, who had just received a phone call from Win Multiplier, was extremely angry at Lu Ming, because Win multiplied the Win to call and tell him that the decision to purchase the Huanqiu building was never made within the Win family, telling Zhong Er to return the money, and moreover, telling Zhong Er that if he dared to support Lu Ming to do anything again, the Win family and the Su family would not be polite. This was what made Zhong Er realize that the original relationship between Lu Ming and Win Rongrong was not known to the Win family. Now that he had been implicated by Lu Ming and almost caused a big trouble, he wanted to get Lu Ming killed. Lu Ming was happy. Zhong Er, if you have a problem with your brain, just go and cure it, okay? If you want your money back, fine. Please give me my money back. The fact that I spent my old man's money on your building has all to do with the ING winner. He didn't know Win Rongrong's background, and he didn't care about the Win family. All he knew was that he had spent the money, and he was actually going to be vilified for eating Win Rongrong's soft rice, and the winners are going to ask Zhang Niel to give them their money back? At this moment, if Win Rongrong's father was in front of him, he would definitely scold the other party without saying a word. Don't you have any idea whether your family has spent so much money or not, and you're shamelessly asking for your money back? Ha ha ha. When Lu Ming finished speaking, Zhong Er froze, and then laughed out loud, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Lu Ming, you're too deep into the drama, aren't you? You still think you own the winner's money? You don't think you can really have that much money, do you? If you weren't fortunate enough to receive Miss Win's mercy, I'm afraid you'd still be trembling under the oppression of the Jiang family. He was aware that Jiang Yun originally wanted to drive Lu Ming to extinction. If it wasn't for Win Rongrong's offer to buy the building, Lu Ming would have cooled off by now. Lu Ming was exasperated and laughed by Zhong Er's brain circuits. He pooh-poohed and said viciously, "Surname Zhong, let me clarify two things. Firstly, I have nothing to do with winning Rongrong. And secondly, the money is mine. If you want to return it to me, got it? And then nothing now, don't delay me from buying a house. Get the hell out of here." Lu Ming didn't bother to talk to Zhong Er anymore. In the face of Lu Ming's vulgarity, Zhong Er was unfazed. "No way. Where the money comes from, I'll return it back to where it belongs. What should be the winners is the winners. How could a truly cultured rich man care about the clamor of a mole?" Lu Ming snorted and didn't bother with him. Zhong Er then rejoined, "Also, I'll give you 2 words of advice. First, skimming off relationships with women for money will only make people look down on you." His eyes showed contempt. Obviously, Lu Ming's words that he had nothing to do with Win Rongrong made him think that Lu Ming was a man with no balls. Zhong Er then said, "Secondly, if young people want to make a lot of money and go up to the upper class, they'd better know the manners and etiquette. People like you who are full of vulgarity can neither build up nor establish a career. In this life, you won't get far." The words fell. Lu Ming was happy and no longer retorted. Instead he began to agree with him. "Okay, old Zhong, you're right. I really should listen to you and know a little bit more about etiquette." Chapter 34, Something's wrong with Su Shan. But Lu Ming, who agrees with his mouth, is thinking in his heart. His current account balance is 20 times that of the richest man in the world. And even if he did nothing every day but just lose his gold and spend $100 million a day, he would still spend 547 years. Don't even think about being poor for the rest of your life, as long as you're not breaking the law. If such a property was called not going far, Lu Ming would rather not go far for the rest of his life. Zhong Er didn't know what Lu Ming was thinking, and thought that he had really listened. The corner of his mouth hooked up. "If you know your mistakes, you still have a way back, so I'll instruct you once more. Miss Win's fiancé, Mr. Su Shan Su is about to arrive in Qingcheng, and he's already said that he wants you to go kneel down and apologize. I suggest that you immediately go and kneel in front of Xiao Su to thank him and swear that you won't meet Miss Win again in your life. Then you can still live in peace." At this moment, what Zhong Er thought in his mind was that if he could solve the trouble of Lu Ming for Win Shifeng and Su Shan, he might even be able to formally climb up the Dragon Capital's network of relations. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming nodded his head as if he was really considering it. Not bad. You're right. Then I'll call MS Win first now." After saying that, Lu Ming pulled out his cell phone. "Okay." Bell Earl smiled in satisfaction. This kid, willing to take the initiative to separate from Win Rongrong, is also considered resourceful. As for the bodyguards on the sidelines as well as Young Yul, they skimmed. "Cowardly punk. Even if you're a soft touch, you're so gutless." Blue Lulu, on the other hand, frowned inside. Just now, when she heard Lu Ming go toe-to-toe with the richest man like that, she was really worried for Lu Ming. And now that she saw that the richest man was willing to leave it alone, and Lu Ming was willing to turn back, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. It's a stifling move, but at least there's a way to live, right? The Longdu Su family and the Winning family, no matter which one, were not to be messed with. And Blue Lulu actually had a selfish thought in mind. She's heard of Win Rongrong. If this kind of top-notch rich white beauty were to take a shot at Lu Ming would definitely fall under the other party's stone skirt. Then there was no way one could be with Lu Ming for the rest of one's life. But now that Lu Ming was willing to leave Win Rongrong, then she didn't have to worry. Of course, there was a price for Lu Ming to leave Win Rongrong, and that was that Lu Ming would definitely be left without a penny, and would no longer be the same tycoon who had just splashed his money around in the sales center. But what does it matter? Money was not the reason why Lan Lulu liked Lu Ming, and she also felt that she could afford to support Lu Ming. From tomorrow onwards, you can also leave Qingcheng, live in a different city. Let Lu Ming be your personal trainer. Then get married in 1 year, hold 2 and 3 years, and then pick an elementary school for your child. Just as Lan Lulu was thinking more and more bizarrely, Lu Ming's phone call dialed to Win Rongrong went through. "Hello, MS Win." Lu Ming opened his mouth. The sound attracted everyone's attention. Looking at Zhong Er's gaze, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked up in a teasing manner. When Zhong Er saw this, his heart suddenly snapped and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Fruity," Lu Ming said. "Oh, it's like this. I'm calling you." "It's nothing. I just want you to be careful. Your fiancé, Mr. Su Xiao, is coming to Qingcheng. Mr. Zhong said that Mr. Su just recently got a venereal disease and is under treatment, so I'm telling you to be careful. Don't get too close to this kind of scum. Well, that's it. After saying that, Lu Ming immediately hung up. At this moment, the entire gate of Hanyuan Huafu was dead silent. Zheng Yu, Lan Lulu, and the bodyguards looked at Lu Ming dumbfounded. Zhong originally complacent face was even more suddenly frozen, followed by a visible speed to the naked eye turned to rage. The next moment used all the strength of his body to roar. Lu Ming, you, what the did you say? Zhong was so anxious and angry at the moment that he was so frightened that he almost peed. If this was taken seriously by Win Rongrong and spread to Su Shan's ears, wouldn't he be dead? Chapter 35, Second Kill. Hey, old Zhong. You're the one who said rich people should be cultured. Why are you talking dirty? Lu Ming teased. Su Shan dared to ask him to kneel, and Zhong dared to ask him to concede? Bull asterisk. He's going to listen to every word. Damn punk. How dare you slander me? Zhong gritted his teeth, full of anger that could no longer be concealed. Take him down. I'm going to teach him a good lesson, and then personally send him in front of Dao Xiaosu to make him kowtow and admit his mistake. Zhong decided not to give Lu Ming any more chances, and he was going to personally make Lu Ming recognize his mistake. The words fell. Yes. The surrounding bodyguards immediately yelled and charged straight up. They had long since grown tired of seeing Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming was not the least bit flustered, but instead revealed a sneer. What? Do rich people use means other than money or force? A big fist is hard. Money and force is our biggest fist. You have to kneel even if you don't obey. Zhong sneered. This was the moment when he finally tore off his rather cultured disguise. He had lost all patience with Lu Ming. Hit me. A group of people rushed up. Seeing this, Zhong sneered. He wanted to see how Lu Ming would cry out. Your own group of bodyguards are all elite. Don't. Lan Lulu was immediately startled and wanted to go up and pull Lu Ming away. Being surrounded by the bodyguards of the richest man in Qingcheng, how could Lu Ming carry it off? But Zheng Yu immediately grabbed her and said viciously, don't be nosy. If you dare to save this soft rice man, you're offending Xiao Su and the Winner family. Don't get us involved if you're looking for death. Lan Lulu is from Hanyuan Huafu. It's easy to implicate them. Get off me. Blue Lulu was filled with despair as she watched Lu Ming being surrounded. But the next moment, Blue Lulu suddenly froze, only to see Lu Ming met the tide of people, but did not retreat, stormed forward, and with a speed not visible to the naked eye, he directly punched the person who rushed to the front and knocked him down. Following that, he bends low to avoid a punch, then a sweeping kick. Bang! The ferocious and incomparable strength directly swept everyone away. Seconds. Zhong's icy smile froze at this moment. Lan Lulu and Zheng Yu even opened their mouths wide in disbelief. This, how can it be? And at this moment, Lu Ming, craning his neck, revealed a warm smile towards Zhong. Old Zhong, TSK, your man, not so good. Aren't you just a fitness instructor? How come you're so good? Zhong's lips began to tremble as he looked at Lu Ming's unharmed appearance. How come the bodyguards he spent a lot of money on were no match for Lu Ming at all? That's not possible. Lu Ming sniffed, his eyes showing sarcasm and contempt, and he didn't explain. Do you really think he's just a simple fitness instructor? When Lu Ming graduated from college, in order to earn the fastest money to marry Lin Jiao, the first job he looked for was not a fitness instructor, but a black boxer. A black box, take a life, $100,000 or so, if it wasn't for the fact that his brother, who had lured him onto the path, taught him his skills, and was also a mentor and friend, had died in front of him, causing Lu Ming's heart to break down in grief, and deciding to quit after giving the money to his brother's parents. He would probably have reached the top by now. Even if he hadn't reached the top, Lu Ming would have long been a top 3 existence on the charts back then, and now with just Zhong's bodyguards, such a few stinky fish and shrimps would want to hurt him? Not at all. This was also the reason why the current Lu Ming was able to be completely fearless when facing people like Zhong. Because he has both money and power, and even guns. He plays with them. He needs to be scared less of rich people. Now get the hell out of here immediately. And as for you wanting to send someone to play dirty tricks and capture me to meet Su Shan, I'll do whatever you want. I'll wait at home for you to come. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked up with a touch of sinister. But let me tell you, if you really dare to make a move and escape for me, I will definitely find a way to sneak into your house and kill you. Understand? Once these words came out, Zhong faced the coldness in Lu Ming's eyes, and finally his body trembled, and he could not help but show his fear. I've already said all the good things. Lu Ming, if you don't want to hear it, it's not me who's going to die anyway. In the face of Lu Ming's appearance, the strong Zhong could not hold on, and after putting in 2 harsh words, he hurriedly got into the car and left. He didn't want to have any more conversations with a deadbeat softie like Lu Ming. After Zhong and his bodyguards left, Lu Ming finally turned his head and looked at Zheng Yu and Lan Lulu. Chapter 36, Photographs. Come on, Belier is gone. Let's look at the house. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you still want to go see the house now? Are you crazy? Without waiting for Lan Lulu to speak, Zheng Yu opened his mouth first and sneered. She wasn't afraid of Lu Ming at all now that she knew that he was a soft food man who relied on climbing up to Miss Win and foxing around. Lu Ming's brows furrowed. Right, I almost forgot about you. Shoot the video. What are you waiting for? Zheng Yu sneered. Why should I shoot? The money isn't really yours. You piece of. Isn't it good to be your honest softie? How dare you take the winning family's $16 and pretend it's your money? What audacity! Also, I'm telling you, you better get out of Hainyuan Huafu immediately, or I'll call the security bureau to come and arrest you. Now that Lu Ming had offended so many people, there was no way she would let anyone in. So, you plan to not honor the bet? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. You cheated yourself first, and you want to blame me for not honoring it? You're crazy. Zheng Yu sneered back. Okay, then in that case. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into an icy smile. The other party was not willing to apologize to him and Lan Lulu, so he had to do it himself. Seeing Lu Ming emitting a dangerous aura and approaching her, Zheng Yu immediately panicked. She had just witnessed how Lu Ming killed Zhong bodyguard in seconds. Just then. Forget it, Lu Ming. Let's go. Lan Lulu rushed forward and stopped Lu Ming, who was going to use force, shaking her head anxiously. Now Lu Ming has no money. There is no need to break into the villa area to save face and cause trouble. That's right, Blue Lulu. You hurry up and take this soft boy. It's bad luck. Zheng Yu called out. Lu Ming wanted to pull this woman's mouth off, but looking at Lan Lulu's pleading face, he sighed and suppressed his annoyance. Alright, then let's go first. Only then did Lan Lulu hastily nod her head, pulling Lu Ming to leave in a hurry after picking up the money. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Zheng Yu sneered and opened his cell phone, dialing the regional president's son Luo. Daring to get so close to a soft-boiled man who had offended the winning family and the Su family, Lan Lulu was dead. She's going to take this opportunity to screw Blue Lulu. I'm sorry Lu Ming. I caused you to be targeted by Zheng Yu. Blue Lulu drove on, depressed. Regardless of what happened to Zhong first, she felt that if it wasn't for Zheng Yu being jealous of herself, Lu Ming wouldn't have been dragged down by herself. But Lu Ming, who was looking out of the car window, sniffed, turned back and laughed. Are you stupid? It's me who dragged you down. Since we're old classmates, you and I don't have to talk so nicely. Understand? Blue Lulu, well. Seeing this, Lu Ming sighed and changed the topic. By the way, how does this Zheng Yu know me? He could remember that when he had just met up with Zheng Yu, he hadn't introduced himself yet, and it was as if the other party knew him like the back of his hand. Speaking here, the downcast Blue Lulu suddenly tightened, her pretty face slightly red. It was me who accidentally said, how did you tell her about me? Lu Ming wondered. I'm not talking to her. It's actually like this. I used to set your photo as my cell phone wallpaper, thinking to say that I can see you every day. And the result was that my colleagues saw it, and they asked me about your information, and I said a few words, and that's how they knew that you were my college classmates. Blue Lulu said sheepishly, her cheeks burning. She felt that this kind of thing was too embarrassing for Lu Ming to know. Lu Ming coughed dryly and said without words, so that's how it is. No wonder she knows me. Although after the dinner, Lu Ming knew that Lan Lulu herself was not a crazy person, but faced with this ambiguous and awkward situation, he, who was not very experienced in relationships, was indeed a bit unsure of how to deal with it. Chapter 37, Looking for Win Rongrong. Blue Lulu didn't know what to say and said softly, aha, then where did you get a picture of me? We had a picture together at the old departmental get-together. Did you forget? Oh, you mean that one, too? The car went quiet. The atmosphere became a little awkward, but in the awkwardness there were a few charming. Just then, Lan Lulu suddenly opened her mouth again as if gathering courage, and said in a small voice, then can I still use your picture as wallpaper in the future? Her eyes were fixed on the road ahead, but her afterglow was carefully watching Lu Ming's expression, her heart beating hard. Lu Ming sniffed, froze, and said, don't. Blue Lulu was suddenly struck by lightning, her pretty face suddenly pale. After a long time, she squeezed out a hard smile. Then I'll go back and change. Lu Ming looked at Lan Lulu's face and nodded. Well, change it. I'll send you a new one. I'm more handsome now. Good. What? Lan Lulu subconsciously replied, but after answering, she fiercely widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming with surprise and joy. Really? It doesn't matter if you don't look at Lu Ming. This look scared Lu Ming out of his wits, and he said in horror, "What are you looking at me for? Look at the road. Holy, why isn't this woman driving properly?" Good. Blue Lulu hurriedly turned back, but she couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising. So are you really going to send me a new one? Aha! No cheating? No lie. I took a selfie the last time I took a and the picture is still hot. Will you stop being so disgusting? It's actually okay. The pictures don't smell. And you say, do you want me to look at your picture and think I smell? Lan Lulu's face was full of pout and slightly annoyed. Why was Lu Ming always teasing her? When she waited for Lu Ming's house, Lan Lulu deliberately said she was thirsty and insisted on going to Lu Ming's house to drink water. In fact, it is to take the opportunity to see what the Lu Ming family looks like. Seeing this, Lu Ming let her go. The owner of the breakfast stall, who was packing up at the moment, could not help but open his mouth wide and let out a howl of envy and jealousy when he saw Lu Ming and the forward and backward curvaceous Blue Lulu shoulder to shoulder, especially when Blue Lulu deliberately approached Lu Ming by laughing and joking, almost sticking to his body in a dainty manner. Holy? This isn't the guy who can't tell $10 from 10 cents. God damn it. On what grounds? Lan Lulu didn't dare to really do anything at Lu Ming's house, and after drinking the water, she left. Then, Lu Ming took out his cell phone and called Win Rongrong, asking Win Rongrong to come out for dinner. The matter of Zhong Er's refunding the money. He had to find Win Rongrong face to face. Don't turn around and say that this guy didn't refund the money to Win Rongrong's account in order to curry favor with the Win family, but instead gave it directly to Win Rongrong's account, and that would be a big loss. Winnie painfully agreed to eat. Half an hour later, Western restaurant. As soon as Lu Ming entered the door, he thought he might have to wait for Win Rongrong, but when he looked up, he saw that Win Rongrong was already in his seat. At this time, she was still stunningly beautiful. Her pretty face that was as white as a tender egg had a light red color, as if she was as delicate as a peach, looking eye-catching to the extreme. She has changed to the uniform worn in the morning in front of Lu Ming's house, but instead changed into a plain white dress. The shoulder reveals a small half-piece of alabaster-like skin, and along the way to look down, you can also see under the loose skirt still have ups and downs of the amazing peaks of the trace line. Lu Ming couldn't help but be staggered. Win Rongrong is indeed good-looking. When not wearing work clothes, it is almost like a fairy. No wonder Sushan will rush to Qingqing for Win Rongrong not to be snatched away by himself. And as Lu Ming spotted Win Rongrong raised her hand in greeting, signaling that she was here. At the same time, she was secretly relieved. It was half an hour before the appointed time. If she wasn't cautious enough and didn't decide to arrive early, then Lu Ming would definitely have to wait for himself for half an hour. And the consequences of that, Win Rongrong wouldn't dare to imagine. At the same time, she couldn't help but bite her lip. Lu Ming is also too unassuming. She had never seen any top tycoon who would be willing to arrive half an hour early, and it was only Lu Ming who was such an oddball. Chapter 38, Coaxing Laughter. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Sorry, there was a bit of traffic. Faced with Win Rongrong being in place early and waiting for himself, Lu Ming went forward and said sorry first after taking his seat. It's okay, it's me who happens to be in the neighborhood. That's why I arrived so early. But what about you? I remember that your home is quite far from here. Right, and now from our agreed time can still have half an hour it. You're afraid that this will be an hour and a half early to go out, right? Win Rongrong smiled sweetly. You're getting ahead of yourself too much. Lu Ming smiled and said, I'm used to it. When I used to wait for someone, I always arrived half an hour earlier. At those words, Win Rongrong's hand under the table couldn't help but tighten. She immediately understood who Lu Ming was waiting for in his mouth. Who else but Lin Jiao? She couldn't help but sigh. The top tycoon is reduced to the point of being abandoned by such a woman, and infatuation is really cheap. She had no doubt that after this love injury, she was afraid that in the future, Lu Ming would not have only one woman by his side. Well, let's get down to business. MS. Win. Lu Ming returned to the topic and said, go ahead. Win Rongrong was sitting upright, while some pout surged up in her heart inexplicably. This man is indeed a bit uninspired. How to immediately talk about the main event. Do not no more talk about something else. Their own this body skirt also picked half a day. But she quickly held down this thought and cursed herself for what was wrong with her today. Once Lu Ming was involved she started to think nonsense. Lu Ming, unaware of the thoughts that filled Win Rongrong's head, spoke. Zhong Er said that your father called and demanded that he return the money, and said that it would be returned to the Win family. Win Rongrong's face immediately changed. What? My dad really said that? Exactly. Lu Ming nodded. So I hope Win can make it clear to your father that this money is mine and the Win family has no right to possess it. Although this action was a bit like bad-mouthing her father in front of Win Rongrong and destroying their father-daughter relationship, Lu Ming didn't care. Win Rongrong and himself in the end is now just a cooperative relationship. If in order to maintain their father-daughter relationship, leading to their own losses, then Lu Ming will not do. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I'll go back and tell my dad right away. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. Win Rongrong was full of apologies and kept apologizing. She didn't expect that Win Multiplier hadn't listened to a single word of her words. It's fine. I also know that there are some prejudices as well as misunderstandings that some winners have towards me. I don't blame you. Lu Ming's tone was businesslike, but if you can't undo it either, I don't mind taking action against the winners. If yesterday's self had said such words, Lu Ming would have felt that he was drunk as well, but after this day, he had come to a deep realization of his financial power. Even if he doesn't know anything but how to burn money for business, he can still burn the winner's dollar. Mr. Lu, calm down. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Win Rongrong's face changed instantly. She had no doubt about the truthfulness of Lu Ming's words. The holder of the Black Gold Dragon card not only possessed a huge amount of property, but was also able to utilize the resources of the World Bank Alliance through his personal assistant. Lu Ming wanted to make a move, which was tantamount to going against the entire World Bank Alliance for the winning family. Well, let's eat first then. Everyone's hungry. Lu Ming didn't say anything more. Good. Only then did Win Rongrong sit back down with trepidation, but she was extremely uneasy in her heart, and after thinking about it, she took out her cell phone, deciding to call her father right away to make the facts clear before she did so. Just then, snap, 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 the quiet restaurant suddenly erupted in a burst of ear-piercing applause. Immediately afterward, there was a mocking voice that teased to the extreme. Not bad. Not bad, Lu Ming, you've got a couple of tricks up your sleeve. In this huge dragon kingdom, there are people who can daydream to such an extreme level. I really admire the technique of pitfalls. No wonder Rongrong is interested in you. You're awesome. The words fell. Ha 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 ha. A roar of laughter came from the room. The jumbled laughter was all thick with mockery, mocking Lu Ming's insouciance. Chapter 39. Lu Ming and Win Rongrong were instantly drawn to attention. Upon seeing a group of black-cloaked bodyguards, flanking a young man in the center wearing a gray high-fashion suit with a face full of playfulness and sarcasm, walking out from the inner hall, Win Rongrong's face changed drastically and she lost her voice. Su Shan, why are you here? It was not until this moment that Lu Ming realized that at some point, the entire Western restaurant had been cleared. Only he and Win Rongrong were left behind, as well as Su Shan who was walking towards them. Lu Ming, do you know what kind of origin you have? And to say I don't mind taking action against the winning family, you're really something. Su Shan thought Lu Ming was too funny, and the commission was hilariously funny. The crowd watched Su Shan learn the way Lu Ming had just blurted out his words, and they couldn't stop laughing, and some even laughed so hard that they slapped the wall. That's so funny, more than comedy. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly and he didn't get annoyed, quietly watching them perform. It's nothing to laugh about. But Win Rongrong couldn't get angry and said coldly, what Mr. Lu said is true. Upon hearing this, Su Shan raised his eyebrows slightly, and instead of choosing to argue with Win Rongrong, he opened another topic and said, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Rongrong, you're still as beautiful as before. After saying that, he revealed a few warm smiles, and with his appearance, he looked handsome. However, his eyes were thick with resentment and viciousness. He can see, Win Rongrong, this body seems to be plain, but the fact is certainly well dressed. But before Win Rongrong and his dinner time, can never seriously dressed? How could he not be angry that the woman he regarded as his forbidden wife was actually dressing up for another man? He couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming apart right now. Su Shan, don't talk to me in such polite terms. I just want to know one thing. Are you stalking me? Win Rongrong's face was ugly. She knew that Su Shan would come to Qingcheng, but she didn't expect that the other party would actually appear in the same Western restaurant as herself, which was clearly stalking. Moreover, the other party had brought so many people, and it was clear at a glance that they were coming to target Lu Ming. Su Shan raised his eyebrows and didn't answer, instead looking at the owner of the Western restaurant. The boss understood and hurriedly stepped forward and bent over. Miss Win, I saw you here and informed Mr. Su, it wasn't Mr. Su who was stalking you. Wrong, do you hear me? Su Shan smiled slightly. Win Rongrong's face became even more ugly and she didn't say anything. Su Shan's style is like this. Even though you know that I did it, I still have to open my mouth and say nonsense. Seeing that Win Rongrong didn't say anything, Su Shan glanced at Lu Ming, then retracted his gaze and said indifferently, Lu Ming, get out of this Western restaurant. I want to have a chat with my fiancé. He lacked the strength to even look at Lu Ming squarely. Lu Ming, Not worthy of his watch. Now he was not in a hurry to deal with Lu Ming. In the coming days, he would slowly fix this soft rice man. Now, make out with Win Rong Rong first. Who are you to kick out Mr. Lu? Win Rong Rong's face turned cold. The resentment in Su Shan's eyes increased a few more points as he listened to his fiancée defend another man in front of him. Let me go? Fine. Let me go if you want me to. At this time, Lu Ming finally spoke, smiled, and slowly said, as long as you're richer than me. As soon as this was said, there was another harumph of laughter from all directions. This time, they finally couldn't hold it together. This kid really has cerebral palsy, doesn't he? Who does he think he is? Comparing wealth with Su Shao. Does he think he's worthy? The Su family has the strongest assets on the surface. Who dares to compete with the Su family in terms of wealth? Su Shan also cannot help but smile. He suddenly feel less hate Lu Ming. Because, who hates a retard with a defective brain? Okay, so how do you want to fight? Su Shan sneered. Chapter 40, Su Shan calls dad. In this case, young Su, I'll play a game with you that I used to play with my friends when I was a kid. And this game is called I'm Your Father. Lu Ming revealed a few moments of teasing. Who are you cursing? Su Shan's bodyguard was instantly furious. Su Shan's face even became extremely ugly. This guy was taking advantage of himself? I didn't call your family Su Shao my son. Lu Ming innocently said. These words made Win Rongrong couldn't help but lower her head and started to stifle her laughter. Lu Ming is too detrimental. Taking advantage once is not enough. Su Shan's bodyguard was about to go berserk immediately, but it was Su Shan who stopped him. Then Su Shan sneered at Lu Ming and said, go on. He swore that after he caught Lu Ming, he would knock all the guy's teeth out first. The game is played like this. We take out as much cash as we can use right now right away and then take turns bidding. And whoever has the highest price gets to make the other person call their dad. Lu Ming laughed. For example, if you offer me $1 million to call you, but I offer $10 million, and you can't give any more than $10 million, then you'll have to call me dad. Understand? Su Shan narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted. Okay, start. Isn't it just about being rich? He was willing to drop some money to make Lu Ming call out to his father. More than anything, he wanted to show Win Rongrong just how rich the Su family really was. In his bank card, there was at least $80 million that he could use right now right away. Just then, since I offered, I'll bid first. Here's my money, $17. Seeing Su Shan's promise, Lu Ming directly pokered and slapped all the cash on his body on the table. Slap. Looking at the shimmering golden bills and coins, at this moment, everyone in the room was greatly shocked. Even Su Shan, who had just been mulling over the idea of making a ferocious bid and ruthlessly slaughtering Lu Ming, froze. This what? $17? That's the price of a whole villa in Hanyuan Huafu no. 1. Win Rongrong was stunned. Mr. Lu, it's not necessary, right? A moment's whim to drop so much money? This is too rustic, isn't it? It's necessary. Mr. Su is so rich, if you want to be his father, can you do it without offering $17? Lu Ming teased. It's your turn. Young Su, why don't you say anything? Su Shan's face was incredibly blue. He didn't say anything and even felt extremely ashamed. Say, how could he pay $17 just to make Lu Ming call out to his father? What's wrong with you? No way. It's not like anyone has even $17 these days, is it? Lu Ming began to molest his opponent. When these words came out, Su Shan's mind exploded again. As a son of the Su family, he actually lost to someone else in a fight for wealth? But 17 is really too much. He gritted his teeth and spoke. I'm not out. I don't believe this money is yours. It must be from Rong. Su Shan, don't talk nonsense. This is Mr. Lu's money. It has nothing to do with our Winning family. Winning said. And you lied for him? Su Shan stared. Cut the crap and call daddy. You've lost. Don't make excuses to stall. Lu Ming laughed. The words fell. The whole Western restaurant was quiet and no one spoke. Even the bodyguards were silenced. No one dares to speak up at this time. But right at this moment, Su Shan, who had been looking so blue, suddenly regained his composure and instead revealed a smile. So Lu Ming, is it true that if I scream, you'll give me the money? He figured it out. $17? For a word dad, absolutely no loss. This is a huge cash flow, and can even directly bring a listed company on the verge of bankruptcy back from the dead. And whether it would be humiliating or not, he didn't care. All those present today are their own bodyguards plus Win Rongrong. Who would dare to spread the news? Wouldn't that offend the Su family? As for Lu Ming, even if he proclaimed all over the world that he called him dad, no one else would believe him. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Shan felt that there was no harm in calling out. Anyway, The person who ended up losing money was definitely Lu Ming. Right. Lu Ming laughed. Dad. Okay, Lu Ming. I'm calling, give me the money, Su Shan said very calmly. The many bodyguards at this moment directly bowed their heads and pretended not to hear, and in their hearts they admired. Su Xiao is really a man who has become a great man, to be able to give up face for money. That's a true lord. Unlike Lu Ming, who had to compromise so much money for a little bit of face. While Wen Rongrong was shocked, especially when she saw Su Shan calm with a breezy feeling, it was even more difficult to feel in her heart. She had thought that Su Shan was good at saving face and definitely wouldn't call. So now that he did, wouldn't the person who suffered the most become Lu Ming? Chapter 41, Lu Ming reneges on his debt. After Su Shan called out, Lu Ming froze. Holy, this guy actually called it. Mighty man. Looking at Lu Ming's dumbfounded appearance, Su Shan finally laughed, followed by an aggressive, pay up. What are you waiting for? Just now, Lu Ming had forced him to pay money, and now, he was forcing Lu Ming to give money. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. Not bad, not bad. Young Su called this father well. It seems that he usually didn't give a lot of people to be his son. Don't be a smart ass. Useless punk. Pay up. Su Shan snorted. Okay, then I'll give you $17. Lu Ming nodded and picked up the money on the table. At this moment, Wen Rongrong felt her heart pumping. That's a huge amount of property. Other people don't make that kind of money in their lifetime. As for Su Shan and his bodyguards, they were ecstatic. A moment of humiliation. Not even to talk about humiliation. In exchange for so much money. Too good to be true? Just then, Lu Ming suddenly said in disbelief. So I only have 16 pieces? Oh, I'm sorry Su Xiao. I just quoted the wrong price. In fact, I don't have $17. This game should not count. The words fell. Su Shan's ecstatic face instantly froze, turning into an iron blue, as if he had eaten. The air of the entire Western restaurant is stagnant. Su Shan's bodyguards have opened their mouths wide, incredulously looking at Lu Ming. This guy, it is not obvious that he intends to renege on the debt. Wen Rongrong looked at Lu Ming even more incredulously. She never expected that Lu Ming hadn't planned to give it from the beginning. Lu Ming looked at Su Shan's face as he began to twitch as if he had eaten, and snorted. Let me show you. I really counted wrong. This is 16 pieces, not 17. Lu Ming spread it out and showed everyone that no one had indeed checked his money just now. Afterward, Lu Ming directly backhanded all the money into his pocket. At this moment, looking at the gold glittering coins were Lu Ming into his pocket, Su Shan is like his own family's money was robbed. Finally stimulated by the red eyes. The heart is dripping blood. Calling each other dad for nothing? Who's going to top that? How dare you renege? You said you'd pay. You don't keep your word. Su Shan became furious, and the veins on his neck bulged. Young Su really loves to joke. How much is credit worth these days? Lu Ming smiled and said, if I really gave you money, wouldn't I really be a retard like you? It's all a game. Don't take it seriously. Mr. Su, life is a drama. The words fell. Su Shan is furious and stormy. He hates it. He's pissed. It had never been only the Su family that had punked others. He didn't think that he would actually be in the gutter today. I shouldn't have believed that a poor countryside like Qingcheng could produce any honest people. Lu Ming. Hello, you're good. Su Shan almost didn't break his teeth as he spoke. Thanks for the compliment. Lu Ming smiled, then turned his head to look at Wen Rongrong. Ms. Wen, let's go. Since young Su likes to stay alone in this Western restaurant, I'll leave it to him. When Wen Rongrong heard this, she couldn't help but want to laugh. But after seeing Su Shan, whose face was red with anger as if he had eaten 10 pounds of feces, she held her tongue and bowed her head. Good. Lu Ming and Wen Rongrong immediately intended to leave. Stop right there. At this moment, Su Shan roared, his eyes so gloomy that it was terrifying. Lu Ming, today you must kneel in front of me and call out 1,000 times for your father, or else I'll break both of your legs. The words fell. Behind Su Shan, a group of bodyguards revealed a grim smile and blocked the doorway, looking at Lu Ming in unison. They're going to move. Seeing this, Wen Rongrong's face changed. Su Shan, what do you want? Wen Rongrong, shut up. It's not your place to talk now. Su Shan was already furious to the extreme at this moment because of calling his father, and he had lost his pretense of patience when talking to Wen Rongrong. Wen Rongrong looked at Su Shan's vicious and hideous appearance, but could not help but be a little afraid, and in her heart, she even made up her mind. Never marry Su Shan. Lu Ming, I'll give you a choice. Kneel down for me right now, or I'll make you an invalid for the rest of your life. Su Shan looked at Lu Ming, his eyes full of tyranny. Lu Ming looked at the condescending Su Shan, and then looked at a gang of ferocious bodyguards behind him. Some people have even pulled out a knife in their hands. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked up as he spoke. Su Shan, then I'll give you a choice as well. When these words came out, the crowd that was originally grinning grimly froze and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Is this kid out of his mind? You want to give Su Xiao a choice at a time like this? Does he think he still has any leverage to talk to Su Xiao? Chapter 42 Chang Yun and Zhong Er are here. Give me choices? What choice are you going to give me? Su Shan, who had the initiative in his hands, sneered. First, fight me to the end and go to the station together. And second, we all get along. Lu Ming said calmly. What do you mean? Su Shan suddenly froze, and his face sank violently. Beep. Just then, the shrill sound of sirens rang from far and near outside the door and quickly approached the center. Goon, you called the police? Su Shan glared angrily at Lu Ming. Lu Ming said breathlessly, what you are saying is, there are more than 20 of you and 2 of me, so if I don't call the police, I will wait to be ed by you. If he was really alone, with his body, he could run even if he couldn't beat him, but with Win Rongrong, a liability, still around, it would be hard for Lu Ming to wrap things up if he didn't call the vigilante over. On the sidelines, Win Rongrong glanced at Lu Ming in amazement. She had thought that Lu Ming might move his bodyguards in the face of Su Shan's picking a fight. After all, she knew that a rich tycoon as wealthy as Lu Ming, whose bodyguards were the top experts in the Dragon Kingdom, could just come and pinch Su Shan to death. But she didn't expect Lu Ming to take the initiative to call the sheriff's department. Sure enough, Lu Ming was different from a dude like Su Shan who only thought about whoever had the biggest fist was powerful and randomly violated the law. He only thought about keeping a low profile and obeying the law, and had never thought about using his power to do wrong. In her heart, Win Rongrong's admiration for Lu Ming increased a few more points. How did she know that Lu Ming didn't have a bodyguard at all? Looking at Lu Ming's calm demeanor, Su Shan suddenly calmed down. The signs of rage disappeared without a trace. Instead, he suddenly laughed coldly. Alright, Lu Ming, since you want to play this game, then I'll play with you. He wanted to make a move and waste Lu Ming, but he knew that now he was in the Qingqing territory, not the dragon capital, and he couldn't go too far with things. To abolish Lu Ming, we can only use other means to do so. The moment these words came out, an unsettling premonition rose in Win Rongrong's heart. Lu Ming, on the contrary, remained calm. Play, come and play. Get Zhong Er and Jian Yun over here. Su Shan twisted his head and looked at the bodyguard. Yes, the bodyguard called immediately. Lu Ming saw this and raised his eyebrows slightly. What's in Su Shan's gourd? Win Rongrong, on the other hand, was anxious in her heart. Shouldn't something happen? At that moment, 2 sheriff's deputies pulled up to the door and walked in with serious faces. Who called us? What's the matter? When they saw the unsightly Su Shan and the 24 fierce and vicious bodyguards with knives and sticks behind him, and then looked at the opposite side of the weak Lu Ming and Win Rongrong, their faces were slightly unsightly. Any decent person can see what an occasion this is, but they were also drumming in their hearts. Although Su Shan is not familiar, unlike the Qingcheng locals, but wearing gold and silver, plus taking so many big men out on the street, at first glance, it is not to be messed with. Hello, I'm the one who called you here. I want you to ask him something for me. Lu Ming pointed at Su Shan's nose and said to the vigilante. What is it? The sheriff asked. Ask him what he means by bringing so many people to block me. Lu Ming said indifferently. Well, the magistrate pondered for 2 seconds and looked at Su Shan. Su Shan, who was waiting for someone, smiled skinlessly. It's my habit to bring so many people out of the house. I'm good at saving face. Doesn't that work too? Sure. Lu Ming laughed. But why are you blocking me if you're bringing people? Is it against the law for me to want to leave this Western restaurant? The sheriff nodded in agreement. Indeed, sir. You should just let the man go. Indeed. Su Shan looked at Lu Ming's smug look and smiled. If you haven't broken the law, I really should let you go. But you broke the law. The words fell. The sheriff was alerted. What do you mean? Lu Ming also frowned. When did I break the law? You broke the law in the morning. Just as Lu Ming finished speaking, Jiang Yun's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Chapter 43, The Bellier Smashed. Lu Ming twisted his head and his gaze sank, only to see that several luxury cars suddenly stopped outside the door. Jiang Yunjun, who was hanging a sneer all over his face and looked like he was waiting to see how Lu Ming would die, slowly walked in. Behind him, there were black-clad bodyguards, and further back, there was the indifferent-looking Zhong Er. Hello, Mr. Su. When everyone came in, they all greeted Su Shan. Su Shan, who came from Longdu, had long since passed the gas with the Zheng family and Zhong Er. Looking at their complicit appearance, Lu Ming said indifferently, Jiang Yun, speech should be based on evidence. Evidence? Of course there is evidence. Su Shan sneered. before turning his head to Jong Yun and saying, "Bring it out for me." "Yes, Mr. Su." Jong Yun sneered at Lu Ming, pulling out a pile of information as he gritted his teeth. "Lu Ming, your time to die has come. The vendetta of smashing his beloved car and driving him out of the Huanqiu building. He's reporting now. Look, here's the proof that you broke the law." Jong Yun finally took the picture out. The two vigilantes immediately stepped forward and took the photo. Their faces changed slightly and they couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy!" Lu Ming and Win Rongrong also came up. Now, Win Rongrong's eyes also widened. Only, in the photo, a badly damaged Ferrari comes into view. "Sheriff, this car was smashed by Lu Ming. I want you to take him away. I want him to pay for it and I want him to go to jail." Jong Yun gritted his teeth. The vigilantes glanced at each other, then at Lu Ming, whose expression remained calm, and their brows furrowed. If that's the case, they'll have to take Lu Ming away, but that doesn't count with just a photo. Win Rongrong's face changed drastically. Is this some kind of misunderstanding? She knew that Lu Ming had gone to Zhang's group this morning, but she didn't expect that Lu Ming had also smashed Zhang Yun's car. There's no misunderstanding. This car, he's the one who smashed it. "Sheriff, take him away," Zhong Er faintly said. "I watched the whole thing from the sidelines. I'm an eyewitness. I have the surveillance video in my hand to review. I'm cooperating with the investigation." At these words, the vigilante's brows stretched. "Since Mr. Zhong has said this, let's take Mr. Lu back for investigation first, and ask Mr. Zhong to send over the surveillance." They didn't know Su Shan, but they all knew the famous Zhong Er. The richest man has put his word on it, and with the surveillance available for review, it's not a big problem. "Yes, I'll have my secretary send it to you." Bell's Ear Canal. "Mr. Lu, please cooperate with the investigation at the sheriff's department now." The sheriff looked over at Lu Ming. With that said, the two walked out first, but Lu Ming didn't move a muscle. The sheriff frowned. "What's the plan? Resisting the vigilante? Why don't you go?" Su Shan sneered. "You're the one who wanted to play with this. Now how come you're not cooperating?" "What? Can't play?" He was pleased with himself. "You want to fight him? Regardless of black and white, justified or unjustified." He had 100 means to play Lu Ming. A poor man. To death. Su Shan, things are definitely not that simple. Let's not jump to conclusions yet. Win Rongrong wanted to explain a few things for Lu Ming. His own fiancée defended someone else, and instead of making Su Shan raise the thought of wanting to let Lu Ming go, it intensified his thoughts of wanting to get Lu Ming killed. "Shut up. This has nothing to do with you," Su Shan said in annoyance. Win Rongrong's face changed slightly. "Mr. Lu, if you think they're slandering you, you can either open your mouth to argue, or leave it to us to investigate and clarify for you. But for now, can you please cooperate with us?" At this point, the sheriff frowned. "Isn't it a waste of time to stall here?" The words fell. In full view of the crowd, Lu Ming, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth, and after looking around and taking in the sneers, scoffs, and gloats of the crowd, he suddenly laughed. "This car, it wasn't me who smashed it." Snort. Jong Yun immediately snorted and teased. "Okay, you say you didn't smash it, then who do you think smashed it?" If they dared to come here, they were bound to have certainty of victory. Lu Ming had to go in today, and no king of heaven could stop him. Lu Ming spat out a few words. Bel-Air smashed. Chapter 44, The Defeated Jong Yun. As the words fell, the crowd stuttered, followed closely by laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, what did you say? For crying out loud, I thought you could say something useful, and this is it? You're sick in the head, aren't you?" Jong Yun, Su Shan, and Zhong Er were amused by Lu Ming. Is this guy out of his mind? The sheriff was also left speechless. How can this have anything to do with Zhong Er, who was close to Jong Yun and Su Shan at first glance? Now it is clear that Lu Ming is sick and anxious, and the dog is anxious to bite. Isn't it sick? Won't you know if you look at the surveillance? Lu Ming sneered. Don't think you can stall me by telling me to pull the surveillance. I'm telling you, I'm bringing the surveillance. Zhang Yun sneered. He felt that Lu Ming must be trying to use adjusting the surveillance as an excuse to stall for time, so that they can go back to the group to get the video. But in fact, they have already prepared a foolproof plan to send Lu Ming away tonight. Zhong Er sneered. Young man, I told you, there are some things to be grasped in proportion. Now you can't cheat people, but also want to rely on me. Let me tell you, I will definitely even today's things, to pursue to the end. Play the video. A bodyguard came forward and put out the video. Play. On screen, Lu Ming confronts Lin Zhao and Zhang Yun and tells Zhong Er to call someone to smash the car. The end. After reading it, the two vigilantes looked at each other with some indignation in their hearts, because, as they watched the video, they knew that it was Zhang Yun and Lin Zhao who were in the wrong and sorry for Lu Ming. Moreover, the car was also promised to Lu Ming by Jiang Yun. But now that the other party wanted to call the police department to intervene, they could only oblige and take Lu Ming away. They looked at Lu Ming with some sympathy in their hearts, and for a moment they didn't rush to open their mouths to take the people away. As for Lu Ming, he didn't say anything. Zhang Er looked at the silent Lu Ming, then at the sheriff who didn't speak, and smiled. This video, isn't it obvious enough? You can take him away. Su Shan and Jiang Yun were even more pleased. Wen Rongrong's face was extremely ugly, but in her heart she was comforting herself that there was no need to panic. With Lu Ming's status, as long as he wanted to, a single sentence could solve the predicament in front of him. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Lu Ming said lightly. You're the one who really had your men smash the car. Ah, Zhang Er. The words came out. The crowd fell silent. Su Shan, Jiang Yun, and Zhang Er's faces stiffened. They suddenly sensed something was not quite right. Zhang Er's face clouded over as he hurriedly said, but the smashing of the car was something you told me to do. Oh, so you're admitting you're my accomplice? Lu Ming suddenly laughed, a few hints of playfulness in his smile. In that case then, Comrade Sheriff, why don't you take me and Mr. Zhong back to the sheriff's department together? Both of us have problems. Zhang Er's face changed drastically. Su Shan and Jiang Yun's pupils even shrunk, revealing incredulous expressions. They get it. They finally get it. Lu Ming wasn't arguing his innocence at all. The reason he said he didn't smash it himself was to force them to take out the surveillance. Now that the surveillance has been taken out, Lu Ming is going to pull Zhang Er down with him, and the two of them will go to jail together. You counting on me? Zhang Er gritted his teeth in anger. He was the richest man in Xinjiang and his reputation was well known. If he was imprisoned for no reason, even if he could get a reprieve, it would be a huge blow to his reputation. Lu Ming ignored him and turned his head toward the vigilante. Comrade, take them away together. Seeing this, the sheriff's brow furrowed as he looked towards Zhang Er. In that case, Mr. Zhong should come along as well. Zhang Er's complexion changed drastically. Su Shan and Jiang Yun exclaimed at the same time. No way. If Zhang Er goes in, where will the Su and Jiang families lose face? Taking the initiative against someone else and sending their allies in? Those who don't know think they're counting on Zhang Er? By then, the people they work with will definitely be on edge and suspicious. You guys are actively trying to get to us and you're saying no? The sheriff's brow furrowed. It's not no. It's. Zhang Er was at a loss for words and turned back to glare viciously at Jiang Yun. Quickly say that you did it voluntarily and won't pursue the matter. Now for the sake of his own safety, he could only ask Jiang Yun to give up pursuing Lu Ming first and save himself. It's not worth it to put yourself on the line for a Lu Ming. Jiang Yun's jaw dropped, unable to accept it. In that case, he would have to eat this dumb loss. And wouldn't that be letting Lu Ming off the hook for nothing? Speak up. Seeing that Jiang Yun did not say anything, Su Shan glared at Jiang Yun with the same viciousness. At this moment, Jiang Yun was forced by the crowd, and then looked up at Lu Ming, who was so neat and smiling. He only felt a burst of humiliation and suffocation in his heart. Why is it always you who gets the short end of the stick? Chapter 45 Embarrassed Wen Rongrong. But he didn't dare to disobey Su Jia and Zhang Er's orders. He could only look at the vigilante. Tong, comrade, this is actually a misunderstanding. The car is actually something I handed over to Lu Ming a long time ago. At the end of the matter, only Jiang Yun was scolded by the vigilante. Jiang Yun and Zhang Er, whose hearts were dripping blood after being scolded, stood behind Su Shan in muffled silence. Su Shan looked deeply at Lu Ming, his tone thick with sinister intent. Let's go. All of them glared hard at Lu Ming and left resentfully. Returning with no success, they were stifled. One night's work cost one of our own a Ferrari and gave Su Shan an extra dad. 2, please. As Su Shan's trio blasted the gas and drove away from the Western restaurant, Lu Ming walked up to the two vigilantes. It's okay. The two shook their heads and with a smile said, then we're off. They were satisfied that things could be resolved this way. You guys wait. Lu Ming stops it and runs outside. The two were suddenly puzzled by what was to be done. Afterwards, Lu Ming quickly bought 2 cups of hot milk tea as well as 2 snacks and returned, handing them. Have a late night snack. All right, thanks. The two men smiled at each other as they came to their senses, took their things and left without even leaving their names. With that, Lu Ming and Wen Rongrong also left the Western restaurant. Walking on the way to the parking lot, Wen Rongrong, who hadn't said anything since just now, finally spoke up. Looking downcast, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I didn't expect to bring you so much trouble. Lu Ming twisted his head and looked at her delicate features with lowered brows and eyes, hung with apologies. Wen Rongrong was sad. If she hadn't asked Lu Ming to make a deposit in the morning, Lu Ming wouldn't have encountered so many things in the evening. It's okay. Lu Ming smiled. But still, Win Rongrong couldn't stop blaming herself. I'm sorry. At those words, Lu Ming frowned. How could he be so disobedient? Subsequently, Lu Ming looked at her downtrodden appearance, silent for a moment, suddenly thick with impatience. All said it's fine. So much happened. What's the use of you apologizing all the time? Why are you so annoying? You woman! Win Rongrong's body stiffened when she heard this, and the guilt on her face intensified when she faced the accusation. I'm sorry. She couldn't help but feel sad in her heart. Since Lu Ming was so angry, her idea of establishing a long-term relationship with Lu Ming was also dashed. Thinking of this, her anger towards Su Shan doubled once again. This son of a. It was the harshest word she could think of to use to curse someone. I've already told you that apologizing is useless. Can't you come up with something practical? Lu Ming said in annoyance. Win Rongrong hurriedly bowed her head. Then, Mr. Lu, what do you need me to do to make amends? I will definitely do my best. Please calm down. Win Rongrong was scared. Scared and terrified. Terrified and helpless like a little rabbit, waiting for Lu Ming's judgment. She didn't know what she should give to satisfy a great man like Lu Ming who stood at the peak of the world. Then why don't you buy me dinner to make up for it? Lu Ming said. I'm damn near starving. Win Rongrong suddenly froze and looked up sharply, only to see that Lu Ming, whose tone had been very impatient, was currently holding back a smile as he looked at her. You're not mad? Win Rongrong opened her red lips wide in dismay. She only now realized with a shock that Lu Ming seemed to be teasing her. Lu Ming looked at her dumbfounded and stunned as if she was as cute as a little hamster that found out that all of its own granary had been emptied, and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, you're kinda cute when you're scared. You. Win Rongrong's eyes widened, after finally shifting from fear to dumbfoundedness, and then to a strong sense of shame. Stomping her foot, Lu Ming, why are you laughing at me? I was apologizing very seriously. Looking at Win Rongrong's appearance, Lu Ming laughed even harder. I didn't laugh at you. Wasn't I cooperating with you? You apologize and I get angry. What is this not cooperation? Your bull ting me. You've obviously been laughing at me, and you haven't even heard it. Chapter 46 Warm Chest. I stopped. You. Humph. I'm not talking to you anymore. Winnie, don't look away. What? Angry? Lu Ming flirted. Then, Ms. Win. What do you need me to do to make up for it? I will do my best. Please calm down. When Win Rongrong heard this, her face instantly reddened. You're actually using my words to humiliate me. Where did I insult you? I was apologizing. Lu Ming laughed out loud. You. Win Rongrong was so flirted with that she couldn't speak. Come on then, let's eat. You said you'd make it up to me. You. Win Rongrong stared at him in exasperation, her tender egg-like skin bulging with two small bags. You're just purposely looking at me funny. Win Rongrong thought to herself. Lu Ming had just acted so calmly in the Western restaurant. How could he become impatient after coming out? I should have known better than to apologize. I wasn't just trying to tease you and cheer you up by seeing you weren't too happy. Lu Ming teased and laughed. Win Rongrong glared at him and said, Right. Make me happy? It's making you happy, that's right. Looking at Win Rongrong's pouting appearance, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Lu Ming finally felt Win Rongrong's appearance as a big lady. Before always felt that this family's daughter lived as if she was very official and dignified. Now he could finally let him see another side of her. Well, now that your mood is back to normal, let's eat. Lu Ming said. Where am I back to normal? What? Are you still angry? Do you need me to coax you to do it? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and laughed. No, go eat. Winning Rongrong said without a word of humor and walked forward at a brisk pace. You really don't need to, do you? I can kiss and cuddle and lift high. Lu Ming quickly followed. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** faster. Lu Ming's footsteps are faster. Just then, boom! The roar of an engine suddenly came from the corner of the parking lot, and Lu Ming's face immediately changed. Watch out! He violently probed his hand and pulled back Win Rongrong, who was walking too fast and almost rushed out of the corner. Immediately afterward, a racy SUV brushed past Lu Ming and Win Rongrong, who were standing at the corner, in a furious manner, so noisy that there was only a noisy roar beside the ears of Win Rongrong and Lu Ming. Win Rongrong was startled by the speed of the car, and as she almost thought she had been hit, she only felt the sky spinning, and then her whole body turned uncontrollably and slammed into the warm chest. When Win Rongrong was pulled into Lu Ming's arms, she looked up subconsciously in shock and met Lu Ming's eyes. The next moment, she froze. As the SUV behind him drove away, the roar subsided and the entire parking lot was quiet. It was so quiet that Win Rongrong felt as if she could hear her own heartbeat. Win Rongrong looked at Lu Ming's eyes dumbfounded, and immediately after, Her pretty face actually turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her heartbeat accelerated even more instantly. Lu Ming looked at Win Rongrong beauty like a jewel eyes and as if the exquisite face of congealed fat. Breathing also stopped at the same time, half a breath. The heart over and over again, only a thought. Holy, this is so good looking too. Next moment, Win Rongrong was shocked to realize that she was still in Lu Ming's arms and hurriedly broke away, saying in a panic, "Thank you for saving me." Her heart was beating hard at the moment, and her cheeks were even more feverish and delicately red. Lu Ming looked at Win Rongrong's cheeks reddened, and suddenly coughed dryly. Cough, 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 cough. So what? Nowadays people drive really unqualified, right? He felt empty in his arms and couldn't help but think in his heart, I have to say, Win Rongrong's body is really good. Perfect touch. 2. Win Rongrong's eyes fluttered so much that she didn't dare to look directly at Lu Ming anymore. No longer looking upwards towards Lu Ming, but only daring to look in front of her, and the place in front of the eyes to see just Lu Ming's chest. Then thought of the contact just now. The heart cannot help but flash a thought. His chest. It was kinda warm. Chapter 47, Blue Lulu the Goblin. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and said, "Then let's hurry up and go eat." "Well," Win Rongrong answered as thin as a mosquito. "Go." Lu Ming scratched his head and subconsciously took the hand of Win Rongrong, who was extremely close to him. Win Rongrong froze at Lu Ming's big hand, wrapped his hand. A moment of short-circuit brain, but also do not know whether to resist. Stupidly let Lu Ming holding her walk. Just pretty face, then just more red. It wasn't until Lu Ming had walked out some distance that he suddenly realized that Win Rongrong had been held by himself and hurriedly let go. He wanted to clarify to Win Rongrong that he was not a pervert. "I'm not craving your body." But Win Rongrong did help him explain. "It's fine. I have my own car. I don't need to trouble you to hold me over to the car." Lu Ming, yeah, I just wanted to bring you over for a ride." Winnie, well, I know. You don't have anything else in mind." The air was quiet again. Lu Ming looked at Win Rongrong, and Win Rongrong looked at Lu Ming, eyes wide shut. Next moment, Win Rongrong's pretty face reddened as if it could drip blood, and she turned around in a panic. "I'll leave first." She turned her back to Lu Ming and couldn't help covering her face as she walked. "What the hell are you talking about?" As for Lu Ming, after staring for a moment, he couldn't help but slap his head. Had he turned into an old colorful man? How can you actively mooch? It's too much to actually subconsciously hold someone's hand, but I have to say, it's also pretty soft. The two men's cars then drove out of the parking lot. Two people do not know is that behind them. A resentment to the extreme gaze. There is a thick anger, a few want to burst out. Win Rongrong, slut, still saying you guys are fine? If I hadn't followed you here, I wouldn't have seen this scene. Su Shan completely exploded. His roar resounded throughout the parking lot. Lu Ming, I want you to die. I want you to die. Lu Ming and Win Rongrong didn't end up eating together, and Win Rongrong really felt that her move to find excuses for Lu Ming was too speechless, and was so ashamed that she decided to go home. Lu Ming complied with the other party's wish. However, by the time Lu Ming returned home, Win Rongrong sent a message, apologizing seriously for what happened to Su Shan. Lu Ming accepted the other party's apology this time and told Win Rongrong not to think too much. His gaze chilled as he put away his cell phone. If Su Shan dared to mess with him like this, he would definitely double back to the other party. Isn't it just a matter of money and connections? Who the doesn't? Afterwards, Lu Ming got up and went to the kitchen to cook noodles. He hadn't eaten well for dinner and was strangely hungry. After cooking the pasta, ding! Blue Lulu's message suddenly popped up. "Did you sleep?" "Not yet." "Why?" Lu Ming replied as he ate his noodles. Blue Lulu was in the middle of typing. "You promised me. Did you forget?" Lu Ming froze, followed by a sharp response and replied, didn't forget. In passing, he turned on the front camera, took a picture of himself, who was eating noodles, and sent it over. He had never been a fan of selfies, and now, since the other party wanted a picture, he would take it now. Photo sent successfully. Lu Ming typed, "Didn't lie to you, did I?" Who knows that Blue Lulu was silent for a while before replying. "So you told me you were taking pictures in the toilet. Were you eating noodles in the toilet?" "Ha, I didn't realize you had that habit." Lu Ming barely managed to spray all the noodles in his mouth. "Don't come and disgust me." Blue Lulu sent a ha 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 emoji. Then, after sending the emoji, Blue Lulu asked, "You didn't have dinner?" "Yeah." "Then why don't you tell me and I'll cook it for you?" "Forget it. I'm afraid I'll go to your house and get eaten by you." The next moment, Blue Lulu suddenly stopped typing and sent a voiceover. Lu Ming subconsciously clicked on it. As soon as the point was turned on, Lu Ming's eyes instantly widened as he listened to the voice next to his ear. "How will you know if I eat you or you eat me if you don't come over?" Blue Lulu deliberately panted slightly. as if spitting hot air in Lu Ming's ear. Her voice was soft, making Lu Ming's whole body crispy. Chapter 48. Su Shan and Winsome Wind on the phone. What are you doing? Lu Ming couldn't help but type. This guy is definitely hitting on himself. Lan Lulu sent another soft with a few winks over. Ah, what's wrong? You can't stand this? I've learned a lot of these tricks online. Want to try them all? He. She knew she had seduced Lu Ming. Lu Ming listened to the smugness and leaps of joy that were vaguely revealed in Lan Lulu's tone and looked furious. Asterisk. I'm being held by her. Next moment, Blue Lulu sent another photo out of the blue. Lu Ming subconsciously opened it and his breath was instantly held. In the picture, the blue skirt reveals half of the jade legs round and white, wrapped in a layer of black stockings below the knee. Tantalizing. Does it look good? I went specifically to wear black silk, knowing you men like that kind. Blue Lulu sent. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Lean. Still trying to pin me down? Woman, you're dreaming. Lu Ming revealed a look of great righteousness and sent out a sentence. I didn't see it clearly. Let's take another one. Asterisk. Q. Blue Lulu simply withdrew the picture. Lu Ming is so petty? Lan Lulu voiced again. I'm just being petty. If you still want to see it, come over here in person. And then, if brother wants to see what I'm wearing, I'll wear whatever I want to show you. Or, not wearing, is not out of the question. Blue Lulu softly biting the last three words, like a cat's claw-like scratching swept through Lu Ming's heart. The words came out. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly widened, and the fire in his belly was rubbing upwards. He was really almost ruffled this time. Lu Ming took a deep breath and hastily restrained himself. Cursing goblin, goblin. This Blue Lulu started to do nothing after she knew she wasn't rejecting her. Damn, women are a disaster. Lu Ming righteously typed. Then I'll go over next time. Blue Lulu sent a haha emoji and started molesting Lu Ming again. At the same time Lu Ming rose to the challenge. Back to the hotel. Su Shan is a gloomy face will call the phone to the far away in the dragon capital. Win ride the wind. Hello. Win multiplied the Win's phone to connect quickly. Uncle Win. It's me. Su Shan. Su Shan took a deep breath and said, I've arrived in Qingcheng. What's the situation? The Win multiplier on the other end opened the door and asked. As the head of the Win family, even though he didn't believe that Lu Ming would be rich, out of caution, he decided to have Su Shan come over to check out the situation before making a decision. If Lu Ming was really rich and was the son of one of the great reclusive families that could easily kill Su Shan's prestige, then Win multiplier would reconsider whether or not to continue the marriage with the Su family. However, Win Shifeng didn't say that to Su Shan. He just told Su Shan to deal with Lu Ming properly. The rest of his calculations were left unsaid. Uncle Win. Although Lu Ming is very good at playing with words, I can tell that he is not from a great family. Su Shan slowly said his own judgment. I brought people to surround him. He actually called the security department, instead of letting his own bodyguards come out. Plus the car he drove was very trashy. 100,000 or so. Ha, he definitely can not have any bottom. Oh, like this? After hearing this, Win Shifeng's eyes showed understanding, and he said, then I'll have to trouble Xian nephew. Help me get rid of him. Listening to Su Shan's analysis, Win Shifeng was already certain that Lu Ming was definitely a bottom feeder. Good, Uncle Win. Su Shan nodded his head and said afterward, however, I'm going to trouble you to freeze Rong Rong's account and stop letting her give money to Lu Ming. Win multiplied the wind and nodded. No problem. As for the money that Lu Ming went to buy the building, I'll have Zhong Air transfer it to the winner's account. Yes. Win multiplied the wind to reveal a smile. The two of them then exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up. Su Shan looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at Qingcheng, which was still lit up with colorful lights under the dark night, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of coldness. Winning Rong Rong, in the next few moments, I will let you see what it means to be the style of the children of a great family. This is definitely not something that can be compared to a lowly piece of trash like Lu Ming. Chapter 49, Unlike Men. Thinking about tonight's loss, Su Shan was so angry that he jumped to his feet, but he believed that it was only temporary. The tiger took a nap before letting the bugs hop around a little longer. Next, he would crush Lu Ming without hesitation. Even if Lu Ming was as powerful as he was, he couldn't compare to a big shot like him who held a huge amount of wealth and power in his hands. But then he thought of witnessing Lu Ming holding Win Rongrong's hand tonight, and his fists unconsciously clenched. He, who hadn't even touched Win Rongrong's hand. Su Shan's eyes reddened. Damned guy. He swore that after Win Rongrong completely died because of Lu Ming's scandalous behavior and decided to honestly marry himself, he must ride on Win Rongrong's delicate body, ruthlessly vent some, and then throw her away when he got tired of playing. Just then, knock, knock, the door to Su Shan's hotel room was suddenly knocked on. Who is it? Su Shan asked. Young Su, Mr. Zhong, Mr. Jiang, Young Jiang, they're here. The bodyguard outside the door responded. Sushan skimmed all the information on the desktop in a drawer and sat down on the sofa before saying, "Come in." The door opens. Zhang Er, Jiang Shangwan, and Jiang Yun walked in. Su Xiao. The three men greeted each other without condescension. At this moment, Jiang Yun and Zhang Er's faces were both somewhat stifled. After what happened tonight, no one can swallow it. Sit. Su Shan raised his head, and afterward faintly said, Zhang Er, has the money been called over? He opened the door and had absolutely no intention of exchanging pleasantries with these few people, as if he was chatting with his subordinates. This action caused a few moments of dissatisfaction to cross the bottom of Zhang Er's eyes. Xiao-san had treated them like henchmen from the beginning, but he still smiled on the surface and said, "It has been transferred out after the consent of the directors. Lu Ming's $100 just arrived in Win Multiplier's hands. That's fine. Keep your eyes open from now on. You have to realize that not just any money can be taken." Su Shan revealed a few sneers and mercilessly knocked this richest man in Xinjiang. Zhang Er had already suffocated beyond measure. Yes, at the same time, he was annoyed in his heart, and he blamed Lu Ming for it all. From the moment he received the call from Win Multiplier at Villa 5, Zhang Er had cursed Lu Ming countless times in his heart, because, when they sold the Wanqiu building in the morning, the directors who enjoyed their share with Zhang Er were so happy that they even had a drink with Zhang Er. As a result, things took a sharp turn for the worse, and Win multiplied the win to ask him to return the money. He had to go to the directors again, and ended up being sarcastic, not to mention how humiliating it was. Plus tonight, he will definitely get Lu Ming killed. Zhang Er's emotions were visible to Su Shan, but he had no intention of appeasing them. A mere richest man in Xinjiang is nothing. He turned his head to Jiang Shengwan and Jiang Yun. What about you two? Didn't you guys say that you have a method that can deal with Lu Ming? Speak up, Cloud. Say it. Jiang Shengwan didn't even raise his eyelids and said lightly. He could see that Su Shan was arrogant and domineering, and was too lazy to take the other side's anger like Zhang Er, so he simply let his son speak. Yes. Jiang Yun thought that his father wanted him to show more performance and hurriedly stepped forward. Young Su, it's like this. Isn't the purpose of your coming to Qingqing to let Miss Wen recognize the gap between Lu Ming and you? Yes. And then what? Su Shan nodded. In that case, Jiang Yun smiled with a confident smile. We just need to wear down Lu Ming's dignity as a man, so that he can't even be considered a man in MS Win's heart. Won't that be enough? At that time, MS Win will definitely know who is the real dragon and phoenix among men. After Jiang Yun's rational analysis, he felt that Lu Ming would be taken by Win Rongrong. Definitely because Lu Ming was handsome and had a good body. And didn't it all boil down to Win Rongrong feeling that Lu Ming was more manly? Then, in that case, he was going to make Lu Ming less of a man. Chapter 50, The Blue Dew Reveal. Well, that makes sense. Jiang Yun's ass-kissing was well received by Su Shan, but he quickly frowned. Then what do you want to do? Castrate Lu Ming? There's no need for that. He'll be making a scene again by then. So I'm just going to let him sleep with a bunch of guys. Jiang Yun hemmed and hawed. Let him be mute and unable to speak. Su Shan instantly felt a bit irritated and hurriedly sat up. How? I'm going to let my ex-girlfriend Lin Jiao, who's been with him for 6 years, pretend to admit her mistake and lure him out. After that, he'll surely let his guard down, and then I'll take the opportunity to charm him, feed him aphrodisiacs, and find a group of S to him up, and then record it as a video and send it to MS Win to look at it. Jiang Yun immediately stated his plan. When these words came out, Su Shan laughed out loud. Good. Let's do it like you did. He thinks it's great. Thinking of Lu Ming's miserable appearance, Jiang Yun only felt a thrill of revenge surging through him as he said quickly, Xiao Su, this time, I'll make sure that this punk completely disappears from Miss Win's line of sight, and after that, we'll finish off Lu Ming unknowingly. Now when he thinks of the smashed car, Jiang Yun still has a lot of flesh pain. He swore that he would get Lu Ming killed. However, before Win Rongrong had abandoned Lu Ming, it was impossible for them to forcefully get Lu Ming killed against Win Rongrong's pressure. Don't worry, I don't have to tell you, I will. Su Shan laughed coldly, then he suddenly took out his business card. Also, this news of yours came in time. I'm very satisfied. This is my business card. If there's anything you need in the future, you can call me. Jiang Yun was instantly ecstatic and hastily took it. Thank you, Xiao Su. Ah, the connections of the Su family's eldest son. That's a lot of people's dream. Even his father had to go through several hands before he could call Su Xiao, and it was too good to be true that he was now able to directly have a private phone. The corners of Jiang Shengwan's mouth hooked up slightly, while Zhang Er bristled. He's about to get hammered and Chang's family actually gets rewarded? What kind of world is this? Su Shan ignored these three people's reactions, instead revealing anticipation. He was eager to see what kind of state Lu Ming would be in when he was ravaged like a dog. Day 2. Hanyuan Huafu Sales Office. Blue Lulu was just about to enter the door for work. She was in a very good mood, and there was a constant smile on the corners of her mouth. When she thought that yesterday Lu Ming was so aroused by her few words that she couldn't stand it, and even promised to have dinner with herself at noon today, she felt so joyful. It was a scene she had been dreaming about for years, and she didn't expect it to come true so soon. Blue Lulu thought to herself, and wondered what kind of expression this guy would have if he came to her house and drooled when he saw her wearing the more exciting clothes she had just ordered last night. But Blue Lulu's happiness didn't last long, because she saw Yang Yul. Zheng Yu, who had always stayed in the villa area of Hanyuan Huafu, had unprecedentedly stood at the door today. Seeing Zheng Yu, Lan Lulu frowned. It's bad luck to see this guy early in the morning. She was planning to turn a corner and go around Zheng Yu. Who knows? Zheng Yu actually saw Lan Lulu, eyes bright, rushed forward, stopping her. Yo, how dare you come to work? Lan Lulu said impatiently. What do you mean? Say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. What do you mean? Don't you know in your heart? Zheng Yu smiled coldly and scolded without mercy. I've already told Mr. Sun about the matter of you bringing that soft rice man and offending Mr. Zhong Shofu yesterday. Offending our honored customers of Villa No. 5. Let's see. After today, you won't have to come to work anymore. When these words came out, Lan Lulu gritted her teeth and said, You're shameless. I obviously didn't offend him. Don't slander me. Her mouth argued, but her mind was in a real panic, for she knew that she had indeed offended Zhang Er yesterday. Still saying no? Lu Ming is pointing his finger at Zhong Shofu's nose. Do you think you can still stand alone? Zheng Yu sneered. Just then, she saw a BMW slowly driving outside the door. Her eyes lit up, revealing a look of watching a good show. Mr. Sun is coming. Your time to die has come. At those words, Lan Lulu's face eventually changed drastically. Next moment, Blue Lulu twisted her head to look. An expressionless face came into view. Come to my office. Chapter 51 Lai Yangyi. Sun Lo's office. Mr. Sun, listen to my explanation. Things are not what Zheng Yu said. Once inside, Blue Lulu anxiously tries to get a leg up for herself, but Sun Luo mercilessly dispelled all her fantasies. Needless to say, I know that Zheng Yu and you don't get along. In order to avoid her slandering you, I specially went to adjust the surveillance and also went to ask the security guard at the entrance of the villa for confirmation, or else I wouldn't have dragged it out until today to notify you. Blue Lulu's heart thumped. She knew she had no life to live. I know it's not easy for you to be a girl, especially when you're still so pretty, yet you've been able to stay true to yourself and resist temptation. It's been amazing, and I value you because of that, and I even tried to poach you to start a business with my wife. Sun Luo said in a serious tone. But, this is in Qingqing. You should not offend Zhong Er. Blue Lulu pursed her lips tightly, not daring to speak. Actually, Mr. Zhong didn't say anything to our Hanyuan Huafu. I think Mr. Zhong doesn't care at all, so I want to bail you out. It's a bailout. Sun Luo sighed heavily. It's a pity that Zheng Yu has already reported the matter to the top. The wood has been turned into a boat. Lan Lulu's pretty face turned white. She knew her fate was sealed. Resign. Good riddance, Sun Luo said. Hearing this, Lan Lulu smiled miserably. Yes, thank you Mr. Sun. Sun Luo watched Lan Lulu walk out of the office in a trance inside. Wipe your eyes in the future. Lu Ming that kind of person. Sun Luo didn't go on, but the disdain for Lu Ming was already evident in his words. He also felt that Lu Ming was a liar who ate soft food and had his foot in two boats, trying to hook up with Lan Lulu. Blue Lulu didn't retort and turned to leave. All she can think about now is where she should go to start over. Moreover, without a job, wouldn't all the words she said to Lu Ming yesterday, that she could support him, be null and void? Just then, knock knock, there was a knock on the office door. Who is it? Sun Ra was puzzled. Lai Yangyi. A faint voice came from the door. When Sun Luo heard the name, he froze and then became alarmed, hurriedly crossing over to Blue Lulu to open the door. Blue Lulu's eyes were even wider. Lai Yangyi. She had heard of this name, a famous rich merchant in Qingzhou, with extremely strong property, and was the major shareholder of Hanyuan Huafu. Why is he here in person? Sun Luo opened the door. Boss Lai, what brings you here? A middle-aged man with a big belly and a shrewd face stood in the doorway. He said expressionlessly, Young Su has come to Qingcheng, and I intend to meet him to discuss whether there is any possibility of cooperation between Hanyuan Huafu and the Su family. Mr. Su, the one from Longdu? Sun Luo was once again startled. Why is he here? I don't know. What do you care? Lai Yangyi glared at Sun Luo. Sun Luo, who had a high status in front of people, however, did not dare to show any disrespect to Lai Yangyi and only bowed his head and answered, "Yes, now hurry up and find someone to arrange for my accommodation and food. I came over in a hurry and haven't booked a room yet," Lai Yangyi said again. "Yes," Sun Luo nodded, while cursing in his heart. This old fox, there are benefits, did not think to find them. Even Su Shan came to not tell them in advance, but then the room and board issue is trying to get them reimbursed. What a traitor. After Lai Yangyi gave his orders, he walked straight into Sun Luo's office, intending to sit down. Just then, he saw Blue Lulu standing there. Lan Lulu's hot and enchanting body as well as her stunningly beautiful appearance instantly caught his attention. His eyes lit up and he took 2 steps forward, looking up and down colorfully before asking, "Sun Luo, no introduction?" Looking at Lai Yangyi's expression, Lan Lulu instinctively felt uncomfortable, but she still forced a smile and said, "Boss Lai, hello, I'm an employee of Hanyuan Huafu. My name is Lan Lulu." Chapter 52, You Can Leave. When Sun Luo saw this, he said that it was not good. Lai Yangyi is a notorious sex fiend. No woman who falls into his hands is good. He hurriedly stepped forward to rebuke, "Blue Lulu, you've been fired. Why are you still here? Hurry up and get out." "Hold, sorry, Mr. Sun, I'll leave now." Blue Lulu sniffed and immediately lowered her head, her voice trembling. She was grateful in her heart, knowing that Sun Luo was saving herself. But before Lan Lulu could walk out, Lai Yangyi stopped her. "Don't, such a good employee. Sun Luo, how can you fire without authorization?" At this moment, Lai Yangyi was looking at her lustfully, and there was even hunger in his eyes. Blue Lulu was startled. Her body subconsciously backed up and pulled away. Looking at the Blue Lulu poor look, Lai Yangyi nonetheless did not feel heartache, but instead the fire in the small abdomen is increasingly heavy. Such a tender woman. He really wanted it, especially these legs, long and white, tsk. He realized that he still had to come to Qingqing more often. It wasn't like the very best goods were everywhere. "Ha ha, Boss Lai, you don't know. Blue Lulu has made a big mistake and has already been reported to the headquarters, which told me to fire her immediately," Sun Ra said. "Lulu, what mistake did you make? Tell me about it. Uncle Lai will definitely help you out." Lai Yangyi ignored Sun Luo, his eyes dropping on Lan Lulu. He couldn't let Lan Lulu leave Hanyuan Huafu, or he wouldn't be able to find a reason to screw her. Hearing the other party address him so intimately, Blue Lulu only felt nauseous. Blue Lulu had the audacity to offend Mr. Zhong. Sun Luo gritted his teeth. "It will be hard for us to explain to Zhong if we don't fire her." "Mr. Bell, you mean Zhong?" Upon hearing this name, Lai Yangyi's colorful eyes stopped, and then he frowned, revealing scorn. "Yes." Seeing this, Blue Lulu let out a slight sigh of relief. It seems that Lai Yangyi is also afraid of Zhong, and Lai Yangyi thought for a moment that he could actually talk to Zhong and ask him not to pursue the matter first. When he was tired of playing with Blue Lulu, he would then ask Zhong to approach Hanyuan Huafu to ask for Blue Lulu's dismissal. In this way, you won't offend Zhong, and you can also play with women. Thinking of this, Lai Yangyi laughed again. "I have a way. I can say something on Zhong's side, and after the misunderstanding is explained clearly, your job will be saved." When these words came out, Sun Luo was dumbfounded. The other party had said his words to this point. If he opened his mouth again to try to fire Lan Lulu, he would be unintelligent, and sooner or later he would get into trouble. Only Lulu herself could refuse this kindness. "Well, Uncle Lai's been good to you, hasn't he?" Lai Yangyi looked at Lan Lulu. His fine eyes revealed a greedy essence. "Now you cannot worry about having to leave Hanyuan Huafu. At noon, you just accompany me to have a meal, and take me to stroll around the Hanyuan Huafu property in the Qingqing area." The villa chant. He planned to keep Blue Lulu by his side all day today. Lan Lulu's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly bowed her head, saying, "Boss Lai, thank you for your kindness, but I've stirred up my own basket, so I think it's better for me to solve it on my own." She had just actually had a moment of heart attack. The fact that Lai Yangyi was able to keep her job meant that she still had money and could pick up Lu Ming, who had offended Zhong and was surely not going to make it in Qingcheng. But she knew in her heart that Lai Yangyi was definitely trying to toy with her by giving her such a big favor. She asked herself that she is just a newborn calf. Simply can't play with this kind of greasy old fox, not confident to be able to avoid the other party's tactics. In order to protect their own innocence, it is better to refuse. "Well, you still want to leave even after Uncle has put it this far?" Lai Yangyi's eyes narrowed, and his words had revealed a threatening intent. "Do you believe that I'll make it impossible for you to mix in all of Qingzhou?" With his position, it was completely doable for him to try to drive Blue Lulu to extinction. Blue Lulu's pupils shrunk and she couldn't help but show her fear. She didn't expect the old thing to figure it out right away. "Boss Lai, you're joking. You're a generous man. How could you possibly be bothered with a little person like me? Blue Lulu immediately conceded. Sun Luo, who was on the sidelines, wanted to speak for Lan Lulu, but when he met Lai Youngie's gaze, he ended up closing his mouth. Oh, I'm not a big shot. Let me tell you, there's no one I can't get that I, Lai Yongie, want. Lai Yongie laughed coldly. You can leave Han Yuan Huafu right now, but think carefully, when you come back to beg me on your knees, the conditions won't be as generous as they are now. Chapter 53, There's no such thing as showing off your wealth. A few moments of conquest welled up in him. This woman is so hard to handle? He must play to it. Thank you, Boss Lai, but I've thought it over, so I'll take my leave now. Blue Lulu, her face terrified, turned to leave. She doesn't want to stay here. Lai Yongie looked at Blue Lulu's delicate body. With the pace of lightly swaying, that perfect curve is infatuated with him. Really beautiful. Lai Yongie sneered. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. On the sidelines, Sun Lo sighed. In the meantime, at this moment, Win Rongrong's face was full of panic and despair. She had called Win Multiplier 10 times, but no matter what, the other party didn't believe her explanation. Even though she showed the running water and confirmed that the $100 was transferred to her by Lu Ming, Win Multiplier still felt that she was a P-picture. Because, Lu Ming's Black Gold Dragon card's card number was impossible for Winning Right Wind to search for. So Winning Right Wind was certain that it was a fake. This $100 is the Win Rongrong used. He cannot know the means to transfer away. Perhaps her Win Rongrong go to her mother's side to transfer over. Therefore, he chose to put the money on hold until he turned around and froze all of Win Rongrong's bank cards, and also notified Win Rongrong. If she didn't immediately engage Su Sham this time, he would punish Win Rongrong for the unauthorized use of $100. Even daughters can't be reckless. And at this time the Win Rongrong pretty face white, almost scared, almost cry. She doesn't care if her bank cards are frozen. All she cared about was how she would explain to Lu Ming if she lost such an astronomical amount of money. A whole $100. If a person earning 5,000 a month, without eating or drinking, would have to earn 666 years. That's got to be earned from the mid-Paleolithic. Obviously yesterday Lu Ming also told her to stop Win Multiply the Wind to transfer the money back. But last night, when Win Rongrong called Win Right Wind completely ignored it. And it wasn't until this morning, when the money was returned and the card frozen, that Win Right Wind was willing to answer her call. And there was nothing she could do to stop it. At this moment, she was calling Lu Ming with a trembling hand, praying in her heart that Lu Ming could give her a little more time to recover the money, even scold her, beat her up. Just don't give her a direct death sentence. In her fidgety and anxious wait, Lu Ming finally picked up the phone. Hey, his voice was thick with sleep, obviously not awake. Lu Ming, it's me, Win Rongrong. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. My dad still had Zhong Er return your money to the Win family. Just as soon as she got on the phone, Win Rongrong apologized. Please give me a little more time. I'll make sure my dad returns the money. The words fell. There was silence on Lu Ming's end. Win only felt that this quietness was so oppressive that she could hardly breathe, and despair rose within her, terrified to the core. Are things beyond repair? At this time, Lu Ming finally spoke. It is indeed a bit troublesome. Then I will give you more time. And then, so what? Anything else? Win Rongrong froze. She was staggered to the core. Lu Ming's reaction. That's it? What's wrong? Is there something else wrong with you? Lu Ming was puzzled. Why isn't the other person hanging up? Last night, he chatted with Lan Lulu too late, and this little ninny, wave after wave, made him too confused, resulting in a serious delay in bedtime, and now Lu Ming was sleepy as hell. Win Rongrong stammered and asked, aren't you angry? That's $100. Angry? $100 is not a cabbage. For this I even went to warn you yesterday. Lu Ming yawned. Winnie, you yawn while sounding indifferent like you're angry? Lu Ming added. However, when it really comes down to it, $100 isn't a lot of money. Well, since your dad took it, just ask your dad for it later, as long as it's not lost anyway. And don't you think too much about it. I'm going to bed. Good morning. After that, the sleepy Lu Ming couldn't hold on and hung up, winning the rumble, leaving the stupefied Win Rongrong in the wind. What's going on here? Good morning? Win Rongrong's entire body was numbed by Lu Ming's hole. She really didn't think that Lu Ming would react this way. Is this the height of rich people? $100. And you say you won't take it seriously? That's no way to show off your wealth. Chapter 54, The Concealed Truth. Lu Ming slept until noon before he got up. When he got up, he hurriedly washed and changed his clothes. I've got a lunch date with Lulu at noon. Don't forget it. Are you in the sales center now? Lu Ming called Lan Lulu while driving. Blue Lulu laughed. Yeah, are you coming over to me? Yeah, I'm on my way now. Then I'll meet you next door at CenturyLink. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and didn't refuse. They had arranged to meet at Century Gateway. What Lu Ming didn't know was that on the other end of the phone, at this moment, Lan Lulu wasn't in the sales center, but was sitting in a cafe in Century Gateway. Alas. Hanging up her cell phone, Lulu Blue sighed. She knew that lying to Lu Ming didn't seem like a good idea, but she didn't want to tell Lu Ming that she had been expelled and offended a big shot like Lai Yangyi. She didn't want Lu Ming to come out strong for her. Get a new job. Blue Lulu opened the job search app with the intention of finding another position. Century Gateway. After Lu Ming arrived here, he quickly met up with Lan Lulu. What do you want for lunch? Lu Ming asked with a smile as he sat down. Eat whatever ya. Blue Lulu flashed a smile, unable to see anything out of the ordinary. How about some Gangnamese food? Okay, it's all yours. Lu Ming nodded and got up to go up with Blue Lulu. Looking at Lu Ming's back, Lan Lulu became more and more convinced that she had made the right choice in not telling the truth. She didn't want to put Lu Ming under this kind of pressure that even ordinary people like them couldn't carry. In the meantime, Lai Yangyi, who happened to be eating at Century Gateway as well, watched Lu Ming and Lan Lulu actually walk past the window. His eyes narrowed. Who is this? Zheng Yu, who accompanied him to dinner, explained. Boss Lai, this is the person Lan Lulu has liked for a long time. I said, why did you reject me? So you have a favorite. Lai Yangyi let out a snort, following with a raised eyebrow. What's this kid's origin? He'd have to ask around and feel his way around before he offended the wrong people. He's a softie, and it's because of him that Blue Lulu offended Beliers. Here's the thing. Young Yul recounted yesterday's events in a nutshell. After hearing this, Lai Yangyi laughed in utter contempt. So it's just a useless piece of trash. That's right. How can he possibly compare to you, Boss Lai? Alright, I'll look for an opportunity to get that kid killed before I get my hands on Blue Lulu. And when the time comes, I'll reward you with a little bit of grease to eat as well. Lai Yangyi looked at Zheng Yu and laughed, completely treating Lu Ming as a bug that can be crushed at any time. Thank you, Mr. Lai. Zheng Yu sounded delighted and bowed his head to thank him, but his eyes were full of jealousy. Lulu Blue. You? What gives you the right? She was extremely jealous that Lan Lulu had been immediately picked up by Lai Yangyi. She took the initiative to seduce Lai Yangyi today and Lai Yangyi couldn't even look at her. This strong discrepancy made Zheng Yu remember Lan Lulu more and more, but then she was glad that Lan Lulu, was actually stupid enough not to agree to Boss Lai, and turned her head and was still in love with that little white boy. What kind of stupidity is this? These days, who doesn't know that money is king? What good would you do with a white boy? Sooner or later, I'll wait to die. Zheng Yu was very happy in his heart at the moment. She's waiting to see how Lai Yangyi is going to kill Lu Ming and Lan Lulu. After Lu Ming and Lan Lulu finished eating, he sent Lan Lulu back to Hangyuan Huafu and went to the gym again himself. He did not know that after Blue Lulu arrived at Hangyuan Huafu, he secretly took a taxi home again by himself. Isamu, what's the situation? Lu Ming went to the gym. What can I do? Start upgrading equipment and recruiting. Ha ha, Qin Yang said excitedly. From yesterday to now. He almost did not close his eyes. Looming the gym from the hands of Yang Qizheng low price snatched over, and then gave him a sum of money. Let him casually start, messing with the fact that he's so excited right now. That's fine. Go up first. When we turn around buddy together to make this gym the number one in Qingcheng. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and hemmed and hawed, but Qin Yang thought of one more thing, glanced around and found no one was paying attention, then pulled Lu Ming aside and asked, honestly, where did you get the money? I told you I won the lottery. Why don't you believe me? Lu Ming smiled and said, where's that lottery ticket? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Yesterday Black Dog said his boss won the lottery. Lu Ming also said he won the lottery. There are still so many lotteries to win in this world? Lu Ming patted him on the shoulder and said, changed it. Are you stupid? Also true. But, Qin Yang still had a stomach full of questions. At this time, Lu Ming's cell phone rang. Take the call first. Lu Ming picked up his cell phone. Go go go. Qin Yang had to give up pursuing the question. Lu Ming walked to the door, saw that it was an unfamiliar caller, picked it up and asked, who is it, please? Lu Ming, it's me. On the other end, a voice that Lu Ming was too familiar to be familiar with rang out. Lin Jiao. Chapter 55, Mom's phone call. Lu Ming's tone immediately became unkind. Why are you calling me? He had blacked out Lin Jiao's phone number, so the other party had to change to an unfamiliar caller to call him. I have something I want to tell you. Lin Jiao's tone looked pathetic. However, on the other end of the phone, Lin Jiao's mouth was covered in a sinister smile. She knew what Jiang Yun was planning and was more than willing to cooperate. She continued, can you come to me now? But she didn't finish. Toot toot. Hey, hey, hey. Lin Jiao looked at the phone in shock. The next moment, she burst into a rage. Lu Ming, you bastard. How dare you hang up on me? Lu Ming, who was on this end, pulled the other party's cell phone expressionlessly. A psychopath would listen to what she has to say. However, after hanging up the phone, Lu Ming's brows furrowed. With his knowledge of Lin Jiao, the other party wouldn't let it go. But what exactly did she seek herself out for? And for $200, 000 in dowry money? Or is something else? Lu Ming had been at the gym for half an hour when he reacquired a phone call. Seeing the caller ID, Lu Ming's face instantly grimaced. Lin Jiao, you seek death. The person who called Lu Ming was Lu Ming's mom, Shan Bichin. This is if Lin Jiao hadn't called her own mom and had her mom call her. Lu Ming could have eaten his own last name. He took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Mom, what's wrong? What are you? Now, Shan Bichin's voice seemed a little worried. Go to work. Lu Ming was brief and concise, and afterward said, did someone call you? It's not. Mom just came to ask how you were doing. Just concerned. Shan Bichin hesitated. Then Mom, I'm fine. You can count on me. And when I'm back at the house remember to check on a couple of small deliveries. I've got a few things for the house. Lu Ming saw that his mom didn't say anything, so he simply changed the topic and gave his mother a psychological construction. Don't wait to turn around and be shocked when you see so much of CenturyLink arriving. Oh, good. Shan Bichin did not ask Lu Ming to buy the small express what exactly is referred to. Her mind is on Lin Jiao and Lu Ming things. Right. Ming recently you and Jiao Jiao feelings are still good? Mom, I was just about to talk to you about this matter. When I go back to Qingcheng in a couple of days, I'll explain it clearly to you. It was impossible to say it over the phone. Lu Ming planned to tell it in person, but Shan Bichin was anxious. She heard her son's words. Ming husband and wife quarrel at the head of the bed and the end of the bed. You do not impulse Jiao Jiao said she knows it's wrong and won't control you going out to socialize with female clients in the future. But you should also know that it's normal for a girl to lose her temper over this kind of thing, so you have to let her be. Besides, it's your fault. How can you drink to unconsciousness with a female client? Mom knows you're not that kind of person, but you can't be ignorant of the situation. We're all getting married. How can you break up because of this kind of thing? Listen to your mother and hurry up and apologize. The words fell. Lu Ming only felt a surge of anger going straight to the sky. Lin Jiao, you. He could think with his ass that Lin Jiao had slandered herself into something when she confronted her mother. He took a deep breath, forced down his anger, and said, Mom, I know. I'll go talk to her now. It's a mistake to admit it. Shan Bichin emphasized. Good. Lu Ming said with a sullen face. That's all for now then. You remember to take care of yourself. And of Jiao Jiao as well. All is well on my and your father's side. Don't worry. And then you. Shan Bichin and instructed 2 sentences. Words are let Lu Ming hurry and Lin Jiao explain clearly. And set the wedding date. The father-in-law and mother-in-law again invited to sit at home. Lu Ming answered yes one by one. And then hung up the phone. He directly put Lin Jiao's cell phone number out of his blacklist and called it. Connections. Lu Ming, are you finally willing to find me? Lin Jiao's voice was still so pathetic. Lu Ming's suppressed anger had reached an extreme. What exactly do you want? Chapter 56, Caught in the Crossfire. I just want you to come sit in our new room. I want to talk to you. Lin Jiao looked forlorn, as if she had suffered a great deal. As soon as he heard this, Lu Ming laughed. His laughter contained a thick sense of violence and hideousness. Good. I'll go over there now. Wait for me. I'll settle the score with you slowly when I arrive. The words fell. Lu Ming hung up the phone, and Lin Jiao on the other end of the phone instantly stifled a cold shiver. Lu Ming's tone was the most vicious she had ever heard in the past 6 years. What did he say? Zhang Yun asked with a raised eyebrow. He said he'd come over. Lin Jiao's face was slightly hesitant, but his tone is scary. Will it be alright? Young Jiang, I'm a bit scared. What are you afraid of? What can this punk do? As soon as he comes over, it's death without burial. Zhang Yun sneered. Joke. He wasn't afraid that Lu Ming could make any waves at all. And rightly so. Looking at the dozen or so big men behind Zhang Yun, Lin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Facing this kind of formation, what resistance could Lu Ming make? Thinking of this, Lin Jiao banished her fear, and her heart was filled with anticipation and pleasure again. She couldn't wait to see the image of Lu Ming on his knees begging for mercy. Boom. Lu Ming drove his car and went straight to the rental house. Lin Jiao. He had to settle. Even if he doesn't kill anyone, he will make this not dare to mess with him again. Calling his mom and saying those kinds of words that reversed right and wrong had touched Lu Ming's scales. He didn't dare to imagine what mom and dad would do if Lin Jiao said something extremely irritating. Lin Jiao, Zhang Yun, since you guys want me to go over there so badly, then I'll go over there to meet you. Lu Ming sneered. He knew in his heart that Lin Jiao could never have wanted to let herself go over on a whim, and that there was definitely Zhang Yun's shadow behind this. Maybe it's even related to Seo-san, who we just met last night. Lu Ming returned home, walked into the room, opened the mezzanine in the closet, then carried out a safe and began to enter the password. Although he didn't know what kind of dragnet the other party had set up, he knew that it was definitely dangerous to go over there this time. Just in case, he could only be prepared for anything. Tick-tock, Kala, the safe is unlocked. Brother, when you died in front of me, I promised you that you wouldn't touch these things anymore and be an ordinary person honestly, but now I have no choice but to borrow it first. Lu Ming silently said, before picking up the contents and turning to leave. Qingcheng, Fairview Court. This was the location of the new house that Lu Ming had bought, and it was very close to the Huanqiu building. So, it was Lin Jiao who stayed here before. Lu Ming parked in his parking space and looked up at the residential building with anger in his eyes. When he thought that Lin Jiao usually lived in his house, and had probably even brought Zhang Yun to do that kind of thing in his new room, the hatred in his heart couldn't stop surging up. Upstairs, Lu Ming took out the key and inserted it into the door lock. Kala, it won't turn. I knew the locks had been changed. Lu Ming laughed gleefully. Yesterday, Lin Jiao clearly gave him the key, but as a result, he was still able to come to the new room today, which clearly means that he secretly changed the locks. Own a new house and end up having your own chain replaced without even realizing it. Lu Ming felt ridiculous. At that moment, Lin Jiao's voice suddenly came from far away, and then the door opened, revealing that face. Seeing Lu Ming, Lin Jiao revealed a cautious look. Sorry, the lock was broken before. I had no choice but to replace it. Listening to this meaningless explanation, Lu Ming pooh-poohed it. Don't give me this useless crap. What did you call me over for? Why don't you come in first? There's nothing I want to ask you to do. Lin Jiao looked pathetic, but she cursed Lu Ming in her heart. This guy, giving face, how dare he talk to her like that? Now if Lu Ming hadn't stepped into the room and into the trap yet, she wouldn't have spoken so nicely. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming looked at her with a smile, looking at Lin Jiao with a sweaty head, then stepped into the room. Seeing this, Lin Jiao was overjoyed and hurriedly closed the door behind her. Bang. Well, say it. Lu Ming walked to the living room and said indifferently, slap. At that moment, the sound of applause came from the room, followed by Zhang Yun's voice. Lu Ming, your time to die has come. Do you know that? Lin Jiao hurriedly ran to Zhang Yun's side and snuggled up to his side, changing from the softness she had just shown and pointing at Lu Ming with incomparable arrogance. Do you hear me? Kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now. The words fell. Behind the two of them, a dozen big men walked out. They are all hideous and strong, with fierce faces and even more bloodthirsty cruelty in their eyes, as if they are staring at Lu Ming like wild beasts. Lu Ming was immediately surrounded. Chapter 57 18 Angry Men. Looking at Lu Ming as if he was a lamb to be slaughtered, Zhang Yun was complacent and happy. Finally, he got his chance. In fact, according to the plan he had given Su Shan, he couldn't come out yet. He had to wait until Lin Jiao had charmed Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Zhang Yun knew from listening to Lu Ming's tone that this guy didn't trust Lin Jiao from the beginning, and it was even more impossible to get him to take the ecstasy, so he could only come out ahead of time. Lu Ming didn't move as he listened to the words of the two. Instead, he looked at them silently. What? Too scared to even speak now? Zhang Yun snorted. Weren't you very talkative yesterday at the Western restaurant? I have nothing to say to you. Lu Ming said indifferently. Oh, you have nothing to say to my old man? I have something to say to you. You smashed my car, spoiled Su Xiao's face, and also want to go to the provincial bank to break our loan. These few things, I will count with you one by one. Zhang Yun pooh-poohed it, anger flaring in his eyes. He knew that Lu Ming had asked Wen Rongrong to go to the provincial bank to break the Zhang family's loan, but they had Su Shan at their backs, and it was simply impossible for Lu Ming to rely on that to screw them over. Oh, and then what? Lu Ming revealed a few moments of disdain and teased. Then come over here. I'll give you the chance to come and settle things with me. He hooked his finger, signaling Zhang Yun to come over. Zhang Yun looked at it with some trepidation. He didn't dare to get close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you don't have to try to trick me into going over there. I'm telling you, I know you're good with your hands, and Uncle Zhong also told me that you took on 5 of their bodyguards yesterday. Zhang Yun revealed a sinister smile as he spoke. So, in order to entertain you, I specially found a group of bodyguards who are even more powerful than Uncle Zhong's. To give you a grand introduction, this group of people is the underground black boxing ring. The group tournament among the top 10 ranked 18 angry men. Here 18 people. Every one of them kills like a man. Ruthless. Moreover, they are still very interested in men. I'm telling you, if you don't get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness today, there's no way I'm letting you walk out of here. He planned to admire Lu Ming's kneeling and begging for mercy, and then have the 18 angry men gang up on Lu Ming and make a video to send to Win Rongrong. By then, everything will be solved. The words fell. The 18 people's gazes at Lu Ming became greedy and fiery. Being immersed in killing for a long time changes even your sexual orientation. For Lu Ming, a handsome and robust type, they liked it. After all, Lu Ming must be able to carry so many of them. However, after hearing Jiang Yun's words and facing the sight of 18 people, Lu Ming was not afraid, but instead looked up in surprise. The 18 angry men of the underground black boxing ring? Why is that name so familiar? Seeing that Lu Ming didn't say anything, Jiang Yun laughed even more happily. What? Were you scared, silly? Young Jiang, I don't think so. He probably never even heard of what an underground black boxing ring is, so he's just frothing. Lin Jiao, however, laughed daintily, and in her words, there was a strong sense of mockery. How did a bottom feeder like Lu Ming know about this kind of underground black boxing ring that was exclusively for the upper class to have fun? And yes, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun laughed out loud and said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was too lazy to bother with the two of them. He had both almost hit the top of the list at one point, and was more familiar with the black boxing ring than he was with his own home. How could he not know? He wasn't interested in dealing with these two. He was more interested in the 18 angry men right now. He suddenly spoke coldly toward the man behind Jiang Yun. Is Luo Gang's leg ready now? The originally fierce face of the man standing at the front of the 18 angry men changed instantly. You know my boss? The words fell. Jiang Yun and Lin Jiao, who were originally mocking Lu Ming, froze. Jiang Yun jerked his head. Luo Yang, what do you mean? Aren't you the boss of the 18 angry men? He had a sudden feeling of foreboding in his heart. Luo Yang said, I'm the boss of the 18 angry men, but boss Luo Gang is my boss. There's no conflict. I said, why does 18 angry men sound so familiar? So you're his little brother. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked up. When Luo Gang's group was only 3 people, the name was simple. It was called the 3 Tough Guys. I didn't expect him to let his little brother in after he was seriously injured and exited the black circle. Yes, Luo Yang nodded. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but scoff. However, Luo Gang is probably pretty pissed off right now. When 3 of him made it to the top 5, and 18 of you made it to the top 10? TSK, a bit too much of a vegetable. The words came out. Jiang Yun laughed. Lu Ming, you dare to mock the 18 angry men for being weak? You're looking for death, aren't you? What the kind of are you pushing for? The conversation between Lu Ming and Luo Yang just now gave him a strong sense of crisis. It couldn't be that Luo Yang was related to Lu Ming, but now that he saw Lu Ming taunting Luo Yang that they were weak, he became incredibly excited. So much so that Luo Yang would surely be infuriated and get Lu Ming killed. Who knows? Just then, after Jiang Yun finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind. Boo! Jiang Yun was directly slapped on the ground and screamed miserably. Ah! Luo Yang angrily shouted. Cursed horse, how do you talk? Jiang Yun's back was hot and painful. Incredibly looked up. What are you doing? What are you doing? You hit him? He scolded you. Why are you hitting me? He could hardly believe that the man he had hired had turned against him and beaten himself on the verge of a fight. Chapter 58. Bow your head and admit you're wrong, and you can still walk out on your own. If I beat you, I'll beat you. Do I have to pick a day? Luo Yang glared. Old man is talking. Why are you interrupting? Lu Ming is most likely the person that the boss Luo Gang has been looking for. At this time Luo Yang is excited. This Jiang Yun actually dared to interrupt? Death wish. Jiang Yun looked at the ferocious Luo Yang and instantly didn't dare to say anything. Lin Jiao also trembled at the sight. Even though they were employers, they were afraid of Luo Yang's 18 men. Afterwards, Luo Yang looked at Lu Ming and squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Then, may I ask who your honor is? He knew that the boss, Luo Gang, even though he had retired from black boxing for a long time, many people knew Luo Gang, but it wasn't many people who knew that Luo Gang had been injured, and also suffered a leg injury. It doesn't matter who I am, and there's no need for you to guess. I'm only warning you. If you want to take a shot for Jiang Yun, then all 18 of you will have to take a severe beating. Weigh it up yourselves. Lu Ming said indifferently. When these words came out, Luo Yang's face instantly changed. Looking at Lu Ming's posture, this confidence did not seem to be faked. Moreover, Luo Yang remembered that the boss said that the person that boss was looking for was 1.87 meters tall and had a scar between his neck. Luo Yang read this and fixed his eyes on Lu Ming's neck. There was indeed a faint scar. Is it hard to believe that it's really the same person? Luo Yang hesitated and finally gritted his teeth. In that case, Your Excellency, we'll leave first. He thought about it. For the sake of the boss's order, it was better not to lay hands on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wasn't the person the boss was looking for, then at most he would lose this money from Jiang Yun. And anyway, they made a living from black boxing and didn't care about this profit. But if Lu Ming is, then he's dead. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled faintly. Go then. Looks like he can stop wasting what he brought out of the safe. Yes. Luo Yang nodded. Behind it, 17 people intended to follow and leave. The 17 of them didn't know who Lu Ming really was, and they were upset that Lu Ming was mocking them. But when the boss gave the word, they obediently listened. But when Luo Yang wanted to leave, Jiang Yun was disgruntled and he burst into a rage. How can you guys do this? You guys have received money. Then I'll refund the money, Luo Yang said lightly, throwing the check in Jiang Yun's face in his hand. You can't. After taking the money, you have to do my work. Otherwise, according to the contract, you have to compensate 10 times the amount. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth. Oh, yeah? Luo Yang seemed to smile. Are you sure you want me to pay 10 times? Looking at the dangerous light in Luo Yang's eyes, Jiang Yun was afraid. He thought to himself, it's going to not count. He knows. Find the black boxing ring people to do justice. Luo Yang will certainly refund the money. Can be after if Luo Yang misses. Then things can be troublesome. Goons. Seeing Jiang Yun's face a burst of green and white but half unable to say anything, Luo Yang snorted and then raised his hand. Let's go. Yes. The crowd followed. Soon, the entire room was gone, leaving only Lu Ming, Lin Jiao and Jiang Yun. Come on. Now that they're gone, it's our turn to talk. Lu Ming raised his eyes and faintly said, chat about what? Get out of here. This is my house. When the 18 angry men had left the room, Lin Jiao snorted coldly and immediately rushed them away. Lu Ming didn't get insulted and settled things surprisingly easily, making her furious. Your house? Lu Ming laughed, his eyes unprecedentedly cold. Do you know who gave the down payment for this place? Enough is enough. Jiang Yun laughed coldly, putting out some crappy down payment. Do you think you're great? With this poor look of yours, you won't have any success in your life. Get the hell out of here. You gave this house to Jiao Jiao to live in the first place. You're not qualified to stay here. Get out. Lu Ming snorted, lying directly on the sofa. Oh, if you can rush, then you come and rush. 6, 7. Throw him out for me. Jiang Yun grunted angrily as the bodyguard he had brought himself walked out. He cursed Luo Yang in his heart. Muscular people are sick in the head. Lu Ming must have heard the name Luo Gang from somewhere and started to scare Luo Yang, and as a result, Luo Yang was actually bluffed. What a waste. In the end, it was still him who had to personally deal with Lu Ming. Seeing the two bodyguards surrounding Lu Ming, Lin Jiao instantly became excited. Lu Ming, if you bow your head and admit your mistake now, you can still walk out on your own. Chapter 59, doing whatever you want. Just these two stinky fish and shrimp. Want to stop me? Lu Ming revealed a few sneers. I know you're good, and I certainly can't be without a trick up my sleeve. Jiang Yun sneered and snapped his fingers. Old 6. Get something. The bald man known as Lao Lu immediately smiled grimly and pulled out a gun from his pocket. The blackened hole, emitting a cold and intimidating light, rested against Lu Ming's forehead. Looking at the barrel of the gun that was close at hand, Lu Ming's face composed itself. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Jiang Yun laughed out loud, his laughter resounding through the room. Lu Ming, I can't beat you, but I have no problem killing you with one shot. He didn't dare to start a conflict with the 18 angry men because he felt that it was not good to utilize the gun in this small space against 18 men. But he wouldn't be afraid if the 18 angry men dared to do anything to him. Do you really think that the Jiang family has been able to stand in Qingqing for many years for nothing? Lu Ming remained silent. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't open his mouth, Lin Jiao teased. Lu Ming, how is it? Are you scared? But let me tell you, right now, even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, you won't be able to walk out of here. She thought it was too good to be true. Only by following Jiang Yun would she be able to experience this thrill of taking the life and death of others at will. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness for young Jiang. We cannot kill you. Old 6 looked at Lu Ming expressionlessly and said indifferently. Not kill me? Lu Ming finally spoke. He suddenly violently probed his hand, with a speed that everyone could not react, directly snatched the other party's gun, followed by violently lifting his leg and kicking out. Bang! Old 6 and Old 7 were directly kicked several meters and let out a miserable scream. Ah! Kala! Bullet loaded. Lu Ming smiled coldly as he raised his gun and said indifferently. Come on, I'm asking you now. Who killed who? No one was able to react to the rabbit. Jiang Yun never expected that Lu Ming would dare to seize the gun at such a time. Wasn't he afraid of going off? But how could he know that with Lu Ming's speed of striking? How could a stinky fish like Old Six possibly react? I wasn't wrong at all when I said your people were stinkers, Lu Ming said indifferently, facing me and actually daring to get so close. You really don't know how to die either. Finish the conversation. Lu Ming moved his gun and aimed it at Jiang Yun. At this moment, Jiang Yun was so shocked that his legs went soft and he stammered. You, what are you doing? Lu Ming, don't be impulsive. Lin Zhao's face turned white with fear. She did not expect Lu Ming to grab the gun and move so skillfully no matter what. Seeing Lin Zhao speaking up for Jiang Yun, Lu Ming approached, the muzzle of his gun already pressed against Jiang Yun's forehead, teasingly saying, What? Afraid that I'll kill him and ruin your dream of being a rich man? Something's up, Lu Ming. Jiang Yun's lips turned white. I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have snatched your girlfriend. Can you let me go? He's really scared. He could feel the weight of the pistol, as well as the lethality of the bullets inside. As long as Lu Ming had a handshake, he would be dead. Unlike Lu Ming, he was too pressed to grab the gun. Shut up. Lu Ming drank coldly and directly punched Jiang Yun painfully in the stomach. Ah! Jiang Yun screamed miserably, his entire body curled up in pain like a boiled shrimp. Before he could completely fall down, Lu Ming kicked him again so hard that Jiang Yun flew out backwards and fell on the sofa. Jiang Xiao, Lin Zhao shrieked. She turned back violently and stared angrily at Lu Ming. What are you doing? Why are you doing this to him? Have you lost your mind? What qualifications do you have to hit him? Kneel down and apologize to me. Maybe it's because for 6 years, she's been used to bossing Lu Ming around. Or maybe it's because Lin Zhao has taken Lu Ming's favor for granted. Therefore, even in this situation, she still did not hesitate to lash out at Lu Ming. All because she had long been accustomed in her heart that Lu Ming should be obedient to her and do whatever she says. Hurry up and get on your knees. Seeing Lu Ming coldly staring at her, Lin Zhao was furious, shouting like a shrew, followed by raising her hand, greeting Lu Ming's face, actually reaching out to slap Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, killing intent surged out of his eyes, and he directly snatched a slap back. Snap, violent to the core. A mouthful of blood was spat out directly. Ah! Lin Zhao screamed miserably and fell out like Jiang Yun. Chapter 60, Beating Lin Zhao. Watching the pair of dogs fall onto the sofa, Lu Ming's eyes overflowed with murderous intent, and the corners of his mouth hooked up in a sardonic smile. Lin Zhao's initiative became the last firewood for the anger in Lu Ming's heart, so that he could no longer restrain himself at this moment, and the 6 years of love were all cut off. Who can tolerate a girlfriend they once loved? Who spares no effort in dealing with them and stops them in their tracks when they fight back? If Lu Ming didn't still have his senses, he would have just slapped Lin Zhao directly to death. Seeing Lu Ming approaching, Jiang Yun trembled his body and begged repeatedly, Lu Ming, calm down. I'm wrong. I don't dare to do it again. I swear that I won't mess with you in the future. You let me go now. He could see that originally Lu Ming's emotions were quite stable, but because Lin Zhao's mouth was cheap and she had to speak for herself, so it stimulated Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to lose his mind now, and there was a possibility that he would kill them all in a minute. Let you go? Lu Ming laughed coldly. You're thinking pretty well. I'll give you 2 choices. What choice? Jiang Yun asked in a trembling voice. First, you jump from here with Lin Zhao and you'll be lucky if you survive, Lu Ming said in a cold voice. When these words came out, Lin Zhao and Jiang Yun changed color violently. This is the 7th floor, so you don't want to choose one? Lu Ming asked rhetorically. Jiang Yun would like to say who chooses one who was a little cute, but in the face of Lu Ming's gun muzzle, in the end, no courage. Is there no second choice? Yes. The second option is that you hand over a handle to me and go back and tell Lin Zhao to stop harassing my parents, or I don't mind killing you guys. Lu Ming coldly grunted. In his heart, Jiang Yun was actually already a certain death, but he couldn't be the one to die now. It's not that Lu Ming is soft-hearted, but currently Jiang Yun and Lin Zhao are in his house. If something happens, in Jiang Shengwan's undying vengeance, it will definitely be hard for himself to clear his name, and he will still be sorry for his parents. It would be better to use this to exchange something, and when we turn around and find the right opportunity, we can do away with Jiang Yun as soon as it is logical to do so. Hearing Lu Ming say this, Jiang Yun was obviously relieved. Originally, the second choice was also very difficult. After all, if you hand over the handle, isn't it the same as being casually held by Lu Ming? But this second one, compared to the first option, is a lot cuter. Yes. So, what kind of handle do you want? Jiang Yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked. Evidence of crime, Lu Ming said indifferently. Jiang Yun's face stiffened. His heart flashed through Jiang Group's tax evasion and murder and arson, and finally snapped. Don't you talk nonsense. Where have I committed a crime? Ha! Lu Ming snorted. However, he was just mentioning it casually, and the other party would definitely not give it to him. Otherwise, Jiang Yunzan just left. Lu Ming backhandedly handed over the evidence, and Jiang Yun was gone. Tell you what, just give me the video of you doing it with a man, Lu Ming said indifferently. Doesn't Jiang Yun want the 18 angry men to screw themselves today? Then in that case, let Jiang Yun experience the same thing. Jiang Yun's face instantly changed. How could I have that kind of thing? He never videotaped it, although he grew to like men as well because of his chronic overindulgence. Then you go now with your men and record one now. Lu Ming sneered and pointed at old 6 and old 7 who were still on the ground. Ha! Jiang Yun instantly revealed panic. No, I don't want it. This is so unmanly. And Lin Jiao, who hadn't said anything, now stared wide-eyed and hurriedly said, no way. Lu Ming, what if Jiang Yun did it with a man? What if he wasn't interested in her anymore? Going or not? Lu Ming saw Lin Jiao speak and kicked Jiang Yun directly in the stomach. I'll go. Jiang Yun was in agony and hurriedly wailed his assent with a sniffle and a tear. At this time, where is the concern for a man's dignity? It's enough to not get kicked by Lu Ming. As a result, just as he agreed, he received another kick from Lu Ming on his back. Jiang Yun fell on his ass and screamed miserably. Didn't I promise? Why are you still beating me? Chapter 61, Winston Chen. It upsets me to see you cry. No? Lu Ming sneered. Jiang Yun instantly clenched his teeth in death, bowed his head without saying anything, and silently walked to old 6, old 7, and peeled off each other's pants. Youngest, don't. Watching Jiang Yun bow his head, old 6 and old 7 were horrified. Looking at the unbearable scene in front of him, Lu Ming began to videotape, but his heart was disgusted, a little want to vomit. This guy, what kind of heavy mouth is he? How come he volunteered to be with 2 people when he was only allowed to be with 1? That's sick. And Lin Jiao looked at Jiang Yun's movements that were even more skillful than her own. Her face was ashen. Is there really something wrong with Jiang Yun's sexual orientation? Following that, she turned back and stared hatefully at Lu Ming. Are you satisfied? You ruined my 6 years, and you're going to ruin my happiness for the rest of my life. If Jiang Shao doesn't marry me, Lu Ming, I'm telling you, I will never let you go in this life. Lu Ming didn't wait for her to finish, and directly gave Lin Jiao another slap, viciously saying, I never hit women, but from today onwards, you're the exception. At this moment, lying on the sofa, covering her face that was swollen on both sides, Lin Jiao looked at Lu Ming in horror and no longer dared to speak. She finally realized at this point that Lu Ming was no longer the man who was obedient to her. When it was all over, Jiang Yun left Lu Ming's new house with his men and Lin Jiao in a grayish manner. They had wanted to take the guns away from Lu Ming, but Lu Ming didn't give them and gave Jiang Yun another kick, sending him a few meters away. Seeing this, Jiang Yun could only endure the pain and hurriedly leave. As they left, Lu Ming could still hear Jiang Yun warning Lin Jiao not to look for Lu Ming's parents and slapping Lin Jiao, because Jiang Yun felt that Lu Ming wouldn't have gone crazy if Lin Jiao hadn't had to speak up for herself, and everything was Lin Jiao's fault. Lin Jiao didn't say anything, only endured in silence. After everyone leaves, the whole new house was peaceful and quiet. Lu Ming looked at the messy traces of his new room and was so upset that he simply called out, have the place torn down and redecorated, and replace the door by the way. He didn't want there to be any trace of Lin Jiao having survived here. In the meantime, Chongxiang Airport, is Ms. Chen arriving? At the receiving entrance, Su Shanjiang frowned and asked, almost there, said the bodyguard who was beside him. Why did you have to ask me to talk to Xing Yunxian about cooperation at this time? If it wasn't in Xincheng, I would have been able to spend a few days alone with her. Damn it! Su Shan cursed. Winston Shin was from the World Bank Alliance, a very high position, and was responsible for the cooperation with the Su family. But Xing Yunxian was only free for a few days. Therefore, in order to cultivate Su Shan's Su family, they could only specially arrange for Xing Yunxian to fly to Xincheng, so that Su Shan could talk to Xing Yunxian about cooperation while resolving things on Win Rongrong's side. However, Su Shan's focus of attention was on the fact that he couldn't have something ambiguous with Xing Yunxian because his fiancée was also in Xincheng, which made him very angry. He had heard that Xing Yunxian was a first-class beauty. Just as Su Shan was cursing, a group of people walked out at the pickup entrance. In the front, a face of stunning beauty, dazzling beauty of the woman is walking out slowly. Its temperament cold, even if the makeup is bright and dignified, but also cannot block that strand of people do not approach the sense of alienation. She was dressed in a black dress, her body swaying, and her pair of snow-white jade legs were the most eye-catching, so smooth and tender that it was hard to take your eyes off them. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of all the passers-by around her. and they were all amazed by, where did this big star come from? And at this moment, Shen Yunxian looked up at the sky of Qingcheng, his eyes penetrated with strangeness and familiarity, and then his cold face suddenly lifted up a few laughs. "The little Lu Zi, haven't seen you for 15 years, my sister has come to look for you. This time, I can let you know my true identity." Chapter 62 Wei Xinr comes looking for. The Su family felt that having Shen Yunxian come to Qingcheng to talk to Su Shan about cooperation was troubling Shen Yunxian. But in fact, for Shen Yunxian, this was exactly what she wanted. She was worried that she didn't have time to come to Qingcheng to find Lu Ming for a chat. When Shen Yunxian was lost in thought as she looked at the sky of Qingcheng, Su Shan, who was getting impatient waiting, finally spotted her. "There, get over there." Su Shan greeted the bodyguard carrying the gifts and took the lead towards the figure that was the brightest in the crowd. "Ms. Shen. Hello, I'm Su Shan." Su Shan walked in front of Shen Yunxian, first straightening his high-fashion suit bought back at $150,000, revealing what he thought to be the most handsome smile, and finally reaching out his hand with the intention of shaking this famous beauty first. He was confident in his handsome appearance, and Shen Yunxian would definitely have a very favorable first impression of him. But Shen Yunxian didn't even look at Su Shan's hand and said with a smile, "Hello, young Su, I've heard a lot about you." Looking at Shen Yunxian, who did not intend to shake hands with him, Su Shan's eyes flashed with a shade of gloom before he laughed and said, "Miss Shen is polite. It's me who has long admired your great name." Shen Yunxian laughed and didn't pick up his words, changing the topic. "I didn't think that young Su would still be in such a mood to come to Qingcheng to look for his fiancée. It seems that young Su and his fiancée do have a good relationship." When Su Shan heard the words fiancé and remembered yesterday's humiliation, his face stiffened and he forced a smile. It's okay. He was now waiting for Zhang Yun to bring back good news so that he could hurry up and get Lu Ming killed. Shen Yunxian didn't know that her one sentence had made Su Shan furious. She asked, "Young Su, then when are you free? Let's talk about cooperation." "Tomorrow. I will hold a welcome party for Miss Shen tomorrow night in Dream Sea Center City. At that time, we can have a good chat. Today, let's not talk about business. You've had a long journey. Why don't you rest for a day? How about I accompany you to tour Qingcheng?" Su Shan wanted to use this opportunity to get close to Shen Yunxian. It wouldn't be a bad thing in case you could get the other guy. But when she heard Su Shan say that, Shen Yunxian smiled instead. "That's good. Then I'll go get some rest today. We'll see you tomorrow." She was a little jumpy in her heart. Wouldn't she be able to go to Shaoluzi then? As for what Su Shan said about touring Qingcheng, she ignored it. Who would want to go out with such a crotch-rotting thing? Su Shan's face stiffened. The other party actually rejected him? But Su Shan didn't dare to force himself, so he could only laugh dryly and say, "Then do you want me to give you a ride?" "No, bye." Shen Yunxian walked directly forward, waving his hand casually, raising his hands and feet with a self-contained dash. Looking at Shen Yunxuan's back, Su Shan cursed Shen Yunxian. How dare you defy him like that? But when thinking of Shen Yunxuan's position, Su Shan had to swallow this breath again. Shen Yunxian, indeed, had the capital to defy him. At this time, Lu Ming had people go to his new home and immediately began to start construction. His money was given in place. The other party did not complain at all, and immediately greeted the people to work feverishly. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was planning to go home, and was in such an annoyed mood that he might as well go lie down. As a result, just as he arrived at the door of his house, Lu Ming saw a familiar figure. A woman's figure, to be precise. The other party's face was exquisite. Her skin was so delicate that it seemed to be blowing, and she was wearing a pure white tight little camisole on top, which outlined her exquisite curves very tightly, with a thin green shirt over it, and the lower half of her body was a pair of hot pants, which showed off her two straight long legs. She's got a great body, but the face is obscure. Lu Ming cursed darkly, his gaze sinking slightly. The other party was none other than Wei Xinr. What is this guy doing on his doorstep now? And when Lu Ming stopped the car, Wei Xinr also found Lu Ming's trail at the same time and immediately walked up anxiously. "Stop, don't come any closer. I'm asking you, what do you want with me?" Lu Ming got out of the car and chided. Chapter 63, Sleeping in the Same Bed. Lu Ming's murderous look scared Wei Xinr's body into a slight tremble, and she couldn't help but stop. Lu Ming, I was trying to talk to you." At this moment, she is no longer the same overbearing and lofty posture as yesterday, but instead, she is humble as if she were dust. "I don't seem to have much to talk about with you, do I?" Lu Ming laughed. Lu Ming remembers clearly what happened when Wei Xinr united with Lin Zhao to make trouble at the door, secretly transferred money, and attempted to drive himself away at the gold store. Plus with the fact that Lin Zhao had just counted on him first, he now felt that this group of people must be looking for him with ill intentions. Yes, Please give me a moment. Wei Xiner looked around and carefully said, "Can we change places?" Lu Ming sniffed, and a strong impatience showed in his eyes, but he had indeed noticed that someone was looking this way. In case Wei Xiner went crazy, he'd be finished. Go on, keep up. Lu Ming was cold and walked in towards his house. Well, Wei Xiner was relieved to see this. At least Lu Ming was still willing to give her a chance. And as Wei Xiner followed Lu Ming inside, the breakfast stall owner who was tidying up his store opened his eyes wide in disbelief, his lips trembling with grief and indignation. How many has this kid, who can't even tell a dollar from a dime, had so far? Can someone please come and count him? Enter the house. The whole living room was quiet. The sound of a faucet dripping in the kitchen, and the chirping of bugs could be heard outside the window. The not-so-large living room became slightly narrower in space all of a sudden because of the two people crammed into it. Lu Ming could smell the orchid-like perfume on Wei Xiner's body, and he was in an even more irritable mood. Speak! Finish up and get the hell out of here. The words fell. Wei Xiner, who was sitting on the sofa, said, Lu Ming, I'm here to apologize to you. I know I did wrong. I'm not qualified to chat with you. I was dog-eared yesterday, but can you just hijack me and leave me alone for once? I really need that job. The gold store has completely prevented her from going. Wei Xiner very much wants to go back to work, but the other side does not give. Today's plan. She can only come to find Lu Ming. Wei Xiner still thought that Lu Ming was a very rich and powerful second-generation rich man. I never forbade you to work, Lu Ming said indifferently, but the store manager said you won't let me go back until you forgive me. Wei Xiner said, you can ask your good girlfriend to help you say a few words in front of Jiang Yun. Lu Ming's face was expressionless. But I see that Jiang Yun is also having trouble protecting himself right now, so you'd better take care of it yourself. Jia Jiao. No, Lin Jiao. She won't help me. A flash of gloom and anger flashed across Wei Xiner's pretty face. Lu Ming frowned. What do you mean? Yesterday afternoon, I told her that I could accompany her to apologize to you and fight for your forgiveness, but she felt that I was mocking her, and she also felt that I was said here, looking straight at Lu Ming's Wei Xiner's eyes flickered for no reason. Forget it. It's nothing. Anyway, she just felt that I betrayed her, told me to get lost, and slapped me. Hearing this, Lu Ming looked at Wei Xiner suffering the same betrayal as himself. His eyes flickered, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh at the other party or sympathize with them. Then, Lu Ming twisted his head and said indifferently, that's also your business, not mine. Wei Xiner finally became anxious. She hurriedly pulled Lu Ming's hand and said with a sobbing voice, Lu Ming, please, I know that you are kind-hearted, and that you will fight back because you are being pushed to the end. I swear I'll never mess with you again. Can you just let me off the hook for once? Loosen up. A cold aura flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He wasn't someone who liked to rush people to their deaths, but he was too lazy to care about what happened to Wei Xiner, which was the other party's own fault. Together with Lin Jiao, they forced themselves to pay the bride price. In order to get out of the way, he secretly transferred his own money as a way to force himself to kneel down and apologize. She's an accomplice in all of this. What's more, he was actually soft enough. Lu Ming had never gone after Wei Xiner as hard as Jiang Yun had blocked himself. She could have changed her job. It was only her own reluctance to give up the glitz and glamour of CenturyLink. Please, you see in our university students for the sake of one, but also see in my words to this. Wei Xiner suddenly seems to have made up her mind. See in the sake of I once slept in the same bed with you. You let me, I'll let you go. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming could no longer remain calm. His face changed drastically. What are you babbling about? Does this guy know what he's talking about? Chapter 64, The Truth According to Wei Xiner. I'm not bull ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** the difficult words public. Didn't our class back then go on a trip during the sophomore winter break? Right. Lu Ming looked at Wei Xin in disbelief. Did you get a separate room in the first place so that you could video with Lin Jiao at night and didn't sleep with your roommate? Right. Lu Ming nodded. There was indeed such a thing. But, what does that have to do with you? How could you possibly sleep in the same bed as me? Didn't the two of us even eat 100,000 miles away from each other at that time? Lu Ming couldn't help but add that he had absolutely no impression that he had slept with Wei Xin. That would be the time period when Wei Xin hated him the most. During the meal, Wei Xin, who originally drew the lot to sit at the same table as Lu Ming, even went to change her seat, openly stating that she didn't want to sit with Lu Ming. It's something that everyone in the class knows about. Yeah, but who asked Lin Jiao to ask me to help take care of you? Wei Xin took a deep breath. Moreover, she thought that since I hated you so much, I definitely wouldn't like you, so she even sent me a message at that time, telling me to be careful not to let you get too close to other girls. I was also asked to help you back to your room when you were drunk, so that she could video you. So you helped me to my room and slept together? Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He was indeed drunk at that time. It was hard to believe that it was something that happened at that time. Not so fast. Wei Xiner took a deep breath. I helped you back and let you video with Lin Jiao and then I was going to leave. But it turned out that as if you were possessed, you suddenly stood up, pressed me against the wall, ignored my strong resistance, started kissing me, and then took my first kiss. Lu Ming. He couldn't help but gulp. No, it's not true, is it? It's true. Even though Wei Xiner had begged Lu Ming, she still glared fiercely at him when she was questioned by him. Why would I lie? Lu Ming was silent. He was momentarily confused by this news from Wei Xiner and still had a bit of a heart attack. He couldn't recall even if he thought about it. When had he kissed Wei Shiner? Wei Shiner said, when you kissed me, I was terrified. I wanted to hit you and push you, but I didn't have the strength. You started to touch me, threw me on the bed, and pressed up on me. I scolded you. I said that you were scum, and that you were the scum to do such things to your girlfriend's best friend, but you didn't listen at all. Lu Ming opened his mouth wide in fear. Holy? When did you do such a thing yourself? Wei Xiner took a deep breath. I thought you've been harboring ill intentions towards me all along, only to be exposed now. But when I cried more and more later on, your attitude made me realize that it was because of that video call that made you think Lin Jiao was in the room, making you think of me as Lin Jiao. I swear, that night was the softest you've ever been to me, and I, for the first time, remember your words so clearly. You were shocked by my crying, wiped away my tears heartily, kept saying sorry, said Jiao, I shouldn't have been in such a hurry, and said baby don't cry, and said that you would definitely save each other's most precious first time for the wedding night, and also said very gently that you would definitely get married in the future, and that you would take me to buy a house. How about that? Oh, I despised you in my heart at that time. An honest person like you will definitely be betrayed when you arrive. A girl will only remember the one who took her first time. An honest one like you who does nothing will only make the girl abandon you without any psychological burden at all. Lu Ming, who was originally frightened by this dog-blooded story, was speechless when he heard this. You were in a difficult situation yourself, and you're still in the mood to despise me? No, I'm already sure you won't keep moving me anyway, Wei Shiner said. Okay. Lu Ming bristled. Looking at Lu Ming, Wei Xiner continued. Back there. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's what you said. It's too hypnotizing. I fell asleep in your arms, and when I woke up, it was 4 or 5 a.m. As she said this, Wei Xiner's pretty face was a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 65 Lu Ming's attitude. In fact, she didn't find Lu Ming's words hypnotizing. Mouth to mouth she was actually enjoying Lu Ming's gentle lulling to sleep, even though she knew she shouldn't, even though she knew it could be the alcohol. It was the first time she had ever fully relaxed in a man's arms, even in front of her father. She was never like this. However, it might also be because she had once shown her meekest side in front of Lu Ming, but later on, Wei Xiner looked more and more unfavorable to Lu Ming, constantly ridiculing and picking at him, to the point of becoming more and more excessive. Lu Ming didn't notice Wei Xiner's discomfort and pursued. What happened next? You're not going to get horny in the middle of the night and do that to me, are you? Are you out of your mind? Wei Shiner said angrily. It wasn't true that she worshipped gold, but it was also true that she had cleaned herself up in order to marry into a wealthy family. Wei Xiner had never even gone out alone with a man, so how could she possibly do anything to Lu Ming under these circumstances? On the contrary, Lu Ming not only kissed her, but also touched all the places that should be touched and shouldn't be touched. But listening to Lu Ming's words, I don't know why, Wei Shiner suddenly a little happy. He never seemed to joke with himself like that when he was sober. You go on. Lu Ming bristled. Wei Shiner said, I was in a hurry to leave, and as a result, when I broke free from your embrace, you even vomited. Vomited on me. Disgusting, but I was in no mood to care about you at that time. As for the things that happened after that, you also know. Lu Ming sniffed and was silent. That's what happened. After Wei Xiner finished all of them, her heart suddenly felt unprecedentedly relaxed. This difficult secret had been weighing on her heart for far too long. She'd never told anyone, and this was the first time she'd ever spilled the beans. But she looked at Lu Ming and suddenly gathered the courage to ask, do you believe this is true? She had a hopeful look in her eyes. I hope my honesty will gain Lu Ming's trust. She knew in her heart that it was impossible to get Lu Ming to trust her. She had done too much wrong before. But the human heart always has some unrealistic fantasies, such as wishing that someone is waiting behind you when you want to turn back. Lu Ming didn't say anything, but sat up straight and quietly looked at Wei Shiner. Even though the details were so rich, and he did wake up the next day and vomit all over himself, and he had a wet dream that night about making out with Lin Jiao. He still had a few moments of disbelief. Who knows if Wei Shiner could be conspiring with Lin Jiao? What if he admitted it, only to have Wei Shiner backhandedly sue him for molestation with a flurry of recordings? It wasn't that Lu Ming was paranoid of being victimized, but the other party was Wei Xiner and he had to defend himself. Wei Xiner looked at Lu Ming, who hadn't said anything. The hope in her eyes disappeared. You don't believe me? Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. Who knows if you have another agenda? I only said this thing to make you feel a little guilty, and then use it to let me go. I really didn't think of anything else. And you won't believe me? Wei Shiner's face gradually turned white. Looking at Wei Shiner's words, Lu Ming frowned even more tightly. This guy said it with great affection, but thinking back to Lin Jiao and the derailment of the former still able to perform their own look of intense love, Lu Ming suddenly laughed. You actually want to believe this woman? They can act themselves to death. Afterward, Lu Ming finally relaxed his body, sked, and said carelessly, tell you what, I'll talk to your boss and let you go back to work. What about this thing? Wei Xiner's hand clenched so hard that she didn't even notice herself that, quietly, her focus had long since changed. Well, all I can say is that I really don't remember it, and I had nothing to do with it. Lu Ming deliberated. Looking at Lu Ming's guarded appearance, Wei Xiner's eyes were stunned, her face pale, her fingertips unconsciously grasping the corners of her shirt, grasping and releasing and grasping. Finally, she suddenly stood up in a prancing manner, looked condescendingly at Lu Ming, and laughed. Ha ha, what are you laughing at? Lu Ming frowned. Laughing at how much smarter you are. Wei Xiner suddenly resumed yesterday's despicable and mocking appearance. It seems that you're a lot more alert. I would have liked to see that you have money, and take the opportunity to blackmail you for 2 sums, so that you can take responsibility for me. I didn't think that you wouldn't take the bait at all. Oh, it seems honest people can change. Chapter 66, Xinyuer and Xin Yunxian. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Thanks for the compliment. This look of Wei Shiner is more normal. You're welcome. I've achieved what I started out for anyway. You promised me. You must call my store manager. Here's his number. Wei Shiner pulled out her business card and slammed it on Lu Ming's desk. Lu Ming picked up the phone and called. And soon the matter was resolved. And he even had the other party send a whole set of gold tools over here in the meantime. Wait to turn around and take it to Shin Bichin. The bold order made the other party thankful on the other end of the phone and immediately informed Wei Shiner to come back to work. Putting down his cell phone, Lu Ming looked at Wei Xiner and said indifferently, I'm done with the call. Don't bother me again in the future. Get out. Wei Xiner looked at him in silence, followed by a sudden twist of her head, avoiding Lu Ming's line of sight, before sneering, Good. Take your time. Lu Ming said. Wei Shiner turned around directly and walked towards the door. The moment she walked out the door, Wei Xiner finally failed to hold back. 2 lines of tears just flowed out of her eyes. She hastily wiped it off carelessly with the back of her hand, then left with her head down. Lu Ming stood by the window, and after confirming that Wei Xiner had left the neighborhood, he let out a sigh of relief. He really didn't want this time bomb in his room. Available at. Lu Ming at the moment full of brain, but just Wei Shiner whitened face and grabbed the corner of the fingers. Could it be true? Lu Ming tapped on the table, his brows locked tightly. But if that's the case, why did Wei Shiner hide it for herself for so long? She's not interested in herself and should have said so when faced with her own drunken misrecognition of aggression. So why did she keep it to herself for so long? She was actually afraid that if she said it, she would fall out of favor and the rich kid wouldn't want her in the future, right? When he thought of this, Lu Ming didn't want to think any further, and only had one thought in his mind. Regardless of the truth of the matter, it is better to choose disbelief for the moment. At least be nice to yourself. After figuring it out, Lu Ming stopped thinking about it and put the matter behind him as he prepared to come and book a ticket to return to Rin City. As for the $100 on the side of Win Ride Wind, it is just $100. There is no need to hurry. If Zhong heard this, he would definitely spit blood until he died. But Lu Ming was overthinking it. He had just opened the booking software when a phone call came in. Strange caller. Who? Doubts arose in Lu Ming's heart. Because of Lin Jiao, he was now sensitive to unfamiliar numbers. Lu Ming picked up the phone. Who is it please? Little Lucy. Where are you now? Hurry up and come out. Your nightmare is back. A female voice with a strong teasing tone rang out. As soon as Lu Ming heard this voice, he first froze, followed by finally remembering something, and violently changed color. Shan Yuer? You came back? A look of surprise and joy passed over his face. What's she doing back here all of a sudden? On the other end of the phone, Shen Yunxian, who was dressed in a black dress, couldn't help but smile as she listened to this familiar yet unfamiliar name, and followed it with a vicious voice. What a name, Xinyuer. Call me sister. Lu Ming didn't listen at all. I don't. Damn it. I'm older than you. It's your turn to call me brother. You seek death. Shin Yunchuan's tone was thick with threats. Don't think you can fly solo now that you've hardened your wings. Let me tell you, now that I've come to Qingcheng, I'll be second in Qingcheng. No one will dare to be first. And you'll still have to call me sister as usual. Don't be a net bragger about being awesome. Lu Ming laughed out loud. Where is everyone now? I'll take you to have a meal. Where are you? I'll pick you up. I thought you worked at the gym. Shin Yunchuan's tone was tinged with excitement. I can stop by and check out the slugger. What are you looking at? I'm the fiercest man alive. Lu Ming got up. Bah! You're a slugger with that gadget? Shin Yunxian snorted. Come over and see if I'm slammed. I'm home now. I'm not at work. I'll send you the address. Lu Ming came on strong. Okay, I'll wait and see. Shen Yunxian provoked. After saying his words, Lu Ming sent the location and started to change his clothes. As he changed his clothes, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth couldn't help but rise. He hadn't seen Xinyuer in 15 years. When Lu Ming was in junior high school in Qingcheng, his deskmate was Xinyuer. Xinyuer was very big at that time, fatter than the fattest boy in the class. And at that time, Lu Ming was still very thin and weak. Xinyuer was not kidding when she could whack 10 Lu Ming with one punch. At that time, Xinyuer didn't have many friends, and even if there were girlfriends close by, they were there to compare Xinyuer and borrow her figure for fun. Xinyuer sensed this and directly and simply parted ways with them, and over time, she didn't even have a single friend. Until he was at the same table with Lu Ming. Lu Ming wasn't happy to play with Xinyuer at first either. Little boys want to play with the class flower and school flower. Xinyuer also knew it by heart and didn't care much. But after sitting together for 2 days, because Lu Ming always loved to sleep in class, after Xinyuer saved him twice, Lu Ming began to be less repulsed to have contact with Xinyuer, and instead began to help her do quite a few things. Over time, the relationship between the two became no different from a normal table. Until one time, Lu Ming was blocked by a group of punks from an outside school, and after he kicked the leader in the crotch, he was unilaterally beaten. And just as Lu Ming was being beaten up, thinking that he might die here today and wouldn't be able to go home to see his mom and dad, he suddenly heard a loud roar behind him. Die for me! Immediately afterward, Lu Ming twisted his head, and when he saw the image in front of him, he opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Chapter 67, The Shocked Breakfast Stand Owner. Only to see that Xinyuer was actually holding a mop that had just been dipped in from the toilet, as if she was holding a square sky painting halberd, and stormed over. In that moment, she looked like a war hero. All the little punks cried out and ran faster than a dog. At that moment, Xinyuer swept through the whole school, shaking the whole school with divine might. She and Lu Ming, the prestige of the female and male duo, all of a sudden shocked all the elementary and middle school students in the whole school. No one is unaware of it, because, not only did they make this kind of Herculean achievement, but they were also singled out and criticized. The reason was that the principal happened to pass by, and when Xinyuer dumped them up, she evened out a little bit for the principal. After that time, Lu Ming, who was saved by the beauty of the hero, sincerely worshipped and called Xinyuer Sister Shun. The two of them have become life and death together on the flag-raising platform to read the review of The Good Siblings. Until later, Xinyuer left Qingcheng, and the two of them could only rely on either half a year, or once every 2 years contact to maintain their relationship. In a flash, so many years have passed, and I wonder how she's become now. Will it be stronger than me? Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Over the years, for some reason, she hasn't even posted a picture, not to mention pictures, not even a phone call or a voice. She never sent one. Therefore, Lu Ming's impression of her is already very vague. After a few moments, I'm here, come on down. Lu Ming received her call and smiled. Okay, I'll go down. Cell entrance. The owner of the breakfast stand, who was still packing up his store, watched as an extremely dark and heavy, thick-bodied Audi A8L slowly pulled up in front of the neighborhood, and his mouth opened in shock. Holy, this car is so luxurious? The breakfast stand owner doesn't visit car forums for nothing. He recognizes the car. Bulletproof model. Well worth the money. There are other countries where top people travel in this car. What is the virtue of this neighborhood to come to such a great Buddha? The breakfast stand owner sked. The next moment, something that made the breakfast stand owner freeze even more happened. He noticed a woman getting out of the main driver's seat. A woman of great beauty and splendor. She was wearing a black dress and pants. Simple and elegant, but it was hard to hide the stunning beauty brought by the fragrant and eye-catching, plump and slender delicate body moving to the extreme, as if the entire entrance to the district had become dazzling because of her appearance. It made the breakfast stand owner realize for the first time what it means to have someone else's waist thinner than their legs and someone else's face smaller than their hands. Holy, what big star is this? The breakfast stand owner exploded. The owner of the breakfast stand thought her husband was slacking off, but she ran out to take a look and froze herself, revealing a look of infatuation. This young lady is too good looking, isn't she? I don't know what she's doing here. Do you think it could be a date? Honey. The breakfast stand owner nodded his head and actually analyzed it. It's very likely. Maybe the other party is some kind of big shot, meeting his lover here in private. After all, there's very little foot traffic here, and there's very little chance that the Phantom Society will be discovered. The breakfast stand owner nodded her head and followed with curiosity. I wonder how handsome a boy would be with her. I'd love to see that. I'd like to. The breakfast stand owner laughed, and the couple simply stopped working, moved a small stool, and started gossiping. But the moment he sat down, for some reason, a face suddenly flashed through the breakfast stand owner's mind. A person, to be precise. No, it can't be him. The breakfast stand owner hastily shook his head to banish himself from that thought. How is that possible? He had already brought 3 beautiful women into the neighborhood before and after. If even this woman who was as beautiful as an actress was still having an affair with him, would the other men in the world still be alive? Just then, little Lucy, over here. The breakfast stand owner suddenly saw the dazzlingly beautiful woman suddenly heading in one direction, waving excitedly. He couldn't help but follow the beautiful woman's hand and look over. With this look, Lu Ming's face was clearly visible. The breakfast stand owner froze, followed by wide eyes and gradually trembling lips, and in the next moment there was only one voice roaring wildly in his heart. Why is it this kid again? Chapter 68, Shin Yunchuan's Charm. The breakfast stand owner was completely dumbfounded. Is it possible to get so many chicks by being so good looking that you don't even have a shred of common sense? His worldview collapsed. The breakfast stand owner was in shock at this point. Lu Ming was also in shock. He had just come out when he looked around for Xin Yuer, but there was only one extremely slim beauty to look at, and he instinctively ignored it. Who knows? The next moment, this beautiful woman actually took the initiative to wave at him, and also shouted out a consistent 15-year nickname. Now, Lu Ming was stunned. He walked sluggishly to Xin Yunxian, looking up and down, his mouth wide open, unable to believe his eyes. Get in the car first. Xin Yunxian pulled Lu Ming, who was still surprised, into the car. Only after getting into the car did Lu Ming stutter. Shen Yuer, how did you become like this? Can you talk? Feeling that this guy was scolding himself, Xin Yunxian blanked him. What do you call it becoming like this? Sis went to slim down, can't she? Okay. Just a little uncomfortable. Lu Ming nodded his head, his eyes still roaming over Xin Yunxian. Exquisite face, snow-like skin. How to look at it was not like the previous Xin Yuer. She was especially surprised when she looked at her curves stretched out by the black dress, which had a rather peaked air to it. What are you looking at? Are you a pervert? Looking at Lu Ming's undisguised gaze, Xin Yunxian poo-pooed it, but then she laughed. Wasn't Lu Ming this virtuous in middle school? It's not like it's the first time we've met. Nah. Just looking, they're all brothers. Never mind. Lu Ming did not hide it and was generous, laughing. Brother what? Call sister. Xin Yunxian pinched him. And, I treat you like a brother, and you actually want to me? Lu Ming started yelling. Ouch. Xin Yunxian let go and laughed in anger. What's hurting? I didn't even exert myself. Hey. Lu Ming wasn't embarrassed when he was dismantled and laughed straight away. How is it? Sister's slimming has yielded results. Hasn't it? After Xin Yunxian finished speaking, she slapped her palms on her chest and straightened her slender waist, in a manner that showed off her figure in a big way. Well, very productive. Lu Ming gave a thumbs up. Isn't it heartwarming? Xin Yunxian asked with a smile. This now caused Lu Ming to hastily shake his head. I don't dare to move. Xin Yunchuan's heroic pose when he was holding a broomstick and a woman straddling 1,000 armies still lingered in his mind. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. Really afraid to move. Ha? Really? Are you sure? Xin Yunxian suddenly seemed to smile, followed by her suddenly pulling her clothes to her shoulders, revealing her delicate white collarbone and purple silk spaghetti straps, followed by hooking her finger at Lu Ming, revealing a few dainty looks. Lu Ming's eyes widened all of a sudden, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Oops. Taken. Looking at Lu Ming's dumbfounded look, Xin Yunxian immediately put the clothes back and laughed. Look at you. You're drooling, and you're still saying you're not moved? Where am I? Lu Ming argued. If you have it, be generous. We're all adults. What are you afraid of? Xin Yunxian flirted. Her beautiful eyes were like water, and her eyes were flowing, which was very delicate and enchanting. No, No, don't around. Let's eat. Lu Ming hurriedly called a halt. If I let her screw around any longer, I won't be able to top myself. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Shen Yunxian couldn't help but laugh out loud and pat Lu Ming's shoulder. You can't resist this? I concede. I concede. Then don't call me sis, or I'll give you a taste of what I'm capable of. Okay, okay. Sister, let's go. It's going to be dark if we don't eat. Lu Ming was speechless. Okay. Shen Yunxian stepped on the gas and finally let Lu Ming go. Restaurant. The two men took their seats. After ordering, Lu Ming asked, when did you come back? Just got back. Went to the hotel to change into civilian clothes and came to find you. Shen Yunxian laughed. Her eyebrows arched when she smiled, clearly bright and sunny. But there is a charm that seems to be able to seduce people's souls away anytime and anywhere. Lu Ming couldn't help but lament. What a scourge-class beauty. Chapter 69, Shen Yunxuan's Mockery. By the way, why didn't you say anything before you came? Lu Ming asked. Having not seen each other for more than 10 years, this reunion was more or less slightly rushed, but Shen Yunxian was indifferent. It was an impromptu decision. I just flew directly to Qingcheng and waited until I landed before I thought to inform you. It's okay. Lu Ming nodded slightly. A true old friend doesn't have to care that much. So what are you doing now? You haven't said anything about it in over 10 years. Or do you have to keep it a secret? Lu Ming laughed. Over the years, Shen Yunxian had rarely revealed her situation. Lu Ming had the intention to ask, but the other party had said that they wanted to keep it a secret. So Lu Ming had no choice but not to ask. No need. Shen Yunxian said. I'll tell you. I'm working for the World Bank Alliance right now, in a specific position. Well, it's kind of a pretty impressive one, I guess. In the past, Shen Yunxian was worried that Lu Ming would be targeted by the family's people because she wasn't strong enough. So not only did they keep their names, identities and circumstances secret, they also had to break off frequent contact just to make the family feel that they and Lu Ming were just ordinary friends. For this reason, every time Shen Yunxian contacted Lu Ming, she had to make a special fuss to contact other students. But now, she was confident that she could protect Lu Ming now. World Bank Coalition? Lu Ming was instantly surprised. He could remember that he still had a World Bank Alliance's black gold dragon card in his pocket. Yeah, have you ever heard of it? Winston Shen responded. Lu Ming nodded his head, revealing a quirky smile. I've heard of it and heard of it. The people in it are pretty powerful, right? It's quite impressive. The most impressive. Shen Yunxian pondered for a moment and said, it's the top customer in the World Bank Alliance, the holder of the black gold dragon card. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be interested. Oh, how powerful are they? Gee, let me put it to you this way. Money is just numbers to them, and every decision they make can rock the world. Shen Yunxian raised an eyebrow. Like this? Lu Ming rubbed his chin. But I feel as if I'm not that powerful? Asterisk. You. Don't brag. You think you have a black and gold dragon card? Shen Yunxian laughed and scolded. Ha ha, fake it for a second. Lu Ming smiled playfully and made up his mind that when he turned around and found a chance to take out the black gold dragon card, he would scare Shen Yunxian to death. You have to pretend with your best friend. Cut. Shen Yunxian bristled, having wanted to take this opportunity to tell Lu Ming her real name. But who knows, Lu Ming suddenly opened his mouth to talk about his own situation. Interrupting her. What about me? I just recently took over our boss's gym. Really? That awesome? Shen Yunxian was surprised. What's so great about it? As good as you? Lu Ming was speechless. Shen Yunxian looked like a bully, waving her finger. Then you can't compare yourself to me. I'm your big sister. I have to cover you. Go. Lu Ming chortled and said afterward. Then the engagement with Lin Jiao was cancelled. Cancelled engagement? You're engaged to her? Shen Yunxian froze. That's not right. Didn't you guys break up long ago? If she knew that Lu Ming was still with Lin Jiao, there was no way she would have made such a bold move just now. Ha! Lu Ming was instantly puzzled, followed by a pat on the head. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The last time we contacted each other was a year ago. At that time, Lin Jiao was breaking up with me, but then made up, and then also met the parents and got engaged. Just short of the final step. Like this? When Shen Yunxian heard the word engagement, her hand holding the knife and fork couldn't help but tighten, but she quickly recovered and asked with a smile, then how come it suddenly cancelled? Could it be that you've been green? Can you talk? Lu Ming was speechless as he was poked in the wound. Men, if they cancel an engagement with a girlfriend they've been talking to for so many years, it's either they've been green or their fiancé has died. And looking at you, it can't be that your fiancé has died, can it? Shen Yunxian had no scruples at all and laughed. Look on the bright side. How can a man not have a little green on his head? Or else I'll take you to the clubhouse and you'll green her too? Chapter 70 Blue Lulu's Dilemma. No. I'm too dirty. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand. It's kinda clean. Shin Yunxian teased twice before pursuing. So what's the situation between you and Lin Jiao now? Well, Lu Ming was silent for a moment, then said, sort of an enemy, but as long as she doesn't come and harass me, I won't look for trouble again. When Shin Yunxian heard this, a few moments of realization flashed across her delicate face, before revealing a rather meaningful smile. Alright, I probably understand. It could make Lu Ming say something like hater. She could probably imagine just how excessive Lin Jiao was. She should probably find an opportunity to teach her opponent a lesson. Tomorrow night, do you want to go to Dream Sea Center City? Some of my clients are planning to invite me to a welcome party. All respectable people, and I'm going to introduce you to them. Shin Yunxian laughed. Let them be more sensible and know that you are my Shin Yunxian, so that they don't accidentally offend you in the future. How could she know that the richest man in Qingcheng and the Jiang family had long been feuding with Lu Ming by now? Winston Shun? But Lu Ming's focus was on the name. He froze. You're not called. That's my real name. I've been using a fake name before. Shin Yunxian smiled faintly. Lu Ming stroked his chin and deliberated for a moment before saying, Shen Yunxian, not as smooth as Shin Yuer. Screw you. You dare to point out the name my grandfather gave me? Shin Yunxian blanked him. Involving his elders, Lu Ming hastily conceded. Sorry, I was wrong. I will apologize to your grandfather face to face when I have the chance in the future. Shin Yunxian was happy. In person? I don't think so. My grandfather passed away 10 years ago. Lu Ming. Not sooner. Then I'll go over there tomorrow night and promise to dress up dapper and give you a great gift that won't embarrass you. Lu Ming said. Don't. Forget about gifts. You're my man. What gifts? Shin Yunxian took a sip of water and shook his head. Just bring someone over. Okay. Lu Ming nodded his head, but didn't take Shin Yunxian's suggestion to heart. Instead he started another conversation. So how much is your annual salary now? 1,000 or so? How's that? Isn't that a lot? Sis is a rich woman. Shin Yunxian laughed. Her mouth said a lot, but looking at her face, it was clear that this 10 million or so annual salary was not on her mind. It's what her family brings to the table. When Lu Ming heard this, he pondered. It doesn't seem like much. Then wouldn't you only be able to earn $100 in 1,000 years? What are you babbling about? Do you think $100 is a cabbage? Shin Yunxian rolled her eyes. Don't brag. It's good to have $10 million. $100 is nothing with me. And as for $10 million, it's worth less than a cabbage. Lu Ming said proudly. After hearing this, Shin Yunxian was speechless. Your $10 million are joy beans, right? Forget it if you don't believe me. Summer insects can't talk about ice. Lu Ming waved his hand. Only in front of Shin Yunxian would he be able to act so naturally. Okay. Then Lu Dazhou. I'm a summer bug. I don't know how much a caddy of ice on your side costs, but can you eat some food first? Shin Yunxian didn't have the good sense to say. Lu Ming hemmed and hawed and didn't rush to explain to Shin Yunxian. Tomorrow, he'll surprise the other guy. After dinner, Lu Ming and Shin Yunxian left together. The words are split. At this time, Qingcheng had already begun to boil over quietly and silently when Su Shan announced that he was going to hold a welcome party for Shin Yunxian. Lan Lulu was lying down at home, and she had been like this since she came back from lunch with Lu Ming. Just then, jingle bells. The cell phone suddenly rang. Blue Lulu hurriedly picked up the answer, and a greasy voice that she extremely didn't want to hear came out. Lulu, have you figured it out yet? Lan Lulu showed her boredom, but her tone still had to be gentle. I'm sorry, boss Lai. I don't want to go back. There are already several companies that want me. Really fake? I was just promised by the heads of several large companies that there's absolutely no way they'd want you, so you wouldn't have been tricked, would you? Lai Yangyi laughed. Chapter 71 When Rongrong's Dilemma. In the face of Lai Yangyi's drive to extinction, Lan Lulu's face was still ugly even though she had expected it in her heart. She said, maybe there are people in small companies who don't know about Boss Lai's love of talent yet. Ha ha, interesting. Daring to taunt me to my face. You are indeed interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Lai Yangyi laughed out loud. It made Blue Lulu want to puke to hear it. Let's put it this way. Lulu, I'm going to give you another chance. Tomorrow night is a welcome party that Young Su was organizing in order to welcome Miss Yun Xinshan of the World Bank Alliance, and he sent invitations to all of the big and prestigious powers in the city. Lai Yangyi said, Han Yuan Huafu just happens to have one as well. This invitation. You can bring a companion. I decided to bring you out. What do you think? If you take this opportunity well, you'll be flying high in no time, and I'll even help you with the Bel-Air thing in the meantime. Blue Lulu made an excuse to refuse without even thinking. Sorry, Boss Lai, I have an interview tomorrow night. The words fell. The laughter in Lai Yangyi's words finally disappeared without a trace, And he said morosely, "Do you really still want to reject me?" He felt that he had already given enough face by being willing to take the initiative to give Blue Lulu another chance. But he didn't expect Blue Lulu to refute him. It made him furious. "Sorry," Blue Lulu said without being condescending. Good. When tomorrow's welcome party is over, I'll let you know what it means to offend me." Lai Yongyi gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. He expected that Lan Lulu must have rejected him because of Lu Ming, the little white boy, and when the welcome party was over, he was going to strike and have Lu Ming run over, and then plunder Lan Lulu to play with. When the time came, he would make Blue Lulu cry and kneel, begging himself to let her go. And Blue Lulu looked at the busy cell phone, sighed deeply, and a strong powerlessness welled up in her body. What should she do when facing Lai Yongyi? Recruitment Agricultural Bank, Qinghe Branch. "Tomorrow night you dress up nicely and come over to accompany me to CMS. Shin. It's about cooperation. You must cooperate." Meanwhile, Su Shan arrived at Win Rongrong's office and ordered after flinging out the invitation. Win Rongrong frowned. "Su Shan, it's fine for me to go to the welcoming party, but I'm not even engaged to you. I don't need to act with you. It's not good for the reputation of either of our families if this gets out." Win Rongrong and Su Shan's engagement was appointed by their elders, but in reality, they had never even held an engagement ceremony. She was eager to meet Shin Yunxian because she had heard about her reputation long ago, but that didn't mean she wanted to have anything to do with Su Shan in public. Who knows? Once Su Shan heard this, he sneered instead. "Oh, so you still know that our two families have a reputation? What do you mean?" Win Rongrong's face immediately sank. Su Shan narrowed his eyes. "What do I mean? You know, by heart however, right now, I temporarily do not want to pursue the matter between you and Lu Ming. Anyway, just remember one thing for me. Tomorrow night, you have to dress up or it's my face that's going to be disgraced." Win Rongrong snorted coldly. "I will dress up, but not for you." "Ha!" Su Shan coldly laughed. "For the sake of not being me, you can't say anything. Everyone knows that as long as you look good, it's my Su family that looks good. Anyway, you'll be my Su Shan's woman sooner or later. It's your life. You can't escape. Win Rongrong, let's go." After Su Shan finished speaking, he turned around and left with his bodyguards. Win Rongrong's face turned blue, and several times the impulse welled up to throw the tea kettle on the desktop into Su Shan's face, but in the end she held back. True to Su Shan's words, this was the life she couldn't escape. Damn it, why should my fate be arranged by others? At the end of the thought, Win Rongrong finally couldn't take it anymore and slapped the table in extreme anger. She had already talked to Win Multiplier about her pulling in $1,000 deposit to complete the bet with her family, but Win Multiplier didn't listen at all and instead changed the subject, the implication being that she was still going to force her to marry Su Shan, and coupled with the fact that Su Shan was now saying such things to her, how could she not despair? "Miss, do you want to let Mr. Lu help?" When the female bodyguard saw this painful appearance of Win Rongrong, she couldn't bear to say. The best person to help Win Rongrong escape from the clutches of the devil would be Lu Ming, a top tycoon like Lu Ming. As long as he was willing to open his mouth and show off his financial power, the winning family would surely take stock of the situation and find a reason to cancel the engagement. Chapter 72, Reality. Let him help? Win Rongrong sighed deeply. Xiao Ning, it's not like I Haven T had such thoughts, but it's not like he is my anything. She had apologized profusely for letting Lu Ming deposit money to complete the family's mission, only to end up causing Lu Ming to lose $100 instead. Now if he, who had always preferred to keep a low profile, was allowed to get involved in the strife of the big families, Win Rongrong would feel guilty until she died. But miss, he's not now. He can be later. Can't he develop? Girls can actually take the initiative. Besides, it looks to me like you kinda like him. Female bodyguard Ding Jingning advised, maybe you spend a little bit of caution. He will immediately like you? You are so pretty. Your body is still so good. I heard people on the internet say that men like black silk stockings, student uniforms and whatnot now. Do you want to buy some and find a chance to wear them for Mr. Lu to see? Or secretly send photos to him? Win Rongrong felt her face turning red just thinking about that image, and she gave the female bodyguard a blank look and said, "What are you talking about? And black silk uniforms? Do you think he's such a vulgar person? A man who can live in so shabby a house and yet be happy. A man who treats $100 as nothing and $1,000 as commonplace. I am afraid that he has long since seen through the pomp and circumstance of the world. So how could he be tempted by one or two dresses? I'm telling you, if I use that kind of tactic on him, maybe he'll delete me right away." Well then, Ding Jingning thought about it, and also felt that it made sense. Lu Ming was indeed the most special tycoon she had ever seen in terms of his habits, so special that it was as if he was an ordinary person. Forget it, there's no hurry about breaking off the engagement. Anyway, I don't believe that I won't be able to find a solution. Win Rongrong took a deep breath and said again, but what's imminent is tomorrow's welcome party. I can't let Sushan get what he wants. Since Sushan told her that no matter how she dresses up, in the eyes of outsiders, it's all for the sake of the Su family and for Sushan, then she's going to punch the other guy in the face. After thinking about it, Win Rongrong picked up her cell phone and called Lu Ming. Hey, Rong, what's wrong? Lu Ming had just separated from Shin Yunxian when Win Rongrong's call came in. I wanted to ask you, do you know about the welcome party Sushan is organizing for MS Yunxian of the World Bank Alliance tomorrow? Winning asked. Lu Ming froze, and muttered in his heart that the original client in Shin Yunxuan's mouth was Sushan. It was really a narrow road between enemies, while at the same time his mouth responded, I know. Winning mused and asked again, so will you be there tomorrow? Yeah, what's wrong? Win Rongrong was a bit surprised. Did Sushan give you an invitation? It was not surprising that Lu Ming would know about the welcome party, but what surprised Win Rongrong was that all the invitations to the welcome party organized by Sushan came from Sushan's own signature. And Sushan would even call Lu Ming? This was really unexpected by Win Rongrong, but Lu Ming's answer made the surprised Win Rongrong turn into confusion. He didn't give me an invitation. So, how do you get there then? Win Rongrong was stunned. Shin Yunxian came to ask me to go, so I guess I don't need Sushan's permission to go in. Lu Ming mused. Although the welcome party was organized by you, Sushan, Lu Ming thought to himself, the protagonist has invited me to go. You Sushan can't possibly stop me, right? So it is. Win Rongrong was enlightened and came to a sudden realization, following which she couldn't help but lose a bit of laughter. That's right. Your identity is so special. It's only natural that Miss Shin would personally invite you. How could I have forgotten about that? Lu Ming was the holder of the Black Gold Dragon card, and the entire World Bank Alliance had to treat him with courtesy, not to mention a Shin Yunxian. Where is there anything special? Lu Ming denied and said, she will come to call me, but only because the two of us have been playing since we were small. Upon hearing this, Win Rongrong was secretly shocked. Have you guys been playing since you were little? Aha, same table in middle school. So it is. Win Rongrong murmured, and couldn't help but feel a little curious in her heart. Then how was Miss Shin when she was in junior high school? Shin Yunxian had long been famous. Her beauty, grades, and talent were all top-notch, and she had already heard others discussing her many times in private, but since she had never seen her in person, there had always been a mysterious color about her in Win Rongrong's mind. Now it was hard to find a Lu Ming who grew up with Shin Yunxian. The curiosity in her heart could not be held down. Ha? Middle school? When Lu Ming heard this, he immediately thought of Shin Yunxuan's deeds, and his tone began to become evasive. Aha! Winning nodded. Ha! Ah! So what? She got good grades in middle school, and then the whole school knew her, and she was on the flag raiser. Lu Ming dryly coughed twice. He couldn't say anything bad about Shin Yunxian. He could only say half and leave half. Ah! So powerful? Adoration was suddenly revealed in Win Rongrong's tone. She guessed that Shin Yunxian and Lu Ming must have attended the top elite middle school, gathering young talents from all the big family powers, but Shin Yunxian still managed to stand out and become the center of attention. Such a talented woman. So admirable. Chapter 73 Invitations. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Lu Ming laughed dryly. What about you? How was your middle school? Win Rongrong thought of Lu Ming again. Me I'm not good. But I've been on the flag-raising platform with Shin Yunxian. Lu Ming coughed dryly twice more. Wow, that's not good enough? You're so humble. Win Rongrong exclaimed. Lu Ming's old face blushed at the compliment. It's really not good. My principal even said at the time not to let me see you two up here again. Ha ha. Win Rongrong couldn't help but laugh softly. Does he think that the two of you are too good and will easily discourage the other students from studying? Ha, ha, ha. Lu Ming began to laugh awkwardly. Win Rongrong couldn't hear the embarrassment in Lu Ming's laughter. She just couldn't help but conjure up an image in her mind. Under the dazzling sunlight, Shin Yunxian and Lu Ming were on the stage sharing their learning experience and discussing the construction of the future blueprint, while in the first row under the stage were the provincial and municipal leaders smiling at their speeches and nodding their heads from time to time with palms stroking, and behind them were the principals and directors sighing with admiration and expectation, and then behind them were the young elites and talented people who were earnestly studying. The young man is handsome and handsome. The young girl is absolutely beautiful and elegant, vigorous and vigorous. As Win Rongrong was thinking freely, Lu Ming interrupted her. Right. What else are you looking for me for? It can't be that you're just here to inquire about her. Oh right. Win Rongrong then reacted, and busily said, I almost forgot. I wanted to ask if you're going over alone tomorrow? If not, how about we go to the welcome party together? Yes. Lu Ming was indifferent and nodded his head. Shen Yunxian invited him over, and there was no way he could accompany him into the arena. So since Wen Rongrong was willing, he was happy to have an extra companion. However, Lu Ming, I have to make it clear to you first. I want to find you because Su Shan told me that as long as I appear on the stage, I will definitely be treated as his woman by others. So that's why I want you to accompany me on the stage as a way of disproving his claim. Wen Rongrong frankly said, I know that this look is using you as a shield and possibly involving you, so you can reject me. It doesn't matter. Wen Rongrong knew in her heart that she was a bit heartless. She had obviously just said that she didn't want Lu Ming to go back to the winning family to overthrow the marriage contract for fear of involving Lu Ming. But as a result, she was now asking Lu Ming to help come out with her and punch Su Shan in the face, which would actually involve Lu Ming as well. But Wen Rongrong also have no way. She would like to find other men, but one is that she really does not have other men around her compared to Lu Ming, and the second is that the subconscious of her heart, and do not want to find people other than Lu Ming. And after Wen Rongrong finished speaking, Lu Ming didn't even think about it and was happy. Dare I say that? Then I'll definitely agree. He was happy to be able to punch Su Shan in the face. This dog then let Jiang Yin find 18 angry men, intending to do something to him. Lu Ming is worried about finding an opportunity to screw him. Really? Wen Rongrong said in surprise. Of course, how can that be fake? Lu Ming laughed and added afterward. So what? Are we going to pretend to be a couple? Do we need to be a little more intimate? Wen Rongrong was slightly blushed by these blunt words of questioning. That's not necessary. You just need to go in with me. But with her mouth in denial, the corners of her mouth began to rise involuntarily. Wen Rongrong asked, then how about I pick you up at your house tomorrow? Okay, I'll meet you at home. Just saves me the drive. Lu Ming smiled. With that the two hung up. After hanging up the phone, Wen Rongrong's delicate face, the upturned corners of the mouth did not come down. Her heart turned countless thoughts. Couples, get close. Is he hinting at something? Does he want to be with me? Would it be too soon? Chapter 74, Lu Ming's treatment. What did he say? Miss? On the side, Ding Jingning looked at Wen Rongrong's happy appearance and couldn't help but snicker. Is it true that he's very willing to marry you in situ? Ah, what are you babbling about? The moment these words came out, Wen Rongrong instantly turned red, as if her heart had been crashed through, and she denied it in a flustered and incomparable manner. Why else would you be so happy? Wen Rongrong, we didn't say anything about getting married or not getting married. Screw you. Oh I just casually talk about it. Why are you so anxious? Or do you have a ghost in your heart? You. Wen Rongrong snapped. Are you idle? Hurry up and go about your business. Yes. When Ding Jingning saw Wen Rongrong like this, she felt even more amused. It was the first time she had seen her young lady this flustered and overwhelmed. After Lu Ming hung up the phone, he asked Shen Yunxian to send another invitation to himself. Knowing that there was an invitation, he was afraid that he would be made difficult by Su Shan tomorrow and wouldn't even be able to enter the door, which would be troublesome. So he simply solved the matter once and for all. After Shen Yunxian's people delivered the invitation, Lu Ming touched the gilt and red seal, which exuded a sense of compulsion, and then looked at the three big characters of Shen Yunxian flying inside. He couldn't help but lose his smile. It's really your style. Shen Yunxian's signature revealed her dashing and casual temperament that was diametrically opposed to that of an ordinary woman. Lu Ming sked. I really couldn't tell when I was a kid that your identity would be so powerful. What surprised him more about this reunion was Shen Yunxian's identity. The other party knew at a glance that he came from a big family and had risen to a high position by his own efforts. To be covered by someone like that, I have no worries for the rest of my life. Lu Ming whistled as he turned the invitation in his hand. The next day, until late afternoon, Lu Ming changed into a suit, matching his appearance as well as his body that had been working out for years, but it was manly. After changing his clothes, Lu Ming went downstairs to wait for his car, and before he could wait long, the familiar Audi arrived. Lu Ming, after Wen Rongrong let Ding Jingning drive to the entrance of the neighborhood, she personally got out of the car and walked over to Lu Ming, smiling brightly and waving. Seeing Wen Rongrong, a trace of amazement flashed through the pupils of Lu Ming's eyes. At this time the Wen Rongrong faded weekday work uniform changed into a set of strapless platinum silk dress. Skirt will be its plump and fragrant soft delicate body outlined extremely moving, elegant with temptation, heartwarming, especially her unfathomable city. Just squeezing out some of it, it was as white as snow, so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off it. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Wen Rongrong was really the most broad-minded woman he had ever seen. Meanwhile, the passers-by on the side couldn't help but feel envious and jealous when they saw this scene. This kid is too good to be true. This includes breakfast stand owners. He still found it unbelievable how Lu Ming managed to coordinate so many beautiful women. Abominable. Why is the world so unfair? Lu Ming didn't know what they were thinking and casually made a polite remark. Trouble you guys for driving over. He saw Ting Jingning in the main driver's seat and threw a smile at the other man. Wen Rongrong hurriedly shook her head. No trouble, no trouble, this is what I should do. Lu Ming was pitched $100 by her has not been back, and also help themselves. Wen Rongrong touched to the body is not too late. How can feel trouble? Go, Lu Ming said. Yes. Winning nodded her head before pulling open the car door and personally welcoming Lu Ming on board. Lu Ming was flattered to see this. I'll just do it myself. For the first time in his life, he was treated to a girl pulling the car door for him. It's not something you've encountered before. It's okay, just get in the car. Wen Rongrong laughed. Lu Ming had to obediently get into the car. Winning then leaned in just as Lu Ming was drilling into the car. Lu Ming froze. He thought that Wen Rongrong was going to come in as well, and intended to sit inward and make room for Wen Rongrong. But the next moment, Wen Rongrong even reached out and pressed him down, saying, "Don't move. I'm not going in. I'm trying to help you fasten your seatbelt." What? Lu Ming was instantly stunned. Wrong. This isn't necessary, right? I can do it myself. He never expected that Wen Rongrong would even plan to personally attach himself to fasten his seatbelt. This is too much. Chapter 75, Su Shan's Rage. Let me help you. I've got a bit of a problem with this car. You might not be able to tie it well, Winning Rongrong said. Seeing that Wen Rongrong insisted, Lu Ming had no choice but to agree, sitting quietly and letting Wen Rongrong help him insert it. But just as he sat down, his gaze froze. Due to Wen Rongrong bending over to fumble with the seatbelt, a great piece of scenery impacted directly in front of Lu Ming, filling the entire world in front of him. In front of me, miles and miles of rivers and mountains, snow-capped. The nose is mesmerized by the warmth of the fragrance. The distance between the two, so close that Lu Ming could almost feel the temperature of Wen Rongrong's skin, and he even suspected that if he leaned forward slightly by 1 centimeter, he would be stuck together with Wen Rongrong. The luminaries were dumbfounded. Wen Rongrong was blissfully unaware of this, and after fastening Lu Ming's seatbelt for him, she hurried back to the other side of the car and sat in from behind the door, allowing Ding Jingning to drive away. Seeing Wen Rongrong so, the surrounding passers-by including the breakfast stall boss, another mouthful of old blood sprayed out. They couldn't see the scenery that Lu Ming could see. They only knew that Wen Rongrong's gesture was too humble. This kid, how could he get such a beautiful rich woman to open the door and fasten her seatbelt herself? Soft food, hard food. This guy is too much. Ah! Amidst the secret spurning of the passers-by, Lu Ming arrived at the Dream Sea Center City. Wen Rongrong was right. There was a problem with the seatbelt, and Lu Ming messed with it for half a day before he was able to undo it. Looks like she wasn't just trying to mooch off me, Lu Ming thought as he got the better of the situation. If Wen Rongrong knew what Lu Ming was thinking, she would definitely want to strangle him. Let's go. Winnie unbuckled her seatbelt and laughed. Good. Lu Ming nodded. As soon as the two got off the bus, a waiter greeted them and led them upstairs. Young Su, Miss Win is here. Just as Wen Rongrong and Lu Ming entered the elevator, the bodyguard found Su Shan in the VIP room on the top floor of Dream Sea Center City. When Su Shan sniffed, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smug smile. Count on her still knowing what she's talking about. He was afraid that Wen Rongrong wouldn't even come, and then he would lose not only his Su Shan's face, but also the Su family's face. With that, Su Shan said again, "Show me the surveillance. Let me see. How did she dress up for me today? She is a matter of my Su Shan's face." The words fell. The bodyguard looked puzzled, wanting to say something. Seeing this, Su Shan suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart and frowned. "Why are you standing still? Su Shao?" The bodyguard spoke with difficulty. At this moment, Su Shan completely realized that something is wrong. Anxious to scold, "Hurry up to bring me a freeze. Why? Are you deaf?" At those words, the bodyguard despaired inside. He knew that if he took out the surveillance, Su Shan would be so angry that he would piss blood, and would definitely take his anger out on him. But there's no way. Resisting Su Shan, one's death will be faster and more tragic. Yes. The bodyguard shakily handed out his cell phone and pulled up the surveillance video from it. Su Shan cannot bear it. He impatiently grabbed the phone. His heart desperately prayed that what he thought do not come true. As soon as the picture appeared, Su Shan instantly frozen, followed by the eyes all of a sudden will become incomparably ferocious, furious, crazy. Wen Rongrong was dressed in a white gold dress, noble, elegant and beautiful. Even through the surveillance, Su Shan could feel Wen Rongrong's beauty. If Wen Rongrong dressed up like this for him, he would be very happy. Only, next to Wen Rongrong, there was another man who was talking and laughing with her. Lu Ming. Wen Rongrong's beauty blossomed all for Lu Ming alone. The pair of dogs. In the next moment, Su Shan was furious and roared, "Win Rong Rong, what do you take me for? What do you take my Su family for?" Immediately following, Su Shan turned his head to angrily point at this bodyguard and roared furiously, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, whose man is this? Bring him out to me." Win Rong Rong's move was tantamount to wearing a cuckold on his head, and tonight it was still in front of the whole Qing city to wear a cuckold on him. He was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it out, so he could only take it out on this great injustice bodyguard. The bodyguard's face was white, and before he could apologize and beg for mercy, his mouth was covered by other henchmen, followed by being pulled out. "Damn it, Lu Ming. Very good. You're very good. I found someone to mess with you but didn't. That's Jiang Yun waste. Now you come to my territory. You wait and see how you die." Su Shan gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with resentment. He must kill Lu Ming. He must be broken into pieces. Chapter 76. But breaking Lu Ming into pieces was not now. Now, he had to get rid of Lu Ming first. Yesterday, when Su Shan went to find Rong Rong, the reason why he said that he would not pursue Lu Ming for the time being was because he thought that under the premise that Jiang Yun had hired the 18 angry men, Lu Ming would definitely be wasted. And at that time, without having to take any action on his own, Rong Rong would refuse to make contact with Lu Ming when she saw the video. But Jiang Yun told him that Lu Ming knew Luo Gang's name from somewhere and fooled the 18 angry men and was able to escape. Su Shan was so angry when he heard the news yesterday that he violently beat Jiang Yun. But after the fight, Su Shan didn't bother with Lu Ming because he was arranging the welcome party. Because he had thought that under the intimidation of the 18 angry men, Lu Ming would surely be fearful and wouldn't dare to mess with him again. Who knew that he would dare to appear at the same time as Win Rong Rong today? If he didn't stop it, wouldn't Lu Ming be able to come in together with Win Rong Rong's invitation? If he let Win Rong Rong raise this little white boy to the surface, then he and the Su family would really lose all their faces. No way. He can't take it. Su Shan got up and said hideously, "Follow me down. Want to get into their high society party? Not even the door." Yes. The bodyguards drank. Lu Ming and Win Rong Rong were blissfully unaware that they had been targeted by Su Shan. The two of them were currently walking towards the welcoming party. At the entrance to the venue, there are 2 rows of white skin, dressed in cheongsam beautiful women standing. Looks very eye-catching, especially each woman's cheongsam is high open fork, vaguely swinging between the tantalizing scenery from the openings present. And there were even more names and phone numbers on the chest of each cheongsam woman, obviously for guests to take whoever they were interested in. It seems that young Su's style is quite high. Looking at the row, and then looking at the gilded venue, Lu Ming flirted. This kind of scene would normally only appear in clubs and KTVs, and only Su Shan could do it if it could appear here. Lu Ming felt that if Su Shan didn't want to inherit the family fortune anymore, he would definitely be a qualified pimp. Win Rong Rong's expression showed hidden embarrassment. If she were to host a welcome party for Xin Yinxian, no matter how bad she was, she couldn't have shown up in such a Thai outfit. It's a disgrace. "Hello, your invitation please." As Win Rong Rong despised Su Shan in her heart, she and Lu Ming walked to the door, and a middle-aged man in a suit came forward with a smile. Win Rong Rong handed out the invitation. "Ms. Win, please come in." The middle-aged man smiled and bent down, signaling Win Rong Rong to go in. Win Rong Rong immediately intended to go in with Lu Ming. She knew in her heart that Lu Ming was invited by Xin Yinxian, and without the invitation given by Su Shan, if she didn't bring Lu Ming in, then she would have to ask Xin Yinxian to come to the door to bring Lu Ming in, and that would be too much trouble. But just as Lu Ming and Win Rong Rong moved, the middle-aged man stopped them. "Please stay." "What do you mean?" Win Rong Rong's face sank, sensing that something was wrong. "You can come in." "He can't." The middle-aged man smiled slightly, a sinister look in his eyes. "Why? According to the rules, I'm allowed to take one." Winning argued. "According to Xiaosu's rules, your invitation is for you alone. You can't bring anyone else." The middle-aged man was talking. "Su Shan, he's taking it personally." "I don't agree." Win Rong Rong's face reddened with anger. "It's not personal. It's a special rule." "Ms. Win," the middle-aged man said calmly, with Su Shan and Win Rongfeng backing him up. He, an ordinary person, dared to face Win Rong Rong straight on. "You." Win Rong Rong was furious, her chest heaving with anger. Facing this situation, she really wanted to lose her temper. The other side is just shameless. However, the middle-aged man faced with Win Rong Rong's anger, but instead revealed a teasing. "Miss Win, if you want to make a fuss about the welcome party for him, then we will immediately transfer the 2 of you to the Public Security Department." Chapter 77. When these words came out, Win Rong Rong's pretty face turned white as she gritted her teeth and said, "You shameless bastards." She knew that she would definitely be fine going into the sheriff's department, but before Lu Ming revealed his identity, he would definitely be targeted to death. The middle-aged man revealed a scoffing expression, but still maintained a respectful surface. Now, please still ask Miss Win to go in first. Win Rongrong didn't move a muscle, her mind spinning frantically as she thought of a way out. She really didn't want Lu Ming to call Shen Yunxian. In that case, it might even lower Lu Ming's evaluation in Shen Yunxuan's heart, making it seem as if he was a man who only relied on women. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Then in that case, Rong, you go in first. I'll walk to the dining table with you later. He knew that this must be Su Shan targeting him and intentionally blocking and humiliating him, but he didn't care, because he himself still had the invitation given by Shen Yunxian. If Su Shan dared to disgrace him, it was equivalent to disgracing Shen Yunxian. Don't. Win Rongrong instantly stiffened, instinctively wanting to refuse. She had to make it to the point where she could work together with Lu Ming. The big deal was that the banquet was not going to be attended. How could she leave Lu Ming alone here? But Lu Ming smiled. It's fine. I have an invitation autographed by Shen Yunxian for me. They can't make things difficult for me. Hearing this, Win Rongrong's eyes lit up in surprise. Didn't you say you didn't have an invitation? I was afraid of a situation like today's, so I called and asked her to have it sent over. Lu Ming smiled. Upon hearing this, Win Rongrong immediately became excited. She didn't expect Lu Ming to think of everything. Just then, a voice came from behind. Miss Shen sending you an invitation? Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you really know how to brag. Lu Ming looked back in response to the sound and the corner of his mouth hooked up. Who did I think it was? So it's my son who's here. The visitor was none other than Su Shan. When these words came out, Su Shan thought back to the night before. His face added a few more points of unsightliness, but then he laughed maliciously. Lu Ming, you took a fake invitation with the intention of intruding into my welcoming party. I'm giving you a chance now to get out on your own. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming didn't even have the strength to argue with Su Shan about the authenticity of the invitations. He directly took out his cell phone and called Shen Yunxian. Since the other party questioned himself, it would be good to let Shen Yunxian clarify. But Lu Ming didn't say anything, and Win Rongrong was on fire. Su Shan, don't go too far. The invitation in Lu Ming's hand. You didn't even look at it. How can you assert that he is a fake? Win Rongrong, what happens here has nothing to do with you. You get in there now. The resentment in Su Shan's eyes deepened when he saw that not only did Win Rongrong dress up so gorgeously for Lu Ming, but she also defied him in front of his men and defended her adulterer. He can only be thankful that the people at the door are all his men, and the remaining guests are almost all in the innermost part of the venue, so no one can see him being cuckolded by his fiancée. Otherwise, shame on you. I'm not going in unless you get Lu Ming to go in with me. Win Rongrong drank. Fine. I'll give you the chance to be decent. Su Shan was almost on the verge of crunching his teeth, humiliating rage erupting from his eyes. Since you don't want to be decent, then I'll help you be decent. The words fell. The bodyguard beside Su Shan immediately stepped forward, his eyes glaring menacingly. What do you want? Win Rongrong was shocked and took 2 steps back in panic. Do what? Of course it's to teach you a lesson. To let you know what it means to know the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. What it means to have a husband as a wife. Su Shan droned. Do it for me. Drag Win Rongrong inside, and then break all of Lu Ming's limbs. Yes. Saying that, the bodyguard immediately rushed up. Lu Ming, let's go. At this moment, Win Rongrong couldn't care less. She lifted her skirt and hurriedly tried to pull Lu Ming to turn around and escape into the venue. Otherwise, standing here, something is bound to happen. But Lu Ming put away his cell phone after sending the message and revealed a smile. Don't worry, they can't help me. Chapter 78, beat up first to get rid of the anger. Win Rongrong froze, and suddenly her heart didn't panic. Lu Ming's confidence made her instinctively stop her escape. Kid, you're crazy. I know you're a good fighter, but do you think you can beat us? Su Shan's head bodyguard laughed. He was not on the same level as Zhong Er's bodyguards at all, and even Luo Yang of the 18 angry men was defeated in front of him. What's more, there were 7 or 8 other people on his level here. Who the hell is Lu Ming? Who said I was going to hit you guys? Lu Ming revealed a wry smile. The head bodyguard raised his eyebrows, as if he were teasing a cat scratching a mouse. So you're not going to fight? Are you planning to just kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Just then, Su Shan impatiently urged from behind. What's the point of wasting words? Waste him for me right now. Yes. At those words, the head bodyguard immediately reacted. Time was urgent. He couldn't delay. He turned his head and was about to greet the crowd to make a move against Lu Ming. The entire door of the venue immediately became austere. But just then, a mournful howl suddenly cut through the silence in front of the venue's door. Su Shao. This sound instantly attracted the attention of everyone, including Win Rongrong, as they instinctively looked towards Su Shan. This look froze everyone. Kala, come on, fight. Lu Ming actually didn't know when he stood beside Su Shan with a ghostly and frightening speed, and at the same time took out his pistol and pointed it at Su Shan's head, revealing a teasing remark. I'd like to see if his head blossomed first, or if you guys hit me first. The words fell. Su Shan's face suddenly turned pale. The bodyguards were even more horrified, and Win Rongrong is dumbfounded. Her first reaction was not to care about the fact that Su Shan might be dying. She cared about Lu Ming's speed. Why is it so terrifying? Before she could even react, Lu Ming had already reached Su Shan's side. Lu Ming, you're looking for death, openly carrying a gun. Do you know you've broken the law? Su Shan trembled. He was afraid. The blackened muzzle of the gun was just pointing at him and he was too scared. The head bouncer pissed himself. There's no need to go overboard when things are being discussed. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. What exactly was this Lu Ming? The speed that had just erupted was too terrifying for him to even notice. Excessive? Where is this excessive? Lu Ming smiled faintly and poked the muzzle of his gun towards Su Shan's head. It's just a toy gun, so don't take it seriously. Really? The crowd froze. Just as the crowd froze, Su Shan suddenly felt a violent surge of chi energy coming from his back, and in the next moment, fiery pain spread throughout his body. Ah! Su Shan screamed miserably and fell out, but the next second he was grabbed back by Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming came towards Su Shan's back when the crowd didn't react. You sneak up on me? Su Shan screamed miserably, unable to stop the cold air pumping out of the side of his mouth as his entire body convulsed in pain. That was a very strong leg kick by Lu Ming. Sneak attack? I hit you in your face and you call that a sneak attack? Lu Ming laughed, killing intent boiling in his eyes. Sneak attack is the right way to go. After saying his words, Lu Ming violently raised his knee and delivered a vicious blow to Su Shan's stomach. Wow! Ah! Su Shan screamed even harder. Calm down! Calm down! Lu Ming, are you crazy? Are you going to be immortal with our Su family? The head bouncer broke down. He never thought that between the rabbit and the bird, Su Shan, who had just been fine, would now be as miserable as a dog. And Win Rongrong froze. She didn't expect that the always gentle Lu Ming would break out in such a ferocious and vicious manner at such a time. How? Why is it kind of cool? Lu Ming lifted Su Shan, who had been beaten to the point of being paralyzed, and sneered. Immortality? Am I mistaken? Didn't you guys intend to be immortal with me from the very beginning? From the moment Su Shan told the 18 angry men to find him, to the moment he just planned to have someone waste his limbs, Su Shan was about to finish him off. Then how could Lu Ming not do anything at all since he was going to be dead? It's not too much to ask for a shallow beating first, is it? Chapter 79, Disgraceful to the Core. The head bouncer sniffed and froze. What Lu Ming said did make some sense. Su Shan looked at him angrily. Move your hands. What the? Are you waiting for? He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak well. The head bodyguard woke up as if from a dream, hurriedly pulled out his pistol, aimed it at Lu Ming, and droned, "Let go of young master, or else I'll take your life right away." Bang! Before the head bodyguard could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by a popping explosion. His eyes instantly bulged like dead fish, looking at the gun still smoking in Lu Ming's hand, then looking at the bullet holes in front of Su Shan's feet. His lips trembled, and Su Shan was even more alarmed. His ears were still tingling until now because the sound of the gunshot was so close, but his heart was even more numb to the bone. He really didn't expect Lu Ming to shoot suddenly. Come on, take my life. Lu Ming sneered. Let's see if I'll take your young master's life first or you'll take mine. At this moment, Su Shan was like falling into an ice cellar, and his body was chilled all over. He looked at the bullet holes in the ground in horror. He just almost died? Isn't your gun a fake? The head bouncer said in horror. He never thought that Su Shan had just almost gone to the west. You believe me when I say it. Big smart. Lu Ming snorted, followed by looking at the trembling Su Shan, teasingly saying, ouch, shot crooked. Young Su, do you think you'll have such good luck next time? Once these words came out, Su Shan completely collapsed. He forced himself to endure the pain. Ho 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 huffed cold air, and vaguely said, Lu Ming, what the hell are you trying to do? Do you realize that there will be serious consequences if you do this? Lu Ming stabbed Su Shan's neck with the barrel of his gun. Is it serious? How serious is it? Come on, tell me. Su Shan was scalded in pain by the residual heat of the barrel of the gun that had fired the bullet. If you don't let me go now, the Su family will never let you go. Ha, speaking as if you'll let me go if I don't make a move on you. Didn't you say you wanted to waste my limbs? Lu Ming snorted. I'm calling it self-defense now. Get it? The crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Ming had learned the law from a dog, hadn't he? Where's the justification for this defense? I don't understand. You are Su Shan was just about to sneer at the confrontation. Who knew that a sharp pain in his belly and abdomen violently attacked, so that he could not help but scream miserably. Ah! I'm asking you if you understand? Lu Ming kicked another leg directly into his stomach. And a rebuttal? Lu Ming rewarded him with another leg. Get it? Lu Ming again. Got it. I got it. I really got it. Now. Su Shan was really chilled and didn't dare to talk tough. Lu Ming tugged at Su Shan's neck and said, Su Shan, honestly, I didn't invite you to mess with you in the beginning, did I? It was you who had nothing to do and took the initiative to send a beating to my door. Do you think you're Su Shan instinctively tried to argue again that he wouldn't want to lay hands on Lu Ming if it wasn't Lu Ming and Win Rongrong getting into it, but after meeting Lu Ming's chilling gaze, he wimped out. Yes, it's me who's cheap. He was afraid of getting hit again. Good boy. It's only right to know how to concede, okay? Lu Ming snorted, and there was thick contempt in his eyes, deeply piercing Su Shan's short ego. At this moment, all the bodyguards who had thrown themselves at the mercy of the enemy and didn't dare to move were equally humiliated. It was amazing that they could only watch Lu Ming beat up people without being able to do anything. It's just too stifling. The head bodyguard stifled. Lu Ming, the director of public security, is here today. He won't let you off the hook. Too, Su Shan said vaguely. He was beaten to the point where he was completely powerless, but the heart is still a little happy. After all, it was only after the head bodyguard's reminder that he remembered that the director of public security was also here. So wouldn't that mean that although Lu Ming was cool now, he would definitely be dead later? But just then, Su Shan, don't be impulsive. We have something to discuss. When Win Rongrong heard these words, her face changed and she came out to speak. At that, Su Shan stared incredulously, his lips trembling as if he had been stuffed with a caddy of, his face green to the point of glowing. He wanted to spit blood. Who the hell is impulsive? Who the hell hits people without saying a word? As a result, his own fiancé just didn't help himself or stop Lu Ming, but instead came out to speak when he opened his mouth to threaten Lu Ming? Su Shan simply felt at this moment that he was the most undignified and humiliated man in the world. Chapter 80, Xin Yunxian who watches the show. Su Shan was suffocating. He even forgot about his anger now. He just pointed at Win Rongrong, half unable to speak. We have things to discuss. We were just kidding. Win Rongrong was busy saying. She knew in her heart that in the face of this situation, if she didn't speak up for Lu Ming, she was afraid that her brain would have a big disease. Kidding? Even though Lu Ming was now on fire, he couldn't help but laugh at Win Rongrong's words, and followed with a serious, "That's right, Su Shan, I'm just joking with you. Kidding or not, you don't get to say, someone, take him away from me." Right at this moment, a middle-aged man with glittering eyes and a strong body suddenly walked inside the venue, wearing a black suit and a gloomy face. How dare someone make a move on Su Shan under his nose? Unbridled. The words fell. Several men rushed out, facing Lu Ming with their guns, loading them at the same time and shouting angrily, "Put down your weapons right now, or be shot on the spot." The blackened barrel of the gun exuded an icy aura as it locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had no doubt that if he made the slightest dangerous move, the other man would literally make his brain open up, seeing the visitor. At this moment, Su Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. And with that, Win Rongrong's face changed drastically. Now, what's the best thing to do? Isn't Lu Ming a dead man? The commissioner of police, Mr. Chang Kokfu, was very angry. Originally, he came to Su Shan's appointment today, very happy, and the Su family hooked up. The career is expected. As a result, when he was inside the venue, he actually heard gunshots, which led him to rush out with his people, and also had to have people stabilize the people in the venue, so as not to cause turmoil. The good thing is that the venue is filled with big names who basically don't panic. When Chang Guofu walked to the door, he saw the chaotic and incomparable scene at this moment, and his heart burst with anger. He's here, and there's actually someone who dares to hold the Su family's youngest member hostage? Do you hear me? Put it down quickly. The head bodyguard drank. Seeing Chang Guofu come, his heart was relieved. When Lu Ming saw this person, it was impossible for him to continue bullying Su Shan, right? Su Shan felt the same way, and, although he didn't say anything, the corners of his mouth had obviously revealed a smug smile and secretly gave the head bodyguard a wink. As long as Lu Ming put down his weapon, he was going to have his men immediately use their guns to blow out Lu Ming's legs and hands, leaving Lu Ming to languish on the ground like a dog. At that time, even if Win Rongrong wanted to pursue the matter, Su Shan himself could say that his people had attacked Lu Ming in order to protect themselves, and he wasn't afraid of being held accountable at all. However, in the face of the administrator's pressure, Lu Ming took it lightly, and instead of letting go, he directly poked the barrel of the gun into Su Shan's mouth in the unbelievable gaze of the crowd. Woohoo! Su Shan screamed miserably. This time he really couldn't even make a sound. He was terrified and couldn't believe that Lu Ming actually dared to make a move. Are you crazy? Hurry up and let go of young Su. Chang Wufu was shocked. Let go of young Su. Several gunmen shouted angrily once again. They could not wait to capture Lu Ming alive and beat him up at the moment. To be so bold as to dare to take such a wild shot at Su Shan. But the heart of anger to anger. In fact, instead of not daring to go forward, they hurriedly put the gun down slightly, for fear that Lu Ming felt faced with a threat to life and death. Suddenly nervous to go off fire to send Su Shan away, and Win Rongrong was wide-eyed. She was incredulous at Lu Ming's actions. Why did Lu Ming still dare to mess around in this situation? Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled and said, "Let what go? Commissioner Chang, you're too nervous. Today is a welcome party organized by Xiao Su. I'm here to attend the banquet. There's no way I can cause trouble. I'm only playing with Xiao Su. Can't you guys see that?" Chang Wufu's face was gloomy. "Do you have to go one way? You won't be able to walk out of here even if you kill Su Xiao now. TSK, why don't you people know how to be flexible? I've said that I'm playing with Xiao Su. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Su." Lu Ming was speechless and patted Su Shan, signaling him to say, "Come on, Xiao Su, say something." "Oh." Su Shan made an angry sound. Lu Ming said, "Do you hear me, crowd?" Just then, "Commissioner Chang, Lu Ming is right. He is my good friend. Mr. Su is my client. The two of them are close. Now stick together and play with toy guns. Isn't it good? Why bother laboring over it?" A voice containing banter rang out from not far away. The words fell. The crowd was startled and subconsciously looked back, only to see that, at some point, Shen Yunxian, dressed in a long black dress that fell down to her ankles, was standing there with a smile on her face. With that look, you can tell by looking at it that you've been standing over there for a long time. Chapter 81. Two women talking to each other. When Lu Ming saw Shen Yunxian appear, the corners of his mouth suddenly hooked into a smile. Su Shan, on the other hand, was thumping in his heart, and a strong sense of foreboding rose. Lu Ming, could it really be related to Shen Yunxian? This kid, who the hell is he? Only to see, Shen Yunxian walked slowly and revealed a smile to Chang Wufu. "Administrator Chang, you let young Su talk to you. If what young Su says doesn't match the facts, I'll call the Su family master and have him come over to talk." When these words came out, Su Shan's face turned pale. He knew what Shen Yunxian meant. As long as he dared to bite Lu Ming, then Shen Yunxian would dare to cancel the cooperation with his father and break the Su family's back. Abominable. Su Shan revealed monstrous anger and suffocation. He really couldn't believe why this kid was even on such good terms with Shen Yunxian. Moreover, how did once hallowed Su family's great young man end up in such a situation? Ms. Shen. You. Chang Wufu revealed hesitation, and he subconsciously looked at Su Shan, wanting to listen to Su Shan's order. Lu Ming duly pulled out the barrel of his gun and wiped it clean with Su Shan's clothes before patting him. "Come on, tell it to Administrator Chang." Su Shan was slapped and stumbled, directly falling forward and kneeling on the ground. Chang Wufu was shocked and hurriedly helped him up. "Young Su, are you alright?" "No, it's fine." Su Shan had been beaten to the point that there wasn't a single piece of good flesh on his entire body. But still, under Shen Yunxuan's eyes, he endured the fullness of his stifled grievances and squeezed out a smile that was even worse than a cry. "I'm just playing with Lu Ming. There's nothing wrong with it." After saying this, Su Shan felt nothing but grief and indignation. But what's the point of being sad? He had to think for the sake of the Su family. Shen Yunxuan's position in the World Bank Alliance was extraordinary, and there were still places in his family background that even the Su family couldn't investigate. He really didn't dare to offend. "Hear that? It's just playing." Lu Ming laughed. Chang Wufu's face was grim, and he knew that if Su Shan bowed down, he must bow down as well. But he couldn't stand such an arrogant Lu Ming and said, "Then since it's a fight for fun, why don't you let Su Xiao fight a little for fun too?" At those words, Su Shan's eyes lit up. Even if you can't use this opportunity to kill Lu Ming, you can't say anything if you give him a beating, can you? Young Su is preoccupied with business and has no time for fun at the moment. Am I right? Shen Yunxian, however, teased. Su Shan's face froze. In the face of Shen Yunxuan's sheepish words, he hated it. He was suffocating. But in the end, he could only squeeze out a smile once again and said, "Yeah, the welcome party is about to start. So let's stop playing and go inside." Seeing this, Chang Wufu was silent for a while before glaring at Lu Ming and turning around with his men while saying, "Then we'll go in first." When Chang Wufu left, Su Shan followed without stopping. This time, he didn't even say anything about the scene. "You've been humiliated like this. What kind of are you talking about?" "Thanks." Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled at Shen Yunxian and said. Lu Ming had thought of the solution from the moment he made his move, which was to pull Shen Yunxuan's tiger skin, for no other reason. On the cell phone, Shen Yunxian told him to hit the man first, and that she would come over to take him in afterward. If the fight was light, she wasn't going to bail out Lu Ming. Big sister's words have been put out. As a little brother, it's not good to disobey. You're welcome, and thanks to you, I've had a good 10 minutes of theater. Shen Yunxian smiled similarly. She had been here for a long time, but when she saw that Lu Ming hadn't suffered any losses, she was happy to watch from the sidelines as he unilaterally assaulted people. Only, what made her a little curious was that Lu Ming's stance and this unexplained firearm were clearly telling her one thing. Lu Ming is not simple, but everyone has everyone's secrets. Shen Yunxian lazy to get to the bottom of it. Anyway, there will be a long time to come. There will be opportunities to slowly ask. Just then, Win Rongrong walked up and spoke with some formality. Miss Shen. Hello. Listening to this clear and pleasant voice, Shen Yunxian twisted her head. Her eyes swiftly swept over Win Rongrong's face, figure, and then after focusing on the prominent parts for 2 seconds, a hint of inexplicable color flashed through her eyes, and then immediately revealed a brilliant smile and said, Hello, you're Win Rongrong, right? Chapter 82. Win Rongrong nodded and said, It's me, Miss Shen. I've admired you before, and I've always wanted to find a chance to get to know you. I didn't expect that I would actually meet up with you on this kind of occasion today. It's really. Win Rongrong didn't know how to summarize it well for a moment. She was slightly agitated. After all, after Shen Yunxian appeared, the way she simply made the unrivaled Su Shan instantly suffocate and bow her head was too stunning. This was what the woman she wanted to be should look like. Moreover, if she was also able to possess such monstrous power that made the Su family bow in fear, wouldn't she be able to control her own destiny and protect Lu Ming as well? The world is unpredictable, and heaven's orders are hard to disobey. Lu Ming coldly interjected himself into the conversation between the two women. Winnie, why does that sound so obscure? Shen Yunxian blankly glanced at him. Can you talk? Lu Ming shut up. Immediately, Shen Yunxian smiled at Win Rongrong. I've heard of your name several times, and I've always wanted to find an opportunity to get to know you, but I also didn't expect that I would meet you in Qingcheng, which is thousands of miles away from Dragon Capital. Win Rongrong was elated, and then busied herself by saying, by the way, thanks to Miss Shen for her help in what happened just now. Otherwise I wouldn't have known how to make amends. It's fine. Even if I'm not here, Su Shan wouldn't dare to do anything to you guys, Shen Yunxian said, followed by suddenly sweeping a glance at Lu Ming. If she had a point, she spoke. By the way, aren't you and Su Shan fiancés? Why did you come here with Lu Ming today? She had just arrived in Qingcheng for the second day and was completely unaware that Lu Ming and Win Rongrong had actually gotten mixed up together. This matter? It's a long story. Just 2 days ago, I just met her. I deposited some money with her. And by the way, I asked her to help me buy a universal building, but it was misunderstood as her taking her money to help me buy a building, thinking that I have a couple relationship with her. And then Su Shan came to mess with me, and I thought to humiliate him, so I attended with Rongrong, and then I could surely make him lose face. Lu Ming explained. Winning nodded. Right. Hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Shen Yunxuan's eyes flickered. Hibiscus. We've only known each other for 2 days. Why are you so close in your address? The old color Grant. Definitely looking at Win Rongrong's body. Shen Yunxian glanced at Win Rongrong again. Aha. Very informative indeed. The older Lu Ming gets, the more colorful he becomes. Shen Yunxian rolled her eyes at Lu Ming in her heart, but she didn't move on the surface and laughed. So that's how it is. So now your purpose has been achieved, and Su Shan has indeed planted a big head. Yeah. Winning nodded her head, but her heart was a little lost for no reason. She had thought that when Lu Ming said something about buying the Huanqiu building, Shen Yunxian might be surprised. After all, it was not a small amount. Even if the people from the 4 major families in Longdu heard about it, they would definitely be curious to ask about it. But Shen Yunxuan's face didn't even move. It was obvious that Shen Yunxian knew about Lu Ming's move to buy the building, and the situation of the property. It showed that the two were more close than they thought. Win Rongrong felt a huge pressure. It's tiring to compete with someone like Winston Shen, isn't it? Immediately, Win Rongrong suddenly a shock. Competition? What on competition? What is one thinking? What more? Shen Yunxian didn't he say that he just likes Lu Ming bar? Maybe he actually just thinks too much. Following that, Win Rongrong began to scold herself again. How come her mind was full of these things after meeting Lu Ming? How did she become a love brain? No one noticed Win Rongrong's small mind. Shen Yunxian, on the other hand, suddenly froze a bit after Win Rongrong nodded her head, then looked up at Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at her. She looked to Lu Ming. After 2 or 3 times like that, Shin Yunchuan's face finally changed. Wait, what did you just say? Say what? Lu Ming froze. You said you bought a building? What kind of building? Shin Yunxian asked blankly. The Wanqiu building. Lu Ming emphasized. Shin Yunxian froze, followed by a frown, then thought carefully, then her face finally changed, shocked beyond measure. And, what did you say? Chapter 83 Entering the Welcome Party. She had just had her mind caught up in Lu Ming's address to Win Rongrong. Only now that she had reacted did Shin Yunxian realize that something was very wrong. Extremely wrong. The value of the Wanqiu building was clear in her mind. And, Lu Ming actually said he was going to buy it? Is this some kind of joke? The Lu Ming she remembered was not this rich. Buy a building. The Wanqiu building. Lu Ming knew that Shin Yunxian was beginning to be shocked, and immediately raised his eyebrows excitedly. How was it? Surprised or not? Surprised or not? Pretend. Start. What was the point of just being surprised at Shin Yunchuan's identity? When he was a child, Shin Yunxian held him hostage and became his little brother for a whole year. But he didn't want to be pressed by Shin Yunxian all the time. Now, he's going to turn over a new leaf. How did you get so rich? Shin Yunchuan's jaw dropped in shock. Didn't I say yesterday that I have money? You still don't believe it? Lu Ming was smug. Yesterday he said $10 million is nothing in his place. Shin Yunxian said his $10 million is joy beans. This thing he can still remember. Then in that case, $100 is really nothing in your case? Shin Yunchuan's eyes widened, and her red lips were even more slightly open. She was genuinely shocked. $100 is not a small amount of money anywhere. But listening to Lu Ming's tone, how could he be so glib? Really? Why would I lie to you? Lu Ming said. Hiss. Shin Yunxian inhaled a small breath of cold air. Allow me to slow down. Digest slowly. Lu Ming hemmed and hawed. He enjoyed seeing the shocked look on Shin Yunchuan's face. As for Win Rongrong, who hadn't said anything, from the moment Shin Yunxian was surprised, the loss in her eyes was suddenly a few points less, and there was even a touch of joy surfacing. So, Ms. Shin doesn't know Lu Ming's real situation either? In that case then, it actually seems like everyone is about the same and still on the same starting line. Ugh. And what kind of stuff are you thinking to yourself? After pondering for a moment, Shin Yunxian took a deep breath. There's no rush first, let's finish the welcome party. Suddenly she didn't think it was unacceptable. After all, they all had secrets in themselves, and it was normal for Lu Ming to have secrets as well. What's more, Lu Ming was so good at fighting. When she was a child, she saw Lu Ming but she was beaten up by a mob. When she grew up, she suddenly became so powerful. Surely it was not because of the genius, but because of the money in her family. Then in that case, it all makes sense. She then stopped being so shocked. But Lu Ming wasn't happy. Shouldn't you ask after me? He hadn't even pulled out his black and gold dragon card yet. What's the rush in the first place? He was eager to see the reaction of Shin Yunxian, who was an important member of the World Bank Alliance, when she saw her black gold dragon card. After what? After Shin Yunxian figured it out, she instead became more calm. $100 is $100. I have it in my house too. What's the point? Hurry up and go in. I'm going to go change my clothes. I'll see you later. Looking at Lu Ming with a bad smile on his face, she knew that the other party was up to something. She didn't want Lu Ming, who was her little brother, to have a chance to pretend in front of her. After speaking, Shin Yunxian greeted Win Rongrong and turned to leave. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? Win Rongrong, who had finished talking to Shin Yunxian about seeing him later, turned her head and realized that Lu Ming had a stifled look on his face. It's fine. It's just a feeling of not being able to poop cleanly. Lu Ming waved his hand. Win Rongrong snapped. Why are you so disgusting? So, didn't finish peeing? *****************. Let's hurry up and get inside. The two stepped into the meeting. Once inside, they heard someone say, I'm very sorry, Mr. Su has temporary business to attend to. Please ask your distinguished guests to wait for a while. If you have any questions or needs, you can ask the waiters present. We will definitely do our best to satisfy them. Once again, I'm sorry. It's okay. Young Su's serious business is important. We don't care. That's it. The crowd chimed in. It was true that they were the bigwigs of Qingcheng, but when Su Shan asked them to wait, they couldn't refute the other's face, and their mouths naturally agreed. However, this scene made Lu Ming smile. This guy still knows how to hide a bit. The Su family are all very good at saving face. He was beaten up by you like that. If he came straight away, he would lose face. Win Rongrong laughed softly. Her thoughts were now clear and soothing. Su Shan had always coveted and salivated over her body, and had ruined her life in Longdu 3 times, chasing her to Qingcheng and implicating Lu Ming, which made her heart hate her even more. Now that Lu Ming had beaten Su Shan's wails but didn't even dare to fart, how could Win Rongrong feel uncomfortable in her heart? Indeed. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Just as the two walked in, several lines of sight focused on them at the same time. Among them, there are several lines of sight mixed with strong hatred. Chapter 84, Crowd Reaction. The sight of hatred was immediately perceived by Lu Ming. Zhang Er, Zhang Yun, Zhang Shanwan, Zhang Er. A few familiar faces. Lu Ming didn't care. It was expected that he would meet them here. And there were others in the crowd who saw Lu Ming and Win Rongrong appearing together, revealing surprise, doubt, and teasing in their eyes. Isn't Win Rongrong Su Shan's fiancé? How dare you bring another man here? Obviously, this coincides with the recent rumors. And it seems like that guy is the gigolo that Win Rongrong is keeping. Win Rongrong is really bold, daring to bring a little white boy over on this kind of occasion. Really looking for death. Wait for a good show later. When Su Shan comes, this little white boy will definitely be driven out. The crowd had a look of watching the show. Of course, there were quite a few women from local families in Qingcheng who secretly admired Win Rongrong's actions. They had heard that Win Rongrong had left Dragon Capital and came to Qingcheng in order to escape the marriage union, and that these people were in the same situation as Win Rongrong. They were all poor people who couldn't help themselves, just waiting for their age to come up to the time when they would be decided by their families to marry someone they didn't want to marry. Now, when they saw that Win Rongrong brought Lu Ming to attend, they knew in their hearts that it must be because Win Rongrong wanted to announce to everyone that she herself did not agree to this marriage. This move made many women secretly applaud. Sure, and only in the dark. Lu Ming and Win Rongrong could hear these people's comments and the crowd's varying gazes, but neither of them cared. The former is indifferent, the latter is confident. Win Rongrong thought to herself that Xin Yunxian was here, and whoever dared to kick Lu Ming out was looking for death. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly saw Lin Jiao standing at the corner and his eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Jiao wearing a sexy hot dress, showing a large white, surrounded by many hot line of sight are focused on her body. Greed and salivation, and now, the sight made Lin Jiao uncomfortable. She hadn't wanted to be so exposed because she felt it was belittling herself, but it was what Zhang Yun had asked for. Since that kind of thing happened in Lu Ming's new room, his whole psyche began to distort, and he was even more aggressive towards Lin Jiao. Facing this situation, Lin Jiao had to agree to Zhang Yun's request to avoid being severely beaten, and for all of this, Lin Jiao did not hold a grudge against Zhang Yun, but instead blamed it all on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming hadn't resisted taking the gun, Zhang Yun wouldn't have become like this. And now, when she saw Lu Ming and Win Rongrong come in, her eyes showed even more biting hatred, gritting her teeth and hating, Lu Ming, you bastard. Immediately afterward, her gaze was placed on Win Rongrong, while revealing strong jealousy and unwillingness. She didn't expect that the chicken that she had taunted at Lu Ming's house would actually be Miss Winner. Luckily, at that time, she also let slip that she would take the identity of Mrs. Zhang and properly publicize the reputation of Win Rongrong in the upper-class circle of Qingcheng, and now it seems that if she dared to open her mouth one more time, the person would have already died. This is a Londo winner. Trying to get her killed wasn't much more difficult than crushing an ant. Lu Ming, even if you stand with Win Rongrong now, so what? This is Xiao Su's woman, you will die sooner or later. And as Lin Jiao gritted her teeth over this, Zhang Yun similarly revealed a resentful gaze. He is now pinched by Lu Ming handle. Do not dare to act rashly, only in the heart of the hope that the next Su Shan's appearance can drive Lu Ming out of the venue. So that Lu Ming face lost. Lu Ming noticed Lin Jiao and Zhang Yun's gaze like that of a viper, but instead of getting angry, he casually picked up a glass of wine on the side and smiled at them. Have fun. Looking at Lu Ming's smile and this seemingly blessing, but actually mixed with strong mocking words, Lin Jiao and Zhang Yun only felt their faces as if they had been rewarded with a crunch by Lu Ming again. A fiery pain. In the meantime, Win Rongrong and Lu Ming had long since separated and went to find other forces in Qing City to communicate with. She entered with Lu Ming just to make it clear that she still represented Win Rongrong personally, not Su Shan's appendage. The rest of the time she still had to spend on her social life. And Lu Ming looked at Win Rongrong's back, smashed his mouth and didn't follow him. Just now, when he was entering the door, Win Rongrong had told him that there were several other big powers in Qing City that were not inferior to Zhong Er in any way. Lu Ming marveled. He originally thought that Zhong Er was the richest man in Qing City and should be the pinnacle of Qing City, but a word from Win Rongrong woke him up. In the Dragon Kingdom, how could someone who was waving around be a real pinnacle figure? Once the words came out, Lu Ming understood. Qingcheng, this water is deep. I'm afraid that on the surface of the financial power belongs to the bellier is the most, but behind the scenes, there are a lot of big fish. For example, the president of the Black Tiger Club, the Black Dog Mouth Tiger. Lu Ming heard that the other side in charge of the underground world, financial power, is also afraid of the horror of the power. Knowing this, Lu Ming would like to build his social circle and have more connections. After all, knowing more people is more road these days, but he didn't want to go after Win Rong Rong's ass, so as not to be misunderstood again that he was a soft eater. Let's find another chance to practice later. Just as Lu Ming stood guard and drank, a middle-aged man walked up behind him. Hey, are you Lu Ming? Chapter 85, Lai Yangyi's provocation. The other party's tone was unkind, as if Lu Ming had beaten him. Hearing Lu Ming's two eyebrows furrowed at once, that didn't sound like he was coming to say hello. Excuse me? Lu Ming twisted his head and looked at the visitor. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a shrewd face. If Sun Luo was here, he would definitely know that this person was Lai Yangyi. This is the major shareholder of Hanyue Huafu, boss Lai Yangyi. Why don't you hurry and say hello? A burly man stepped out behind the middle-aged man and ordered. At those words, Lu Ming frowned even tighter. The major shareholder of Blue Lulu's company? Looking for yourself for what? And, it's still a pickle. Lu Ming couldn't figure out his intentions and revealed a few smiles. Boss Lai, I don't know what you're looking for me for? It can't be that you want to come and chat with me, right? At this time, Lu Ming's afterglow suddenly captured. Lai Yangyi walked in the direction of the place stood Bel-Air. And Bel-Air at this moment has been concerned about this side of the movement. The heart suddenly if there is a sense. You're pretty much right. I'm here to talk to you. While Lai Yangyi heard this, he revealed a smile and teasingly stretched out his hand while opening his mouth to pat Lu Ming's shoulder. Just like a boss greeting his subordinates. Lu Ming gently avoided it and said with a leathery smile, then what does Boss Lai have to say quickly? I'd like to ask Lu, how did you manage to be a duck? With such a straight face? Lai Yangyi spoke with mockery. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Ming not only didn't get angry, but instead looked at the strong contempt and provocation in the other party's eyes and smiled. What did Zhong-er say to you? So anxious to do something for them? Seeing Lu Ming's calm demeanor, Lai Yangyi sked and said, you can do it. This heart is good. No wonder you can eat soft rice with so much confidence. Just now, as soon as Lai Yangyi entered the welcome party site, he found Zhong-er, who had once said a few words, and wanted Zhong-er to introduce himself to Su Shan. As a result, it just so happened that Lu Ming came in, so Zhong-er told Lai Yangyi all about Lu Ming's conflicts with Su Shan, and told Lai Yangyi that as long as he could figure out a way to drive away Lu Ming, who had been brought in by Win Rong Rong, he would be able to ingratiate himself with Su Shan and smooth out the matchmaking process. It just so happened that Lai Yangyi had been dissatisfied with Lu Ming for a long time because of what happened to Lan Lulu, and when these two things came across one another, he decided to personally go down and target Lu Ming, so that Su Shan could see himself. As for his method, it was that he had to provoke Lu Ming with his words, so that Lu Ming would strike out in a rage and violate the order, and then he would just let Su Shan's people drive Lu Ming away. Only, they didn't realize that Lu Ming wasn't brought in by Win Rongrong, but by Xin Yunchuan's invitation. Thanks for the compliment. Lu Ming said indifferently, don't you feel sorry for mom and dad? A soft goods guy like you who stands behind women? Grow that for nothing. Seeing this, Lai Yangyi continued to stimulate Lu Ming, squeezing his eyebrows at Lu Ming's lower body. Or is it that you don't actually have one? Oh, Lu Ming said faintly. Are you done then? The other's sneer was painless. He didn't bother to start an argument at Xin Yunchuan's welcome party. Seeing Lu Ming still so calm, Lai Yangyi was instead not calm anymore. Inside his heart, he was actually extremely jealous of Lu Ming. This guy, by what right could he have this kind of lustful fortune? There was both Lan Lulu and Win Rongrong. This kind of soft-eating trash should just roll to the corner and not be able to get their hands on so many beautiful women. And now, faced with his own mockery, Lu Ming remained calm and collected, making it seem as if he was a jumping clown. Lai Yangyi revealed a cold smile. Your look of a dead pig is indeed very good. I appreciate you. Tell you what, then I won't beat around the bush. Just name your price. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. What? $2 million? I know that Blue Lulu and you have a good relationship. She likes you. She must trust you unconditionally. You just need to charm her and let me play for a few nights. I will give you $2 million right away. How about it? Lai Yangyi revealed a lewd smile and said, you want money. I want people. Fair enough, right? As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming's face finally grimaced. You're looking for death? Chapter 86, Beatings. Don't be in a hurry. You have Win Rong Rong anyway. Let me have Blue Lulu. It can still make you money. Isn't that good? Lai Yangyi faced a bad smile, and Lu Ming squeezed his eyebrows. She is a heart in your body. You do not use to make money. Are sorry for her, you know? If Lu Ming is willing to promise him to cooperate in charming Blue Lulu, he doesn't mind cheating Lu Ming for a while, such as transferring a deposit of 10 or 20,000 first or something. Lu Ming stared at him, killing intent growing in his eyes as he slowly spat out a sentence. I'll give you a chance for the sake of Xin Yunxian. Kneel down and apologize. Slap yourself 3 times, and I can stop beating you. The words came out. When Lai Yangyi heard this, He immediately froze, followed by an angry laugh. What kind of a thing are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Let me tell you. A cuckolded soft rice man like you is not qualified to talk to me like this for the rest of your life. Now I advise you to obediently send Lan Lulu to my bed. Otherwise, even if Su Xiao doesn't screw you, I will still rush you to the end of your life. And at that time, Lan Lulu will still have to be put to bed by me and play until she dies. And, I think I heard that you bought a house in Rinzhou for your parents, right? When he finished speaking, Lai Yangyi stared at him playfully, faced with the other party threatening Lan Lulu and her parents. Lu Ming's pupils shrunk into pinpoints, his killing intent overflowed, and his tone was suddenly cold. You're dead. Oh, is that so? I'm so scared. How about you get me killed now? Ha ha ha. Lai Yangyi laughed out loud, but he had not finished. Suddenly felt the whole person rose up in the air, followed by a sharp pain from the neck. He could not help but eyes bulging out, veins bloomed, shaped like a dead fish, followed by the whole face began to redden. He incredulously lowered his head and looked at Lu Ming's dead hand on his neck, his mouth wide open, his throat cackling, but he couldn't even cry out for help. Let go. At this time, Lai Yangyi's bodyguard woke up like a dream and roared. When he had just come over, Lai Yangyi had explained that as long as he succeeded in provoking Lu Ming, he had to help Lai Yangyi stop Lu Ming's attack in time. Otherwise, he would be dead. But he never expected that he would not even have time to react. Lu Ming had already lifted Lai Yangyi in a chokehold. The bodyguard was appalled in his heart. The speed of this strike, it is too terrifying. As the bodyguard was approaching, Lu Ming's eyes were stern and he directly raised his leg to kick out. Boom! The bouncer was kicked right over. Wow! It happened to hit a shelf behind him that held dishes, directly knocking over all the wine and food. This sound instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the entire venue. Zhong Er and Jiang Yin froze when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lu Ming to actually make a move. Is this guy crazy? Does he know what the occasion is here? But, the next moment they were ecstatic. Lu Ming actually dares to be so rampant. He's dead. Because they saw Chang Guofu burst into a rage and lead the men to run towards Lu Ming. Bel Earl laughed wildly in his heart. Originally thought to let Lai Yangyi provoke Lu Ming. Lu Ming expulsion on the matter. Did not expect Lu Ming actually expand things to such an extent, but also provoked Chang Guofu hands. That Lu Ming this time do not go into the security department to stay for 3 years and 5 years. It is impossible. As Chang Guofu furiously rushed towards Lu Ming and Zhong Er rejoiced, Lai Yangyi only felt horrified. As the bodyguard was knocked down, Lai Yangyi's eyes, which were already bulging out from being pinched, protruded even more. This was a bodyguard he had hired with a lot of money. How could he act so frail and weak in front of Lu Ming? He twisted his head to look at Lu Ming, only to see that Lu Ming was full of killing intent and was looking at him icily. You want to die? I'll fulfill you. The words fell. Lai Yangyi only felt that the blood in the whole body seems to be frozen. The inner fear to the extreme. He really felt the imminence of death. Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. Lai Yangyi at the moment within the heart welled up endless regrets. Had I known that I would not threaten so much? But he wanted to beg for mercy. But he could only make a cackling sound. It was the sound of a throat being squeezed. Just the moment Lai Yangyi felt like he was going to pass out. Suddenly, a roar rang out and, how dare you? How dare you hit someone here? Stop it. Chapter 87, Su Shan's Weirdness. Chang Guofu finally rushed to Lu Ming. When he saw the other party appear, Lu Ming's eyes stared and he let go of his hand. Bang! Lai Yangyi fell to the ground, his ass barely cracking. But even with his ass in bloom, Lai Yangyi was so happy, even so happy that he wanted to cry. After all, escaping with your life is a wonderful feeling. Administrator Chang, coming over in such a hurry. What's the matter? Lu Ming looked at Chang Guofu and smiled. How dare you hit someone? You really don't take me seriously. Chang Guofu gritted his teeth, but in his heart he was ecstatic. Because, just a moment ago, Zhong Er had spoken to him about the opportunity to catch Lu Ming away. He agreed with his mouth, but in his heart, he was thinking that Zhong Er and the others didn't know what had happened at the entrance of the venue. Lu Ming had already flaunted himself once over there, and he would definitely be restrained in the venue, and he wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to take Lu Ming away. Who knew that Lu Ming actually dared to seek death? Right now, so many people had witnessed that he wanted to take Lu Ming away, and Xin Yunxian would never be able to pick any more faults. Where did I hit anyone? Commissioner Chang, we have to talk about evidence. Lu Ming laughed. Yeah, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Wen Rongrong anxiously rushed over and hurriedly spoke for Lu Ming. She had actually noticed that Lai Yangyi had come over to strike up a conversation with Lu Ming, and from Lai Yangyi's look, she had analyzed that it must be the other party who had started the trouble, and it was only natural that she would now help Lu Ming speak. Only, she still complained about Lu Ming inside, thinking that Lu Ming was too impatient. No matter what, she couldn't be able to hit people. If you're going to fight, do it somewhere else where no one is around. Miss Win, the facts are there for all to see. When I first arrived here, Lu Ming's hand was still on Mr. Lai's neck. At this time, Jiang Yun came out to help. Lin Zhao also chimed in. Yeah, I saw it too. Miss Win wouldn't want to harbor a criminal, right? There was a strong look of jealousy in her eyes, not only against Lu Ming, but also against Win Rongrong. Win Rongrong was furious, and Chang Guofu did not speak. His afterglow is always looking for. Where Su Shan has not seen his performance. I was fixing his tie. Is that a problem? At that moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth with a cold smile. The people around the room couldn't help but be amused at these words. Lu Ming is really interesting. He can still continue to talk nonsense in this situation. Mr. Rai, is he fixing your tie? Chang Guofu turned his head to Lai Yangyi, wanting Lai Yangyi to sentence Lu Ming to death. Of course not. Lai Yangyi looked at Lu Ming and revealed a sinister smile, just about to deny it and directly whack Lu Ming. Just then, a faint voice rang out. Lai Yangyi violated the order of the venue and wantonly provoked Lu Ming. Kick him out. The crowd was shocked at these words. It's who's talking. They fiercely looked at the source of the sound, and at this look, the entire room was instantly silent, and everyone was shocked. Zhang Er, Zhang Yun, Zhang Wancheng, and Lin Zhao, who had originally hugged their arms and watched the good show, were dumbfounded. Even Lu Ming and Win Rongrong were shocked. Lu Ming tried to think of who would come to his aid, but never in a million years did I expect it to be this guy, only to see that the person speaking at the doorway was actually Su Shan, who had changed into a suit and looked human. At this moment, Su Shan was at the brightest part of the light, as if he was a messenger presiding over justice, walking slowly, with a coldness on his face. My people have already told me. It was Lai Yangyi who started the trouble. Kick Lai Yangyi out. The words fell. Lai Yangyi's face changed drastically as he looked at Zhong Er in disbelief. What's going on? Didn't he say that if he just drove Lu Ming away, Su Shan would look at him differently? How is it that when things are about to be finalized and Lu Ming is about to be put behind bars, Su Shan even comes out to be the one to administer justice? What the is going on here? Young Su, is this a mistake? Chang Guofu opened his mouth periodically, wondering if it was Su Shan's brain that was wrong. This thought rose uniformly in the minds of everyone in the venue. It's obvious that Lu Ming is the one who dabbled with your fiancé. How come you've started defending him now instead? Chapter 88, Xing Yunchuan's appearance. Under the eyes of everyone, Su Shan acted unusually calm and spoke. There's no mistake. Lu Ming's eyes stared. How could this guy? How could he act in such a way that he didn't look at all like he had just been beaten by himself in pain and shame at the entrance of the venue? Are you that good of an actor? Okay, now get him out of here. Su Shan continued. When these words came out, Lai Yangyi's face changed greatly. Su Shao. I was wrong. He didn't know why Su Shan wanted to help Lu Ming now, but he definitely wouldn't have committed a crime if he had known that he would offend Su Shan for the sake of a woman. But it was too late to think about this now, and Lai Yangyi was immediately pulled out, leaving the venue silent. Alright, a misunderstanding. Let's all go back to our seats. Everyone eat first, and when Ms. Shin comes out, we'll start hosting our welcome party. Su Shan made a round, and when he swept over Win Rongrong and Lu Ming, a hint of hidden anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly collected himself. He didn't want to take Lu Ming's side either. But, there's no way. In order to get Xing Yunxian to nod and agree to cooperate with the Su family, he could only grit his teeth, be stubborn and endure the humiliation, and come out to drive Lai Yangyi away. The crowd then resumed the order it had just been in. Zhang Er and Jiang Shangwan surrounded them and tried to ask Su Shan why he didn't do anything, but Su Shan didn't say a word and just told them to wait obediently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Er, Zhang Yun, Chang Guofu and the others, even if they were no longer puzzled and wanted to deal with Lu Ming, they could only hold back and obediently nodded their heads. But just because they didn't want to do it didn't mean Lu Ming didn't want to. Lu Ming walked behind Zhong Er and smiled. Mr. Zhong, it's been a long time, counting the days. I haven't seen you for about 2 days, right? Zhong Er's body stiffened and he twisted his head to look, his face grimacing. What are you trying to say? Nothing, just want to warn you, don't come back to trouble me again, or you beware of the late years. Lu Ming smiled playfully, living like a punk. I'll do what I say. You. Zhong Er's face turned blue and he gritted his teeth. Lu Ming, we will see who will die first. It must be you. How old are you? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Lu Ming snorted. Zhang Al stopped talking. Seeing him like this, Lu Ming patted his shoulder. His smile finally disappeared and he gave him a cold look as he turned to leave. He's here to warn this time. Do not say that the words are not enough. There was a limit to his patience when the other party provoked and engineered him 3 times. Just as Lu Ming turned to leave, suddenly the door was opened once again. A stunningly beautiful figure walked in. At this moment, the crowd that was talking and eating immediately froze, only to see, in front of the door stood a woman wearing a long red dress. Her body was enchanting and hot. Her black hair fell down like a waterfall. In the reflection of the red dress, her white skin was shockingly beautiful, and her absolutely gorgeous and exquisite face was as if it had been meticulously sculpted by the creator, which made people thumping their hearts and blooming. At this moment, everyone was attracted by this dazzlingly beautiful figure. Jiang Yun was equally dumbfounded when he saw how beautiful Shen Yunxian was, and compared to Shen Yunxian, Lin Jiao was simply like a piece of. When Lin Jiao saw Jiang Yun's stagnant face, she only felt gnashing of teeth and jealousy within her heart. Why? Every woman here can compare her like an ugly duckling? Su Shan, on the other hand, was grimacing. Why? Was such a perfect, on par with Win Rongrong, woman so close to Lu Ming? Lu Ming, this asshole, on what grounds? And Win Rongrong, who saw the incomparably beautiful Shen Yunxian come out, laughed a little to herself. Lu Ming and the beautiful and famous Shen Yunxian grew up together. I'm afraid that since childhood, they have been immune to beauty. If they are really like what the bodyguard Ding Jingning said to seduce Lu Ming, I'm afraid that Lu Ming will not be moved at all. Win Rongrong was suddenly a little jealous of Lin Jiao. This woman, what kind of luck did she have to make Lu Ming fall in love with her? As for Lu Ming at this moment, he was stunned and couldn't help but explode in his heart. When did Shen Yunxian become this beautiful? Shen Yunxuan's eyes searched the crowd, and she couldn't help but smile when she saw that Lu Ming was staring blankly at her. This smile, clear eyes flowing, smiling like a flower. The crowd was once again dumbfounded. Winston Shen, who is he smiling at? When they followed Shen Yunxuan's line of sight and looked at Lu Ming, they were all stunned. Among them, Jiang Yun's face was the most ugly, as if he had eaten. He can't believe it. What the is going on here? Chapter 89 Gifts. Hasn't Lu Ming already gotten mixed up with Win Rongrong? Why would Winston Shen smile at Lu Ming? This wasn't just a question in Jiang Yun's mind. It was a question for everyone present. Lin Jiao, on the other hand, her face was pale. It was impossible. How could such a high and mighty woman smile at Lu Ming? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Shen Yunxian ignored the crowd of people with different expressions as she stepped into the venue. Let's welcome Winston Shen. Ms. Shen, please applaud. At that moment, Su Shan forced his heart to hold back his jealousy and anger towards Lu Ming and clapped his hands. Whoa! The arena erupted in applause, and there were even red carpets and flowers brought out. There was some embarrassment under Shen Yunxuan's eyes. Her first time to talk about cooperation to talk like this. Do not know still think she is attending some important fashion week. This Su Shan is what embarrassing ability. After Shen Yunxian entered, the staff of Dream Sea Center City outside the door began to bring in plates of dishes. It had just been a moment of waiting, so the crowd was moving about in a scattered fashion, chatting idly. Now that Shen Yunxian was here, it was natural to start eating. And just then, Su Shan suddenly said to the crowd, everyone, the purpose of this welcoming meeting today is clear in everyone's mind, and that is to welcome Miss Shen Yunxian. As for me, I'm a rather vulgar person, and I've already informed you all beforehand that I'll be seated in accordance with the value of the gifts given to Ms. Shen. So please take your respective seats now, and I think you all have a clear idea of your own position in your hearts. The words fell. A waiter walked up to Shen Yunxian and greeted her as she entered the main table. Shen Yunxuan's brows furrowed. This Su Shan's style of acting was really unbearable for her. Just then, yes, Jiang Yun was the first to respond, saying, our Jiang family has given away $1 million worth of ginseng, so according to the ordering, we should sit at the main table. I, Zhang Er, am giving away a famous painting worth $990,000. Beliers smiled slightly. The crowd clamored. $2 million for a gift. These two guys have money. The others only sent a few tens of thousands of dollars at most, 100,000 or so. Everyone's money didn't come from the wind. Not to mention that in their hearts they all knew that this welcome party was actually a collaboration between the Su family and Shen Yunxian, and that it was impossible for them to take more than a few valuable things. However, even if the value isn't great, they're still very much in the front of the pack. Gradually, as the crowd took their seats, only 2 people failed to find their places. Lu Ming, Win Rongrong. At this moment, Win Rongrong's face was extremely ugly. Su Shan hadn't even told her about the gift giving. This was definitely a deliberate setup by Su Shan to make her and Lu Ming lose face with. She and Lu Ming are going to make a fool of themselves. She looked at Lu Ming in panic. Lu Ming, what do we do? What to do? Lu Ming was quite calm. He smiled and was just about to speak. He doesn't have a place. He didn't even send a gift. Wrong. and I know you didn't either. But that's okay, everyone knows that what I sent. You sent. Su Shan revealed a smug smile, his face flaunted to the extreme. It was finally his turn to have his say. Come over here. I'm giving him Shin a top VIP card for all of the projects under the Su family group, worth 10 million horns. You can sit beside me without worry. As soon as these words came out, the entire room let out a breath of cold air in unison. The Su family has not only commercial banks, but also 5-star hotels, industrial groups, entertainment, tourism, and other types of integrated. This VIP card, but can get the highest level of discounts in contact with all the projects of the Su family. For example, when taking raw materials for a certain industry, such as copper, iron, or something like that, you can get a more outrageous discount than others might think. This card, ostensibly worth $10 million, actually has very few holders. It is a great value. Everyone was shocked by Su Shan's handiwork. Is this the bottom line of the Su family's eldest son? Although Su Shan took out his own family's VIP card, which was said as if he hadn't paid any cash, and had the meaning of pretending to be a bully with a blank check. But in the place of everyone present right now, if they were given the opportunity to get this VIP card, they would definitely be very willing to do so. And as Win Rongrong looked at Su Shan, she was equally shocked. She didn't expect that Su Shan would have this kind of vigor. While Su Shan looked at the silent Lu Ming and the flustered Win Rongrong, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer. Right now, he was humiliating Lu Ming. It is to let Win Rongrong watch. If you want to accompany Lu Ming to lose face, then lose face together, or else sit obediently by the side of Lousy. He believed that Win Rongrong, with her high-mindedness, would definitely not want to lose face. Eventually, one will sit obediently by one side. At the same time, he had to make it difficult for Shin Yunxian to intervene. After all, he wasn't making things difficult for Lu Ming right now. It was just that Lu Ming himself hadn't sent a gift. Chapter 90, the gift that amazed everyone. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with a teasing face. They originally thought that Su Shan had just defended Lu Ming and drove Lai Yangyi away, and that it was Su Shan who didn't dare to move Lu Ming. Now that I think about it, it must be that the Su family's eldest son didn't bother to humiliate Lu Ming with that kind of low-level tactics, but rather wanted to make Lu Ming face up to the insurmountable gap between himself and the Su family of Longdu in this kind of hallowed occasion. That's what separates the poor from the rich. Among these people, Zhang Yun, Lin Jiao and Zhong Er were the most excited. If Win Rongrong promised Su Shan to sit over, then the only clown left standing in the arena would be Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming wanted to give a gift on the spot, but looking at his empty-handed appearance, how could he possibly give a gift that could sit on the main table? What's more, this soft food guy, after winning Rongrong's card is frozen, simply can't pull out any money to give away. When the time comes, surely must be great all the time to stand. Right, Lu Ming, why don't you move? Is there no position you want here? Or is it? Su Shan revealed a few sneers. You wouldn't have even brought a gift, right? Ha ha. One look and you know it. Someone already couldn't help but laugh. This scene, it's so exciting. Go check to see if Mr. Lu sent a gift. Su Shan teased. Checked. No. The waiter next to him said immediately. Ha ha ha. The crowd roared with laughter, each revealing a playful sneer. There were also quite a few people who watched with cold eyes, intending to see how Lu Ming would react. And Shin Yunchuan's brows furrowed as anger surged in his eyes. She couldn't look away. Just then, Win Rongrong finally spoke. Su Shan, you didn't even say you wanted to give a gift. It's not Lu Ming's fault. She blushed and forced herself to defend herself. In the end, she still didn't want to sit next to Su Shan. She would rather stand with Lu Ming all the time and be treated like a clown. The laughter stopped at those words. The whole place was silent. Seeing that Win Rongrong actually didn't even care about making a public spectacle and losing the face of the Win family for Lu Ming now, everyone was dumbfounded. Would she rather stay on her feet for a softie? Su Shan finally stopped smiling. The complacency on his face instantly disappeared. The original victory? He was all of a sudden gloomy and dense. And Shin Yunxian raised his eyebrows. A thought flashed silently in his heart. Good boy. Peach Blossom luck is really strong. Su Shan grimaced in his eyes and gritted his teeth. He really didn't expect that Win Rongrong would be willing to go this far. Was this still the winning miss he knew? This time, even if he had humiliated Lu Ming, he still felt bloodthirsty, because he himself has been disgraced. Afterwards, Su Shan took a deep breath. Win Rongrong, since you are doing the first day, don't blame me for doing the 15th day. He sneered. Isn't it common to have a gift ready for such occasions? Win Rongrong couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Shin Yunxian couldn't stand to watch. She had to help Win Rongrong and Lu Ming. Just then, common sense indeed. Lu Ming finally spoke, and he smiled. So I prepared a gift that just happens to count for Rong Rong and I. When these words came out, Su Shan's eyes stared and he sneered. Where are the gifts? Why don't I see it on my list? Of course you didn't see it, because I took the invitation from Yun Xian, and the gift, naturally, had to be given to her in person. Lu Ming coldly said. The crowd was stunned at these words. Winston? This guy? Why does he address Shin Yunxian so intimately? They looked at Shin Yunxian, only to see that her face was as it was, not at all offended by the offense, and their hearts could not help but be appalled. It's hard not to. Are the two really related? And, how? Did Shin Yunxian turn out to have his own special invitation? The corners of Su Shan's mouth twitched, the anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Then you take it out. Empty-handed. Did you not draw a piece of cake to give to MS? Shun? Lu Ming sneered. Then since you want to see it, I'll take it out. Only, I'm afraid that you won't be able to arrange the location well by then. And what's so bad about the arrangement? A gift worth $10 million gets to be the main table, and one worth 10 cents should roll to the corner. Su Shan laughed. Oh, what about $11 million worth? Where should I sit? Lu Ming pulled an adult palm-sized gift box from his suit pocket and opened it. Under the light, inside the gift box lay quietly a reddish-colored banknote with hidden golden threads flashing brightly. Just this one. The whole room was shocked. At this moment, everyone was stagnant and dead silent. Over the venue, it was as if a silent storm was gathering frantically. But in the hearts of all the people, as if a mountain was roaring, there was only one thought rushing through. Is this ing true? Shin Yunxuan's pupils shrank. Her red lips slightly opened. Stunned. Win Rongrong was the closest, the whole pretty face as if she had seen a ghost. She never expected. Lu Ming. I can't believe I brought $100 as a gift. Man, is this crazy? Chapter 91. At this moment, everyone's brains were buzzing, even a little dizzy. Everyone in the room was knowledgeable, and they could tell at a glance that the $100 was real. Because of this, everyone was wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. How is that possible? $100. A fresh $100. Huge bills that you can only see on TV. A piece of paper that is worth a lot of money. And it just came to life? And, to show up as a gift? This is outrageous. This is literally at the top of the list of the top 10 most outrageous events of the year. But even though it was bizarre and unthinkable, it happened that way. Zhang Yun, Zhang Er, and Lin Zhao's faces turned purple as they looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Didn't you say Win Rongrong's money has all been frozen? Why does Lu Ming still have $100? Moreover, even if Win Rongrong hadn't had her funds frozen, she had already given Lu Ming $100 to buy the Wanqiu building earlier, and now she was pulling out $100 as a gift. How was this possible? There was no way that the winners would let Win Rongrong get hold of such a huge amount of money. So, in that case, there is only one truth. Lu Ming's money is his own. When she came to this conclusion, Lin Zhao's face was already completely pale. Zhong Er is even more cold all over the body. Liver and gallbladder cracked, lips trembling. Then in that case, wouldn't he be committing a capital offense by diverting Lu Ming's funds to the winner without authorization? At this moment, there was another person who was the least calm, Shin Yunxian. She stared dumbfounded at the money in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming acted rich. Acted once, twice. She could still say it's okay. It doesn't matter. She's so rich herself anyway. Available at. It's not that rich. Who can go out and bring $100 for a gift? 100 luxury villas at your fingertips? This, for the first time, Shin Yunxian realized that she had turned out to not understand Lu Ming at all. She thought she was the one who hit it deep enough, but it turned out to be Lu Ming who hit it even deeper. LOL, I thought you didn't have any money. I used to buy you snacks. You asshole. Shin Yunxian gritted her teeth. In junior high school, she thought Lu Ming did not have any money, and from time to time, she even took what little pocket money she had left at the beginning to help Lu Ming. After all this, Lu Ming turned out to be a godly rich second generation. After a few moments of silence, Lu Ming, against everyone's incredulous gazes, revealed a few sneers at Su Shan. How is it, now that I've taken out my gift? The value, is it greater than yours? You, Su Shan's jaw dropped, his whole body stiffened, his heart seemed to be clutched by Lu Ming with his hand, and he couldn't even speak. He didn't even know what to say. $100 compared to a VIP card. Isn't that a downgrade? Give up your seat. Rong and I are going to sit there. Lu Ming said indifferently, his gaze locked directly onto the spot under Su Shan's ass. There, it was the neighboring position of Shin Yunxian. $100 broken into two halves. He and Win Rongrong each had $50 to give away, converted into prices before devaluation. This is a whole 5 billion. Can't you sit anywhere you want? Don't you bully me too much. At those words, Su Shan instantly flipped his face and turned red. At this moment, he truly and tangibly felt humiliated. It's a welcome party you've organized yourself, and to end up in a position where you have to give up your master's chair? This public concession is more humiliating than just being severely beaten by Lu Ming at the entrance of the venue. That's what you said yourself. Whoever gives the gift of high value gets to sit there. Get out of my way. Lu Ming droned aggressively. Is it hard to believe that blabbering off the top of your head and believing what you say is the style of your Su family? Once these words came out, Su Shan finally changed his face, endured the insults and compromised, and said spitefully, I'll give it to you. The family's honor was at stake, and he had to let. And the whole room looked at each other, but no one could speak for Su Shan. Who dares to help? Isn't that a shameful thing to do? After Lu Ming and Win Rongrong took their seats, everyone had thought that the welcome party would finally start smoothly. But things are getting weirder and weirder. At this moment, should have risen to speak, presiding over the situation of Su Shan face but cloudy with the bottom of the pot like, has not said a word, for no other reason. After Lu Ming took his seat, he had intended for himself and Win Rongrong to sit on Shin Yunxuan's left and right hands respectively, but when he waited to take his seat, Win Rongrong and Shin Yunxian coincidentally sat on his left and right hands. Now, Lu Ming, in turn, became the brightest presence in the room, none other. On the left, white and gold dress, delicate and playful Win Rongrong. On the right side, red dress like fire, atmospheric and bright Shin Yunxian, blatantly left and right. Full attention. Chapter 92. Outside of the three of them, it seemed like another world, especially when Lu Ming handed Shin Yunxian the gift box with $100 in it. As Shin Yunxian opened her mouth to say, I can't have it, Lu Ming actually said, it's okay, I have it all over my house. This is what I pulled out of the corner of the table. Once this conversation came out, Su Shan, Zhang Er, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Shangwan were completely reduced to accompaniments. Ever seen a pretender? Never seen this kind of pretentiousness before. Lu Ming just doesn't come in the usual way. Seeing this situation, how could the stimulated Su Shan stand up and speak? Who is this? Who is the main character here? His original intention of painting a beautiful blueprint with Shin Yunxian at the dinner table after the cooperation between the Su family group and the World Bank Alliance had now turned into a bellyful of anger as well. In the end, it was only possible for Shin Yunxian to personally get up and say a few words of politeness and pleasantries to unveil the curtain of the welcome party. I hope you all have a good meal and a good time tonight, and don't forget that Su Xiao, who is organizing the welcome party today, is the main character, and it's him who gave you all the opportunity to get together for a drink and dinner. So please give him your applause. Shin Yunxian laughed. The words were met with applause, but instead of being happy, Su Shan was greatly irritated, because Lu Ming applauded while squeezing. That's right, thanks to Mr. Su deserves the lead. Su Shan almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Everyone's heart is in their mouths. The main character today is you, Lu Ming, right? The whole main table watched Lu Ming embracing left and right, joking with Win Rongrong from time to time, chatting with Shin Yunxian from time to time, Ken Shan, and even coming up with a vulgar yellow accent from time to time. And the two women are not only not bored, but also pouting blushing, very charming look. Everyone was as good as, no one was in the mood to eat. Give it to the dog and it won't eat it. When the welcome party was over, Win Rongrong and Ding Jingning left first, and as for the other clans, they were digesting the information from tonight. Apart from Su Shan planting his head, the most shocking thing tonight was nothing other than Lu Ming's display of financial power. Amazingly scary. They had to re-examine their position of power and their attitude towards Lu Ming. The emergence of such god-level tycoons would inevitably impact the pattern of power in Qing City, which were all reasons why they had to plan early. At this moment, the great tycoon Lu, who was about to change the landscape of Qing City, was sitting in a small private room opposite to Shin Yunxian. I did not expect originally called you over, is to declare with the people of Qingcheng, from now on, you are my cover, but I did not expect that you are actually so powerful. Shin Yunxian flirted, then I'll let you pretend. I cannot do anything. A man can't hide under a woman's wing all the time. Now you know I'm good, right? Lu Ming poured Shin Yunxian some wine while reminding him, by the way, you're in this position, so don't speak so vulgarly. Shin Yunxian rolled her eyes. Actually calling me vulgar? I don't know who just opened a yellow mouth with me. I think it's someone who is vulgar. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately admitted his mistake. Yes. It's not that you're thick, it's that I'm thick. I'm thick, okay? As soon as these words came out, Shin Yunxuan's pretty face turned red and she snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ming laughed out loud. Only after she finished laughing did Shin Yunxian speak. When you hit Lai Yangyi just now, would you blame me for not coming out to protect you? No way. Lu Ming shook his head. I have my own measure of doing things. Even without Su Shan's opening, I can still solve it. He's not a rash. If you dare to make a move, you naturally have something to fall back on. At those words, Shen Yunxian froze. How do you intend to solve it? She instinctively associated it with Lu Ming's amazing wealth. Perhaps it was because of his family's large background that Lu Ming could be so unscrupulous plus so much money and wealth. Let them take me in, Lu Ming said. Shen Yunxian frowned and snapped. Are you kidding? Are you teasing me? Ha ha. Lu Ming laughed. I'm really not kidding. I'll be fine after I go in. I'll be damned if I believe you. Winston Shen bristled. Lu Ming shrugged. Forget it if you don't believe me. He really wasn't kidding. After all, that brightest rising star in the Changzhou Sheriff's Department was his best buddy in the black boxing ring. It's just been a while. Chapter 93. In fact, it wasn't just that good brother, but all the contacts Lu Ming had accumulated in the black boxing ring that he hadn't used once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mixed it up so hard. But all of this was Lu Ming's choice, because he knew that something like a favor, if you dare to use it, you have to return it. And how could he pay it back in his previous state of abject poverty? In terms of money there is no money. In terms of power there is no power. There is only strength. Then, when the time came, it would still be necessary to return to the place that had broken his agonizing heart. Because of this, he doesn't want to go back, so he has been left to rely on his own hands to sustain his life. But now he knows that God gives and takes. Since the heavens had given him so much wealth and a body of strength, even if he didn't seek to benefit himself and be honest, sooner or later, one day, he would still be pestered. What's more, from the moment he confronted Jiang Yun, Lu Ming knew that there was something that he could no longer hide from. Then he's going to take the initiative. He decided to go back to that place, to cultivate his power, to protect his property, so that he could give a happy life to those around him. Shen Yunxian didn't pursue anything further, but instead opened another new topic, seemingly carelessly asked, by the way, what is the relationship between you and Win Rongrong? Now, her eyes even began to wander and flutter when she said this, and she didn't look directly at Lu Ming. Again, me and her? I'm sort of her debtor. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said seriously. Shen Yunxian was caught a bit off guard by Lu Ming's answer. What she had asked was clearly whether the two had become a couple, but it turned out that Lu Ming had actually said this kind of answer. Win Rongrong is such a beautiful woman in front of you. She is even willing to break up with Su Shan for you, but you are only thinking about money? Shen Yunxian doesn't even know what to say. Yeah, she owes me money, so I'm not her debtor, Lu Ming said rightfully. Shen Yunxian held her forehead, somewhat speechless, but still asked, then how does she owe you money? His father took my money. The thing is this, Lu Ming will buy the building out. After hearing this, Shen Yunxian no longer had any thoughts of childish love in her heart, but instead, she stared with wide eyes, revealing anger in her eyes, and said, is Win Shifeng so bold? How dare he take such a large amount of money just by saying so? Doesn't he know that it's against the law? $100. You just take it away? You winners are afraid you're tired of living. At this moment, Shen Yunxian was extremely angry in her heart. If she were herself, and such a huge sum of money was secretly transferred away, she would have to be furious. Lu Ming nodded his head, agreeing with Shen Yunxian. Right. This Win multiplier has a real problem with his brain. When I found out that the old bastard had transferred my money, I was really pissed off. And if I hadn't been so sleepy that day, I would have made a phone call and stunk on him, and then I forgot about it. Shen Yunxian, are you sick? Just to sleep. You don't care. Are you angry? Shen Yunxian laughed in anger. Good lord. She was so angry for Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually let it go for the sake of sleeping? What's she so mad about? Of course forget it. I didn't sleep well that day back. Screw you. Shen Yunxian rolled her eyes. You still have the heart to sleep after losing $100. You're really rich. Lu Ming stroked his chin and mused. That $100 is really not much to be honest. If you say something like that again, believe it or not I'll hit you. Shen Yunxian was so angry that her teeth itched. This guy, it's so infuriating. Hey, don't say no more. Lu Ming waved his hand. Seeing this, Shen Yunxian shook her head breathlessly, followed by taking out the gift box Lu Ming had given her, got up, and put it in front of Lu Ming. Take it back. What's this for? Lu Ming froze. Told you to take it back. Winston Shen repeated. Are you kidding me? If I gave it to you I really gave it to you. How can I take it back? Lu Ming pushed the money back and raised an eyebrow at Shen Yunxian. I'm telling you, from today onwards, your brother Lu. I'm rich, and based on your yearly salary, it won't be a problem for me to support you for 1,000 years. Okay? Here's the package. Keep it and if it's not enough, come back to me for more. After saying that, Lu Ming even hooked Shen Yunxian's chin. Aha! Skin is smooth and firm. It's nice. Chapter 94, Searching for the 18 Angry Men. Shen Yunxian immediately blushed at Lu Ming's frivolous action. Molested. The next moment, Shen Yunxian finally couldn't stand it. This guy was too infuriating. You seek death. She directly reached out and grabbed Lu Ming's neck. Ouch ouch ouch. Lu Ming started yelling. When Lu Ming finished his drink and took a taxi to leave, Shen Yunxian looked helpless. She keeps Lu Ming down to refund the money as well as to pursue his relationship with Win Rongrong. As a result, neither of these things ended up being answered. Instead, he himself, in the course of the scuffle, got slimed. Just now she pinched Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming, in order to resist, took the opportunity to tickle her through the skirt, tickling parts or waist. She could not stand the itch. A moment of loss of control will be the body of a soft fall in Lu Ming's arms. The two people then made a mess, thinking of how the two of them just had their faces extremely close to each other, and how their waists and hips felt like they had been touched. Shen Yunxian muttered with a slightly reddened pretty face. I don't know if this guy did it on purpose or not. What an old colorful batch. But cursing is cursing. There were other thoughts turning in her mind. Estimates. That. When Rongrong hasn't had this kind of contact with Lu Ming yet, right? Thinking of this, Shen Yunxian suddenly had a feeling of being a victor, and the curve of his mouth unconsciously went up. Knock. 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 Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Shen Yunxian was immediately startled, hastily pulling out of her thoughts, patting her reddish and delicate jade face, and taking a deep breath before saying, What's wrong? Miss, it's time for us to get back to the meeting. Oh yes, then wait for me at the door for a moment. Yes. Shen Yunxian looked in the mirror and straightened her slightly messy dress before going out. When she left the house, she had already resumed her previous bright and dignified appearance, and spoke in a faint voice to her men. Call the winning family and warn them. May I ask what the warning is about? Upon hearing this, the corner of Shen Yunxian's mouth hooked up. Let him spit out the money he shouldn't have received. Then, find someone to give Lu Ming thanks. She didn't know why Lu Ming had so much money that he had no place to burn it, but he couldn't leave it alone even if he had more money. She wanted to do Lu Ming proper justice. Not just anyone can mess with her people. The men immediately flinched. Yes, at this moment, after Lu Ming left Dream Sea Center City, he didn't rush home. He glanced at the time. It was now 8:30 p.m. It's not too late. Lu Ming muttered as he pulled out his cell phone and called someone. Hello, Luo Yang? Lu Ming said. The voice on the other end was a bit surprised. But, Mr. Lu, it's me. Lu Ming laughed. When Luo Yang left, Lu Ming took advantage of Jiang Yun's lack of attention and secretly left the other party's phone number. For ever since he had decided to take back the power that was his, he had made up his mind that he would have to gather up the people he could use first. For example, Luo Gang, who owed himself a life in the first place. Mr. Lu, do you have any orders? Luo Yang said. At this moment, after he went back to look for confirmation from his boss, Luo Gang, he had 100% confirmed that Lu Ming was the person his boss had been looking for. Only, what surprised him a little was that the boss actually didn't know Lu Ming's real name either, and had only been calling Lu Ming as Blackface. Lu Ming didn't answer Luo Yang's question. Instead he said, Where is it now? There are some things that I have to explain to you guys face to face to do. Don't worry, I won't let you guys out for nothing. Mr. Lu, you're joking. The boss said that if you have anything, we must do it right away. We can't ask for payment. Luo Yang laughed nervously. Like this voice, not at all hear that it is a ferocious person. He laughed and then said, The boss and I are now in the Royal City Holiday in room 1017. If you want to find me, you can come here directly. The code word will say that you are a condom sender on the line. Or you can let us go to find you. When Lu Ming heard this code word, he was quite speechless and said afterward, It's fine. I'll go find you guys. It's very close to me. Lu Ming looked up. Not far away was the Royal City Holiday Inn. After arriving at the hotel, Lu Ming went straight to room 1017. Knock knock. Who is it? A wary voice came from inside. Lu Ming coughed dryly. I'm here to deliver condoms. After a few moments of silence within, the door opened. Come in. Luo Yang's face full of flesh came into view. Chapter 95, Arresting Lai Yangyi. After entering the room, Lu Ming realized that the 18 angry men were not here. Staying in the room, apart from Luo Yang, there was only a middle-aged black-clothed man on crutches who was looking at him with an excited face. Lo Kong? Lu Ming looked at the big man in black and revealed a few doubts. But he remembered that the impressionable Luo Gang wasn't this skinny. Blackface? Luo Gang was equally puzzled. With disbelief in his tone, he looked Lu Ming up and down, never imagining that the man who had shaken the underground black boxing ring in the beginning was actually so young. Back then, wouldn't Blackface have been in his early 20s? It's me. Lu Ming nodded his head. When he saw Luo Gang's leg injury, he was finally sure that this person was Luo Gang without a doubt. Likewise, he did not intend to hide his identity. Hiss. After receiving Lu Ming's nod, Luo Gang drew in a breath of cold air, his eyes blossoming with astonishment. You, Blackface. You're too young. Don't call me Blackface. It's hard to hear. Call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked forward, pulled Luo Gang to sit down, and shook his head. The Black Mask's name comes from the fact that when he first entered the underground black boxing ring, he wore a black mask. Not many of the outlaws who were there wore masks, because in life and death battles, masks come off quickly. So what's the point of wearing a mask to hide your identity? But what shocked the crowd was that no one had ever knocked off Lu Ming's mask until he was about to reach the top. It was only after this that Lu Ming became famous and resounded. Good. Lu Ming. Luo Gang was a bit agitated. Luo Yang completely stopped talking on the side. It was now a conversation between big shots, not something he could interject. What made you suddenly think of coming to me now? Lo just asked as soon as he sat down. There's something I need your help with, and if you don't want it, I can leave. Lu Ming's speech was raw, and he was deliberately being so unfriendly. Mainly too, in all seriousness, he wasn't on good terms with Luo Gang. At that, Luo Gang is not angry, but instead heatedly laughed. Look at your words. I was at the time when you and the white-faced man in our three big tough guys group tournament, in my two brothers privately betting on the periphery of the betrayal of me to save my life. At that time, I made up my mind that I would definitely repay the favor. You come to me now, and I'm still begging for it. Upon hearing the title white-faced man, Lu Ming's eyes darkened slightly. Chinan, the white-faced man. Chinan is the brother who brought him into the underground black boxing ring. Unfortunately, it's dead. It was the fact that Chinan died in front of him and the way Chinan's family cried in grief when they heard about his death that made Lu Ming come to his senses and give all the money he earned with Chinan to Chinan's family. He fights black boxing is to give his family a good life. But in the eyes of the people who love you, good life is that you stay with them is good. If you are not there, then, what is the point of asking for so much money? He didn't want to see that his family would suffer as much as Chinan's did. It was for this reason that he would quit the black boxing ring altogether and never set foot in that place again to earn money. And he was now going to start returning to this place, not to make money, but to gather power and form his own force. Seeing Lu Ming fall into silence after he finished speaking, Luo Gang instantly realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Lu Ming. I didn't mean to bring up your sadness. He knew that Lu Ming, the Black Mask, wouldn't have left the Black Fist Arena if the White Mask hadn't died. Mentioning this matter now would definitely cause Lu Ming to grieve. It's okay, it's all in the past. It's all in the past. Lu Ming lit a cigarette and took a drag before saying, let's not mention the previous things anymore. This time I came to find you because I want you to help me catch someone to come and see me. Who to arrest? I'll have Luo Yang do it right away. Luo Gang laughed. Lu Ming spat out a smoke ring, an icy killing intent coalescing in his eyes. Han Yuan Huafu, Lai Yang. Chapter 96, The Sky-High Price of Curing Legs. At those words, Luo Gang froze, followed by a frown. Lai Yang? What character? Luo Yang. Go and check. He didn't want to run into a solid spot. Yes. Luo Yang immediately bowed his head and turned away. How did he offend you? When Luo Yang left, Luo Gang asked Lu Ming, but he knew that Lu Ming had a good temper. In the past, Luo Gang and Lu Ming had a very bad relationship. Luo Gang often taunted Lu Ming for being a pussy and threatened to kill him in the ring, which was why Lu Ming just spoke in a raw manner. Both of them were used to talking like that. But even though he often taunted Lu Ming was still willing to save him in the end when he experienced his brother's betrayal and secretive poisoning of himself. This was also the reason why he thought Lu Ming had a very good temper and was willing to repay him. As a result, Lu Ming could now be so enraged that he took the initiative to arrest someone? Then Luo Gang could really be very curious about what the other party had done. Lu Ming said indifferently, this guy hit on my friends and threatened my parents, moving my bottom line. He didn't go to find Lan Lulu to ask what the situation was, because according to Lai Yang's style, most likely he was already coercing Lan Lulu, so it would just be a waste of time if he went to find Lan Lulu to inquire. Because, with his understanding of Lan Lulu, this girl would absolutely hide everything in order to avoid involving him. Then it would be better to cut off the roots and get rid of this bastard Lai Yang first. Su Shan, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Er. He could put them all aside for a while, because in the end, the only person these people had been targeting was him. Lu Ming was very assured about the safety and security of his own life. And even if the other party came out with their men, with his and Chinan's crushing stuff, it would definitely be enough to deal with them. But Lai Yang had hit on Lan Lulu and her parents, and Lu Ming couldn't stand it. So it is. Luo Gang's eyes likewise showed killing intent. Moving one's wife and parents, one should indeed be killed. Wait a minute, no wives or daughters. Friends. Lu Ming interrupted him and emphasized. Upon hearing this, Luo Gang frowned with a look of disbelief and said, "Come on, if you were a normal friend, could you be so angry? What a college friend." Lu Ming explained. Female classmates, right? Lu Ming wanted to say, yes, but, beautiful, isn't it? Yes, but, I know. No need to explain. I get it all. What do you know? Luo Gang interrupted Lu Ming and scowled towards him, teasing, I tell you, I'd rather have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Don't be a scumbag. Be responsible or you'll rot your pants. You know? You damn. Lu Ming was furious. What does this guy think he is? He's still a virgin. Why does he have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Seeing this, Luo Gang revealed a wicked smile and wanted to say something. Just then, Luo Yang walked in. Boss, I found out. Lai Yangyi is a rich businessman. The beginning is to sell his wife's ass to start the family background, and then in Qingzhou rely on demolition and relocation of wealth, investing everywhere, and the result of shares in Han Yuan Huafu Hair. Luo Gang and Lu Ming immediately revealed contempt after hearing this. How does this kind of man who gets rich on his wife deserve to live in this world? Understood. You immediately bring someone with you, find out where he is now, and bring him back to see elder brother Lu. Luo Gang immediately commanded. Yes. Luo Yang nodded and immediately left. That's efficient enough for you guys. Seeing this, Lu Ming was staggered. Luo Yang. With this look, obviously even Lai Yangyi's current landing spot in Qingcheng was clearly found out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident when he set out. That's for sure. These 18 people are not strong, but they have a lot of expertise. So checking some private information and whereabouts information is naturally not a problem. Luo Gang was smug. I raise good people, don't I? Not bad. Lu Ming nodded, then said, when Lai Yangyi comes, you quote a price. I'll give you the money, and you'll go and heal your leg by the way. Luo Gang froze, followed by a horrified and inexplicable question. Are you sure? Luo Gang's strength lies in his legs, and the black boxing ring has a half-ridiculed, half-praised nickname for his extremely powerful whip leg. Just whip brother. Because of this, the other 2 of the 3 tough guys in the beginning directly put the fiercest poison on Gang whip brother Luo Gang's leg. That time, Luo Gang was so badly injured that he was almost close to being paralyzed, and then he was barely able to stand up, and if he wanted to be cured he would need to find the top hospitals in the world to be able to treat him. As for the cost of treatment, it's astronomical. $1. Chapter 97 Lai Yangyi wants to make a move? Faced with astronomical figures, Luo Gang was heartbroken. This huge sum of money completely quenches his desire to return to the black boxing ring and run the world. Even if he relied on robbery, such as his desperate attempt to rob and kidnap a rich man such as Lai Yangyi, there was no way he could get $1. That gang of tycoons, the money in their hands are all fixed assets. Liquidity tops out at only 10 million. He can't even hide from the Longhua vigilantes after the robbery. How can he still have time to put together $1? As for robbing those with more than $1 in liquid assets, such as the Su family, it's even more delusional. Luo Gang is not Lu Ming. Lu Ming was able to take out the other party's bodyguards in 3 or 2 moves and grab Su Shan by his side. Weaklings like Luo Gang and the 18 angry men couldn't do it. At that time, Luo just had to face the strength of the top bodyguards. More likely in the unfortunate case, bumped into as strong as Lu Ming, such a top master. Because of this, Luo had just started to be the person behind the 18 angry men. Now, when Luo Gang heard that Lu Ming was going to treat his leg, his first reaction was that Lu Ming definitely didn't know how much it would cost to treat his leg. Otherwise, Lu Ming wouldn't have dared to put out such a bold statement. Sure, you help me catch someone. I pay you for your leg. It's only right, Lu Ming said. He had planned to give money as payment and let Luo Gang heal his leg in the meantime. Luo Gang sniffed and became even more convinced of his thoughts, secretly saying that this was indeed the case. Lu Ming did wonder how much his injuries would cost. Otherwise, how could an unusual person think that catching a Lai Yangyi is worth $1? He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Old Lu, I'm not going to lie to you. Lai Yangyi's price, 1 million at most. That money, it's not even enough to fix my leg. Lu Ming froze. Then how much do you need to treat your leg? Luo Gang's bitter smile intensified. I understand your heart to help me heal my leg, but you'd better not inquire. I'm afraid of hitting you. He really thought so in his heart. When he first heard the price of $1, he only felt that the sky was falling. Lu Ming was impatient. How much in the end? Gibberish. Say it quickly. Why is this guy acting like a pussy after not seeing him for a couple years? Seeing that Lu Ming had to pursue the question, Luo Gang was quiet. And only after the atmosphere was stagnant and the air was dead silent did he gather enough courage and spit out with difficulty. $1. The words fell. Luo Gang sighed, knowing that Lu Ming would definitely be shocked by this astronomical figure. Who knows? He suddenly heard a clanging sound beside his ear. He subconsciously looked up. Then his eyes went wide in disbelief at what was in front of him. He was terrified. Take that. Lu Ming posed a piece of coin. Speechless, I thought how much money it. Put aside this gibberish. Just this $1 is not enough to pay him interest for 1 day. When these words came out, Luo Gang's mouth opened wide. His jaw dropped, his voice trembled, and he stuttered like a succession of words. You're serious? He realized that the coin was real. Lu Ming is really going to offer $1 to help him. Crap, I'm wasting my time teasing you here? Lu Ming was close to slapping the coin on Luo Gang's face. Get Lu Ming confirmed. Luo just grabbed the coin. After suddenly weeping, 2 lines of hot tears rolled down. What's wrong with you? Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked. He never thought that Luo Gang would cry. What was even more unexpected to him was that Luo Gang had exerted all his strength, not even taking his crutches, and with a plop, he knelt directly in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked and hurriedly pulled Luo Gang, but Luo Gang did not move. Instead, he gave birth to his strength and fought against Lu Ming. Lu Ming was afraid of hurting his opponent, so he had to stop. Luo Gang knelt and cried, Old Lu, I always taunted you in the beginning and said I would kill you, but you didn't bother with me and saved my life, and before I could even repay you for your kindness, you made such a big deal to help me. I really have a guilty conscience. I, Luo Gang, have nothing to show for it. From today onwards, my life, Luo Gang, is yours. He really didn't know that Lu Ming, in fact, was really so rich, and really willing to save him. It really filled his stomach with guilt, with words he couldn't say. Lu Ming aired, a little embarrassed. You don't have to be so excited. It's actually just $1. It made him embarrassed. After all, he really didn't take $1 seriously. No, I know, maybe you're rich and $1 is really nothing, but to me $1 is astronomical. More than anything, it's been a lifelong dream of mine. I didn't think it was possible for me to ever return to the ring in my life, and you're the one who gave me hope. Luo Gang's nose was running. How can you make me not be excited? Okay, then you at least sit and get excited. Lu Ming drew a piece of paper and gave it to him. Luo Gang blew his nose and nodded his head and cried, Okay, I listen to you. Ouch, help me, I can't stand up. Lu Ming. In the meantime, at the hotel where Lai Yangyi landed, at this moment, he was looking at the bodyguards in front of him with a sinister face, and droned, Do you all hear me clearly? Listen up, we're leaving now to go to Blue Lulu's house and get her. Great. At those words, Lai Yangyi revealed a sinister smile, his eyes showing resentment. Lu Ming, wait till you pick up the broken shoes I've finished wearing. Chapter 98. Lai Yangyi couldn't make a move. When Lai Yangyi left the welcoming party, he went mad with anger, not realizing that doing something for Su Shan would end up harming him. But soon, Lai Yangyi learned through the people in the meeting hall that Lu Ming owned a huge amount of property and also had a close relationship with Xin Yunxian. At that moment, Lai Yangyi was so scared that he was about to pee his pants, thinking that he had really offended some great big shot. When the welcome party was over, Su Shan immediately ordered someone to investigate Lu Ming and Xin Yunxuan's relationship, because Su Shan didn't believe that Lu Ming could really be that rich. There's no way they could have known nothing about such a great tycoon coming out of the Dragon Kingdom. Even people from hidden families like Xin Yunxian, they were able to know some clues, while Lu Ming was the only one who looked like he had created something out of nothing and suddenly became rich. The situation made everyone, including Su Shan, doubtful, not believing that Lu Ming was really that rich. And the investigation has really allowed Su Shan to find out something. That is, Lu Ming and Xin Yunxian were junior high school classmates with school records. At that moment, everyone got it. It wasn't that Lu Ming was rich, but that Xin Yunxian had secretly taken money to pretend to be Lu Ming. And Lai Yangyi even knew at this moment that it wasn't Lu Ming who was bullish, but rather Xin Yunxian who was bullish behind Lu Ming. This little white boy. He's so lucky that 3 women are looking at him at the same time. So damn lucky. Lai Yangyi gritted his teeth. He envied Lu Ming too much. It was actually possible to be looked at by extremely talented women one after another, and each one of them was a hot and spicy rich woman. And among them, there was also a top young lady like Xin Yunxian. Because of this, Lai Yangyi hated Lu Ming even more. With all these goodies, how could you not give Blue Lulu to yourself? He decided that he would force his hand. Anyway, in his opinion, Lu Ming would definitely have to accompany Xin Yunxian for the night after the welcome party, and at this time, he would be able to secretly forcefully take possession of Lan Lulu, and then escape in the night after having a good time. By then, Even if Lu Ming wanted Xin Yunxuan's help in retaliating, he would have all escaped long ago. What's more, Lai Yongyi felt that he possessed Lan Lulu, so what could Lu Ming do? Still expecting Winston Shin to give his other woman a run for her money? That's a daydream. Just as Lai Yongyi was thinking freely about what tricks he should play when his men captured Lan Lulu, suddenly, he heard his men, who had only just left, let out a miserable howl. Lai Yongyi immediately changed color violently. What's the situation? Boss, something's wrong. Let's run away. After the bodyguard standing guard at the door saw the situation in the corridor through the cat's eye, his face turned pale in a flash and immediately pulled Lai Yongyi to escape from the balcony. Yes, it had to be said that Lai Yongyi's sense of escape was very high. He wasn't even curious about who was coming. All he could think about was escape. But just as he and his bodyguard had time to run to the balcony, a group of men burst in from the next room. Coming head-on was a large, masked man, Luo Yang. Boom! At the same time, the door to the room was kicked right in. A group of people fishtailed in. Front and back wrap. Lai Yongyi's body was soft, and he was completely desperate to escape. You, who are you? Seeing the other party blocking himself, Lai Yongyi lost the courage to resist and could only squeeze out a forced smile and asked. His own bodyguard was defeated by the other party in 3 or 2 blows. He knew that the other party's hard power was definitely stronger than his own, and now he could only rely on grinding his lips to see if he could exchange a ray of hope. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that I'm here to take you away. Luo Yang snorted coldly. Master, I've kept my peace. I haven't offended anyone, right? Lai Yongyi was so scared that his mouth went dry and he cried out. You guys, why do you want to take me away? And you say you haven't offended anyone? Ha! Lu, you know what? Luo Yang sniffed and became furious. You said you didn't offend anyone? You don't treat my brother Lu as a human being? Boys, hit him. Chapter 99, Dealing with Lai Yongyi. Hearing this, Lai Yongyi was shocked. What kind of crazy person is this? Why are you suddenly hitting people? At least tell me who the luck you're talking about is? But before he could open his mouth, he directly and violently received a dozen slaps from Luo Yang and the others. Slap. Lai Yongyi fainted straight away. Damn. I'll let you scold brother Lu. Luo Yang poo-pooed, then coldly looked at the other bodyguards and poo-pooed. Do you remember who we are? Don't remember. The crowd hurriedly shook their heads, and the more resourceful ones, directly stepped forward to fiercely kick Lai Yongyi's head, and Lai Yongyi rubbed his brain with blood, followed by a compensatory smile to Luo Yang. Big brother, you go. If something happens, I have to go in as well. At that, Luo Yang looked at him oddly. Are your kick more or less personal? He just told the group of bodyguards to play deaf and dumb and not to cause any trouble. After all, with their manpower, they couldn't handle so many people. I did not expect the other side is even more desperate. Directly up to hit Lai Yongyi, living from the victim into 18 angry man complicity. Yeah, I've wanted to get him killed for a long time. The other man smiled fawningly. He has long been displeased with Lai Yongyi, but in order to make a living there is no way. And now Lai Yongyi accident. It must be a big trouble each fly. Okay, let's go then. Luo Yang nodded his head and a group of people left. Holiday in Imperial City. Lai Yongyi opened his eyes in a daze. Okay, that hurt. As soon as he was awake, he felt a buzzing pain in his brain, as if he had been kicked a dozen times. Not waiting for him to fully wake up, a voice that sent shivers through his entire body and mind rang out. Finally awake? He listened to the voice and froze. Why was it somewhat familiar? He turned around violently, and his face immediately changed drastically. How come it's you? He never expected that the first person he met after experiencing the kidnapping by the masked man would be Lu Ming. Wouldn't that mean that the person he had offended was none other than Lu Ming? Lu Ming, how could he have so much energy to be able to make a group of good men who crushed his bodyguards? It's hard to believe that Xin Yunxian is willing to fight for him. Lu Ming didn't intend to talk nonsense with Lai Yongyi, he just faintly asked, how do you want to die? Lai Yongyi had a jolt of fear and pissed himself, saying in horror, what do you mean? Do you want to kill me? Boom. Lu Ming didn't answer him and directly grabbed his head and slammed it hard against the wall. Aha! Lai Yongyi screamed miserably. Where could he stand the pain? Lu Ming's eyes showed thick violence as he drank. Shut the hell up. Lai Yongyi was Lu Ming hideous killing intent scared. The whole body trembling. Do not dare to open their mouths. Just constantly ho-ho pumping cold air. The whole person as a worm general convulsions. The bottom of the heart is full of fear pervading. He really didn't expect that Lu Ming would capture him. What's more, he didn't expect that Lu Ming would be about to kill him because of tonight's encounter. If he had known this, he wouldn't have messed with Lu Ming. I hear you're still trying to catch Lulu tonight, aren't you? Lu Ming grimaced, the bloodlust in his eyes unable to be covered. No, Ah, Lai Yongyi lied, and was directly kicked by Lu Ming's explosive kick again, and his bile was spit out. I hate it when people threaten me and lie to me. You're guilty of both. Give me a good answer. Lu Ming drank. Luo Yang and 2 or 3 of the 18 angry men were beside themselves with intolerant gazes. Mr. Lu is so scary like that. A little scared. Let's not make him angry in the future. Luo Yang whispered with a few people. Hearing Luo Gang recoiled. Viciously drinking, all give me shut up. Say what the hell? Obviously you guys are more scary, okay? Luo Yang and the others were silenced and didn't dare to squeak, and Lai Yongyi, after the pain, finally spoke. Yes, I was colorful and wanted to go to Miss Lulu. I will never dare to do it again. Please, Master Lu, will you let me go? In the future, I will never mess with you again. Even though it really hurt like hell, he still struggled to get up and wanted to beg Lu Ming for mercy. No way. Even if he wanted to fight back against Lu Ming now, he couldn't. He could only pray that Lu Ming looked so young that he might decide to let him go because of his selling out. And then, when he left here, he would find a way to go to Rin City and kidnap Lu Ming's parents. Later, Lu Ming sniffed and slowly got up, covering the ceiling light and casting a shadow that fell on Lai Yongyi. At this moment, in Lai Yongyi's eyes, Lu Ming's smile is incomparably chilling, and his words are even more so that Lai Yongyi is like falling into a freezing cellar in an instant. There is no later. Chapter 100, Looking for Blue Lulu. Can you guys handle it? After Lai Yongyi hung up, Lu Ming inquired. Luo Gang patted his chest and said, Don't worry, there's no problem. We'll just go out of the country to hide for a while, and it just so happens that we need to cure our legs anyway. Just now, after Lu Ming cleaned up Lai Yongyi in order to cut off the roots and eliminate future problems, Lu Ming did not have time to say anything. Luo Gang took the initiative to help, saying that he would take the whole thing down. Lu Ming was worried that the other party wouldn't be able to handle it, which was why he asked. But this was just what Luo Gang wanted. In fact, normally, the 18 angry men would not take on anything with blood on it. For example, when Jiang Yun hired them to find Lu Ming, what they were thinking about at the beginning was not to kill Lu Ming, but just that. And now, Luo Gang was willing to agree because Lu Ming was giving too much. After taking so much money from Lu Ming, if he doesn't do anything, he will feel like an ungrateful almost. Okay, then, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming smiled, nodded slightly, and added, Then remember to erase all traces of me. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? It's not hard. At most it's just a matter of hacking a bit of surveillance and cleaning up call logs and other such traces. Luo Gang nodded slightly. That's fine. Then we'll be in touch when we get back to healing the leg. Lu Ming nodded his head, stopped talking nonsense, and quickly left the hotel. When he left, Lu Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort after killing someone. It wasn't the first time for him to kill someone. Seeing blood is a basic lesson when fighting underground. People die every day, and this is something that is taken for granted for the underground black boxing market in Xinjiang and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. No blood, no irritation. And Lu Ming chose to kill Lai Yongyi because the other party threatened his family and tried to touch Lan Lulu. He didn't want to put up with it, and he couldn't. When confronted with such a person, it is only right to strangle him decisively, without death, and with a vengeance. He had no time for magnanimity. Lu Ming was even glad that he didn't stay too long in Dream Sea Center City with Shen Yinshin tonight, and was only thinking about making a move on Lai Yongyi. Otherwise, Blue Lulu would really be in danger. Even though it was possible that he was in time to save Lan Lulu from Lai Yongyi, that kind of heroic rescue plot that was found in TV dramas was not something he wanted to play out. The best way to be a hero is to have all the dangers nipped in the bud. I'm so cool. I'm a little middle-aged, but it doesn't take away from my handsomeness. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows at the mirror and narcissistically said, You. At this point, someone just happened to be throwing up in the bar next to the hotel. Lu Ming is speechless. Spit what spit? Really spoil the fun. He kicked the gas and drove faster. Arriving home, Lu Ming was speechless as he watched Lan Lulu send herself some more provocative photos, and thought in the back of his mind that he would go to Hung Yuan Huafu tomorrow to ask her about Lai Yongyi. This girl actually dared to hide himself, not tell himself that Lai Yongyi harassed her. It is really excessive. He then opened his cell phone and asked Blue Lulu to send a few more pictures over to take a look. He's going to have to study the depths of contemporary digital technology. Luo Gang left the Dragon Kingdom silently, and before he left, he didn't even dare to send a message to Lu Ming for fear of causing trouble for him. Standing on the beach, the ship slowly motors on. He gazed at the towering and bustling night scene of Qincheng, and silently said in his heart, Lu Ming, I will help you to cross the world. Together, you and I will be invincible. Night under the sea waves surging, ambition and then stirred. Luo Gang eyes looking at the vast sky, heart full of the world. A moment just want to let loose and sing. Just then, I lost my human vomit. The ship swayed and 18 angry men threw up in their wake. A foul odor welled up and sourness overflowed. Luo Gang only felt extremely angry. His ambition was all spat out. He turned his head and said viciously, "You bunch of losers, can't even sit on the boat." Still not. You. As a result, he didn't finish his own sentence and vomited away along with his stomach churning. The man driving the boat had a black face. "And you call yourself a hardened angry man? Yuck. What a piece of crap." Day 2. Hunyuan Huafu sales office. Lu Ming didn't even call Lan Lulu and drove straight to this place. When he walked into the sales office, it was quiet inside, and there was no blue Lulu to be found. Where did it go? Puzzled, Lu Ming pulled out his cell phone and was about to call Lan Lulu. Just then, "How dare you come?" A gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Ming. Chapter 101, Still Lying. Chapter 101, Still Lying. At those words, Lu Ming frowned and turned his head to look. Then froze. "Mr. Sun." The person who spoke was none other than Sun Luo. Sun Luo was staring at him with a face full of disgust at this moment. "Don't call me that. I don't have that good of a relationship with you. And also, you're not welcome here. Hurry up and leave." Because of Lu Ming, he lost Blue Lulu, an employee he valued very much, and coupled with Lu Ming's bad behavior of being a soft-boiled man and suspected of having a foot in two boats, it made Sun Luo's impression of him fall to the bottom. No longer the enthusiasm of yesterday. Sun Luo did not go to the welcome meeting yesterday, plus Su Shan did not publicize it, so he did not know the specifics of Lu Ming, but also when Lu Ming is a soft rice man. "Mr. Sun, what do you mean by that?" Lu Ming's gaze sank slightly. "How is it that in just 2 days, the other party's attitude has flipped 360 degrees? What I mean by that, you know very well in your heart. Hurry up and get out of here." Sun Luo cursed. "Don't dirty my place." Lu Ming's fire came up, and he wanted to punch his opponent. What psycho? But thinking that Blue Lulu was still working here, he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. "I don't care why you're suddenly treating me like this, but I came here to look for Lulu. Where did she go?" Without mentioning Lan Lulu, Sun Luo could still tolerate it. As soon as he heard about Lan Lulu, Sun Luo was furious. "How dare you ask? You even got her to lose her job, and you still come here to look for her? Are you sick in the head?" The words came out. Lu Ming's face changed. "What did you say? She lost her job?" His heart instantly caught fire. "Good for you, Lai Yangyi. What the? And it cost Blue Lulu her job? Oh, it's not because you're dead set on saving face that you caused this? You offended the VIP of Villa 5. Mr. Zhang Zhong, allowing Zhang Yu to find the opportunity to report it to the top, causing her to lose her job." Sun Luo laughed coldly, followed by suddenly lowering his voice and gritting his teeth next to Lu Ming's ear. "I advise you, now hurry up and take Lulu to leave Qingcheng, or else, both of you will be dead. Offend Zhong offend Lai Yangyi, and you won't have a good time." Mindful of the fact that Lan Lulu had been a capable subordinate and had once been on good terms with his wife, Sun Luo was willing to warn Lu Ming twice, even if Lu Ming was a scum in his eyes. Letting Lu Ming leave with Lan Lulu would surely cause harm to Lan Lulu, but he can't help it. After all, he secretly persuaded Blue Lulu to leave. Who knew that Blue Lulu even said that he wanted to listen to Lu Ming? Faced with this situation, he could only let Lu Ming do his job. Lu Ming nodded. "Okay, I know." He didn't say anything to Sun Luo about not having to worry about Lai Yangyi or that Lai Yangyi was already dead. It was better to rot these in his stomach. "Count your blessings." Sun Luo's face looked a little better. After impatiently saying, "I'm too lazy to talk to you. Hurry up and get out." That's all he said. Seeing this, Lu Ming did not continue to be angry with Sun Luo. He knew the other man had some misconceptions about himself, but at least the other man had good intentions. As for the misunderstanding, we'll clear it up afterward. The priority now is to find Blue Lulu. He got in his car and called Lulu Blue. Do. "Hello, Lu Ming?" Blue Lulu's call went through quickly. This made Lu Ming breathe a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Lan Lulu wouldn't even want to answer the phone in order to lie to him. And then people wouldn't even know where to look for them at that time. "Where are you now?" "I'm at Everest Mansion. How come I haven't seen you?" Lu Ming asked. Blue Lulu was obviously a bit caught off guard, then forced herself to calm down and said, "I came out in the morning to accompany a client to look at houses, and now I'm drinking coffee. Wait for me. I'll go back right away." "Where are you?" "I'll come and get you." Lu Ming didn't reveal her, intending to wait until they met. I, Blue Lulu stammered. "I'm having coffee at the cafe in front of my house." Lu Ming knew as soon as he heard it that this girl was definitely sleeping at home. Chapter 102 Blue Lulu's Home. Chapter 102 Blue Lulu's Home. "Where is your house?" Lu Ming pursued. Are you coming over now? Blue Lulu immediately panicked. She hadn't even gotten out of bed. Once Lu Ming came, wouldn't she be in disguise? Lu Ming asked rhetorically. No, May. Blue Lulu said stiffly. Okay, I'll come over to you then. At this point. Not you first, Blue Lulu exclaimed. What's wrong? You, why don't you come straight to my house later? I've just finished my coffee now and I'm going to go back and take a shower. It's too hot. Blue Lulu made up an excuse. At those words, Lu Ming had a black face. Blue Lulu was definitely afraid that after meeting him, he would see through the truth that she hadn't gone out and hadn't worked, so he simply said that he was going to take a shower, and by that time, if he didn't know anything about it, then he would indeed continue to be kept in the dark by Blue Lulu. Okay, so where's your house? Hanyuan District, a building 808, the door is a combination lock. You arrived at their own come-in. Said here, Blue Lulu tone somewhat embarrassed. As if there is a kind of hidden in the deepest recesses of the small mind was seen through the shyness of the tone of voice with stalling. Even the tone of voice are unconsciously small down. Well, the password is your birthday. At those words, Lu Ming suddenly froze, and then couldn't help but lose his laughter. The details of the other person's life tell you all the time that she likes you. It had to be said that being silently and firmly liked by someone gave Lu Ming a feeling of satisfaction and pride within his heart. That's something Lin Jiao couldn't bring to him. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth unconsciously rose as he said, okay, then I'll go over. Well, slow down then. Good. Lu Ming nodded and hung up afterward. Everest Neighborhood. 1 building. After Lu Ming registered the visitor's information, he went straight into the elevator and slowly climbed up. Looking at the neighborhood where Lan Lulu lived, Lu Ming couldn't help but TSK. I didn't think you would live so simply. The district is not a very luxurious look, but an ordinary old district. The elevator did not even clean up the small ads torn off. A few elevator buttons have traces of wear and tear fade. Above the maintenance signs and even bald skin. He had thought that Lan Lulu would be in a high-class neighborhood after making so much money, but he hadn't expected to live here. It's a bit of a mismatch, Lu Ming commented, oblivious to the fact that as a $20 trillion tycoon, he is still living in the broken house that made Rongrong win a big surprise. 808. Lu Ming stood at the door and began to enter the password. Tick-tock. Kala. The door to the room opened. Lu Ming slowly walked in while saying, I'm here. No one answered. Only the sparse sound of running water echoed. Lu Ming's heart was clear. Still in the shower. I guess I just got up not long ago. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. This girl thinks she's still in the dark, but the truth is she doesn't know anything. After Lu Ming entered the door, he found that the whole house was covered tightly, and none of the curtains around were drawn. What made Lu Ming feel even more dumbfounded was that Blue Lulu's house used 3 layers of curtains. Nice-looking curtains, window screens, and a thick layer of blackout curtains, and the sunlight froze and didn't come in for a single second. It caused Lu Ming to have to turn on the lights. I'm sure it's not long since I woke up. Seeing these 3 layers of cover, Lu Ming was even more certain of the thoughts in his heart. If it had been a long time since he'd gotten up, there was no way Blue Lulu would have made the room so dark. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Ming began to wander around the house, only for the sound of water inside to stop when he had just reached the bathroom door. The sound stopped. Lu Ming realized that it was Lan Lulu who had finished her bath, and instantly wanted to open his mouth to greet her through the door. Who knows? Before he could say anything, the door suddenly just opened the next second after the sound of water stopped. Kala. Moisture blasted down the open doorway. A slender silhouette from the water fog out, if hidden, seemed to cover, after gradually clear. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze instantly widened, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Chapter 103, Embarrassment. Chapter 103, Embarrassment. Blue Lulu, on the other hand, who was on the inside, exclaimed, ah, after violently seeing a figure appear in front of her. Don't scream. Lu Ming was startled and rushed forward to grab Lan Lulu and cover her mouth. A handful of water droplets wet his hand. However, at this time, where did he have the time to care about this? His whole body became hot and dry at this moment. Seeing this situation, how can he bear it? Because, at this moment the Blue Lulu, as if the sheep-fat beautiful jade-like delicate body is unreservedly exposed in the air. In other words, he's now seen everything he should and shouldn't have seen. And after Lan Lulu confirmed that it was Lu Ming and not someone else, relief appeared in her eyes. Following that, she suddenly realized something. Her whole body froze, fiercely lowered her head, and her whole pretty face suddenly turned all red as if it could drip blood. Her voice was as light as a mosquito, with a thick rancor. Let go of me, ah. When she opened her mouth, all the hot air hit Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming only felt that his palms were itchy, and hurriedly let go of Lan Lulu. His hands were full of that heartwarming slippery touch. After Lan Lulu was released, the whole person panicked and shy like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly turned around and rushed back to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Kala. The two were separated by a door. Hoo hoo hoo. The exhaust fan seemed loud in the incredibly quiet environment. Lu Ming coughed dryly twice and was the first to break the silence. Sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't expect you to open the door unexpectedly. I didn't expect you to be here either. Blue Lulu toned with shyness. The more he said, the more whispered. How do you enter the door? Also do not know to say a word. I'm all about convenience at home. All are out like this. She wouldn't have been able to set up 3 layers of curtains if it weren't for that. Isn't it just that you're afraid of being seen by someone outside the window? Who knew that it would be Lu Ming who would see it all? I just yelled one of those. Only you weren't in the shower and didn't hear it. Lu Ming felt that he spoke with the suspicion that he had gotten a bargain. But it was true. It was not that he intentionally kept quiet. Then he couldn't resist adding. I thought you might be in the shower when I came here. Don't worry. I didn't want to peek at you in the shower on purpose. It's just that you gave me the password and that's how I got in. When these words came out, Blue Lulu was suddenly silent for a long time. Lu Ming was a little startled. Lulu, what's wrong? Why don't you say anything? You. Lan Lulu finally spoke, her tone suddenly becoming extremely bitter. You don't think I'm deliberately seducing you, do you? She was afraid that Lu Ming would think that she was seducing the other party by giving him the password and deliberately taking a shower at this time. Even if she liked Lu Ming, even if she had been treating him in a provocative and flirtatious manner. However, she had a shadow in her heart about exposing her appearance in front of Lu Ming. It wasn't because of what would happen if he was looked at by Lu Ming. Rather, it was the mid-autumn night back then. Wasn't it because of such a coincidence that she and Lu Ming were directly cut off from each other? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's face shook as he hurriedly said, Of course not. You're overthinking it. Not to mention that this time it was me who came in on my own and didn't call you. It's not the same thing as what happened before. He knew that Blue Lulu had developed a psychological shadow because of what happened last time. Really? Blue Lulu asked tentatively. Really? As in fake? Lu Ming nodded. Then go to the living room and I'll find you after I change. Blue Lulu's tone was clearly lighter. Yes. Lu Ming obediently left. After waiting a few moments, Blue Lulu came over. At this time, the Blue Lulu hastily changed clothes. Breathing is still slightly rapid. Plain face, white clothes and black pants. Simple, but it is difficult to hide the slender waist and exquisite body. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly when he saw her. Blue Lulu's unpowdered appearance was what gave him a shadow of the Blue Lulu he knew back then. But compared to the original Blue Lulu, the current Blue Lulu was obviously more generous and no longer has the previous fearful and shy look. Sure, there are also certain places that are very different from what they used to be. Ripples. Thinking of this, Lu Ming hurriedly coughed twice, banishing the charming images in his mind, touched his nose, and awkwardly said, Sit down, don't be too formal. Blue Lulu's pretty face was still slightly red, and she nodded her head and sat down at the words, but quickly reacted, confused. Isn't this my home? Chapter 104. Chapter 104 Explanation. Never mind that. Lu Ming hemmed and hawed. Blue Lulu grunted. Well, how was work today? Did the client buy the house? Lu Ming turned to the topic at this time and asked. Upon hearing this, Lan Lulu, as if she had secretly rehearsed several times, calmly said, It's okay, but the other party said they want to think about it, and now the economic pressure is relatively large, and things like buying a house can't be rushed. Still loaded. A few moments of speechlessness flashed through Lu Ming's heart. This woman is a good actress. If Sun Luo hadn't explained everything, he probably wouldn't have noticed anything. Oh, Lu Ming said smilingly, where is the client from? I heard it was from Rinzhou too. Like you. What's the job? Well, seems to be a lawyer. Listen to him say seems to be doing some kind of civil and commercial law program. I don't understand. Blue Lulu answered. This time, Lu Ming really laughed. That's right. Then did you ask him about how to apply for labor arbitration if he was inexplicably fired by the company? This I didn't ask. Blue Lulu subconsciously replied, but only after answering did her face change violently, revealing an incredulous look. I know everything. Lu Ming said breathlessly. Well, but also customers, but also wrenching, but also the law. You made up enough neatly. Are you not even people's ancestors 18 generations you have made up? Lan Lulu didn't dare to speak. Like a small child who had made a mistake, she only dared to sneak a glance at Lu Ming and lowered her head again. Lu Ming took a deep breath and sighed out again, after which she said, Why didn't you tell me that you were fired because of me? Blue Lulu's body stiffened slightly. I just don't want you to worry. You don't want me to know that you're being dragged down by me, do you? How did you know? Blue Lulu said in shock. How did Lu Ming know so specifically? Sun Ra told me everything. Lu Ming said. Blue Lulu. He can be so talkative. Tell me what the hell is going on? Lu Ming said. Don't try to hide it from me. Although Lai Yongyi is dead, but the end of the matter Lu Ming has not yet understood in place. He wants to hear the passage. But Blue Lulu blushed. These things, they have nothing to do with you. She didn't want to tell Lu Ming. Offending Zhong'er's Lu Ming was already difficult to move forward. In case another Lai Yongyi was hitched, then Lu Ming could not even live in Qingzhou province. Moreover, Lu Ming's parents were still in Rin City in Qingzhou province. So what about Lu Ming's family, who had been dragged away from their hometown by her? She didn't want to be the guilty party. It's got something to do with me. And if you don't tell me, I'm going to go beat Lai Yongyi up right now. Lu Ming said. I say, take it easy. Blue Lulu became anxious when she heard that and confessed everything immediately. After hearing what happened, Lu Ming had a cold look in his eyes and his face sank like water. Yun Yul and Lai Yongyi can be real assholes. Luckily the latter had already hung up. As for Sun Luo, Lu Ming sighed in his heart and considered it a friend he could make. Lu Ming, I've finished, don't be impulsive. Blue Lulu worried. She was really worried that the other party, in a moment of bloodlust, would run to Lai Yongyi's office and punch the old man to death. How was she to know that her fears had come true long ago? Not impulsive. Who's as reckless as a youngster these days? Lu Ming shook his head. It better be. Blue Lulu muttered, obviously not very convinced. Lai Yongyi, I could care less. This kind of person, sooner or later, God will clean him up. Otherwise, if you make a phone call to him now, maybe he would have died long ago. Lu Ming said with a smile. I don't want it. Blue Lulu refused, skimming her lips. This kind of greasy lewd man. I feel disgusted even talking to him one more time. Lu Ming lost his smile and said afterward. But that Zhang Yu, I'm definitely going to clean her up. Or at least make her lose her job too. What do you want to do? Lan Lulu didn't stop Lu Ming this time. For her, she also wanted to deal with going back. What she was most angry about was not that Young Yu caused her to be expelled, but that Young Yu humiliated Lu Ming. That was what burned her the most. There are many ways to try to screw someone over, and most of those ways are solved by money. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked up into a smile. And I just happened to have a lot of money. Even though $100 had been taken away by that son of a Win Shifeng, he still had over $1,999,000 in his hand. And according to the interest notification that popped up on his cell phone message when he looked at it this morning, his one-day call interest rate was a whopping $1.08 a day. That means it's $180 million before the price devaluation. An extremely scary number. Lu Ming couldn't believe the figure. But he was shocked to realize that it was actually true after the conversion of the demand interest. The rate of capital appreciation is just so horrible. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming no longer cared about money in the slightest. However, after Lu Ming finished speaking, Lan Lulu suddenly frowned. Don't you do that. Finding that woman Win Rong Rong again will only get you into trouble. Chapter 105. Chapter 105, Connected. These words immediately interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. He said with wide eyes, what does this have to do with Win Rong Rong? Isn't all your money? Blue Lulu whispered. From her? There was a hint of jealousy in her tone that wasn't easy to detect. Don't you listen to what Bel-Ear says, okay? Nonsense. All my money is my own. Lu Ming was speechless. He really should have dragged Lan Lulu to the welcome party yesterday, so that she could also see how rich he really was. Not to mention, the family still has about $10,000 in cash just to pad the table legs. How crosses. Lu Ming, don't try to be brave for me. But Lan Lulu still didn't believe it. Instead she persuaded Lu Ming. Anyway, it's just a change of job. There's no need to get involved with Win Rong Rong again just to deal with Zhang Yu. We can't afford to get involved in the affairs of these big families of theirs. And I don't want someone as proud as you to have to go and bow down in front of another woman. After speaking, Lan Lulu carefully looked at Lu Ming. She wondered if she had said too much and irritated Lu Ming's pride. After all, this passage makes it sound as if the previous Lu Ming had been acting small and eating soft food in front of Win Rong Rong. Who knows? Lu Ming did not get annoyed as she expected. Instead, he wrinkled his brow helplessly. Tell you what, how do I have to prove it to you so you'll believe I'm really rich? Seeing that Lu Ming was still not giving up, it was instead Lan Lulu who choked. She didn't know how to make Lu Ming prove it either. This way, I'll make a call to Win Rong Rong. I'll put her on speakerphone. You keep quiet. I'll let you listen to see what she has to say. I don't have any relationship with her, and I've never taken a penny from her. Lu Ming could only use this trick to unring the bell. In fact, he wanted to let Lan Lulu take a look at his bank card balance, but considering that the amount was so horrible, and Lan Lulu was the one who knew everything about himself, he couldn't very well explain why he suddenly had so much more money, so he could only borrow Win Rong Rong's mouth to explain it. Good. Blue Lulu nodded. Hey, Lu Ming. What's up? Win Rongrong answered quickly, and a crisp voice followed. Listening to Win Rongrong's voice, Lan Lulu couldn't help but make a comparison. Her voice doesn't seem to sound as good as her own. At least Lu Ming's face is now flat, and before she was able to tease Lu Ming with her voice alone. When he thought of this, a few moments of snickering appeared on Blue Lulu's small face. A small victory. Where did Lu Ming think that Lan Lulu was thinking about this right now? He went straight to the point. Wrong. It's like this. Have I ever taken any money from you? Blue Lulu looked at Lu Ming's gaze became grudging. Wrong. That's a very intimate name. Win Rongrong on the other end replied hesitantly. No. What's wrong? Did something happen? Lu Ming didn't answer Win Rongrong. Instead he raised his eyebrows towards Lan Lulu. Take a look. What did Win Rongrong say? Blue Lulu sniffed and came to a realization. It seems like Lu Ming really didn't take Win Rongrong's money. Lu Ming said, nothing's wrong. I just feel a little aggrieved and came to talk to you. Win Rongrong didn't know what happened and was still wondering. Complained? Aggrieved by what? It's like this. After I woke up from my sleep, I felt that I was wrongly accused by so many people last night of being the man who ate your soft food, and my heart was very bitter. Where in my life have I ever suffered from this kind of aggression? So I wanted to look for you to have a chat, so that you could dissolve the indignation in my heart. Lu Ming opened his mouth and babbled. I would say that I am indeed not a man who pesters you and eats your soft food. Win Rongrong finally got it. So that's what Lu Ming meant. No wonder they ask those kinds of questions. She couldn't help but smile darkly. It seems that the Godhawk has some unspoken vulnerabilities in his heart as well. Even someone as low-key as Lu Ming can't accept being misunderstood. She began to console. Lu Ming, don't think too much. The mouth grows on others. They can say whatever they like. You and I both know in our hearts where you've taken my money, where you've eaten my soft food, where you've pestered me. These are all false. Speaking of this, Lu Ming resumed his smile. Blue Lulu, on the other hand, was beginning to realize that it seemed she had really misunderstood Lu Ming. Just then, Winnie was still talking. And, honestly, if I hadn't pestered you to go to your house, there's no way the two of us would have had sex. The words came out. Lu Ming's smile froze. Blue Lulu looked at Lu Ming incredulously. Her pupils seismic. Have a relationship? Two people that turned out to be really related? Chapter 106, Are You Really Rich? Chapter 106, Are You Really Rich? Seeing Lan Lulu's expression as if the sky had collapsed, Lu Ming's mouth cramped and he stammered. Wait. Don't talk nonsense. When did we have a relationship? Bank partnership, yeah. What's the problem? Win Rongrong wondered. The sky is not falling again in Blue Lulu's rainy turn. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief and said, You need to be more strict with your wording. How can it be having a relationship? It's establishing a cooperative relationship, that's right. Yes, I slipped up for a moment. Win Rongrong laughed. Good. I feel much better after having your comfort. Thank you. Lu Ming said. It's okay. If you need anything else, feel free to call on me. As I said, I'm on call for you 24 hours a day. Win Rongrong softly said. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming watched as Lan Lulu's gaze became sultry again. No. Lu Ming was under a lot of pressure against Lan Lulu's gaze. Even though he knew that Blue Lulu was in no position to interfere with anything about himself, he would still bear the moral condemnation in his heart. At this time, Win Rongrong suddenly remembered something. Her tone was filled with excitement. Right. Have you seen the money my dad transferred to you? As soon as these words came out, Lan Lulu's eyes suddenly widened as she looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. What do you mean? Could it be that Lu Ming had even met Win Rongrong's parents? Your relationship, is it moving that fast? Lu Ming similarly sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy, how this relationship is getting darker and darker. He hurriedly said. What money? You speak clearly. It's the money my dad owes you. He asked me to talk to you early this morning, and the money was transferred back, and he asked me for your phone number, and he wanted to apologize to you personally, but I said that the matter would have to go through you before I could do that, so I didn't give it. Win Rongrong's tone was light and obviously happy, and thanks to your blessing, my card was unfrozen too. She actually wanted to call Lu Ming about this in the morning, but halfway through the call, she remembered Lu Ming's attitude last time when he didn't even care about losing $100 in order to sleep. She felt that Lu Ming should be someone who placed extreme importance on sleeping. That's why she never called. On this matter, she was even teased by Ding Jingning that she must have fallen in love. Otherwise, how could she even remember such small details? So it is. After Lu Ming saw that Lan Lulu's pupils weren't seismic, he glanced at the message and confirmed that there was money and said, Then in that case, there's no need for you to have your father call me. I've received the money, so let's wait and talk about it later. He actually wanted to call Wen Rongfeng to stink up the other party, but for fear of Wen Rongfeng's face, Lu Ming chose to keep it. Good. Bye then. Bye-bye. Hang up. Lu Ming was silent for a moment. You believe I didn't take her money now, right? I'm sure. Blue Lulu nodded. At this point, her mind was a bit mushy. The focus of her consideration now was no longer Lu Ming and Wen Rongrong's relationship. Rather, it's what the conversation between them reveals. Wen Rongrong's father, who owed Lu Ming money and had to apologize to Lu Ming. This is appalling. The head of one of the 4 great families in Longdu, a stunning presence who is extremely popular and hot in Longdu, a big shot whose footprints have been left on the Forbes list. You actually want to apologize to Lu Ming? What's Lu Ming? A terrifying big shot who's even more powerful than the heads of the 4 great families? At this moment, Lan Lulu's eyes changed as she looked at Lu Ming. However, Blue Lulu's stagnant and shocked look changed its meaning in Lu Ming's eyes. He thought that Lan Lulu was still immersed in the misunderstanding between him and Rongrong. Lu Ming coughed dryly and awkwardly explained. Lulu, don't get me wrong. In fact, the 24-hour standby that Rongrong was referring to was the telephone standby and nothing else. As for it, go to my house. We just to talk about cooperation. Well, would you believe me if I said I went to my house to save money? After the words were said, Lu Ming blushed. He felt that his old face could not hang on, and he could not help but mutter in his heart how he felt like a scum. I believe you. You don't have to explain. Blue Lulu's brain was still a bit mushy. I just feel a bit disbelieving right now. Can you answer my doubts? What doubt? Are you really rich? Lan Lulu looked at Lu Ming and hesitated. Chapter 107, The Good Sister. Chapter 107, The Good Sister. Seeing Lan Lulu ask this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. So it was this doubt. Blue Lulu nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Then I can tell you that I am very, very, very rich indeed. Lu Ming hemmed and hawed. And how rich is? Blue Lulu froze. How much money would it take to make Lu Ming say something like that? Gee, tell you what. I'll show you my bank card balance. Lu Ming pulled out the app of the Jianon Bank and pulled up the balance to show Lan Lulu. Blue Lulu might not be able to accept the amount of money in his black gold dragon card for a while, but with the figures in the recruiting farmer's bank, he thought Blue Lulu should still be able to accept them. After all, $1,000 is really just a small number. Okay, let's see then. Blue Lulu nodded half-heartedly. Big numbers? How big can it be? A big one that can make even wind multiply the wind bow down? Lu Ming passed his cell phone screen in front of him. Blue Lulu froze. What's this? She raised her hand in shock, subconsciously rubbed her eyes, after shaking her head, and then proceeded to open her eyes incredulously. Her jade hand covered her red lips, glanced down at the balance in shock, and glanced at Lu Ming in shock, and the whole person directly froze. Well, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. No, that can't be right. Blue Lulu was shocked as she trembled her fingers and counted them over one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, $1 million, $10, $100. Lu Ming, you're $1,000 millionaire? A shriek, cutting through the silence. Fortunately, this moment is the middle of the day. There are not many people outside the neighborhood. Otherwise, Blue Lulu's words will definitely be heard by others. Blue Lulu didn't want to scream, but this horrible, longer than her phone number string of numbers came into view, and it was just shocking. Yeah, Lu Ming hemmed and hawed and laughed, secretly saying that he had just been really stupid. Why didn't he think of pulling out the money in the app directly to show it to Lan Lulu? Wouldn't he not have to call for Wen Rongrong to the extent of causing so many misunderstandings? But on second thought, Lu Ming felt that there was nothing wrong with him making this call. Otherwise, Lan Lulu would definitely think that the money was given to her by Wen Rongrong. When did you become so rich? Blue Lulu froze. She really had trouble believing it. If Lu Ming was just a multi-millionaire, she would still feel shocked, but $1,000 millionaire was beyond her imagination. She's lucky she's not mentally strong enough to have her brain go down. In fact, I've always been getting along with you guys as an ordinary person. But, Lu Ming shook his head. There are times when improper concealment brings only distrust. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. When I was in college I took the $1 million my parents gave me, and made it from nothing. Today, I'm $1,000 richer. He mentally chattered. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for the aggravation, but you're going to pretend to be $1,000 rich man's mom and dad for a while. After a while, my son will make you officially $100,000 rich moms and dads. Blue Lulu's red lips slightly opened, held back half a day, only squeezed out this sentence. You're good. You used to pretend to be poor. Pretend as if I didn't see it at all. At one point she thought Lu Ming had come from a poor mountainous area. That's why she works hard to make money, because she was really fantasizing about adopting Lu Ming. But now sadly, that wish is dashed. The property she had fought for many years through luck, opportunity and hard work was not even a fraction of Lu Ming's, which made Lan Lulu both adore and lose her mind. Lu Ming. Why does that sound so much like cursing? At the same time, Lu Ming couldn't help but celebrate in his heart. Luckily, he didn't let Blue Lulu see the balance of his black gold dragon card. Otherwise, I'm afraid this ninny wouldn't be able to speak until now. How can you be so shocked by $1,000 alone? Well, was it a shock? Lu Ming hemmed and hawed. Aha. Blue Lulu nodded repeatedly. So you believe now that I'm not taking Win Rong Rong's money? I believe it. Then do you believe I can screw young Yul? I believe it. Then why don't you go? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Hurry up and get her killed. Upon hearing this, Lan Lulu Ben revealed his excitement, but quickly hesitated. Are we really going to deal with her? Wouldn't it be better to waste your money on something like this and save it for business? Lu Ming tugged her up. My good sister. Ah, it's already that time and you're still thinking for me. Hurry up and get going. Brother will take you to revenge. Once these words came out, Lan Lulu looked at Lu Ming pulling himself up, instinctively froze, then felt the body temperature of Lu Ming's body. The eyes unconsciously showed delight and shyness. The heart flashed a thought. I don't want to like him either, but he called me a good sister, eh? Chapter 108, Easy. Chapter 108 Easy. Lu Ming wasn't able to go out quickly with Lan Lulu after all, as the other party had to put on makeup. You wait at the door for a moment. Blue Lulu's voice came from the room. Lu Ming was helpless. Then hurry up. Don't just put on makeup straight into next year. Asterisk 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 you. Where's the time? You've been in there for half an hour. Where? It's only been 5 minutes. Oops. Don't rush me. My eyeliner is all crooked. It's all your fault. Lu Ming. While at this time in the room, Blue Lulu was sweet in her heart. This petty little squabble is like a girlfriend making her boyfriend wait for her to go out of the house. The image she once dreamed of just happened out of the blue. She was suddenly thankful for young Yul. If Shang Yu hadn't caused her to be expelled, Lu Ming wouldn't have thought of running to her house. While Lu Ming was waiting for the grass to grow, Blue Lulu finally took care of it. Well, was it good? When Lu Ming heard a voice coming from behind him, he immediately climbed up in a single bound and turned his head to look, and his eyes immediately showed a stunning color. At this moment the Blue Lulu OL uniform, a pair of jade legs round and straight, very attractive, especially wrapped in its thin as a cicada wings on the black stockings. Lu Ming swept his eyes back and forth in a serious manner for half a minute before seriously saying, it looks good. Have you seen enough? Really? Lan Lulu pouted. Can you put away your saliva? Lu Ming wiped the corners of his mouth, then frowned and denied. There's no saliva. Don't you dare lie to me. Blue Lulu gas laugh. But the heart is more than just joyful but also more sweet. The last time I talked to Lu Ming about having him come to his house and see whatever he wanted to see, I didn't expect it to happen so soon as well. The relationship between the two was progressing faster than one would have expected. At least, it's going to progress faster than he has with other women. Lu Ming should have never been to Win Rongrong's house, right? The two finally left the neighborhood without incident, and on their way out, Lan Lulu asked, how do you plan to clean up Zhengyu? What she did to you? I did to her, and I for one am fair. Lu Ming said, so you're going to make her lose her job? Blue Lulu hesitated. Pretty much. Lu Ming nodded. But, would that not be good? From what she said, she has a loan to pay off. Blue Lulu still had some intolerance in her heart. In her mind, if Zhengyu was willing to pour tea and admit her mistake, bowing and apologizing to Lu Ming, she would give up pursuing the matter. But Lu Ming was speechless. Don't be too kind. Learn from me. Be a little bit more petty and a little bit more vengeful. In that case, no one will dare to mess with you. What's he got to do with young Yul's life or death? How come the other side didn't think about Blue Lulu's living situation when they were screwing her to death? Lu Ming even felt that he was too soft-hearted. If it were Lai Yangyi, Su Shan and the others, I am afraid that they would directly break one of Zhengyu's legs. Okay then. Upon hearing this, Blue Lulu could only nod her head obediently. She understood what Lu Ming was saying. In this society, it is only when you dare to fight that you can make peace. If you're too weak and prone to compromise, you'll be the one who loses out in the end. So how are you going to get her to lose her job? Complain about her? Blue Lulu wondered. That's too much trouble and time for me to wait. I have an easier way. Lu Ming shook his head, started the car, and began to reverse. So what are you going to do? Blue Lulu wondered. Lu Ming reversed out of the garage and the car stopped right at the door. Following him, he put the gears in gear and turned his head to reveal a smile to Lan Lulu, saying, I'm going to buy Hang Yuan Huafu and make you the boss of Qingcheng. You, fire her straight away. When those words came out, Lan Lulu was instantly dumbstruck. revealing an incredulous expression. What? She asked as she moved creepily. The next moment, the car roared out of the neighborhood. Century Gateway. Are you serious? Until Lu Ming parked his car in the parking lot. Lan Lulu's mind was still a muddle. She can't believe it. Lu Ming tube to buy Hang Yuan Huafu called an easier way? Is this some kind of joke? How do you make it seem as easy as going and buying a cell phone? Chapter 109, Buying a Suit. Chapter 109, Buying a Suit. Seriously, I've asked. Han Yuan Huafu is more famous in Qingzhou, but there is no development in other areas, so it's not too expensive to buy it. Just spend a few $100s. Lu Ming smiled. Actually, he lied. He asked Xin Yunxian to help himself to ask the price. Asked down about $3,000, including the other side of the land, buildings, villas and other assets and liabilities, etc. Cut down the price of about 3,221, converted into the price of goods before the devaluation. That is, 3,221 billion. As for the tens of millions have been rounded up by Lu Ming rounded up. Lu Ming felt that the price was cheap, and the cash he kept at home alone was enough to buy 2 or 3 Han Yuan Huafu, but he didn't dare to tell the truth to Lan Lulu. After all, Lu Ming knew that in Lan Lulu's heart, he was now merely a poor $1,000 millionaire. In case she knew that she had used more than $3,000 to buy Hang Yuan Huafu, she would definitely blow up. Because of this matter, he also specifically asked Xin Yunxian to help him keep it a secret, and also asked Hang Yuan Huafu, which is not yet listed, to keep the good news, and just conduct the transfer of power in silence, so as not to cause any turmoil at the social level, and even less to let people know how much he spent, and make sure to keep a low profile. And with Xin Yunxian's help, even though nothing has gone through the paperwork yet, Lu Ming has practically taken control of Hang Yuan Huafu. Those shareholders didn't want to offend such a horrible rich man like Lu Ming, so they naturally agreed obediently. What do you mean it's not too expensive? Lan Lulu was filled with consternation. This is a whole few $100s. How can you just spend it? Don't you need to tell mom and dad? Lu Ming's behavior like this made Blue Lulu's worldview crumble. So this is how rich people spend their money? No need. I earned all this money. What's in it? Lu Ming waved his hand. Why don't you tell the big boss of Han Yuan Huafu? Let's stop messing around, in order to take it out on me. It's not so. Lan Lulu pressed Lu Ming's hand. You actually just need to buy the villa of Han Yuan Huafu and become our VIPs, and then someone will naturally fire Zheng Yu. She didn't think Lu Ming had to go to this extent for her. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not just doing this for you. Lu Ming shook his head. The reason why I chose to buy Hang Yuan Huafu is to take it out on you. And secondly, I also always have to get 2 houses, so that in case I go bankrupt in the future, I can still be a chartered agent and sit on my ass. Blue Lulu almost lost her back when she heard this. What do you mean 2 houses? You bought the entire Qingzhou province's prestigious Hang Yuan Huafu without saying a word, and you call this 2 sets? Your family is in charge of so many buildings, so many plots of land, so many villas called 2 sets ah? Well, don't think about it. I've already called a major shareholder over, so we can go to the sales office and get out of the way now. Lu Ming looked down at the time and said, while there's time, let's go shopping and buy me a set of suits so I can go over and officially take over. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Lu Ming, Lan Lulu had to give up and obediently agreed. The money was Lu Ming's anyway, so she couldn't really bother with him. What's more, it's actually not a bad idea to replace it with real estate now. The house is there. It can't be gone just because of economic turmoil. Lu Ming and Lan Lulu entered Century Gateway and went straight to the suit store on the 4th floor. This is a name brand store specializing in suits, both men's and women's. This is where Blue Lulu bought it back in the day. And now, just inside the door, Blue Lulu's eyes were glowing. The model on the doorway was wearing a pure black suit, and looking at that body type, it happened to match Lu Ming, and was just right for Lu Ming to wear. Lu Ming saw Lan Lulu's gesture, where she did not know what she had in mind, and laughed. Then we'll take this set, right? We can ask someone to take it down. You try first. Blue Lulu laughed. Lu Ming nodded. Blue Lulu greeted her inside. Hello? At this moment, a sneering voice rang out from behind Blue Lulu. Stop screaming, Blue Lulu. Nothing here will be sold to you. Chapter 110, Chen Lu. Blue Lulu sniffed and turned her head to look. Her face immediately changed slightly. Chen Lu? Hearing this name, Lu Ming's brows furrowed as he muttered in his heart, who was this? Yo, so our pin-up Miss Blue remembers me? I'm really honored. Chen Lu replied in a conspiratorial manner. Chen Lu was a woman in a black women's suit. 50-50 body and 50-50 looks. Looking very ordinary. Who is she? Lu Ming lowered his voice and asked. She used to be a colleague with me, when I helped her wipe her ass because she said the wrong thing and angered a client. and the other party listened to me and was willing to buy a house. She felt that it was me who had robbed her of her grades, and made a scene on Sunside, and it turned out that it was her who was fired instead, so she has been holding a grudge against me. There were a few moments of anger in Lan Lulu's eyes as she looked at Chen Lu. At first, she was kindly solving the trouble for Chen Lu, and it was her own credit that she was able to sell the house in the end, but as a result, Chen Lu even felt that she was the one who had robbed the client and kept cursing her. This annoys Blue Lulu to this day. There's no point in being the good guy. After hearing Lan Lulu's words, Lu Ming revealed his understanding. So it was like that. But Chen Lu had something to say. She sneered and droned. Hey, Lan Lulu, don't open your mouth when you speak, okay? You're the one who seduced my client in the first place. Don't make it sound like you're taking the fall for me, okay? Shame on you. I don't know what tactics you used to get your clients to move. Maybe, you've already slept with someone 100 times. When these words came out, Lan Lulu's face turned white, doubly humiliated. Her reputation was insulted, especially when it was still in front of Lu Ming. This made her even more furious. She shouted angrily, "What did you say? What gives you the right to slander me? Slander? Where have I slandered you?" Chen Lu sneered. "Who knows if you have slept with someone? It's not like I can peel open your bottom to check." After saying her words, Chen Lu was incomparably pleased with herself. As soon as these words came out, a cold aura blazed in Lu Ming's eyes. This guy is looking for death. He's going to take the heat for Lulu. But without waiting for Lu Ming to get out of breath, Lan Lulu spoke up. She took a deep breath and instead suppressed all her anger, suddenly sneering, "Oh, then what? I do sleep with people. And this is my biggest gold digger right here beside me. But what about you? I did hear that you took the initiative to seduce someone else's client, only to have them dislike you for being too ugly and ask their wife to slap you 3 times, didn't they?" Blue Luke has been in society for 5 years and is not a vegetarian. If she could be so humiliated by Chen Lu's 2 or 3 slanderous words that she couldn't even open her mouth and needed Lu Ming to help her open her mouth to retort, she would have been in vain for so many years. When these words came out, the originally complacent Chen Lu instantly froze. Her face swished and became extremely ugly, as if she had eaten as green. What did you say?" Her lips quivered and her fingers shivered, because what Lan Lulu said was all true. Being poked to the sore spot, she surprisingly didn't know how to retort for a while. "What I said, you know very well in your heart." Blue Lulu saw her like this, even more pleased, smiling gently to wrap Lu Ming's arm. "Dear, look, a woman like her, if she gives it to you for free, do you want it?" Seeing Lan Lulu like this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile darkly, matching Chen Lu's up and down look, followed by a contemptuous shake of his head instead. "Don't, I'm disgusted. But, honey, don't hit her like that client's wife, in case you hurt your hand." Lu Ming's pretentious appearance made Lan Lulu unable to stop herself from laughing. "Okay, honey." The humiliation of the 2 men made Chen Lu's breath shorten, her whole body trembling with anger, and her face was as hot and painful as if she had been slapped a dozen times. Chapter 111, Who Are You Bombing? After holding her tongue for half a day, Chen Lu could only utter such a dry sentence. "You, don't slander me." But Blue Lulu sneered. "Whether it's a slander or not, I know. I can ask my clients if the matter is true." Chen Lu gritted her teeth, but she no longer dared to say anything to humiliate Lan Lulu. Instead, she said grimly, "Lan Lulu, your kung fu in slandering people is powerful. I can't compare to you. I'm too lazy to bother with you." "Oh." Lan Lulu let out an oh-so-sweet sound and ignored her, pulling Lu Ming to continue looking at the suit. But Chen Lu stopped in front of her. "But this is my territory. I don't welcome you. You leave immediately." Lu Ming sneered. "Who are you? You leave when you say so? Who am I? I'm the foreman here. Who do you think I am?" Chen Lu laughed. "What gives you the right to do that? We are consumers and you have no right to evict us." Lan Lulu said angrily. "Be careful, I'll complain about you." It wasn't that she had to buy a suit here. It was just that she felt that it was humiliating to get Lu Ming kicked out along with her because of her. How can a $1,000 millionaire be so humiliated? Chen Lu, faced with the threat, did not care at all, but instead mocked. "This store is a membership system, and those who don't have a membership card can't come in. You want to buy a suit? Fine, get a membership card first, but this month's membership limit is up. If you want another one for $990,000. At these words, Blue Lulu said angrily, "You're robbing? What's this $990,000 bull *******? Never heard of it. Here are the store rules. You can read them for yourself." Chen Lu directly threw a copy of the store rules in front of Lan Lulu. Lan Lulu only flipped through it and immediately blushed. Chen Lu is right. That's what the store rules say. It's just that no one has ever enforced it before, after all. No one turns down business that comes to their doorstep. Well, do you want a card? Chen Lu snorted. Blue Lulu gritted her teeth. How can it be done? With this kind of sky-high price? It was clearly a money grab, and there was no way she was going to do it obediently. So you're not leaving? Chen Lu despised it, and a strong smugness flowed from her eyes. To her, it would be a victory for Blue Lulu if she got rid of her. If Blue Lulu had chosen to run the card, her commission would have been horrendous. Again a win for her. Either way, she wins. Trying to fight her on her turf? Looking for death. At those words, Lan Lulu couldn't help but look at Lu Ming, her eyes showing apologies. I'm sorry, let's go. If she hadn't brought Lu Ming here, Lu Ming wouldn't have been kicked out. But Lu Ming looked at Lan Lulu's gaze, but suddenly smiled. Why do we have to go? What? Blue Lulu froze. Don't worry, she can't kick us out today. I'm telling you. Lu Ming smiled. He, however, had a membership card for this place a long time ago. Blue Lulu sniffed and froze, followed by a violent change in her face. She immediately said sharply, Lu Ming, that's not necessary. What's not necessary? Lu Ming inexplicably said, you don't have to buy this place out. Really? You listen to me. Blue Lulu shook her head. When she remembered Lu Ming's solution to Han Yuan Huafu, her brain's first thought was that Lu Ming was going to buy the place so that Chen Lu couldn't drive them away. Lu Ming instantly lived speechlessly. You misunderstood. I just want to take out my membership. He hadn't finished his sentence, but he was interrupted by a harumph of laughter. Chen Lu laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Ha ha ha. Lan Lulu, are you crazy? And no need to buy this place out? Do you have any idea how much the store is worth? Can't even come up with the $999,000 for the card. And you're still bragging about it. So you guys get the hell out of here. She thought it was too funny. Could this Blue Lulu be hypochondriac? And buy a store on the fly? When buying a store is so easy that it can be as illogical as a web novel? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming looked at Chen Lu and suddenly revealed a few teasing words. I won't roll, and I won't spend $990,000 on a card. Do you have any questions? Oh, that's not going to happen. You get out of here right now. Chen Lu sneered. Otherwise, I'll call security to blast you away. Just then, an angry shout rang out from outside the door. Chen Lu, are you crazy? Who are you trying to blast away? Chapter 112, Shopkeeper Yang. A young man of 30 rushed in with an angry face. Seeing the visitor, Chen Lu said in fear, Store Manager Yang? When the young man walked in, the first thing he did was walk up to Lu Ming and bowed his head in a panicked manner. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I'm late. Seeing this scene, Chen Lu was stunned. How could she not expect that the store manager, who had returned from further studies at a well-known foreign design institute, was responsible for a number of Chinese design awards, and was worth millions of dollars, would actually show this kind of gesture to Lu Ming, and so on. Mr. Lu, what Mr. Luck? Only to see. Lu Ming spoke. Shopkeeper Yang, there's no need to apologize to me. I just want you to explain to me clearly why you said you would give me a top VIP card last time. And now your clerk is asking me to pay $990,000 for the card? What sense does that make? Once these words came out, Chen Lu's face swished completely white, her eyes rounded, terrified, and her lips trembled. You, could you be Mr. Lu? A few days ago, Chen Lu had heard the store manager say that a super tycoon had come to Century Gateway. In order to retain that tycoon, the store manager bit the bullet and gave a free top VIP card that could have the highest priority production order in the store and 50% off customized suits for the whole year. The store manager also specifically instructed her to treat Mr. Lu well when he came over to pick up his card, and if she could please Mr. Lu this time, then this store of theirs would have no worries at all. These words shocked Chen Lu to the core, because, as she knows, the store manager has more than a dozen multi-millionaire clients in his hands, but even so, the store manager still keeps sighing longingly, worrying that one day the suit store will not be able to survive. But once that mysterious Mr. Lu came, he was actually able to immediately instill confidence in the store manager and felt that the store didn't need to worry anymore? Doesn't that mean that this Mr. Lu alone can be more powerful than a dozen millionaires? At that moment, Chen Lu had one thought firmly in her mind. Not only does she have to help the store manager please Mr. Lu, but she also has to help herself secure a future. Wouldn't he soar in case he could be spotted by Mr. Lu? But she couldn't have imagined. Mr. Lu, whom she had been waiting for and expecting for a long time, was now standing in front of her? That's right. At this moment, store manager Yang gritted his teeth, turned his head to Chen Lu, and roared with urgency and anger. But Chen Lu, even if this isn't Mr. Lu, I've instructed you to treat every customer well. What are you doing? Chen Lu was horrified. No. Store manager, listen to my explanation. Asterisk 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 off. You're fired by me. Shopkeeper Yang drank. At this moment the incomparable fear of him did not want to see Chun Lu again. Last time it was so hard to stand out from so many stores being rewarded by Lu Ming with a chance to practice. He didn't know how long he had been happy. He didn't think that this would actually happen now. Thinking about the fact that if he came a little later, he would have completely offended Lu Ming. Store manager Yang hated to kill Chen Lu. Just an expulsion is good enough for Chen Lu. No! Chen Lu cried and howled. But unfortunately it didn't help at all. And the security guards who were quick on their feet immediately rushed up and pulled her out. She also wanted to beg for mercy with Lan Lulu and Lu Ming, but the two didn't even look at her, which made her incredibly remorseful. If I had known, I would have inquired about the identity of Blue Lulu's gold master before deciding whether to offend Blue Lulu or not. Why do you have to be so mouthy yourself? After Chen Lu left, store manager Yang said to Lu Ming with immense apologies, Mr. Lu, I'm very sorry for causing you a bad experience. I will customize a suit for you for free, and if you don't need it, I can compensate you in cash. His posture was put very low. Lu Ming instead waved his hand and laughed. Store manager Yang, there's no need to be like this. You're not the one who did something wrong. I'll just keep picking my suit. Lu Ming was rich now, but didn't have the stink of sudden wealth and wouldn't make things difficult for an innocent store manager. Chapter 113, The New Boss. Upon hearing this, store manager Yang breathed a sigh of relief and revealed delight. In that case, you pick first. If there is a suitable one you can take it away directly, and if there is a need, I can customize it additionally. Take this set down then. I've got my eye on him. Lu Ming pointed to the suit that Lan Lulu had just thought looked good. Store manager Yang immediately nodded. I'll go inside and get it now. This set is a display model. Good. Lu Ming nodded. So you're not trying to buy this store out. I misunderstood you. When store manager Yang went to find a suit for Lu Ming, Lan Lulu said with some embarrassment. It turned out that Lu Ming had a membership card and was certain that he would not be evicted. Thanks to her, she thought Lu Ming was going to drop money on it again. Of course not. What were you thinking? Lu Ming was dumbfounded and said, I'm just a little bit rich. It's not like I have so much money that I have nowhere to spend it. But the words were a bit confusing to Lulu Blue. You call $1,000 chump change? When Lu Ming finished changing into his new suit, Lan Lulu's eyes lit up. It really suits you. At this time, Lu Ming swept away the previous poor look. Tailored properly, very luxurious texture of the suit on his fit body due to years of exercise. Not only perfectly support the suit should look, but also let Lu Ming's temperament from the health of the sunshine into a luxury nobleman. Aristocratic and compelling, right? Lu Ming smiled and pulled out his bank card and gave it to store manager Yang. Swipe it. Yes, Mr. Lu, I'll give you a 50% discount. Store manager Yang nodded his head and took the bank card, while secretly excited in his heart. Finally, he didn't screw up his business and kept Lu Ming, the great Buddha. Hanyuan Huafu at the time of Lu Ming's suit change. In the middle of the day, the sales office of Hanyuan Huafu is deserted. Almost no one, only a few security guards are left standing guard. In Sun Lo's office. At this moment, on the sofa of the coffee table, there were two people sitting. One is Sun Lo. The second was a man in a red suit with a beard adorning his chin. The man wore a Patek Philippe on his wrist, as well as an emerald bracelet that shimmered and glistened in the light, and a blinding diamond ring on his finger. The whole person exudes an air of I am a precious thing. Ah, old son. I'll accompany you to greet your new boss properly later, okay? The middle-aged man said. Now that there is a new boss, you have to try to make a good impression on him quickly. This lord is so generous that he made me giggle, and at a glance, I know that he is not short of money. If you please him, maybe he'll give you the entire Hanyuan Huafu to take care of. In time, you'll definitely be able to go further. The middle-aged man's name is Dong Shan. Dong Shan is the real big boss of Hanyuan Huafu. His family has heard that it has long been hundreds of millions of dollars, and a few years ago, it was the media broke out that he had his own hands on a huge cash flow of $3, and he was rich as hell. Normally, Dong Shan simply ignored Hanyuan Huafu and ran off to engage in his own business, and it was difficult for Sun Luo to even think about seeing him. Sun Luo didn't expect to see Dong Shan today. What's more, he didn't expect that Dong Shan specially flew back from abroad this time to inform him that from now on, Hanyuan Huafu changed its ownership. Sun Luo hurriedly nodded. Yes, Mr. Dong. At this moment, Sun Luo was still very surprised in his eyes. How do you change bosses for a good reason? Moreover, where is this tycoon from that he can actually make even Dong Shan dumbfounded? So how much money must this tycoon have in his hands? He was also on good terms with Dong Shan, so he had something to say. He asked the curiosity in his heart. Mr. Dong, what's going on here? Why did you suddenly sell Hanyuan Huafu? You know, Hanyuan Huafu can now be considered the hottest real estate project in Qingzhou, and the local relationship is good. Even in this economic situation, Hanyuan Huafu is still sold very well. To put it vulgarly, Sun Luo thinks that this Hanyuan Huafu is a hen that has been laying golden eggs in his hand. How come Dongsan just sold it? Chapter 114 Discussion of background. He thought it could be that Dongshan had lost money elsewhere and needed Hanyuan Huafu to fill the basket. Not much. Dongshan took a sip of the big red robe, slurped his mouth, and patted his thigh. It's just that people offered a large sum of money, and I saw that the price was too tempting, and I couldn't resist it and made a move. Ha! Sun Luo never expected the reason behind it to be so simple. He was stunned and said, Mr. Dong, at the risk of asking, how much money did he offer? Upon hearing this, Dongshan's brows furrowed slightly, but Shen Yunxian had instructed him not to talk nonsense. But thinking that Sun Luo and himself are also considered old brothers, and besides, Sun Luo's mouth is also tight, Dongshan hooked his finger, signaling him to come closer. Sun Ra immediately came over to him. Dongshan lowered his voice and said, Don't tell anyone, no one, okay? I know, go ahead. He offered more than $3,000, and directly packaged all the assets and liabilities. Dongshan took a deep breath, but his tone still trembled a little at the thought. And it was $3,000 in cash. When these words came out, the originally curious Sun Luo froze. He stared straight at Dongshan, his brain buzzing, and subconsciously spat out a word. What? $3,000. Dongshan repeated. Bang! Sun Luo received confirmation, and at this moment, finally reacted. His entire body sat back on the sofa in shock. His jaw dropped as he looked at Dongshan, his lips trembling as he hissed incredulously. What? He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. He could understand spending $3,000 to buy Hanyuan Huafu, but $3,000 in one fell swoop? That's a big difference. Where is this rich guy from? Is it possible that the richest man in the world is here? That's right. You heard right. It's so much money, and what's even more scary is that all the money that everyone should take has arrived in the account, and the shareholders' mouths are all cracked with smiles. Dongshan's complexion looked skeptical. I know that there's a real rich people have a gulf-like gap, but I really didn't expect that the distance would be so far away. I've been struggling all my life. I can't get this much money. This guy, backhandedly pulls out so much and smashes it directly into my face. I'm humanly blinded. Dongshan couldn't help but light a cigarette. Very despondent. For a moment, he even wondered if it was the Dragon State capitalists who came to buy him out. So this is the real rich guy? He had seen it all today. Then now the whole Hanyuan Huafu, is it all owned by him? Sun Luo said godlessly. This masterstroke still brings him back to his senses. If you don't have any money, it might seem like there's no difference between $3,000 or so and $3. I don't have either anyway. But for people like them, who have the eyes but not the finances, the meaning behind the $3,000 is just too scary. To put it mildly, the fine water flow to spend. This 3,000 can pry more than 10 times the property are not certain. The result of this rich man a turn of the hand stud to buy Hanyuan Huafu? How rich does this have to be? Yes, absolute holding. All the assets are all his. You can understand that all of our Hanyuan Huafu's existing houses, period houses, villas, and neighborhoods, are basically equal to his alone. Dongshan couldn't help but curse when he said this. This is the first time I've ever heard of a large corporation that can give people the ability to become self-employed. It's not unheard of for large companies to come under the actual control of a single person, but the shares are ultimately in the hands of other investors and employees, or else the size of the company wouldn't be able to make it that big. Results. Now Everest House is really and truly becoming owned by one person. This is outrageous. Yeah, this is the first time I've heard of it too, Sun Luo muttered, and couldn't help but say, could this guy be from some big family? Like the Dragon Capital winning family, the Su family, or something like that? Who knows? I heard that there is also a kind of existence called the hidden family around the world, and it is also called the big consortium in foreign countries. I don't know if this new boss is from here, but no matter what, these have nothing to do with us. Don't inquire too much. The water is very deep. We can't grasp it. We obediently take the money on the line. Chapter 115 Meetings. Yes. Sunro nodded. Dongshan and Sirius, remember this price must not be set outside. That person but instructed. We dare to leak the purchase price outside, if it will happen. Understood. Sun Luo nodded his head again, and afterward lamented. Are rich people so secretive? Even the acquisition price is not allowed to be said. It may be that he is afraid that his business rivals will find out that he has spent so much money so that they can snipe his cash flow in a business competition. Dong Shan analyzed seriously. Possibly, and rightly so. Business is war without smoke. Sun Luo echoed in agreement. I'm afraid that those who have reached their position have to take even more steps, play steadily, and not make a single step wrong. That's right. Dong Shan nodded. The two of them completely failed to realize that the reason Lu Ming chose to keep it a secret wasn't because he was afraid of business competition at all. He just simply didn't want Blue Lulu to know how much money he had spent and then scare Blue Lulu. Right. Where's Lai Yangyi? Why is he gone? Just then, Dong Shan asked. At that, Sun Luo shook his head. I don't know. How could I not contact him early in the morning? Maybe he left last night after hooking up with Su Xiao? In fact, Sun Luo didn't call Lai Yangyi at all. The hell with caring about this guy's death. Not only was this true of Sun Luo, but in fact, not many people in the entire Qingcheng city knew about Lai Yangyi's news. Lai Yangyi's death failed to cause a storm in any corner of Qingcheng, and even his relatives did not move, because he's been alone for a long time since he sold his wife to get to the top, as well as the death of both his parents. That's fine. Whatever. I don't see this guy as well. We'll talk about it later. Dong Shan nodded and said, go ahead and arrange a table for dinner, and have a drink with the big boss later. Yes. A moment later, Sun Luo hurriedly left the office and called Zheng Yu over. Mr. Sun, what's wrong? Yang Yu asked. It's like this. You hurry up and go to the Imperial City Holiday Inn to book a table for the Imperial Seafood Banquet. Boss Dong and I are going to treat someone to dinner, Sun Ra said. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu was startled. Is Boss Dong here? Dong Shan came so quietly that almost no one knew. Yes. Sunro nodded. So, is Boss Dong up to something? Yang Yu asked hesitantly. Sun Luo said in a deep voice, the new boss is coming, and Boss Dong and I will welcome him. When these words came out, Zheng Yu's face changed and he said in shock, why so suddenly? How come there's no news at all? Hanyuan Huafu is a big company. If it wants to change ownership, there should have been news circulating a month ago. How come there's a new boss all of a sudden and inexplicably now? There's no need to inquire about this. Anyway, later on, Boss Dong and I will pick up people at the door and go to dinner together. At that time, you bring a few supervisors over to meet them as well. Don't turn around when people come over to inspect. You'll accidentally offend them. Sun Ra said. Yes. Zheng Yu nodded his head and followed to book a hotel in a hurry. But his heart was spinning with countless thoughts. New boss? Wouldn't that mean that factional power would be re-established within Hanyuan Huafu? Then wouldn't she soar if she took advantage of this opportunity and quickly hugged the big boss's thigh? When she entered the company too late, the factions had long been established, and she could only be forced to work as a minion under Sun Luo. Now, what a life-changing opportunity with a new boss. Thinking of this, Zheng Yu immediately became excited. Unexpectedly, just after driving away Blue Lulu, good things came one after another. Zheng Yu muttered to himself with his mouth, Lan Lulu, I told you that you're a calamity. Once you left, my luck got better. Better not let me see you again in this life, or you're dead. Dong Shan has arrived. Let's go over. At this moment, Lu Ming, who had finished changing his suit, received a message from Dong Shan and said to Lan Lulu with a smile, Dong Shan? Upon hearing this, Blue Lulu was shocked. Is it the big boss? That's right. Hiss. He is a rich man who has always been a god. Why would he come here in person? How could he not come to greet me since I, the new big boss, was coming? Lu Ming hemmed and hawed. It's just as well to show you how big my face is. Blue Lulu spat. He's looking at the money, isn't he? Isn't it all the same? Lu Ming laughed playfully. The two of them did not drive and walked towards Hanyuan Huafu together. At a glance, they could see the red carpet in front of the door with 2 rows of figures, and the people in the lead were Dong Shan and Sun Luo, and at the same time Lu Ming and Lan Lulu saw them. Sun Luo and Zheng Yu also saw them. Chapter 116, Showdown. Looking at the blurry 2 silhouettes in the distance, Zheng Yu narrowed his eyes. She couldn't see the looks clearly, but she could sense that the suit on the tall man was expensive. It was an aura of nobility that could be detected from a distance, and Sun Ra felt the same way. Like Zheng Yu, he squinted his eyes and tried to get a good look at the other person's appearance. I don't know why. These 2 people began to feel as if these 2 figures were familiar, especially like 2 people. As the 2 figures approached, Sun Luo and Zheng Yu's squinting eyes finally froze, and disbelief gradually bloomed in their eyes. They see it clearly. The 2 men's pupils shrank, horrified, and their hearts shouted furiously, how is this possible? Everyone get ready to greet Mr. Lu. At the same time, Dong Shan revealed a smile and spoke, hello, Mr. Lu. The crowd immediately bellowed, and after shouting, they also discovered Lan Lulu beside Lu Ming, and were immediately shocked, and one by one, just like Sun Luo and Zheng Yu, they all fell into a stupor in unison. Lu Ming and Lan Lulu walked up to the crowd and revealed their smiles. Hello everyone, hello Boss Dong. In fact, Dong Shan is the chairman of the board of directors, but called Dong Dong, this atmosphere is really a little weird. So, calling Boss Dong wasn't so strange and didn't seem so rusty. Ha ha, Mr. Lu is really a talented man, and Mrs. Lu is also a sunken fish and wild goose. You two are really a perfect match made in heaven. Dong Shan laughed. In his opinion, on such an important occasion, the unmarried Lu Ming had brought a woman with him, who was more than likely Lu Ming's girlfriend, or at the very least, a lover. There's nothing terribly wrong with calling Mrs. Lu. When Lan Lulu heard this, she was stunned, and a blush violently surged on her pretty face as she tried to open her mouth to deny it. But Lu Ming didn't care and laughed. Boss Dong is flattered. You are also young and multi-talented with billions of dollars. Ha ha ha. Young and talented is not counted. Multi-talented and multi-billion. Then in front of you, it is even more not counted. Dong Shan smiled and said, and in his heart, he had a few good feelings towards Lu Ming. Such a rich lord. I thought it would be a flighty and domineering rich second generation. Who knows that it is actually so courteous? It seems that it is really from those big families with historical heritage. At first glance, it is very cultivated. If Lu Ming were to know Dong Shan's inner thoughts, he would definitely lose his laughter. He used to talk is this virtue, but before in the gym by Yang Qijing taunted talk no taste, by Lin Zhao taunted illiterate, and now, but by the great tycoon Dong Shan think courteous. The difference is not because of any qualitative change in his speech, but simply because he has a billion points more money in his pocket. So, whether words sound good or not, whether they are decent or not, ultimately depends on whose mouth they come from. Ha ha. Lu Ming laughed, before placing his gaze on Sun Luo, revealing a smile. Mr. Sun, you. At this moment, there was still a residual thick shock in Sun Luo's eyes. Just now, the news brought by Dong Shan was very surprising to him, but it wasn't enough to shock him. After all, a rich man of over $3,000 was still too far away from him in real life. To put it mildly, this is like the company boss suddenly told you that the company was bought by Jack Ma, spent more than $10 billion. You may be shocked, but more in the consideration of their future working life how to do. But now, things have changed. Sun Luo found out that it was not Jack Ma who bought the company, but the client who came to communicate with you 2 days ago, a client whom you also despised for being a soft touch. At this moment, Sun Luo's worldview exploded. Lu Ming, is he a godly man who casually throws away $1,000? Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. This strong contrast made Sun Luo still not come back to his senses, and at this moment, facing Lu Ming's gaze, intense fear surged in Sun Luo's heart. Lu Ming should not retaliate for his angry words in the morning, right? Wouldn't he lose his job for sure? Chapter 117 Revenge on Zhengyu, up. Seeing this, Dong Shan revealed curiosity and doubt. What? Do you two know each other? He muttered in his heart. This Sun Luo couldn't have offended Lu Ming once, right? Recognize. Lu Ming had no ill feelings towards Sun Luo and smiled. Mr. Sun's work ability is very good. I appreciate him. So it is. Upon hearing this, Dong Shan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, smiled, patted Sun Luo's shoulder, and said to Lu Ming, Mr. Lu has a good eye. I have always felt that old Sun has excellent abilities as well, so you can use him more in the future. Good. Lu Ming nodded and smiled. Seeing this, Sun Luo breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a grateful gaze. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Just call me Lu Ming. Sun is older than me. Lu Ming laughed. That can't be allowed. Upon hearing this, Sun Luo and Dong Shan immediately shook their heads at the same time. They wouldn't dare talk like that if they had 3,000 guts. Seeing this, Blue Lulu was dumbfounded, but couldn't help but feel some pride in her heart. That's the kind of man she looks for. Even Boss Dong, or Mr. Sun, had to be in awe of him. And just then, Lu Ming finally looked at Zhengyu, who hadn't said anything, revealing a few teasing words. Zhengyu? When these words came out, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Zhengyu, and Zhengyu's face instantly became incredibly pale after Lu Ming called out to her. She trembled her body and squeezed out a smile. Yes, Mr. Lu, hello, still recognize it? And Lu Ming turned around and pulled Lan Lulu over to him, smiling and laughing. Zhengyu suddenly had a black eye. Her smile was worse than crying. Recognize, Lulu well. At these words, Dong Shan's eyes narrowed as he looked towards Sun Luo and whispered, what's going on? He had thought that Lan Lulu was Lu Ming's girlfriend, but now it seemed like it was more than that. Blue Lulu was a very capable employee of ours who was ousted by Young Yul. Sun Ro is concise. At these words, Dong Shan raised his eyebrows and understood in his heart. Together, Lu Ming came over this time, but also in the name of rushing for the red face. Then he'd just stand by and wait for the show. How? The smile on Lu Ming's face disappeared as he quietly looked at Zheng Yu. Choose a path for yourself. Mr. Lu, can you please be magnanimous and let me off the hook? I was the one who was unintelligent before, too impulsive and unable to control my emotions. Please forgive me. I will definitely never do it again. Zheng Yu cried and desperately begged for mercy. At this moment, she cursed Blue Lulu furiously in her heart. It must be her. It must have been this that brought her bad luck. If it wasn't for her, she wouldn't be treated like this by Lu Ming right now. She had forgotten how she had expelled Lu Ming at the entrance of the Hanyuan Huafu Villa area in the beginning. The rest of the management had long since been silenced and didn't say anything, much less anyone willing to stand up for Zheng Yu. It's also mainly because Zheng Yu is so poorly liked. What's the use of asking me to forgive you? It's Lulu you're sorry for, Lu Ming said indifferently. The purpose of his visit was to show his head to Blue Du. The moment these words came out, Zheng Yu's body froze. She subconsciously looked at Lan Lulu. Her eyes showed consternation, and then in her heart was a strong resistance and discomfort. No! Make her bow down and apologize to Blue Lulu? She can't do it. But Lu Ming saw this and let out a snort. Mr. Son, how long does it take to fire someone? Just go by the contract. Yang Yul's contract just expired. Sun Luo whispered. Zheng Yu was so scared that her face was completely bloodless, and she hurriedly said, No, Mr. Lu, give me a chance. She hurriedly rushed to Lan Lulu and cried, Lulu, for the sake of our colleagues, will you let me live? Lan Lulu looked at Zheng Yu's pleading appearance and developed a few moments of hesitation, but Lu Ming spoke up promptly from the sidelines. Where is your sincerity in apologizing? If you don't know how to apologize, go home and learn properly. At these words, Zheng Yu completely collapsed. I'm sorry, Lulu, I'm wrong, it's me. I shouldn't have reported you. I shouldn't have lied to my superiors and let them think that Mr. Lu didn't have any money, and also drove you guys away from the Hanyuan Huafu Villa area, and also told Mr. Lie about your home's address. I'm sorry. At these words, Blue Lulu's eyes changed drastically. What did you say? She never thought that Yang Yul would do something else to her? Lu Ming sneered. It's not for nothing that he had to target Zheng Yu to death. Lai Yongyi almost sent someone to Lan Lulu's house, and behind this, it wasn't Zheng Yu who was helping. This was a score he had to settle. Even if he doesn't kill Yang Yul, he's going to make Yang Yul live in the shadows for the rest of his life. Chapter 118 Revenge on Zheng Yu. Next. I was wrong. Zheng Yu had a sniffle and a tear. I won't dare to do it again. At this moment, Lan Lulu's face turned blue as she shook off Zheng Yu's hand and walked behind Lu Ming, silent. Although she could not think of Lai Yongyi to send someone to her home to take her captive, but guessed. I'm afraid that Lai Yongyi stared at their own time. Zheng Yu is behind the back of planning. In other words, Yang Yul wants to destroy her. There's no way she'll forgive Yang Yul once this is out of the way. Lulu. Seeing this, Zheng Yu watched as the life-saving Blue Lulu left, scared as if falling into an ice cellar. She also wanted to go to pull Blue Lulu, but Lu Ming stopped her, revealing a cold smile, and said beside her ear in a voice that was absolutely inaudible to the onlookers, Zheng Yu, now I'll give you a way out. Leave Qingzhou or even leave the Dragon Kingdom, or any other. Anyway, I only have one request. If I ever see you or hear from you again, I'll send you to see Lai Yongyi. He had no intention of forgiving Zheng Yu from the start, and asking her to apologize was merely a way to show Lan Lu his breath. Right now, his willingness to not kill Yang Yul is already considered a woman's kindness, but one to kill too heavy heart is not good. The second is also because Luo Gang Luo Yang out of the country. His hand temporarily no one can use. Otherwise, Zheng Yu now this little life is also gone. What do you mean? Zheng Yu froze and hurriedly asked back, an extremely unsettling premonition in his heart. Take your time guessing for yourself. Lu Ming smiled faintly and turned his head to Sun Luo. Let's go in. Mr. Sun, terminate the contract with Zheng Yu. Yes, Mr. Lu. Seeing Lu Ming give the word, the crowd immediately acted like stars, bringing in the silent Lan Lulu as well as Lu Ming, leaving behind Zheng Yu who was still frozen in place. After a long time, Zheng Yu could no longer care about losing his job and called Lai Yongyi's bodyguard. Lai Yongyi disliked her and didn't ask for her phone number. She only deserved to call the bodyguard. Hello? On the other end, Lai Yongyi's bodyguard asked impatiently. It's me, Yang Yul. Zheng Yu hurriedly said. Is Mr. Lai in? No, dead. Don't call me again. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard, however, as if he heard a ghost, anxiously drank. None of your business. He's dead. Stop fighting. Get out. The phone is busy. In fact, The reason why the bodyguard said that was not because he knew the exact news about Lai Yongyi, but because he didn't want to hear anyone asking him about Lai Yongyi anymore. And even more so, he couldn't wait for Lai Yongyi to die. After all, he could be considered a sellout yesterday. And if this reputation got out, he wouldn't have to mix in the bodyguard world in the future, which is why he said such things. But he did not think that his words happened to unfortunately hit the truth. And even more so that Zheng Yu liver and gall. At this moment, Young Yu, who hung up the phone, froze. What? Dead? Dead? The sun was hot, shining Zheng Yu sweating, but at this moment, when she twisted her head to look at the back of Lu Ming, who was talking and laughing with Sun Luo and Dong Shan, she couldn't stop the chills from rising wildly in her heart. Lai Yongyi, did he kill him? Then, he said that he would send himself to see Lai Yongyi? Wouldn't you have to kill yourself? Thoughts rose, scared Zheng Yu legs soft, the whole person fell on the ground with a butt. At this moment, the first reaction in Zheng Yu's mind was not to find the sheriff's department, but fear, extreme fear. She never thought that she had actually offended such a fierce man. Thinking of this, Zheng Yu no longer wanted this job, and even more so, she couldn't afford to revolt against Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who was able to buy Hang Yuan Huafu, wanted to get rid of himself, and that wasn't as easy as a slap in the face? How could she possibly deal with such a person? She even rolled and crawled, woefully stood up from the ground. She couldn't care about grooming. She only wanted to rush out of Hang Yuan Huafu as soon as possible, as far as possible to escape, as long as there is no Lu Ming's place on the line. Chapter 119 Transformation. Entering the office, Lu Ming and Sun Luo first chatted alone for a while, after which Lu Ming purposely left alone and turned back to look at Zheng Yu's hastily fleeing back, the corner of his mouth hooked up. For him, he wasn't actually afraid of what young Yul would do if he knew he was a murderer. For one thing, it's impossible for someone like Zheng Yu, who is exquisitely self-interested, to offend himself for Lai Yongyi. The second is that even if Zheng Yu really wants to do something, then she has no evidence. After all, Luo Gang led the 18 angry men and had long ago wiped his ass clean for him. Why doesn't that sound right? Lu Ming bristled, banishing the strange thoughts from his mind. At this time, Lu Ming turned his head and realized that Lan Lulu had followed him out and had been very silent, so he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" That's how it was with Blue Lulu from just the beginning. I was a little surprised. Blue Lulu laughed bitterly. She was not unaware of the viciousness of the human heart, but after working together for a few years, her colleagues had done such things, and Lan Lulu was really a little hard to bear. She knew that Zheng Yu was targeting her, but she thought it was limited to just a few insults, and she didn't expect that she would want to use Lai Yongyi's hand against herself. She could think of what would happen if Lai Yongyi really came to her house. It's okay, don't think about it too much. If it doesn't get to you, I'll pull her back and you beat her up, Lu Ming said, but Blue Lulu sighed. Never mind, have you forgiven her? Lu Ming froze. Lan Lulu shook her head. Of course it's impossible, but it's not like we can beat her to death. Pulling her back and just beating her up doesn't relieve her anger. So why not just let her go and just hope that she goes out and gets hit by a car? Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Blue Lulu was really a person who understands the principle of knowing what is right and what is wrong. Lu Ming just asked Sun Luo once again. Know that Lai Yongyi had successively used the job opportunities and welcome meeting, two things to tempt Blue Lulu and stay together. But Blue Lulu know that they can't fight Lai Yongyi, this old geezer. Froze half of not hooked. Nowadays, even though Lan Lulu knows she has the ability to deal with Zheng Yu, she doesn't dare to risk any of her life. Robust. At this point, Lu Ming, are you secretly doing something I don't know about? Blue Lulu suddenly pulled him and asked in a low voice. Lu Ming froze. Why do you ask? Zheng Yu just said that Lai Yongyi asked for my home address, but nothing happened to me last night, wasn't it you? Blue Lulu had just been silent, thinking about this very thing. A night safe and sound. Even Lai Yongyi's half a message was not received. Lan Lulu thought about it. Can deter Lai Yongyi? I'm afraid that the only thing that can deter Lai Yongyi is Lu Ming, who is now displaying astounding financial strength. This is not important. Lu Ming laughed. You're safe anyway. This is important, Blue Lulu said firmly. She wanted to know what Lu Ming had done and paid for herself. There's no need to have to know that, Lu Ming said. He didn't want Lan Lulu to know about Lai Yongyi's death. In case it caused any burden on her heart, it would be bad. Blue Lulu was in a hurry, but Lu Ming pulled her back and said, don't think too much. You're safe anyway, okay? Looking at Lu Ming's serious appearance, Lan Lulu froze and subconsciously nodded her head. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Anyway, just subconsciously trying to listen to Lu Ming. Okay, then don't pursue it. Let's go inside. Lu Ming pulled Lan Lulu and walked in. After walking in, Dong Shan looked up and smiled at Lu Ming. Mr. Lu, do you have any items you need to see or care about? I can have someone bring it over to you right away. Short of time, Dongshan could not lead Lu Ming to see all the projects under Hangyuan Huafu. He could only let Lu Ming pick the key projects he was interested in first. In Dongshan's opinion, Lu Ming should have done a detailed background investigation before acquiring Hangyuan Huafu, and now that he is in charge, he is expected to naturally have some projects in mind. Lu Ming sniffed, coughed dryly, and said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Next time I'll come over by myself and let Mr. Sun and Lulu show it to me." Good. Dongshan smiled faintly, but in his heart, he felt that Lu Ming's surface is full of concern. I'm afraid that in fact, he already has a plan. Hangyuan Huafu, what projects are in his grasp? Where does Dongshan know? In fact, Lu Ming pressure did not investigate the specifics of Hangyuan Huafu, and then directly out to buy. Chapter 120 Casting Ceremony. Since Lu Ming didn't have the heart to check the specifics of Hangyuan Huafu, Dongshan waved his hand and invited Lu Ming to go to the hotel for dinner together. Lu Ming naturally agreed readily. By the time we got to the table, the wine was over. Dongshan smiled and asked, "Mr. Lu, there will be a casting ceremony for Black Fist in 2 days. Are you going to see it?" At those words, Lu Ming froze. Casting? Is it for these few days? Followed by a dawning realization. Right. Back then, the time was almost as good as now. The Black Fist Club is the dominant force behind the underground black boxing ring. In the black boxing circuit, the leaderboards, the meager fairness, the prize money, and the order keepers are all taken care of by the Black Boxing Club, and the casting ceremony is the Black Fist Society's signature program. At this time of year, the Black Fist Society pulls out the latest newcomers to the underground black boxing scene for a tournament. The Black Fist Club in the Dragon Kingdom is generally divided into 2 areas, the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, and the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. In the economic and administrative planning of the Dragon State, the Dragon State is generally divided into multiple regions, such as the northern region will have the northeast, northwest, north of the dragon, and so on. This is in order to facilitate the integrated planning. But on the side of the Black Fist Club, because there are not too many people playing black boxing, so there is no need to make so many regions. While the southern center was Qingcheng, the northern center was naturally Dragon Capital. All the southern black fighters are coming to the city to concentrate, and the newcomers are naturally doing the same, coming to the city for their fights. When the top 10 were decided, many big families would be invited to come and watch. At that time, if any of the great families had a candidate in their sights, they could directly bid and invite them, and if more than 2 great families had their sights set on them, then the bidding would begin. Once the price was out, the Black Fist Society would ask the invited newcomers if they were willing to agree to go to that big family, and that's how half of the family bodyguards from the Su family, the Win family, the Jiang family, and so on, came to be. The Black Fist Society doesn't do coercion. You're free to come and go as you please. At first, Lu Ming also went through the casting ceremony. At that time, Lu Ming was very inexperienced in combat because he was a newcomer, and only got 5th place. Rather, wearing a mask known as the Black Mask, he had received many invitations from the great families, but he had turned them all down. At that time, he was thinking about making some quick money in the black boxing ring and hurrying to marry Lin Jiao, with no intention of signing a long contract with any of the big families. Yeah. Dongshan smiled and nodded his head. Time flies. Lu Ming sniffed and couldn't help but sigh. I haven't been there in years. While at this moment, Lan Lulu and Sun Luo both revealed a curious expression. Apparently, they don't know what black boxing is. Seeing this, Dongshan then looked at Lu Ming's calm demeanor, and in his heart, he secretly said that this Lu Ming was indeed a disciple of a great family. Black Fist Club, even Sun Luo, such a status of people do not know things. Lu Ming heard, actually a little surprised and doubtful reaction or not. A look at the identity of the background is known to be very good. Dongshan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Those sons of ES, giving all the wrong information. In fact, Dongshan had just asked someone to check on Lu Ming to see if he could get any clues. Who knows? The people under his hand told him that Su Shan had clashed with Lu Ming at the welcome party yesterday and asserted that Lu Ming was relying on Shin Yunshin to be so rich. This made Dongshan's heart doubtful. Could there really be a fraud? But he still doesn't believe it. Who can eat like this? $3,000 out of pocket. And you're showing love to someone else? If Winston Shin was really keeping Lu Ming, how could she allow Lu Ming and Lan Lulu to go out together? Coupled with the fact that he now saw how Lu Ming was taking the Black Fist Club for granted, Dongshan was already certain that Lu Ming was definitely a rich second generation from a very large hidden family. I don't think you need a casting ceremony. Surely your own bodyguards are prettier than the ones outside? Dongshan hemmed and hawed. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming shook his head and lost his smile. No. You can see that I don't even have any bodyguards around me. Ha ha. Dongshan laughed out loud, but in his heart, he didn't believe it. It's completely unreasonable that someone of your position wouldn't secretly hide 10 or 20 of them to secretly protect you. Then, Mr. Lu, are you interested in taking a trip? I heard that this year's casting ceremony is quite interesting. Dongshan opened his mouth and invited. Chapter 121, New Martial Artist. Quite interesting? Lu Ming smiled curiously. Does elder brother Dong have any information to divulge? The satisfaction in the depths of Dongshan's eyes was even more intense. Lu Ming's address made him feel that both of them were much closer. To be able to have friendship with a tycoon of Lu Ming's caliber was something Dongshan had been begging for all his life. Of course, he wasn't so arrogant as to think that Lu Ming calling him old brother meant that he was willing to be his little brother. This term of endearment was simply a term of endearment because Dongshan was older. He laughed. Intelligence? I can't talk about it. It's just a little bit of gossip. They told me that this year's champion is likely to be a new martial artist. A new martial artist? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's face finally changed. How could this kind of person make an appearance at the casting ceremony? Sun Luo and Lan Lulu on the side were almost dumbfounded. They understand every word of these words, but when combined, how do they sound so confused? I don't know. Dongshan lost his smile. That's why I wanted to ask you if you're interested. I believe that with your financial resources, old brother Lu, you can definitely afford to raise a new martial artist, and the safety factor of the family will definitely be much higher if there is an additional new martial artist. Hiss. Lu Ming drew in a slight breath of cold air and said gruffly, if the news is true, then this new martial artist is indeed well worth investing in. I think so. Dongshan nodded. After Lu Ming pondered for a moment, he said, then, elder brother Dong, how about we set a time to go and take a look together? Yes. Dongshan sniffed and rejoiced. Being able to travel to the Black Fist Arena with Lu Ming was the ultimate goal of his banquet. Just then, Dongshan noticed Lan Lulu and Sun Luo, who had been in a state of confusion, and instantly slapped his head and laughed. I forgot. You two still don't understand. Have you two ever heard of black boxing? Sun Ra shook his head. Blue Lulu hesitantly said, I've heard of it inside a novel. In the past, society was in chaos, causing a lot of pressure on the administration of law and order, and if those big families were to fight again, wouldn't the order be even more chaotic? So, there was the emergence of black boxing, where people split up the life and death on the stage, so as not to affect society. Dongshan spoke eloquently, but later, black boxing in addition to resolving disputes, but also gradually evolved into a form of coliseum, to see two black boxers on the top of the fight to death, the audience to reap the thrill of life and death struggle as well as gambling money, the winners to reap a huge amount of prize money, and even get the favor of the big families, while the losers, on the other hand, can't get anything out of it. After that, the Black Fist also derived from the group tournament and single tournament, as well as the Black Fist list, but also divided into the south and the north of the two regions. Wei-Qingchang is the center of the south and so on. These things will not talk about it in detail. Lao Sun, I will turn back to take you to see. As for Miss Blue, let Lu old brother to take you two on the line. Ha ha. With these last words, Dongshan was mainly trying to deepen his friendship with Sun Luo even further. He intended to let Sun Luo act as a bridge between himself and Lu Ming's exchanges. Sun Luo, as a person from Hanyu and Huafu, would definitely work under Lu Ming's hand, and Dongshan drew close to Sun Luo's friendship, and the connection between him and Lu Ming would naturally be closer in the future. After Dongshan finished speaking, Sun Luo and Lan Lulu froze. They didn't realize that something that only existed in novels and TV shows turned out to exist in the real world. So what's the new martial artist? Lan Lulu hesitantly looked at Lu Ming and asked. Dongshan froze. How can this be explained? In fact, in the end, he didn't really understand what the concept of a new martial artist was. In his opinion, no matter what martial artists and black fighters can let him spend money to see the fun and hire bodyguards on the line. Other than what do you care about him? But Lu Ming smiled. I'll do the talking. I'm more familiar with this one. For, he himself was the new martial artist. Okay. Dongshan nodded. Chapter 122 Analysis. That's right. Lu Ming laughed. The corresponding concept for new martial artists is called ancient martial artists. Ancient martial arts. That is, the ancient martial arts. Probably as the ancient drama said, those flying eaves and walls. Martial arts, superb chivalry. The ancient martial arts in the past. The pursuit of the body to simmer and polish. Under the hard work, constant exercise. But since the modern medical science and technology into the dragon country, some people in order to seek fast, developed can accelerate the effect of practicing martial arts method is to use the potion to assist. Dongshan added at the right time. That means co-medicine? Ha ha, pretty much. Lu Ming smiled broadly and nodded. So it is. Sun Luo came to a realization. Then, Mr. Lu, why are you so surprised that a new martial artist is participating in the casting ceremony? He was able to take in Lu Ming's reaction just now. Because becoming a new martial artist costs a lot of money and the conditions are very harsh. Lu Ming replied. When you guys just heard me say that new martial artist is co-medicine, would you think that new martial artist sounds like a cheating upgrade? Sun Luo, Dong Shan, and Lan Lulu nodded in unison. Dong Shan added, to tell you the truth, I still feel until now that the new martial artists are upgraded by cheating. Just like when I played DNF when I was young. The gang of grandchildren who opened the hangars. Sun Luo glanced at Dong Shan in surprise. This lord who was bent on getting money actually played games. Elder brother Dong is in good spirits. Lu Ming hemmed and hawed. Dong Shan lost his smile and waved his hand. You continue. I won't interrupt. Lu Ming laughed. It's normal that you guys would think that. But the opposite is true. You guys are wrong. New martial artists actually have harsher conditions than ancient martial artists. To become an ancient martial artist, all you need to do is to constantly toughen your body. But to become a new martial artist, you must first become an excellent ancient martial artist. Otherwise, with your untoughened physical condition, you simply won't be able to withstand the side effects brought about by the potion. The potion is equivalent to letting the engine in the human body accelerate and rotate. If you are not in good health, you simply cannot carry it. There is a possibility that you will also die. At that time, not only do you have to waste thousands of dollars worth of potions, but also to take a life. Because of this, those who managed to survive deserve the title of new martial artist. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel some emotion as he spoke. In the beginning, if it hadn't been for the fact that after being attacked and killed with Chinan, he had killed his opponent in return and seized 5 bottles of potion from the other party's car. With their origins, I'm afraid that they simply won't be able to use potions in their lifetime, nor will they be able to become new martial artists. Until now, Lu Ming still had a bottle of potion in his hand, which was what Lu Ming had carried with him when he traveled to Jiangyan's trap last time, so that if he encountered a situation that was too dangerous for him, he could use the potion to quickly increase his strength. Meanwhile, after hearing what Lu Ming said, Sun Luo and Dong Shan came to the realization that this was the case. Lan Lulu, on the other hand, slightly opened her red lips and looked at Lu Ming with some disbelief. She didn't expect that Lu Ming actually knew so many unknown hidden secrets. So, Lu Ming was really the second generation of some rich family? Thinking of this, blew Lulu's heart inexplicably some loss. Then in that case, with an ordinary person's origin like himself, wouldn't he never want to be with him in his whole life? After all, one can't even be a doorstop. Blue Lulu's reaction went unnoticed, and Lu Ming was still talking. So, because of that, I was surprised by the appearance of a new martial artist at the casting ceremony. A new martial artist usually has to be very rich, so that he either has a rich family or a golden master to provide for him. How about not coming to the casting ceremony? So, I guess this new martial artist could possibly be which big family takes it out to show off their fists also maybe. So, elder brother Dong, we don't want to think that we must snatch the person when the time comes, so as to save us from accidentally offending people. Dong Shan hurriedly nodded his head. After hearing Lu Ming analyze the situation like this, he also felt that robbing people was risky. He said with a look of fear, still, you know the depths. Elder brother Lu, if I didn't listen to such words from you and ran to rob someone, I would have died for sure. Elder brother Lu, you saved my life. This cup, I toast you. After saying his words, Dong Shan was busy picking up the wineglass and just taking a sip. Chapter 123, Lu Ming's past. Older brother, you're overstating the case. This made Lu Ming hastily pick up a glass of wine as well and drank against. After 2 more drinks, Dong Shan and Sun Luo went out to use the restroom together, leaving Lu Ming and Lan Lulu. He craned his head and said, well, does it freak you out with all this? No. Lan Lulu was still a bit down. When she saw Lu Ming talking to her, she hurriedly shook her head and revealed a smile. I just think it's very novel. I didn't expect there to be this kind of thing I've never heard of before. Ha ha, yeah. I was shocked when I first heard about black boxing too. Lu Ming smiled, a look of remembrance in his eyes. So are you a new martial artist? Blue Lulu asked curiously. She recalled the scene where Lu Ming easily took down Zhong'er's bodyguards and thought that since most of the bodyguards recruited by rich people came from the black boxing ring, Lu Ming who could easily beat them must be even more powerful, right? Upon hearing these words, the remembrance in Lu Ming's eyes diminished by a few points, and he spread a smile at her and nodded slightly, then leaned closer to Lan Lulu and whispered, yes, you're the first to know. Other than Luo Gang, Luo Yang, Shinan and the others, Lan Lulu was the first person he had identified as his new martial artist. Blue Lulu looked at Lu Ming leaning so close. White jade-like skin immediately surfaced 2 light scarlet, lightly biting the red lips. There are a few points of joy in the eyes. Lu Ming sat back down again, looking at Lu Ming's face. The The small loss that Lon Lulu had just felt in her heart was swept away again. Even if it can't be a good match. So what? I'm the first to know you're a new martial artist. It's not impossible to be the first one to have sex with you later. Thinking about this, Blue Lulu began to ruminate again, her cheeks getting redder and redder. Lu Ming does not know that Lon Lulu started to think blindly because of his words. At this time he is drinking with Dong Shan, who returned from the toilet. Speaking of new martial artists. I have to give you a few words of science. Old son. When Dong Shan was drunk and red in the face, he began to stir up the words and point out, we, Qing Chang, have to mention someone. That guy? Blackface. Dong Shan said. At those words, Lu Ming's hand holding the wineglass froze, and he immediately looked at Dong Shan. Dong Shan was still talking. 5 years ago, Black Mask was arguably the brightest presence in our Qingcheng Black Fist arena. Why? Sun Luo asked with a big tongue. Although we, Qingcheng, have become the center of the Southern District's black boxing ring because of our geographical location, Qingcheng has always had very little talent, and it's usually very difficult to see our local black fighters on the black boxing ring's rankings. However, since the appearance of that man with a black mask, known as the Black Masked Man, 5 years ago, we have swept away our previous decline. Dong Shan said here, coughed twice, his voice getting louder and louder. That black-faced man, is also from the casting ceremony, a local boxer from Qingcheng. His first appearance completely demonstrated the tenderness of a newcomer who has not practiced martial arts, and practiced martial arts sparring, almost a lopsided downward trend. At that time, everyone was mocking, all booing him, saying that no wonder to wear a broken mask, so it is a weak chicken, hurry up and roll down, and some people mocked us Qingcheng are all garbage, so it made a lot of people of Qingcheng broke the defense. As a result, this black-faced man actually relied on his body's endurance to harden the ancient martial artist on the opposite side. In his second appearance, this black-faced man stunned everyone by seemingly going back to martial arts training and kicking his opponent over in one fell swoop, waiting until after the third and fourth time. This person is simply like hanging on. The rate of progress is clamoring. Can't even stop it. Wait until the final. Only because of the lack of combat experience as well as really have a strength gap with the opponent, he fell in the 5th place. When Lu Ming heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Indeed, when he first came to the casting ceremony, he was so full of confidence that he refused the martial arts practicing technique Qin gave him and said he would go and test the waters, but he was beaten up because he was too arrogant. Then later, when he came into contact with martial arts, his strength soared, which made it impossible to stop him. Chapter 124, Did you go on a robbery? Dong Shan continued. At that time, many clans extended invitations to him. Such a promising rookie, everyone wanted it, but he refused. After that, this black-faced man even took off all the way, reaching the astonishing achievement of No. 1 on the black boxing single ranking in 8 months. Just one step away from topping the underground black boxing ring and winning $90 million in a big way. Upon hearing this, Sun Luo, however, felt that something was wrong and drunkenly asked, "That's not right, Boss Dong. Isn't it number 1? How come it's still one step short of the top?" The underground black boxing arena's definition of reaching the top is that you have to be number 1 in both the solo and team rankings, because their bizarre criterion is that if you're strong enough, you have to do it in such a way that no matter how many opponents there are, you're going to be able to beat them. Lu Ming spoke up at this time and added, his group list is unranked, so naturally, it doesn't count as a hegemony. Dong Shan gave a thumbs up. Elder brother Lu knows his stuff. A little bit. Lu Ming smiled and pinched his little finger. Dong Shan laughed out loud. Modest. Pity. If only I could find the black-faced man now. I'll drop as much money as I have to drag him to my house. With him around, the safety factor goes up in a straight line. Hearing this, Lu Ming rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. At this point, Blue Lulu asked curiously, why didn't that black-faced man participate in the group list? It's not that he didn't participate. He abstained. Dong Shan said, he and a person called Whiteface, together, participated in the Black Fist Association first organized group tournament, all the way through, into the final, the results to the final. They realized that it is self-flagellation, the person who survived to win the top. At that moment, Whiteface in order to his brother, directly commit suicide. The Blackface under the despair of grief, chose to give up. The Black Fist Association will be declared the group tournament no one won. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming's fist suddenly clenched, and an unspeakable sadness flashed through his heart. In the beginning, it was because Qinin had died in front of him like that he had chosen to give up everything and leave the black boxing ring. Ha! What's so cruel? Blue Lulu froze. Brothers in life and death who end up fighting hand to hand? This is not too vicious. Yeah, it's that brutal. Dongshan said helplessly. At that time, a bunch of spectators in the black boxing ring who lost money because of Black Mask scolded Black Mask for being stupid. Scolded him for his brother's deaths. So isn't taking the money and leaving the choice to maximize the benefits? They don't think about it. Where can they possibly be at peace with taking the money that their brothers have earned with their lives? Dongshan snorted. And Lu Ming was silent. Dongshan's words were what he thought at first. He abstained precisely because if he wanted to take the first place with $90 million, he had to make up for it on Qin and S-Corps. The money in the first place that he got by relying on the death of his brother. He didn't want it. He really couldn't do it if he was told to leave with the $90 million that Qin had exchanged for him. Afterward, he withdrew the more than $10 million in winnings that he and Qin had fought down and gave them all to Qin's parents so that they could live out their twilight years in peace. He didn't dare to say to Qin's parents that Qin died from black boxing, but only said that Qin was working as a security guard abroad and unfortunately died, and received more than $10 million in compensation. At that time, Qin's parents cried into tears and fainted several times in despair. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Ming chose not to touch black boxing again. He did not want his parents also have white hair to send black hair one day. Then the black face did not appear again. Xinjiang local black boxing players began to fall again. Dongshan is still saying, but this year's casting ceremony I heard that there is also a local player showed his head again. Then you can pay attention to attention. Yes. Lu Ming swept away the sadness within his heart and nodded with a smile. Just then, ding 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 ding. Lu Ming's cell phone rang. He looked down and it was his mom calling. I'll take a call first. Sorry. Lu Ming picked up his cell phone and got up. It's fine. It's fine. You go ahead. Dongshan hurriedly said. Lu Ming walked out of the private room and picked up the phone. It was too late to speak. The panicked voice of Shin Bichin came from that head. Ming you quickly and honestly explain. Did you go outside to rob Chapter 125, Mother's Phone Call. As soon as Lu Ming heard this, he was filled with questions. Mom, what are you talking about? How could I go out and rob people when I'm fine? So why are there so many appliances in the house all of a sudden? Those things don't look cheap. Shin Bichin panicked. She was shocked. Lu Ming bought too many things in one breath, making her head spin. Oh, you mean those? Hearing this, Lu Ming suddenly realized that it was the things he had bought that had arrived home through and through. He laughed. Those are the ones I prepared for you. Don't worry about it. Just accept it. What are you collecting? Where did you get the money to buy these? Aren't you getting married to Jiajiao? Shin Bichin said. Tell me honestly, did you take the money from the wedding to buy these for us? Although Shin Bichin didn't understand the exact value of what Lu Ming had bought, she knew in her heart how valuable the gold was sent by the gold store was. How could Lu Ming have the spare money to buy so many things to honor them? The only possibility was that Lu Ming had spent all the money he was going to use for his wedding on this. Lu Ming sighed and simply showed his cards. Mom, it's like this. Firstly, I didn't buy these things for you with my wedding money. You can rest assured. And then what? Secondly, Lin Jiao and I aren't married anymore. She cheated on me and apologized. I've broken off the engagement with her. What? When these words came out, Shin Bichin's voice was clearly audible trembling. She cheated on her husband? How could that be? She can't believe it. The son obviously in front of them has been saying Lin Jiao has much better, virtuous, gentle and considerate, on the hall down to the kitchen, which makes them too old decided to provide for the two to marry. How suddenly, it became like this? Where does Shin Bichin know that in fact, this is all Lu Ming's efforts for the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? He covered up Lin Jiao's shortcomings to avoid giving his parents a preconceived bias against Lin Jiao, and he'd always believed that a mature man had to be able to handle the relationship between his mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and keep them on good terms, rather than being a sounding board that only spoke ill of them. Because of this, Lu Ming's parents were so impressed with Lin Jiao. Unfortunately, even though the efforts made by Lu Ming were correct, nay, the people he met were not the right ones. Lin Jiao didn't appreciate it at all. Mom, I didn't talk nonsense. In short, our engagement is over. How exactly did she cheat on these things? We won't talk about them. Let them all pass. I originally wanted to go home and talk to you and Dad in person, but I think it's good to make it clear to you now, so that Lin Jiao doesn't have to harass you again. Lu Ming said in a deep voice. The news, he knew, would be hard on his mom. Fruity. After Lu Ming finished speaking, Shin Bichin on the other end suddenly fell into silence and did not speak for a long time. A moment. On the other end of the phone, there was a gradual, vaguely subtle sobbing. Hearing the voice, Lu Ming's heart was clogged. Mom and Dad couldn't have been happier when they found out he was getting married and starting a family. Who would have thought that it would become what it is today? Just then, Shin Bichin opened her mouth at this time. There was still some crying in her voice, and said, Ming all right, Mom knows, Not married. Not married. It's okay, my son is so great. What do you want? A woman is not just pick your father, and I believe you can. On the contrary, you, in the future, when something like this happens, don't think of carrying it yourself. Tell me at the first time, okay? I think about when you know these things. I am thinking about how sad you should be at that time. Hearing this, Lu Ming finally couldn't hold back. His eyes suddenly turned red, aggrieved and sour in a swarm of. Mom wasn't upset that he couldn't get married, but she was upset at the thought that he would be upset. The only people who will think only of your feelings in the first place will always be mom and dad. He squeezed his eyebrows, squinted hard at his sore eyes, struggled to hold back tears, and forced a smile. Mom, you're overthinking it. How could I possibly be sad? I've actually had my next home to choose from for a long time. I'm not upset. Good, good. Shinbichin do not know his son loved to show off his personality, but she did not reveal. Just cooperate with, there is the next family. Not sad on the good. Later bring back to mom and dad. Good. Lu Ming nodded. Following that, Lu Ming felt that he couldn't talk about this topic anymore, and shifted. By the way, Mom, I've bought you a set of house in Hanyuan Huafu, and it will be handed over in a month, so you'll find a day to move there directly then, and the furniture in the house will be directly purchased new by then. Chapter 126, Fake News. What? Shinbichin, who was worried about whether her son's mood would be out of whack, froze when she heard the news. Where did you get the money to buy the house? You wouldn't have sold the matrimonial home, would you? You're too impulsive. Houses in Xinjiang will still go up. Silly boy. In her opinion, Lu Ming must be because of his guilt. Plus he felt that he couldn't get married, so he simply sold his house in Xinjiang and bought the house back for their two elders. But it's so much more than a loss. What are you thinking? Mom, do I look like someone who could do something like that? Lu Ming cried and laughed. I still have the new house. The house in Rinching is a new purchase for me. Nonsense? Where did you get the money? Shinbichin didn't believe it 10,000 times. Buying furniture again? Buying a house again? Is it possible that the sky dropped money for you? Yes, money did fall from the sky. Lu Ming immediately nodded his head. Go go go. Why don't you just say you hit the jackpot and forget about it? Shinbichin was speechless, and followed with the desire to ask Lu Ming where exactly he got the money. Who knows? When Lu Ming heard this answer, his eyes instantly lit up, and he said in a hurry, Mom, how are you so smart? Actually, this is all guessed by you that I've won the jackpot? What? You really hit the jackpot? Shinbichin froze. Yeah, I went to the lottery with my friends the other day and accidentally drew a house and whole house furniture customization, worth a total of $5 million. Lu Ming opened his mouth. He can't help it, since his mom doesn't believe he's rich, and he has no way to explain it, so he has to hit the jackpot first. As long as he persisted in winning the lottery day after day, month after month, year after year, and winning $5 million every day. One day, he was sure that he would be able to show his mom and dad how scary his current fortune was brightly, but Lu Ming counted with his fingers, and his eyes changed drastically, and so on. Nope. Smaller pattern for yourself. With his wealth today, if he won $5 million a day, he would have to win 4 million days to get to $200,000, which means it would take 11,000 years before he could showdown with his parents. That won't work. Lu Ming changed his mind again. The money in himself must be steadily and gradually raised, and strive to try to reasonably tell his parents that he is the richest man in the world within 20 years. For example, afterward, tell your mom that you drew the lottery and won $10 million, and then tell them that you made a few dollars investing and speculating, and then a few more dollars to make a few dozen dollars. Hey, too much money is just bad. Showdowns are taking decades. Really? How come there's no news at all about such big news? How come I haven't even heard about it on the news? Shinbichin was dumbfounded. When did her son's luck become so good? Moreover, she remembered that those who won the lottery to win a few $100,000 will be on the jitterbug, on the news and so on. How their own son so lucky cannot be seen on TV? Why did she still feel that Lu Ming was cheating on her? Lu Ming sniffed, touched his nose and said, Mom, who said no? You'll be able to see it later. The people from Hanyuan Huafu have heard that they're preparing to write tweets and send out small videos. So you'll realize that I've won the lottery then. Really? Shinbichin sniffed and was finally pleasantly surprised. If even Everest House has posted an article saying their son won the grand prize, then the son must not be lying. After all, she had heard people say that Hanyuan Huafu was a very rich real estate company, and it was impossible for such a company to cooperate with her own son to cheat her. Really? Just wait and see. Lu Ming said a few words to his mom, hung up the phone, and twisted his head to walk into the private room. Mr. Lu. When Sun Luo and Dong Shan saw Lu Ming enter, they smiled and opened their mouths to greet him. Lu Ming, however, waved his hand and said urgently, "Both of you, do me a favor now. Let the people under your hands write a tweet and shoot a short video for me. Just say that Mr. Lu of Qingcheng has won the grand prize in your place. And the prize is a set of house enriching and a whole house furniture customization. Is that okay?" 127. Press releases. When these words came out, Dong Shan and Sun Luo were dumbfounded. What is this? What's with the sudden raffle for no reason? Moreover, you, a godly tycoon who threw more than $3,000 to buy the Everest mansion. The prize you won in the lottery was only a house worth a few $1,000,000 enriching? Isn't this pattern more or less small? Is it a pain in the ass? Lu Ming was puzzled. Or will this incident make other people think that Hengyuan Huafu has organized a raffle that is not open and transparent, potentially affecting the company's reputation? Should we simply hold another lucky draw then? No. Sun Luo sniffed and hurriedly waved his hand, replying, "It's fine. We can pull some random heads to make up the numbers for this lottery. It's just that I have a doubt." "You say," Lu Ming said, "only 1.5 million. Will not damage your reputation. Or how about we win a set of villas? On the news media is also a little bit of scenery." Sun Luo said, "The son of a hidden family is on the news because of $5 million? Sun Luo felt that if this thing is known by Lu Ming's parents, will certainly be angrily reprimanded. Lu Ming, disgraceful and defeat stuff. Hurry to go to the news withdrawn. For someone from the hidden family to be in the news for once, it would have to be a $1,000 heavyweight collaboration high or low." But Lu Ming was happy and waved his hand. No, the villa is too exciting. My parents will not be able to stand it." At those words, Sun Luo and Dong Shan and Lan Lulu were dumbfounded. "A villa and you're dumbfounded? Who are you kidding? Your family is so rich. How about 10,000 villas for excitement?" Moreover, they were curious to know what Lu Ming was doing by inexplicably organizing this lucky draw. Was it a preliminary plan to activate the sales of Hengyuan Huafu and improve its business reputation by way of marketing? Guess not. The thinking of the rich is so heavenly that it eludes them. But no matter what Sun Luo and the others thought in their hearts, when Lu Ming's command arrived, they had to implement it. Soon, they called someone to come over to the hotel and directly made a fake sign for Lu Ming to hold, and then took a picture with 2 staff members, saying that he had won the lottery for the house, as well as the customization of furniture for the various Century Gateway stores. And the news headlines were drawn up by Lu Ming himself. Shocked that Mr. Lu of Qingcheng would do such a thing. The title was a jaw-dropping sight for Sun Luo and Dong Shan. How come the rich kids of the hidden family are into this too? Lan Lulu was even more speechless, busy asking Lu Ming if he was drunk. Lu Ming laughingly said no. 2 hours later, the tweet and short video went straight out, garnering a bunch of envious comments and over 100,000 likes online. These days, in the eyes of netizens who earn millions of dollars a year per capita, you but not tens of millions of news, are not considered news. Lu Ming, this 5 million winning news can have more than 100,000 likes is also good. And the reaction of the netizens, Lu Ming did not care. He only cared about the reaction of his parents. "Ming Mom saw it. Why are you so good And the suit you wear is also very high grade. The whole person is also very photogenic. I do not know how many girls see this news to be charmed by you." Shin Bichin immediately sent a message. "Your father is still saying, are you drinking?" How the face read. "I said drinking how? Happy drinking is normal. I didn't think our family could actually have a day with such good luck. I'm really happy. I'll go to the mountain later to burn incense for Buddha and thank him for blessing our family with horizontal fortune. By the way, I still have to donate 10,000 to do some good deeds. People say that when you make a fortune, you have to disperse it. Ming you remember to do some good deeds too." Looking at the mother's excited streak of a dozen 60-second voice, as well as the father, although he did not say anything, but listening to the mother's meaning, the father must also be concerned about this matter, perhaps stealing joy. When he thought of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile straight away. "What are you laughing at? So happy?" Lan Lulu couldn't help but wonder as she watched Lu Ming keep smiling. Chapter 128, Zhong Er wants to apologize. "It's okay, it's just that my mom was so happy to read about me winning the lottery that I just looked happy." Lu Ming laughed. Blue Lulu, however, couldn't help but be even more confused. The son is $1,000 richer and the mom is happy because she won the lottery? Is that necessary? Blue Lulu suddenly felt like she understood. Lu Ming's mom was definitely not happy because Lu Ming had won $5 million. She was just happy because she simply felt that her son was lucky and fortunate. Didn't they all say that rich people attached the most importance to this kind of metaphysics and fortune? It must be so. At this time, Dong Shan and Sun Luo had long since left, and they each had official business to attend to. Lu Ming, on the other hand, after telling Shen Biqin about the delivery time as well as leaving them a phone number so that they could ask about this phone number if they didn't understand anything in the process of using home appliances, Lu Ming looked at Lan Lulu and said, "Accompany me to the villa area of Hunyuan Huafu." He was now slightly drunk from drinking and was just in time to go to the villa area to see the sights and dissipate the alcohol. "Are you going to see the house?" "Exactly." Lu Ming nodded his head. If it wasn't for Zheng Yu and Zhong Er last time, he would have bought the villa for his parents. And today, he doesn't have to buy it. The entire Hunyuan Huafu villa area is his. "Let's go then. I'll go to Zhang Yu's office and bring all my cards with me." Lan Lulu smiled brightly at Lu Ming. "I also have knowledge of the villa area. I can be your tour guide." "Okay." Lu Ming nodded. "It's nice to have a beautiful woman as a tour guide. I'm satisfied." To put it so politely, the devil believes you're satisfied. Blue Lulu gave him a blank look. "And what do I have to prove to convince you that I'm satisfied? How would I know? Why don't you check?" Lu Ming began to molest Lan Lulu, while his eyes couldn't stop glancing downward, clearly meaning something. He originally wanted to make Blue Lulu blush a bit, but Blue Lulu didn't eat this set of words. She was speechless instead. "Are you so not okay with this? What era is this? Still check it out. Go online to learn a little more new words." Lu Ming knew at a glance that he was usually an honest person, and he tried to be an old driver at such a juncture, but instead he botched it. Blue Lulu did not feel the slightest blush, but instead felt that Lu Ming's clumsy appearance was very funny. Where can a man be told that he can't? Lu Ming was instantly displeased. "How can you despise me? Let's go. Cut the crap." Lan Lulu pulled Lu Ming and left. Lu Ming could only listen to it, while muttering in his heart, "No, he had to practice sooner or later. Where could he be despised by a woman? In the meantime, Mr. Win, do you mean for me to apologize to Lu Ming?" Zhong Er stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his villa with his cell phone in his hands and his face full of incredulity. Outside the window, Hunyuan Huafu villa area of the mountains in watercolor, even if it is again refreshing. Now the mood of the Bellier are not good up. Or what? Do you think it's better for me to personally go to Qingqing to apologize to Lu Ming? Win multiplied the wind and said coldly on the other end. Zhong Er's face panicked and said, "No, Mr. Win, you misunderstood. I just..." Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Winsome Wind interrupted Zhong Er and said, "Zhong Er, I'm telling you, if you can't satisfy Lu Ming as well as Shen Yunxian in this matter, I'll let you know why the Winsome family can be ranked among the 4 great families in Dragon Capital." Hearing Wind Multiplier Wind's blatant threat, Zhong Er struck fear from the bottom of his heart and his voice trembled as he said, "All right, I will definitely do what I can to satisfy Lu Ming." When Win Shifeng hung up the phone, Zhong Er's face turned blue and he clenched his fists in death. Anger erupted in his chest, but he couldn't find anyone to vent it out at all. Asking him to apologize to a Lu Ming who eats soft food from Shen Yunxian? You want him to take the fall? You want him to bow down? On what grounds? But even though Zhong Er was full of humiliation, in the end, in front of the pressure of reality, he could only take a deep breath, call someone over, and contact Lu Ming. In the meantime, Londo, the winner, Shen Yunxian. Good Shen Yunxian. Since you want to protect this brat so much, then I hope you can protect him for the rest of your life. Don't let me catch you. I will definitely kill him. Win multiplied the wind and gritted his teeth as his face was filled with gloom. Chapter 129, The Villa's Security Guard. This time, Lu Ming openly broke up Win Rongrong and Su Shan, bringing such a great humiliation to the Win family and the Su family. This debt, both the Su family and the Win family kept. They wouldn't move Lu Ming for now because Shen Yunxian was still in Qingcheng. However, they believe that Shen Yunxian cannot be in Qingcheng for the rest of his life, and when the time comes, they want to clean up a Lu Ming. Them, easy as pie. Last night, Shen Yunxian called Win Shifeng and warned him that he had to apologize to Lu Ming. How could the hallowed Win multiplication wind listen to the orders of a little girl? Even if you, Shen Yunxian, are from a hidden family, the winning family is not a vegetarian and is not afraid of you at all. He immediately glared at Shen Yunxian, but Shen Yunxian's 2 light words made Win Shifeng lay down. Your winning family has misappropriated a huge amount of Lu Ming's money without authorization. If it gets out of hand, how many things do you think will happen to your winning family? Shen Yunxian's faint voice made Win Shifeng feel like falling into an ice cellar. That's right. Win multiplied the wind to pay for his own arrogance and hubris in the end. His use of Lu Ming's funds could well be considered a criminal act. If Lu Ming hadn't still not taken $100 seriously now, the winning family would have been in trouble long ago. Under these circumstances, Win multiplied the wind had to hurry to return the $100 and unfreeze Win Rongrong's bank card, so that his own daughter could go to Lu Ming to put in a good word and bring about a reconciliation between the two sides. On the other end, Winsome Win came back to force Zhong Er to apologize to Lu Ming. In a way, Zhong Er was the scapegoat of the winning family, and Win multiplied Win didn't want to put down his stance and apologize to Lu Ming, so that's why he asked Zhong Er to find a way to satisfy Lu Ming. As for Zhong Er's feelings, Win Shifeng didn't care, as long as he could get Shen Yunxian to stop pestering him. Once Shen Yunxian left Qingcheng, Win Shifeng dared to guarantee that he would definitely let Lu Ming die for no reason. At that time, even if Shen Yunxian wanted to find their heads, Win Shifeng could still pretend to be crazy. Shen Yunxian wanted to deal with their winning family without any actual evidence. Family master. From the last Bellier's intelligence, Lu Ming thought that he must be a new martial artist. Would he have any background? Right at this moment, a middle-aged man beside Win Shifeng voiced his guess. Win Shifeng, however, snorted. Impossible. With Shen Yunxuan's ability nowadays, what's wrong with wanting her little white boy to become a new martial artist? This has nothing to do with Lu Ming's own background. I see. Then I'll be able to find the Slayer without fear after that. Go on. Hanyuan Huafu Villa area. After Lu Ming arrived here with Lan Lulu, he was planning to take the dark gold access card and asked the security guard to let him in. Originally, to enter this kind of villa area, face recognition or directly rely on the security guards to recognize the familiar can enter. Anyway, can afford to buy a villa here? In Qingcheng not many individuals. However, Lu Ming had just gotten his hands on Hanyuan Huafu in the morning, and at this moment, apart from the gang of Sun Luo and Dong Shan, how many people could recognize him? Moreover, not only did the security guards still not recognize him, some even showed a wary look when they saw him coming. Hello, may I ask what you two need? The security guard stepped forward and looked at Lu Ming showing his defense. Blue Lulu. This security guard knew. Lu Ming. He knew even more. These days, there aren't 1,000 or a few hundred who come to see the scenery of the villa, but there is only one who dares to make trouble in front of the villa of Hanyuan Huafu. That would be Lu Ming from the other day. Now, the entire security team had listed Lu Ming as a key preventive object, and even the security system side had held a special meeting to conduct an educational action with Lu Ming as a typical example, for no other reason than the fact that Zhong Er had lost his face at the entrance last time and had caused such a bad living experience for the residents. If the security team was not vigilant and on guard, they would sooner or later lose their jobs. Now that they saw Lu Ming coming, the group of security guards were instantly highly concentrated, fearing that Lu Ming would suddenly rise up and second them all. Last time, they had witnessed with their own eyes how terrifying Lu Ming's hands were. If they were to start fighting, it was estimated that the dozen or so people they had here would not be enough. I want to see the house. Please make way for Team Chen. Blue Lulu frowned and said. She knew that these people must have such an attitude because of what happened last time. But Lan Lulu didn't explain. She just flashed the access card in her hand, signaling that she had permission to enter. I'm sorry, Miss Blue. This gentleman is not allowed in. The security guard known as Team Chen said with an awkward and unobtrusive smile. Toward the end, he looked at Lu Ming with a few points of thick fear in his gaze.